Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. However, ever since he returned from Watts, even if he turned the world upside down, he did not see the game hint of gaining experience points. This made him feel very strange. Now, he had found another way to obtain demon bloodline experience points. Feng Hang pondered and slowly raised his head, shifting his gaze to the few players at the top of the cave. He had already figured out the general situation of the altar. Next, it was time to deal with them. In short, he had to confirm the information first. Not good. Meng Si and the others immediately felt like they were about to be in deep trouble the moment Feng Hang fixed his gaze on them. Retreat. Meng Si suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger. He shouted and immediately retreated into the darkness, cursing in his heart. I am not playing anymore. I am not playing anymore. Even the altar of the seed of jealousy couldn't trap that person, so what was the point of playing? Hurry up and run. The thing he regretted the most now was that he did not give up the mission and ran away the first time he saw Feng Hang. However, it was completely different from the previous few times. This time, a strange lifeblood strength suddenly erupted from where Feng Hang was. Get lost! Meng Si shouted behind him. At the same time, more than 10 compressed fireballs were thrown at the figure behind him. Chapter 2086 to 2086, all hear bang bang. Bang bang bang. It was actually ineffective. More than 10 concentrated fireballs collided with the man's body and exploded. Surprisingly, the condensed fireballs were directly withstood by the strength of that person's body. What a monster! Meng Si was even more frightened when he saw this. He wanted to escape again, but his pupils suddenly constricted. He suddenly felt as if the blood in his body had frozen, and his body froze. What? In an instant, Mengxi's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Whoosh! In the next moment, the figure behind him penetrated the layers of flames, and a hand shot out from the flames and grabbed his neck tightly. I. Mengxi stared at Fang Heng, who was in front of him, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Fang Heng. Mengxi's pupils trembled when he heard this name. Fang Heng? That person? Whoosh! In the next moment, Mengxi felt the world spin. Fang Heng lifted him high and threw him fiercely towards the other side of the rock wall. Boom! Mengxi slammed heavily into the rock wall. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted. His body was heavily injured and he could no longer move. Mengxi raised his head and watched helplessly again as Fang Heng pulled out his other fleeing companions from the shadows around him. He swung them up and smashed them against the wall, causing them to lose their mobility. 5, all here. Fang Heng counted the number of people one last time and whispered as he approached Mengxi step by step. Now it's my turn to ask questions. What is this place? Looking at Fang Heng, Mengxi felt as if a demon was targeting him. He could not help but shivered and replied, "Hell, this is the entrance to the outer layer of hell." So it's hell. Fang Heng nodded lightly. Hell. The advanced game world. As far as Fang Heng knew, hell was not quite the same as other game world boundaries. Although it was classified as an advanced game world, in reality, it was the sum of multiple domains. To be exact, many high-level game worlds had entrances to hell. Compared to other worlds, hell had a completely different characteristic. Hell was expansive and was constantly expanding outward or shrinking inward. As the spread of fear continued, hell would gradually expand. Yet, with the suppression from the Holy Court and various factions, fear would be alleviated, causing hell to slowly contract. All along, hell had been hostile to almost all factions. Hell seemed to be born with the characteristics of destruction. It wanted to spread fear and destroy the entire world. Fang Heng continued to ask, "How about the altar? What's with this altar just now?" "We are believers of the demonic seed. We accepted the mission the demonic seed gave to protect the safety of the nearby altars." Fang Heng looked at them with interest and said, "Go on. Tell me everything you know." Mengxi and the others looked at each other. They felt that Fang Heng was too strange. He was clearly from the Holy Court, but why could he absorb the strength of the altar? What was wrong with this person? A long time ago, there were a large number of altars built here. However, as the Holy Court gradually invaded the place, the altars near the outside were gradually destroyed. We can only gradually retreat to the depths of hell. Some time ago, we discovered that the Holy Court had appeared at the entrance to hell's outer layer. At the same time, they had set up a spatial teleportation passage magic array at the entrance. After that, we received a mission. The mission required us to think of a way to protect the altar and at the same time, stop the Holy Court's team. We could delay or directly defeat them. Through the previous few tests, we discovered that the Holy Court is too strong. We definitely can't deal with them alone. Mengxi glanced at his teammates and continued, "So we thought about it and decided unanimously to give up on the altar and use the strength of the altar to plan a trap for the Holy Court." Fang Heng's eyes lit up and he asked, "Oh? What kind of trap? Tell me about it." At this point, Mengxi couldn't hide it anymore, so he decided to tell him everything. There are many similar altars around the outer layer of hell, and there are many guardians among them. We will think of a way to lure all the guardians out and trigger the protective strength of the altar. If we're lucky, we might be able to deal a heavy blow to the Holy Court team. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Interesting. According to Mengxi, if everything went according to plan, he could indeed trick the people from the Holy Court. After all, the abilities of the Holy Court were significantly weakened in the environment of hell. However, there were 3 ecclesiastical Templars of the Holy Court outside. It was still a little difficult to completely destroy the Holy Court's teleportation passage. Maybe he could add a little something? Lure more things over? For example, the touch of gluttony that he had just seen was actually a very good thing. Unfortunately, it was restrained by his vampire bloodline. It would not be so easy to deal with an ecclesiastical Templar. Fang Heng pondered and continued to ask, "Are you saying that there are many other altars here besides this one? Do they all belong to the seed of jealousy?" Mengxi looked at Fang Heng, feeling a little suspicious. It was already good enough for an average player to have heard of the demonic seed, but he actually knew the breakdown of the 7 demonic seeds. "I am asking you a question. Don't dawdle." Mengxi lowered his head and quickly replied, "There are altars everywhere in the abyss of hell. We only operate in the outer region. As far as we know, most of the altars belong to the 7 demonic seeds, and some belong to some abyss tribes. It's said that more than 10 years ago, the believers of the demonic seed of jealousy swept this place once, so most of the altars now belong to jealousy." Fang Heng rubbed his chin as he listened. If he could find more altars to extract and upgrade his demon bloodline, it would probably be easier to control the demonic seed in his body. Of course, as he absorbed the strength of the altar, the power of the demonic seed in his body would gradually recover. But it didn't matter. Just now, he had already found a good solution. Touch of Gluttony. This thing could absorb the strength of the body. It even included a portion of the original strength that was difficult to recover. For example, the demonic seed origin. Previously, Feng Heng had felt that after the touch of gluttony absorbed his strength, not only his attributes but the power of the demonic seed origin in his sea of consciousness was also being absorbed. Therefore, as long as he didn't take the initiative to control it, the touch of gluttony would be able to extract more of the strength of origin. Of course, there were also negative effects. The touch of gluttony was an all-around draw. It did not care about one's power, whether you belonged to the demonic seed origin, natural origin, or holy origin, it just indiscriminately absorbed all of it, and that's it. He estimated that after being extracted, his various attributes would be greatly reduced for a long time. Chapter 2087 Cleaning up. Feng Heng immediately made a decision and said, "You have been here for a while, so you should know the locations of many altars, right? Well, no need to say more, just take me to each one." Mengsi swallowed his saliva carefully. The more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. "Don't worry, I am not interested in your plan. I am only interested in the altar. Do as I say, and I will naturally let you live." Mengsi and the others looked at each other. They didn't know if Feng Heng's words were true, but at least he pointed them towards a path to survive. They would take it one step at a time and do as Feng Heng said first. "Oh, right." Feng Heng thought of something and nodded, saying, "That touch of gluttony was interesting. Are there any others? Bring me over to take a look." "Interesting?" Mengsi couldn't help but shiver. "How was it interesting? Aren't you going to lead the way? Remember, my patience is limited, so don't try anything funny." No one dared to make any more moves and immediately led Feng Heng to the next altar. 2 hours later, players affiliated with the Holy Court also gradually broke through the first layer of the molten demon-occupied domain, entering the area where the evil eyes of hell had trapped Lindilio's team. The players felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the layers of evil eyes of hell swaying on the rock wall. After some consideration, there didn't seem to be any particularly good solution. They would just force their way through and use ranged attacks directly to grind them down. Wear them out. Players adjusted their team compositions one after another, slowly clearing the evil eyes of hell attached to the rock wall. Lindilio's team was soon drowned in the large player party. They were the first to arrive, so they had already killed most of the elite monsters. From now on, they would just follow behind the team, kill normal monsters, and collect materials. Completing the mission was a matter of time. After more than 2 hours, there was still no news from Feng Heng, nor did they see him return. If it were any other team, they might have been a little worried. However, Lindilio's team knew Feng Heng's usual style of doing things, so they didn't care at all. In the past, whenever Feng Heng left the team alone to try to unearth a hidden mission, there had never been a precedent of him returning to the team. Soon, Feng Heng followed Mengsi and the others to a new altar cave. Mengsi and the others stood at the entrance of the cave and watched as Feng Heng took out a stone box and squatted carefully in front of the stone altar. The few of them looked at each other and could not help but become nervous. The touch of gluttony was sensitive to flesh and blood, and its attack power was very limited when it was not in its Tier 1 state. Even an ordinary stone box could completely lock it up. However, Feng Heng grabbed it with his bare hands. Wasn't it a little too risky? TSK, TSK, TSK. As soon as the touch of gluttony crawled out of the crack in the stone, Feng Heng, who had been waiting outside for a long time, shot out a hand at lightning speed and grabbed the touch of gluttony's body tightly, quickly putting it into the stone box. Crack. Feng Heng closed the stone box and continued to search for his next target. Mengsi and the others looked at Feng Heng's actions and carefully exchanged glances with each other. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. The horrifying touch of gluttony that made people's expressions change was easily grasped by Feng Heng's hand. Feng Heng looked at the box filled with more than 20 touch of gluttony urns and nodded in satisfaction. Almost. After a few attempts, he found that the touch of gluttony was very easy to deal with. For safety reasons, he could just cover the stone box with a layer of the holy shield. The touch of gluttony could not escape, and it did not even struggle anymore. It was in a state of fake death. In fact, he was also caught in the binding gas the first time he encountered the demonic seed of gluttony. With his first experience, he immediately used the vampire lifeblood perception to sense the approximate location and the remaining number of the touch of gluttony in the altar in advance. Next, he only needed to be bold enough to capture them one by one. Soon, all the touch of gluttony in the altar was captured. Feng Heng pressed his hand on the altar again and began to extract the chaotic power from the altar. It was already the 7th. Ding. The player is currently absorbing and transforming the chaotic power. The player's current low-level demon bloodline skill experience points plus 28. Ding. The player's current low-level demon bloodline has been raised to the maximum level. Ding. Detected that the player possesses the same source of power, Seed of Greed. Ding. The player has the Seed of Greed. Players can directly advance to intermediate demon bloodline. Ding. The player's current bloodline elementary demon bloodline has been deleted. The player has obtained the skill intermediate demon bloodline. Bloodline, intermediate demon bloodline description. The player can have multiple bloodlines at the same time, but some bloodlines cannot be possessed at the same time. Description: zombie clones and vampires have conflicting bloodlines. They can only inherit a small portion of their bloodlines. Skill level, S+. Level restriction: this skill can be upgraded to level 20, the highest level of the current skill cannot exceed the player's current level. The player can find a way to upgrade the bloodline. Description: a creature that lives in hell and has a chaotic attribute. The player can increase his bloodline skill experience points by spreading chaos. Derivative Skill 1, Demon Bloodline. Skill description: after learning the skill, you will immediately receive an additional 250% of the maximum health point, Strength plus 17, Agility plus 7, and Constitution plus 17. You will also receive an additional Strength of skill level by 2, Agility of skill level by 1, and Constitution of skill level by 2. Derivative Skill 2, Flame Survival. Description: fire resistance increased by 20%. Negates the negative effects of hell. Derivative Skill 3, Demon's Eye. Description: the Demon's Eye has a chance to see through illusions and spells, directly disintegrate spells. The Demon's Eye can be used to look directly at the target. There is a chance to cause the target to be contaminated and quickly enter a corrupted state. This state is related to the attributes of both parties. He had leveled up. Suddenly, Feng Heng opened his eyes. What surprised him the most was not the increase in attributes after leveling up, but the changes brought about by the demonic seed. Because of the existence of the demonic seed, bloodline skills could be directly upgraded as long as the experience points were full. This was too awesome. One had to know that the more advanced the other bloodlines and academics were, the more difficult and troublesome it was to advance. Just the upgrade mission alone was enough for him to work for half a day. The demonic seed origin seemed to be able to help him avoid these troubles. He just didn't know how high the bloodline level of the demonic seed could be. Feng Heng continued to observe the improvement brought by the bloodline. In general, the increase was not too big. There were almost no changes to his skills, which was only a small increase in his attribute points. Moreover, compared to other disciplines and bloodlines, the basic attributes provided by the demon bloodline were relatively high. It seemed that demons were creatures that were good at suppressing attributes. Chapter 2088 Tribe. In addition, with the level up of his bloodline, Feng Heng could clearly sense that his ability to control the power of the demonic seed in his sea of consciousness had improved. At the same time, with the increase in the power he absorbed, the power of the source of the demonic seed wrapped in his sea of consciousness was restored at an accelerated rate. Feng Heng already had a premonition. Soon, the strength of the demonic seed would erupt. Relying on the little bit of control provided by the intermediate demon bloodline, he was completely unable to successfully suppress the violent demonic seed. It seemed that he still needed the strength of the World Lord's touch of gluttony to suppress the demonic seed origin that was about to erupt. Feng Heng raised his head. Let's continue. Mengxi shrunk his neck and did not dare to say anything more. He continued to lead Feng Heng out of the cave and toward the next altar. It was different from the previous few times. After leaving the cave and walking forward for a few minutes, Feng Heng suddenly sensed something and frowned. He couldn't help but stop and look at the depths of a fork in the passage on the right. A very strong lifeblood fluctuation lingered in the distance. It looked like a big guy and his strength was not low. Mengxi and the others, who were walking in front, saw Feng Heng stop. They could not help but stop and turn to look at Feng Heng. Feng Heng asked, "Are you planning to lure that guy over to deal with the Holy Court?" That fellow. When Mengxi and the others heard Feng Heng's words, they immediately realized what Feng Heng was referring to, and their expressions changed. No. Feng Heng was surprised and uttered, "Oh?" Mengxi shook his head and explained, "The ones stationed there are the tribal guards of the abyss. They don't belong to our demonic seed camp. They came out from the depths of the abyss a few years ago and occupied an altar belonging to the demonic seed of jealousy. More than 10 years ago, they chose to surrender during the purge and have been guarding that altar ever since. They have a strong sense of territory. Once you enter, you will be attacked by them." Abyss tribe? Feng Heng's brows were tightly knitted together, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face once again. Demonic seeds are the origin of demons, but there are more than just demonic seeds in hell. The demon tribes and their derivative tribes still occupy most of the power in hell. There are also disputes between the demon tribes and wars have never stopped. Perhaps the creatures of hell are born to be chaotic. Mengsi continued to explain, the chaotic force collected by the altar can also provide them with a portion of their strength, so they need to guard the altar. The demonic seed also needs someone to guard the altar. Therefore, both sides take what they need. The demonic seed will leave a small portion of the chaotic force in the altar for them to guard the altar. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and asked, are they very strong? Yes, it's the Hellhorn demon tribe. They used to be the subordinates of the demonic seed of wrath. Ever since the demonic seed of wrath disappeared, the Hellhorn demon tribe began to act on their own. Mengsi gulped and looked at Feng Heng cautiously, saying, the strength you sensed is likely the leader of the three-headed Hellhorn demons. I suggest you don't provoke them. Hey! Feng Heng let out a disdainful sneer and said, let's go. Take me there to take a look first. He had absorbed all the previous altars in a row, and Feng Heng realized that the experience points he could absorb were actually very little. It was only enough for him to level up from the elementary demon bloodline to the intermediate demon bloodline. It was no wonder that there was almost no one guarding the altar. Only these few rookie players were looking after it. It seemed that he would need to use other methods to absorb more chaotic power in a short time. For example, dealing with the Hellhorn demon tribe. Soon, Feng Heng followed Mengsi and the others to the other side of the tunnel and reached the end. A large area of lava was revealed in front of him. The terrain of the lava cave was strange. The ground was uneven and covered with bubbling lava lakes. The fire of the lava illuminated every corner of the cave. From afar, a large number of Hellhorn demons were entrenched in the lava area. The Hellhorn demon had a body larger and more robust than a normal human, with rough muscle lines, resembling a brute bull. It moved using its sturdy forelimbs and had a special long horn growing from its head, which it could use to stand upright and attack with its front limbs. At this moment, the entire cave was covered in a layer of red fog. The red fog was denser than the outer area. Mengsi stood at the entrance of the lava cave and did not dare to move forward. He extended his finger to point at an area in the distance and said, this is the gathering place of the Hellhorn demons. There is a high-level altar in the depths of the cave. It has been occupied by the Hellhorn demons since a long time ago. Feng Heng sized up the horde of Hellhorn demons from afar. He turned to Mengsi and the others and nodded, okay. You guys stay here for now. Don't go anywhere. Whoosh. After saying that, Feng Heng directly jumped down to the lava terrain alone. Mengsi and the others were shocked. What the hell? Was he crazy? Could it be that he wanted to deal with the horned hell demons in the lava cave alone? At the same time, Feng Heng's body and appearance changed rapidly and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Virtual identity switch. In the lava area, a large number of scattered Hellhorn demons perceived that an enemy had invaded their territory. They raised their heads and looked at Feng Heng, who was falling from the cave. Phew. One of the Hellhorn demons stood up straight and threw a concentrated fireball at Feng Heng with its right hand. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, magic rays that spun rapidly appeared around Feng Heng. After changing his identity, the passive skill, the zombie clones, immediately took effect. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Dense magic rays appeared around Feng Heng's body. Immediately after, red shadows attacked from the magic ray. Lickers. A large number of lickers charged out from the magic ray and charged at the Hellhorn demons below. At the same time, layers of cracks appeared on the ground, and a large number of zombies broke out of the ground. Realizing that their territory had been invaded by a foreign race, the Hellhorn demons immediately launched a counterattack. The concentrated fire cannons were fired at the zombie crowd in front of them. At the same time, the zombie crowd also staggered forward. The horde of Hellhorn demons and zombies collided like two torrents. Feng Heng quickly looked at the densely packed game notifications. Hellhorn demons were creatures that lived in hell all year round. Other than being good at fire elemental spells, their attributes were also quite strong. Relying on their physical strength, they could knock down the zombies and lickers after a short charge. In addition, melee attacks could deal additional fire attribute damage, and ranged attacks could also release concentrated fireballs. The zombie crowd could rely on their thick health point and the powerful healing effect of the undead to resist. However, fire damage was a special elemental damage. There was no guarantee that zombies wouldn't die. Chapter 2089 Deadlock. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle and soon reached a stalemate. Behind them, Mengsi and the other players looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng's body shape and appearance had changed significantly. His face peeled off like glue, revealing his original appearance. Mengsi's player team was stunned when they saw Feng Heng's face. Feng Heng. What the hell? He had thought that he had the same name, but he did not expect him to be Feng Heng. Seeing the large number of lickers and zombies on the battlefield, they no longer had any doubts about Fang Heng's identity. But why was Fang Heng here? Wasn't it rumored that he was still being pursued by the Holy Court? It didn't seem like it at all. He even seemed to have joined the Holy Court. It didn't seem right either. Meng Si and the other players felt that their minds were in a mess. They couldn't help but look at each other again. This might be a good opportunity to escape. Escape? A few of them hesitated for a moment, but they did not dare to. Fang Heng observed the battle situation. The zombie horde's lack of damage output was becoming more and more obvious when dealing with high-tier hell creatures. Normal zombies could not cause any damage to the outer armor of the hell-horned demons. Only the lickers could deal some damage. Then he would do it himself. Fang Heng immediately switched to his sacred form, leaped forward, and joined the battlefield. Whoosh! Fang Heng flicked his wrist, and a holy weapon appeared in his hand. Phew! As the great holy sword appeared, it swung forward, bringing with it a dark golden sword light. Boom! The two hell-horn demons that were charging at him were instantly sent flying. Buzz! In the next moment, the great holy sword's second wave of damage spread out in all directions. Instantly, under the influence of the holy ripple, a large number of holy damage numbers appeared on the bodies of the surrounding hell-horned demons. At the back, Meng Si and the other players who were hesitating to run were once again shocked. What kind of damage was this? That great sword. The holy fluctuations that erupted made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Was it a holy artifact that belonged to the holy court? Why did Fang Heng seem to be able to use it so easily? Was he from the undead faction? Fang Heng raised his great holy sword and charged into the horde of hell-horned demons. He kept waving the giant sword, sending out waves of holy power ripples, causing damage to the surrounding horde of hell-horned demons. In addition, he had added the Thunder of Judgment buff to himself and the dozen lickers. In a short moment, the battlefield was filled with sparks and lightning. The battle situation instantly tilted. Fang Heng led the zombie team and slowly advanced. For a moment, the hell-horned demons were unable to stop them. He was slowly advancing with the zombie team. Suddenly, Fang Heng sensed something. He frowned and looked up. It's here. The powerful life force fluctuated. Boom. The three-headed hell-horned demon. The three-headed hell-horned demon was huge and exposed in his field of vision. In addition to the terrifying attributes of its body, the three-headed hell-horned demon also had a special summoning ability that could summon a large number of hell-horned demons to fight. Whoosh! 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 A large group of lickers flitted past Fang Heng and immediately dashed toward the three-headed hell-horned demon. Condensed hell fireballs rapidly condensed around the three-headed hell-horned demon, and shot out one after another, accurately hitting the lickers. Boom! 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 Condensed hell fireballs could deal high damage in an instant. The zombies and lickers were instantly killed by direct attacks. Seeing this, Fang Heng frowned and quickly estimated the difference in strength between the two sides. He could fight. But it was very dangerous. Moreover, it was unnecessary. Fang Heng immediately left behind a large group of zombie teams and quickly retreated to Meng Si's side. Meng Si and the others wanted to escape when they saw the three-headed hell-horned demon. The sense of oppression that the commander-level creature gave them was too strong. Seeing Fang Heng return, Meng Si hurriedly said, "World Lord Fang Heng, the three-headed hell-horned demon has been frightened and angered. We would better retreat before it enters the second stage of madness. Otherwise, it will be even harder to deal with it." Meng Si thought that Fang Heng might not know what the blood of madness was, so he quickly explained, "Blood of madness is a powerful bloodline strength. A large portion of boss-level creatures with territorial attributes have the ability to enter this state, which can increase their strength several times over." Fang Heng interrupted him, "Don't be anxious. You just said that you want to lure the hell creatures to the Holy Court and teach them a lesson, right?" Meng Si had just finished speaking when he heard Fang Heng's words and stopped. Fang Heng stared at Meng Si and asked, "Tell me, how are you going to lure them away?" Meng Si was stunned for a moment. He looked at Fang Heng and said, "We will rely on some special powder. This powder is specially made and can simulate the aura of a part of the altar. It can affect and stimulate the hell creatures around and attract their aggro. We will think of a way to get the powder on the players of the Holy Court and let them lure the guards over. Also, after touching the altar, the creature guarding the altar will generate great hatred and perception lock onto the person who touches it. We will also think of a way to make use of this and find a way to let the players touch the altar." Fang Heng heard this and turned to look at the large stone altar that was gradually revealing the corner. Meng Si was stunned when he saw Fang Heng's expression and actions. He really wanted to say that this was the way to deal with ordinary altars, but they did not originally want to deal with high-level altars guarded by the three-headed hell-horn demon boss. "Where's the powder?" Meng Si had a premonition of what Fang Heng was going to do. He paused for a moment and quickly took out 2 bottles of potion filled with white powder from his backpack and handed them to Feng Heng. Feng Heng picked up the bottle and weighed it in his hand. He nodded and said, "All right, I will keep my promise. You are free now. Remember, don't get in my way next time." After saying that, Feng Heng turned around and returned to the area where the Hellhorn demons and zombies were fighting. Meng Si and the others stood where they were and did not run away immediately. They continued to look in the direction Feng Heng was heading. On the one hand, they were a little stunned. On the other hand, they also wanted to see what Feng Heng was going to do next. They were already halfway through the story, so they might as well wait to see the ending. Feng Heng charged into the battlefield once again. The 3-headed Hellhorn demon seemed to have sensed Feng Heng's approaching aura. More than 20 hell-condensed fireballs appeared around its body and smashed toward Feng Heng. Secondary space projection. The instant before the concentrated hell was about to hit him, Feng Heng stepped into the spatial projection again. Speed up. Feng Heng quickly passed through the battlefield in the form of a spatial projection. He then passed by the 3-headed Hellhorn demon and headed toward the large altar at the back of the battlefield. Chapter 2090 Patterns. When he arrived in front of the large altar, Feng Heng's figure retreated from the secondary space projection state and reached out to press the altar. At the same time, Feng Heng's gaze swept across the altar. The patterns on the altar were. The moment Feng Heng saw the lines, his brain immediately made a conditioned judgment. It was the fire of wrath. The altar that originally belonged to the demonic seed of wrath. At this moment, an additional layer of pattern belonging to the demonic seed of jealousy covered the outer layer of the demonic seed patterns. Whoosh! In the next moment, Feng Heng's finger touched the altar and he immediately felt a trace of coldness from his fingertip. Chaotic power. His body automatically reacted as his fingertips quickly absorbed a massive amount of chaotic power into his body. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. It was a chaotic power several times stronger than all the hell altars he had come into contact with before. Ding! The player is currently absorbing and transforming the chaotic power. The player's current intermediate demon bloodline skill experience points plus 162. Before he could absorb more chaotic power, Feng Heng immediately felt a powerful perception lock onto him. The perception came from the 3-headed Hellhorn demon not far away. The 3-headed Hellhorn demon suddenly turned around. The 3 hideous and terrifying heads stared at Feng Heng simultaneously, their pupils revealing extreme wrath and violence. Roar! The 3-headed Hellhorn demon let out a loud roar. The sound wave echoed in the cave, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. This guy who dared to destroy the altar. Whoosh! The 3-headed Hellhorn demon sprinted at full speed and pounced on Feng Heng like a raging hurricane. Ding! The player has triggered unknown hell altar. Ding! The player is currently locked onto by the guardian of the altar commander level creature. Please be careful. Feng Heng, seeing this, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He immediately stopped absorbing the energy from the altar, left the altar, and quickly flashed to the right side. Whoosh! 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 The 3-headed Hellhorn demon opened its mouth, and dozens of concentrated hell fireballs flew toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng once again entered the secondary space projection to evade, sprinting forward all the way. Almost at the same time, white spots of light appeared in the hall, filled with spatial power. Meng Si and the others watched as the large number of zombies that had gathered in the cave disappeared in just a few seconds. Not good. Meng Si was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted, "Run! Hurry up and run!" Feng Heng revealed his figure from another place and rushed toward the exit of the passage ahead of them. At the same time, he quickly changed his identity via the holy artifact and rushed toward the gathering point of the holy court outside. The 3-headed Hellhorn demon immediately chased after Feng Heng. At the same time, within a lava-filled space, a large horde of Hellhorn demons converged into a torrent, chasing after Feng Heng all the way. From a distance, Meng Si, who had just managed to escape to a raised area in the cave, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead as he watched the terrifying scene unfolding in front of him. It was terrifying. He almost lost his life. Even now, they still did not understand what had happened. But one thing was certain. The Holy Court was probably in big trouble. At the entrance of Hell, it had been less than 3 hours since they entered the trial. After the trial party players had gathered, they had already begun to attack the evil eyes of Hell that were densely packed on the cliff. The evil eyes of Hell fell from the sky after their health point was depleted, and the players began to collect their corpses. There were still a large number of evil eyes of Hell, and they densely covered a large area of the rock wall. Due to the suppression of Hell's environment, the damage output of the players was greatly reduced compared to the outside world. At this rate, it would probably take more than a day to clean up. At this moment, a player suddenly noticed something and looked up in a certain direction on the cliff. What was that? Whoosh! A shadow suddenly swept across the cliff. A human figure? Before he could see it clearly, the figure disappeared in the air. Did he see wrongly? The player frowned, doubting himself. He rubbed his eyes, wanting to see more clearly. The next moment, Feng Heng stepped out of the secondary space projection and came to the back of the Holy Court team. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand. As he retreated out of the red fog, the Ecclesiastical Templar's trial imprint on his body took effect once again. Feng Heng, you are back so soon? Are you alright? Asked Lindiluo as he noticed that Feng Heng looked a little miserable. He continued to question, what kind of trouble did you run into? The other players in the team felt a little strange as well. In the past, Feng Heng had never been in such a miserable state even when facing a boss creature. There was something even stranger. To be more precise, based on experience, Feng Heng only needed to disappear once in the trial and he would not appear again. He actually came back this time? Feng Heng didn't answer. He just shifted his gaze to the entrance to the other side of the rock wall. Ecclesiastical Templar's army officer. Feng Heng had wanted to run to the teleportation point to lure the horde of hell-horned demons over, but he did not expect the two Ecclesiastical Templars to appear in the cliff area. This was even better. Feng Heng immediately nodded and said, I am fine, but I noticed that the situation in the cave was not good. It might be dangerous later. I suggest that everyone retreat to the back first. Dangerous? Retreat? Mengxi and the others were confused when they heard Feng Heng say those two words. Sark felt that perhaps only boss-level creatures would make Feng Heng feel a bit threatened. With a hint of skepticism on his face, he asked, could it be that you encountered a boss inside the cliff cave? Almost. It's very troublesome to explain. It's too late. Let's go first. Hearing this, Lindiluo's heart skipped a beat. He no longer hesitated and waved his hand, shouting, retreat first. Everyone immediately retreated along the passage they came from. Not long after they left, before they could completely retreat from the cliff area, two Holy Court instructors suddenly shouted from behind, the situation has changed. Quick! Everyone! Retreat immediately! Hearing this, Lindiluo and the others subconsciously turned their heads to look, and their expressions changed drastically. Suddenly, a large number of hellhorn demons surged out from the various holes in the cliff behind them. The player trial team had originally arranged their layout, little did they expect to suddenly encounter so many hell creatures popping out. The momentary chaos caused the players to be unable to maintain a stable operation, and a small number of them were instantly wiped out by the hellhorned demons. Roar. A furious roar. The sound waves spread out, causing the eardrums of the players to bulge. Looking up in the direction of the sound, they saw a huge Commander level 3-headed hellhorn demon smashing through a cliff and its massive body jumped down from the sky. Waves of evil black aura spread out from the 3-headed hellhorn demon. Boom. Boom boom boom. As soon as the 3-headed hellhorn demon landed on the ground, it shot out more than a dozen concentrated hellfire balls. Sensing Feng Heng's location, the 3-headed hellhorn demon immediately chased after him. Chapter 2091 Leader. It's a commander-level creature. The players became even more chaotic when they saw the scene. Originally prepared to resist, they suddenly lost the mindset to counterattack and hurriedly withdrew towards the rear. It's the 3-headed hellhorned demon. A boss-level creature. Fight my ass. Retreat. Retreat to the teleportation zone. The two Ecclesiastical Templars frowned when they saw this. They immediately shouted and flew forward, trying to stop the 3-headed hellhorn demon and cover the retreat of the players. When Lindiluo's team saw that the rear was already in a state of chaos and that the Holy Court's team was still fighting and retreating, they felt lucky. If Feng Heng had not warned them to escape in advance, they would probably have been in danger too. But how did Feng Heng know that there would be trouble? Everyone could not help but peek at Feng Heng. Could it be? Let's go back to the teleportation channel. Following the fleeing crowd, Feng Heng and the others returned to the cave where the external teleportation magic array was located. At this moment, the Holy Court team responsible for guarding the magic array had already learned of the sudden danger ahead. They immediately sent out reinforcements. At the same time, lines of game notifications appeared on the player's retina. Ding! The player has triggered an emergency trial mission. New trial. Mission title, New trial. Mission description. During the execution of the mission, the hellhorn demons in the abyss have become abnormally restless. They are attacking the Holy Court team. Player, please assist the Holy Court in eliminating the restless hellhorn demons. Mission requirement, kill the hellhorn demon. Mission reward, accumulate points, Ecclesiastical Templars experience points. Penalty for failure, none. Ding, if the player is unable to continue fighting, you can return to the Eternal Holy City through the teleportation passage. This action will result in a partial deduction of Ecclesiastical Templars experience points. Feng Heng saw the game notification pop up and his heart skipped a beat. Mission triggered. He even unlocked the early exit of the trial. With that thought, Fang Heng immediately dashed toward the teleportation channel in the direction of retreat. In front of the teleportation portal magic array, the last Holy Quartz ecclesiastical Templar and the others had solemn expressions on their faces as they stared at the three-headed Hellhorn demon charging at them. Strange. What was wrong with the Hellhorn demon? Even two ecclesiastical Templars couldn't stop him? At the entrance to Hell, the ecclesiastical Templars' army officer's strength was greatly suppressed due to the environment. No matter what, he couldn't let it destroy the teleportation passage that the Holy Court had painstakingly built. Let's go together and stop it. As the ecclesiastical Templar spoke, a dark golden ball of holy light condensed in front of him. Behind him, dozens of priests of the Holy Court moved in unison, pouring their spiritual power into the ball of holy light. The ball of light rapidly condensed and expanded. Attack! The ball of light blasted towards the three-headed Hellhorn demon who was rushing towards them. Boom! Scorching holy light exploded. The three-headed Hellhorn demon was blown back 5 or 6 meters by the light ball and landed heavily on the ground. The black fog that was constantly seeping out of its body was instantly dispersed by more than half, and it kept making sizzling sounds. The place where the ball of holy light hit was a bloody mess, and there were still burning holy flames. They had finally blocked it for the time being. The ecclesiastical Templar heaved a sigh of relief and exchanged glances with the other two instructors who were chasing after it. Continue, manage it. When the players noticed that the three instructors had suppressed the three-headed Hellhorn demon, they finally recovered from the chaos and began to regroup to deal with the large number of Hellhorn demons that were chasing after them. The party of players assembled together and began to think about how to deal with the boss. Sark found it strange. Where was Fang Heng? Why did he disappear all of a sudden? Fang Heng was clearly running away with them just now. At this moment, Fang Heng was hiding not far away from the teleportation channel. Very good. Fang Heng whispered softly. Seeing that the three-headed Hellhorn demon was being held back by the three ecclesiastical Templars, he immediately turned around and headed back to where the high-level altar was. Since he was already here, now was the time to go back and take down the altar. In the lava terrain protected by the Hellhorn demons, at this moment, there were still a large number of Hellhorn demons that had not been lured away by Fang Heng. They were still entrenched around the altar. Meng Xi's team members circled around the entrance before returning. A few of them secretly sized up the large altar in the distance. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The three-headed Hellhorn demon had been lured away by Fang Heng and couldn't return for the time being. If he could think of a way to occupy the altar. The few people were thinking about preparing to take action when suddenly their hearts stirred. What? The horde of Hellhorn demons in the lava area suddenly became restless again. They all looked uneasy and stared at the entrance of the passage as if they were angered. Meng Xi and the other player immediately looked in the direction of the Hellhorn demons. A figure appeared at the entrance of the passage and was rapidly approaching them. It was Fang Heng. Damn it. He had actually returned. Fang Heng was also surprised to see Meng Xi and the others. He quickly tapped the ground with the tip of his toes, turned around, and quickly appeared in front of them. Still not leaving? Meng Xi met Fang Heng's gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly lowered his head and said, "No. Of course we are leaving. We will leave immediately. Let's go now." Meng Xi turned around and wanted to run away, but he felt someone pressing down on his shoulder. Wait. Meng Xi turned his head and looked at Fang Heng. He couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. World Lord Fang Heng, do you have any other orders? Do me a favor and wait here for a while. Later, you guys will take me away from here. Take me back to the Holy Court as soon as possible, understand? Meng Xi was stunned when he heard Fang Heng's words. It was obvious that he did not understand as he asked again, "What did you say?" Meng Xi looked up again and noticed Fang Heng throwing a magic scroll at him. Spatial magic scroll? Meng Xi raised his head again and noticed Fang Heng dashing toward the large group of Hellhorn demons ahead. Back again? The team players' hearts skipped a beat. They quickly took a few steps forward, wanting to see what Fang Heng was trying to do. Whoosh! Swoosh swoosh! As soon as Fang Heng stepped into the lava terrain, hundreds of scorching compressed hellfire balls came crashing down on him. Swoosh! In the next moment, Fang Heng disappeared into thin air just like before, avoiding all the subsequent attacks. Spatial ability. The effect of the spatial ability in actual combat was too good. Meng Xi couldn't help but feel envious. Unfortunately, not everyone could learn the spatial ability. One had to be talented. Boom. Boom boom. The fireballs hit the air, creating a large amount of small gravel. Meng Xi and the others felt a violent tremor under their feet. Where was Fang Heng? Everyone raised their heads again and looked over, anxiously looking for Fang Heng in the lava cave area. A minute later, Fang Heng passed through a large number of Hellhorn demons and appeared beside the altar again. Chapter 2092 Leaked Whoosh. As Fang Heng stepped out of the secondary space projection, he stretched out his hands and pressed them on the altar. Absorb. Absorb with all his might. Swoosh. He activated his spiritual energy. The chaotic power accumulated in the altar for many years was absorbed into Fang Heng's body. A dense number of game notifications appeared rapidly. Ding. The player is currently absorbing and converting the chaotic power. The player's current intermediate demon bloodline skill experience points plus 162. Ding. The player's intermediate demon bloodline has been upgraded to level 4. Ding. The player is currently absorbing and converting the chaotic power. The player's current intermediate demon bloodline skill experience points plus 161. At the same time, when Fang Heng touched the altar again, the horde of hellhorn demons around him was instantly enraged and pounced on him. Instantly, a dense number of fireballs flew towards Fang Heng. Boom. However, in the next moment, just as the fireball was about to hit Fang Heng, his entire body was suddenly enveloped by a thick, pitch-black fog. That was. Mengxi and the others looked in Fang Heng's direction, their eyes filled with disbelief. The power that leaked out of the fog. It was the demonic seed. It was definitely the demonic seed. How could this be? He was actually a demonic seed. No wonder he could absorb the power of the altar. A few of them were extremely shocked. Fang Heng. He was actually a demonic seed. A few days ago, the discussion on the internet about Fang Heng being a demonic seed was still in full swing. However, the believers of hell all scoffed at this statement. How could a player become a demonic seed? What a joke. Do they even know what a demonic seed is? But now, what they originally thought was a joke is happening right in front of their eyes. It was as if they had become the ignorant ones. Boom. Boom boom. The concentrated hell fireballs bombarded the black fog surrounding Fang Heng, and they exploded as if they had hit a solid wall. They did not affect Fang Heng, who was enveloped by the black fog. At the same time, under the black fog, the game notifications on Fang Heng's retina still flashed crazily. Ding. The player is currently absorbing and converting the chaotic power. The player's current intermediate demon bloodline skill experience points plus 168. Ding. The player's current intermediate demon bloodline has been raised to the maximum level. Ding. Detected that the player possesses the same source of power, seed of greed. Ding. The player has the seed of greed. The player can directly advance to a high-tier demon bloodline. Ding. The player's current bloodline intermediate demon bloodline has been deleted. The player has obtained the skill high-tier demon bloodline. Bloodline, high-tier demon bloodline. Description: the player can have multiple bloodlines at the same time, but some bloodlines cannot be possessed at the same time. Zombie clones and vampires have conflicting bloodlines, so they can only inherit a small portion of the bloodlines. Skill level, S+. Level restriction: this skill can be upgraded to level 25, the highest level of the current skill cannot exceed the player's current level. The player can find a way to upgrade the bloodline. Derivative Skill 1, Demon Bloodline. Skill description: after learning the skill, you will immediately receive an additional 450% of the maximum health point, strength plus 27, agility plus 17, constitution plus 27. You will also receive an additional strength of skill level 4, agility of skill level by 1.5, and constitution of skill level 4. Derivative Skill 2, Flame Survival. Derivative Skill 3, Demon's Eye. With the help of the demonic seed, the demon bloodline was upgraded once again. If the previous few times were like drawing drops from the altar, then this time, it's like opening a faucet and receiving a basin full. Crazy absorption. At the same time, after absorbing a large amount of chaotic power and upgrading his skill, Fang Heng discovered that the demonic seed origin in his sea of consciousness was also being nourished rapidly. The dispirited demonic seed origin became lively again. In fact, after absorbing the chaotic power, it had become even stronger than before. Increasing the strength of the demonic seed's bloodline was equivalent to increasing one's control over the demonic seed's power in the sea of consciousness. But it was clearly far from enough. The slight increase in control was not even 1/10 of the expansion of the demonic seed's power. Immediately, the power of the demonic seed flowed out of his body uncontrollably and a dense black fog spread out from his body again. Mengxi and the others were still staring at Fang Heng in surprise, exchanging glances with each other. The power of the demonic seed. Just the leakage of the ore makes them feel a tremor deep within their souls. Moreover, Fang Heng's situation seemed to be a little bad. It seemed that Fang Heng was unable to fully control this power. Surrounded by the black fog, Fang Heng tried his best to restrain the restlessness of his sea of consciousness until he absorbed the last trace of chaotic power in the altar. At this moment, his sea of consciousness showed signs of collapsing. He couldn't continue and had to stop immediately. Fang Heng flipped his wrist and used the last of his strength to break open the stone box that he had been carrying with him. Bang! With a loud bang, the stone box shattered. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The dozen or so touch of gluttony hidden in the porcelain jar immediately sensed the smell of blood and attached themselves to his shoulders and arms. The sharp mouth part of the touch of gluttony pierced through his skin and into his muscles, absorbing Fang Heng's origin power. Ding! The player has been affected by a special power touch of gluttony. During the duration of the effect, the player's ability will be continuously extracted by the touch of gluttony. Fang Heng looked at the game notifications that appeared on his retina again, allowing the touch of gluttony to absorb the power in his body. The touch of gluttony was satisfied. It had never felt so refreshed before. It sucked at Fang Heng. Very good. The restlessness of the demonic seed origin began to gradually weaken. Fang Heng sensed that the origin power in his sea of consciousness was gradually decreasing due to the absorption of the touch of gluttony. Because of this, he was able to gradually regain control of his sea of consciousness. However, the troublesome thing was that as the power of the demonic seed origin in his sea of consciousness was gradually devoured, the various attributes of his body were also slowly devoured and weakened. Obviously, the touch of gluttony didn't care what kind of power you belong to. It would just absorb everything at once. While his sea of consciousness was recovering, Fang Heng gritted his teeth and observed the situation outside. He was ready to crush the teleportation scroll in his hand and escape the danger zone. Wait, what was this? Just as part of his perception left the sea of consciousness, Fang Heng suddenly saw something in the altar from the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat. At the bottom of the altar, there was something like a runestone. A familiar energy fluctuation came from the runestone. It was the energy fluctuation of the seed of jealousy. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and immediately reached out to touch the runestone. Ding! The player has discovered the sacrificial runestone of the demonic seed of jealousy. Description: rune used by the seed of jealousy to suppress high-tier altars. It can continuously extract chaotic power from the altar. If the item is destroyed or if the player leaves the altar, the seed of jealousy will sense the player and there is a chance to attract the attention of the seed of jealousy. There is a chance to trigger various special missions. Chapter 2093 Forcefully holding on the seed of jealousy? It was obvious that the demonic seed of jealousy wanted to kill him even in its dreams. Fang Heng's pupils constricted as he instantly thought of something. Perhaps. Could he use it to perform some operations? However, it was still a little unstable. While he was thinking, Fang Heng felt his sea of consciousness tremble again. He immediately had a splitting headache and could not think further. He wouldn't think about it. He would do things according to instinct. Another wave of greed. Whoosh! Fang Heng flicked his wrist and stuffed the sacrificial rune into his backpack. At the same time, a teleportation scroll appeared in his right hand. Bang! The teleportation scroll was crushed in his hand. Mengxi and the others were staring at Fang Heng in the distance when they suddenly realized that the magic scroll in their hands was flashing with a pale white light. It was a sign that it was about to be triggered. What the hell? Mengxi was shocked and immediately threw the magic scroll in his hand into the air. Swoosh! The spatial scroll emitted a white light in the air. The next moment, Fang Heng stepped out of the white light. Mengxi and the others were shocked when they saw Fang Heng suddenly step out of the magic array, covered in black smoke. They retreated one after another, not daring to get close. In the next moment, a large number of hellhorn demons entrenched in the lava region looked over and chased after them. Mengxi did not know what Fang Heng was going to do, so he did not dare to run away. He just looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng's face was pale and he was sweating profusely. A strange black aura was constantly emitting from him. Mengxi asked with a trembling voice, "World Lord Fang Heng, you?" Fang Heng forcefully controlled the stability of his sea of consciousness and shouted, "Carry me and leave. To the Holy Court. Hurry." Mengxi and the others were shocked by Fang Heng's sudden shout. They immediately reacted and lifted Fang Heng, fleeing towards the distant cave entrance while being chased by a large number of hellhorn demons. Fang Heng looked at the scenery in front of him and quickly retreated. The tensome tentacles of the touch of gluttony wrapped around his body were still absorbing the energy from his body. He could feel that his body was gradually weakening. All his attributes were slowly reduced. At the same time, his control over his sea of consciousness was gradually recovering. It was almost time. Whoosh! Soon, when Fang Heng entered a narrow passage ahead, a large part of the power of the demonic seed origin in his sea of consciousness was absorbed by the touch of gluttony. The demonic seed origin became dispirited again, curling up into a tiny ball. It was restrained by the power of the seal and the seed of jealousy. Fang Heng regained control of a small part of his sea of consciousness. His body was abnormally weak. He wasn't good at fighting, but at least he could guarantee his mobility. "Put me down." When Mengxi and the others heard Fang Heng's words, they immediately stopped and put him down. "Let's go. You can leave now. Don't let me see you again." As he spoke, Fang Hang's face changed rapidly in front of Meng Si and the others, until it became the same as when they first met Fang Hang. Fang Hang didn't wait for Meng Si and the others to reply. He immediately walked towards the tunnel ahead. After being absorbed by the touch of gluttony, he had realized it. The speed at which the touch of gluttony was drawn out was related to the ratio of power in the body. If the power belonging to the demonic seed was sucked dry, then it would speed up the extraction of attribute power. So, he had to hold on a little longer. Fang Hang once again squeezed out the power of the demonic seed origin from his sea of consciousness. You are lucky to have met me, I will let you have a good time in one go. He would use this opportunity to forcefully suppress the demonic seed origin in his sea of consciousness. Fang Hang stumbled back to the teleportation channel area below. At this moment, the three-headed Hellhorn demon had already entered a Tier 2 state of madness, and was still engaged in battle with the 3 ecclesiastical templars and a large number of priests. Obviously, the three-headed Hellhorn demon had been suppressed by the instructors. Fang Hang's current condition was getting worse and worse under the absorption of the tensome touch of gluttony. Even now, he couldn't even deal with an ordinary Hellhorn demon one-on-one. However, because he had just touched the altar, most of the Hellhorn demon's aggro was still focused on him. Fortunately, the players from the Holy Court were fierce enough. At this moment, they had the upper hand in the battle with the Hellhorn demons in the cave. Bang! A Hellhorn demon charged at Fang Hang, and with a bang, Fang Hang was sent flying backward like a cannonball and landed in the area closer to the teleportation array. The dozen or so Hellhorn demons around him immediately gave up on their original opponents and surrounded Fang Hang, who had landed on the ground. Hurry up! Go up and help! Seeing that someone was heavily injured and surrounded, an ecclesiastical Templar guard shouted and called for his teammates to come and help Fang Hang pull the Hellhorn demon away. Although Fang Hang had been getting beaten up, his situation was not too bad. The touch of gluttony could not absorb the effects of innate skills, so the undying body effect still existed. It was also because of this that Fang Hang was able to take a beating along the way and force his way back to the teleportation channel area under the siege of many Hellhorn demons. At this moment, Fang Hang felt that his body's attributes were almost at the end of his rope. It was sucked dry. Even the demonic seed origin energy in his sea of consciousness had been mostly consumed, and he could no longer force it out. Swoosh! The three-headed Hellhorn demon sensed that Fang Hang was nearby and quickly locked its aggro on Fang Hang. The few ecclesiastical Templars suddenly sensed something and turned their gazes to Fang Hang. That person. It seemed a little strange. The three-headed Hellhorn demon seemed to be very interested in him. However, the situation was urgent. The ecclesiastical Templar only took a few cursory glances and did not notice anything unusual about Fang Hang. Lindell Yuo and the others also noticed Fang Hang. They had never seen Fang Hang in such a miserable state before. Immediately, a few healing techniques landed on Fang Hang's body. They rushed over to help but were stopped by Fang Hang with a wave of his hand. Don't come over. A few of them were stunned, not knowing what Fang Hang was up to. You guys continue. Don't worry about me. Fang Hang gritted his teeth. It was already safe to come here. They were only one step away. Fang Hang propped himself up and slowly walked toward the teleportation channel. His body's attributes had been severely affected, and he even felt a little shaky when he walked for more than 10 steps. Step by step, he walked forward until he arrived at the teleportation array. It was enough. Quit the mission. Return to the Eternal Holy City. At the entrance of the teleportation magic array, the 2 guards of the Holy Court saw Fang Hang and couldn't help but reach out to hold him up. Suddenly, just as they were about to grab Fang Hang, they felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be something under Fang Hang's clothes. A living thing? Hey, you! The guards of the Holy Court stopped Fang Hang. Just as they were about to say something, they realized that the magic array of the teleportation channel in front of them had already begun to operate. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Fang Hang disappeared from the teleportation channel. Chapter 2094 Worms, Ding. The player's current mission emergency trial has not met the minimum requirements. The player has failed the trial mission. 100 Ecclesiastical Templars points and 1000 Ecclesiastical Templars experience points will be deducted. Ding. The sacrificial talisman of the demonic seed of jealousy belonging to the player has been detected to have left the locked area. The seed of jealousy will be triggered soon, which may lead to unknown consequences. Please be cautious, a game hint appeared. Fang Hang opened his eyes and realized that he had reappeared in the Eternal Holy City. Many players who had exited the trial early were still gathered in the central courtyard area, discussing in small groups the recent events that had unfolded. Those who stayed here were unlucky. They were seriously injured in the first wave of chaos and could not stay to continue fighting. Fang Hang gritted his teeth as sweat trickled down from his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Are you alright? The guard of the holy court saw that Feng Heng's face was pale, and even his steps were a little shaky. He could not help but frown. He turned to look at the two players beside him and ordered, "His condition is very bad. You two. Bring him to the rest area for treatment." Understood. The two players who had been called out approached Feng Heng, one on each side. They lifted Feng Heng and dragged him to the resting area beside the hall. The player saw Feng Heng's strange expression and asked curiously, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Did you just participate in the trial? What happened after that? It can't be that bad, right?" In the next moment, the situation suddenly changed. Feng Heng's upper body clothing was torn apart by something. Looking closely, red worms that were more than half a meter long were attached to Feng Heng's body, continuously sucking his blood. Perhaps it had consumed too much, causing the worm's body to be covered in a dark red layer. What the hell? The two players were shocked when they saw this. They screamed and retreated to the side, afraid that they would be touched by this terrifying worm-like creature. Their screams attracted the attention of the players and NPCs in the central courtyard, who all turned to look at Feng Heng. Feng Heng was immediately surrounded by a circle of players who were pointing at him. "Move aside. Let me pass." What's wrong with him? Several guards of the holy court also realized that the situation was not good and gathered around Feng Heng. Feng Heng gritted his teeth, kneeling on one knee, with one hand supporting his body to prevent himself from falling down, while the other hand tightly gripped one of the gluttony's touches adhered to his body. He pulled it away with sudden force. Hiss. The touch of gluttony was torn off his body along with a large piece of bloody skin. Pah! Feng Heng threw the touch of gluttony to the ground. Its huge mouth was still chewing on the remaining skin and flesh. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They could not help but look at Feng Heng with fear in their eyes. What the hell was that thing? Kai. However, the next moment, everyone was immediately attracted by the touch of gluttony that fell to the ground and made a sizzling sound. The touch of gluttony rolled violently on the ground, and black mist kept coming out of its body. Everyone could feel a dangerous power rapidly gathering on the worm's body. The guards of the holy court who had rushed over saw this and their expressions changed drastically. Be careful. The touch of gluttony had absorbed most of Feng Heng's power and the power of the demonic seed. This made the overall strength of the touch of glutton reach an extremely high level. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the size of the touch of gluttony had increased by nearly 10 times in front of everyone. It formed a giant worm body that was 6 to 7 meters long. The worm body was covered with tightly bound, black armored plates, with sharp needles protruding from the gaps between the plates. Its head was filled with sharp teeth, giving it a particularly sinister and menacing appearance. A large amount of black mist seeped out from the worm's body, and then a second, followed by a third worm appeared consecutively. The touch of gluttony that Feng Heng had thrown to the ground mutated one after another. The guard of the holy court realized the power contained in the fog and was shocked. He shouted, "Be careful. It's pollution. Retreat. Hurry up. Evacuate from the central courtyard immediately. Don't get close to the black fog." Many players did not know what pollution was. Seeing the NPCs guarding the holy court acting like they were facing a great enemy, they did not dare to approach them and quickly retreated. Holy shields were activated. The arriving priests began to purify the pollution in the central courtyard area that hadn't fully spread using the holy purification skill. Boom. The touch of gluttony revealed its bloodthirsty nature. After being stimulated by the holy power, it became even crazier. It kept twisting its body and wantonly launched attacks in the center of the holy court. An ecclesiastical Templar instructor from the Mission Commission area, upon hearing the commotion outside, came out to investigate the situation. Seeing the berserk touch of gluttony appearing in the central courtyard, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately helped the holy court team to control it. The ecclesiastical Templar instructor demanded sternly at the captain of the central courtyard, "What's going on?" "It's one of the trial participants. This strange worm-like creature attached itself to him just now, and then it came from the trial participant? Was it because he came into contact with it when he first entered the abyss of hell, and then accidentally brought it back here from the abyss? But why were these worm-like forms spreading the aura of the demonic seed? It was abnormal." The ecclesiastical Templar instructor asked with a frown, "Where's this trial participant?" "He is." As the guard captain spoke, he looked at the spot where Feng Heng had been and could not help but be stunned. He had disappeared? Feng Heng had already taken advantage of the chaos to arrive at the teleportation hall behind the Eternal Holy City. Along the way, under the astonished gazes of the players, Feng Heng tore off the touch of gluttony attached to his body one by one. The touch of gluttony that landed on the ground quickly entered its second phase. In an instant, it proliferated and entered the berserk mode. They were wantonly destroying the Eternal Holy City. The entrance to the teleportation hall behind them fell into chaos. After tearing off all the worms, Feng Heng looked at his body's attributes. All his attributes had been suppressed to below 20 points. The power of the demonic seed origin in his sea of consciousness could no longer be detected. It was almost time. Feng Heng focused on his next move. Tier 2 of the Seed of Gluttony had a qualitative change in strength after absorbing a large amount of the demonic seed's power. However, it was not enough for the current situation. Their movement speed was too slow, and their bodies were too heavy. Causing some turmoil within the Eternal Holy City was already their limit. Therefore, the most important thing was to rely on that. Feng Heng flicked his wrist. Runestone Sacrificial Rune of Jealousy. If an ordinary person accidentally used this thing, they would probably be tracked by the demonic seed of jealousy. However, if he destroyed this thing and the demonic seed of jealousy sensed it, jealousy would probably be even angrier. Chapter 2095 Locking on Swoosh. Feng Heng suddenly infused his mental strength into the runestone. Then he lifted the altar stone and fiercely smashed it towards the ground. Bang! The altar stone smashed onto the ground, shattering with a resounding crack. At the same time, in the myriad realms, a pair of dark purple eyes opened. Provocation, huh? The seed of jealousy immediately locked onto Feng Heng's location. Eternal Holy City. As the runestone shattered on the ground, Feng Heng immediately felt a force locking onto him. Then, there was a power that was secretly spying. Ding! You have been spied on by an unknown power. Ding! Being protected by the power of a holy weapon, the spying effect on you has been reduced. It was here. Feng Heng knew very well that he had been targeted by the demonic seed of jealousy. However, he still didn't know if he would be able to attract the demonic seed of jealousy. In any case, he had already done what he needed to do. Let's go all out. The next step was to try to escape from here. Ding! The player has caused chaos in the Eternal Holy City and has negatively affected the Holy Court. You have received 120,000 Undead Faction Reputation Points and 100,000 Undead Faction Honor Points, unable to accurately calculate before the event ends. The game will calculate the rewards every hour, eh? Feng Heng was a little surprised when he saw the game notification that suddenly appeared. This was actually considered part of the Undead and Holy Court battle mission? Great news. In the chaotic crowd, Feng Heng quickly glanced at the game notification and looked at the teleportation portal again. Even though the Eternal Holy City was in chaos, the guards of the Holy Court around the teleportation portal remained in place. Feng Heng's heart sank. He felt frustrated that he could not find a way to break through. He looked back at the central courtyard. The ecclesiastical Templar's instructor was powerful, and his strength would not weaken in the Eternal Holy City's environment. He had already suppressed more than a dozen Tier 2 touch of gluttony. The Holy Paladin guards have started ushering the players together, gradually restoring order. It seemed that the crisis was about to pass. Boom. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar resounded in everyone's eardrums. Everyone felt their hearts tighten, and an inexplicable fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, a line of game prompts appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! You have destroyed the Runestone Sacrificial Rune of Jealousy. You have been sensed by the demonic seed of jealousy. You are about to receive the highest level attack from the demonic seed of jealousy. Please be careful. Ding! The player is affected by an unknown effect in the current environment. Please be cautious. As the sound of thunder dissipated, at some point, a grey mist began to pervade the entire area of the Eternal Holy City domain. The ecclesiastical Templars instructors who were fighting the touch of gluttony in the central courtyard and the teleportation hall frowned and quickly realized something. Something was wrong. The few of them exchanged glances. It was the pollution of the demonic seed. With their abilities, it wasn't difficult for them to suppress a dozen touch of gluttony. However, it was obvious that the demonic seed pollution lingering in the hall did not come from the touch of gluttony. Instead, it came from an even more powerful force. Who was it? Where did he come from? Boom. Suddenly, another thunderclap resounded throughout the Eternal Holy City and dark clouds descended above the city. A pair of dark purple eyes were faintly discernible in the clouds. As a result, the lights in the Eternal Holy City flickered. Buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz. The sound of electric currents kept ringing in the hall. Bang. Bang bang bang. Almost instantly, all the teleportation passage magic arrays in the Eternal Holy City exploded. Not good. It was the demonic seed. The ecclesiastical Templars' expressions changed drastically. It was the demonic seed domain. Why did the demonic seed domain suddenly descend upon the Eternal Holy City? Why? Without a doubt, under the protection of the Eternal Holy City's holy might, it would be a thankless task for the demonic seed to start a guild here. The effect of the demonic seed domain would also be greatly weakened. But the demonic seed really did it. The dozen or so ecclesiastical Templars couldn't understand this no matter what. Now was not the time to think about this. Ordinary people gathered under such a high concentration of demonic seed aura would almost instantly become puppets of the demonic seed. Even players belonging to the Holy Court faction would be affected by pollution after prolonged exposure. Hurry up. Evacuate the crowd. Evacuate the crowd immediately. All holy paladins below the bestowed rank of God, immediately escort the trial participants out of the demonic seed domain. They could no longer afford to continue fighting the touch of gluttony. Evacuating the people and ensuring their safety was the most important thing at the moment. In addition, the ability of the touch of glutton would be greatly enhanced when the demonic seed of jealousy's aura was exposed. It became even more difficult to deal with. They couldn't stay here any longer. The statue. They could rely on the power of the Zeus statue to fight against it. As for the others, they were to retreat immediately. Becoming a puppet of the demonic seed would only make things worse. The dozen or so ecclesiastical Templars immediately made a decision. 2 instructors led the holy paladins to escort the players out of the area covered by the demonic seed domain, while the other 10 stayed behind to protect the eternal holy city and try to lure the remaining touch of gluttony to where Zeus' statue was. On the other side, the sudden eruption of immense chaos made the players gathered in the teleportation area feel like they were going crazy. What was going on? The players didn't know what was happening, but they felt as if the city had descended into chaos. It was as if the apocalypse was approaching. Should they stay or run? Running away seemed to be a bit of a loss. Should they stay? It was obvious that something had happened in Eternal Holy City. Perhaps a special mission would be triggered soon. Perhaps they could earn some mission rewards if they stayed. However, was the intensity of this mission something that they could handle? Without the crucial information, most of the players had yet to figure out the situation. Many of the timid players had already decided to run away. They immediately used the Ecclesiastical Templar's trial imprint to escape. Why was it not effective? The players' expressions changed. They immediately felt that they had encountered a big problem. Lowering their heads to take a closer look, they saw that the dark golden Ecclesiastical Templar's trial imprint on their wrists had unknowingly been covered with a layer of faint gray mist. What the hell was that? The players were shocked and even tried to wipe it. The mist seemed to be attached to the trial participant's imprint, and there was no way to wipe it off. For a moment, the players were bewildered. It was over. The ability to leave the Eternal Holy City was sealed. Even if they wanted to run now, it was too late. A moment later, a game notification appeared in the vision of every player in the Eternal Holy City. Ding! The player has triggered a special mission. Evacuate the Eternal Holy City. Mission title: Evacuate the Eternal Holy City. Mission difficulty: Mission description: The Eternal Holy City is facing a great crisis. An unknown domain ability has enveloped the sky above the Eternal Holy City. You may not be able to play a positive role in the crisis. Instead, you will become a puppet of the monsters. Please immediately follow the Guardian team and leave the unknown domain. Of course, if you have absolute confidence in your strength. Mission requirement: withdraw from the unknown territory or assist the Ecclesiastical Templars in protecting the Eternal Holy City. Mission hint: in the current special environment, master level and below spatial element skills of players are ineffective and teleportation passages are disabled. It is advised that players below master level in sacred study choose to evacuate. Chapter 2096 On the Run. Seeing the mission hint, the players immediately understood. Well, that's something. The Holy Court's hometown had been overturned by someone. No matter what the cause was, this mission was no longer something they could handle. The entry requirement for the side mission to protect the Eternal Holy City was master-level sacred study. In fact, the current situation was no longer a problem of whether or not they could complete the mission. It was a matter of preserving their lives. They need to quickly find the guards of the Holy Court and escape together. Feng Heng also saw the game hint, and his face immediately revealed a bit of joy. As expected, the Eternal Holy City still had other escape routes. Ordinary holy paladins would definitely not be able to withstand the high-intensity pollution of the demonic seed of jealousy, so there was a high chance that they would choose to retreat. Under the effect of the seed of jealousy's special pollution domain, all the teleportation channels would also fail. His chance had come. Amidst the chaos, Feng Heng quickly found one of the Ecclesiastical Templars who was leading the retreat and followed him out of the Eternal Holy City. The gate leading to the exit of the Eternal Holy City was urgently opened. For the first time, Feng Heng saw the situation outside the Eternal Holy City. At this moment, the entire sky was covered in a thick layer of clouds. The power belonging to the seed of jealousy surged and gathered in the clouds. From the outside, the Eternal Holy City was a huge enclosed castle built in the middle of the city. Under the influence of the seed of jealousy, the entire outer city, including the Eternal Holy City fortress, was rapidly transforming. The people living in the city outside the Eternal Holy City fortress were all firm believers of the Holy Court, so they could still maintain stability for a short time. However, as the pollution rapidly expanded, the people began to be corroded by the power of the pollution. The corruption of the demon. The believers of the Holy Court were gradually corrupted and turned into monsters. They all gathered towards Feng Heng. Follow me. The exit is not far away. The support team is already outside. Let's evacuate the contaminated area together. The ecclesiastical Templar's instructor did not know that the festered creatures that were coming from all directions were only targeting Feng Heng. Seeing this, he did not hesitate and immediately led the team behind him to charge out. The ecclesiastical Templar's instructor and a few experienced ecclesiastical Templars guard captains knew very well that they were facing the demonic seeds pollution. They couldn't retreat. The more they retreated, the more corrupted creatures of the demonic seed emerged from all around. They were increasingly sinking into the quagmire. As time passed, even their teammates would gradually be affected by the seed of jealousy and become puppets of the demonic seed. Therefore, they could only sprint forward. They had to rush out in the shortest time possible and escape the range of the pollution as soon as possible to seek a chance of survival. Seeing that the ecclesiastical Templars were going all out, the players also realized that the situation was urgent. Their eyes were bloodshot from killing, and they threw the high-level tools that they were reluctant to use in the past forward without any regard for their lives. They also poured high-level potions into their mouths as if they were free. It was really strange. The Eternal Holy City had been calm and peaceful just a moment ago. Why did they suddenly start fleeing from it after 5 minutes? The players couldn't figure it out and didn't have the time to think about it. Feng Heng followed at the back of the team. Most of the time, he was just fooling around. From time to time, he would throw a few skills forward, secretly praying that his teammates would give him more strength. Under such circumstances, if he went out and showed himself, other players might discover that something was wrong and it would be troublesome. In addition, he had just been half crippled by the touch of gluttony. His current state was terrible. His basic attributes were already in the single digits, and his combat power was almost non-existent. Soon. The support team is just ahead. I will create space for you. You guys rush out. Feng Heng immediately looked ahead when he heard the shouts. The Eternal Holy City was the headquarters of the Holy Court in the advanced game world. The good news was that after discovering that something was wrong with the Eternal Holy City, a large number of support teams inside and outside the city were immediately formed and came to the rescue within a few minutes. The rescue team cleared the festered monsters in the outer area of the city and gradually went deeper, trying to rescue the trapped Holy Court team. In fact, the teams that had escaped from the Eternal Holy City were divided into several groups. The other festered monsters they encountered along the way were not as many as Feng Heng, and many of them had already escaped. However, Feng Heng was attacked by the festered creatures the most. It was a vast expanse. Even when the reinforcements saw Feng Heng's team, they were still unable to rush over to help. They were still clearing the festered monsters they encountered along the way. Both sides could clearly see each other, but they were separated by a group of festering demons in the middle. Move out. Millet, the ecclesiastical Templar's army officer, shouted and led the holy paladins to charge at the festered creatures ahead. In the blink of an eye, Malurth and more than 10 elite guards of the Holy Court plunged deep into the midst of the corrupted creatures, unleashing wide-range area of effect skills together. Dark golden light kept exploding among the festered monsters. Millet's plan was simple. He would use a large-scale attack skill to attract the aggro of the surrounding festered creatures, giving the players behind them space to escape. However, the result shocked them. Indeed, a small number of festered monsters were attracted to them. But the remaining festered monsters were still swarming towards the players behind them. The player team panicked. Oh no! Without the protection of the ecclesiastical Templar's army officers, their strength had been greatly reduced, and the situation had become precarious. Feng Heng blended in with the crowd and narrowed his eyes. The situation was not good. Everyone, we can only rely on ourselves now. Let's charge over together. There's hope if we rush over. Amid this desperate fight, a player shouted in the crowd, "Go! Charge over!" Everyone knew that this was their last chance. Reinforcements were at the rear. As long as they could meet up with them. Go! The players shouted and focused their attacks on a single point. Together, they tried their best to break through. Large groups of festered monsters were gathering in front of them. Everyone only felt that the demons in front of them could not be killed no matter what. Soon, the team's momentum was halted. The players' mental strength was about to be exhausted, and the cooldowns of each skill had also been completed. They were about to be surrounded and devoured by the demons. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! What the hell was that? All of a sudden, the players realized that streaks of light had flashed past them. Boom! 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 The holy light bombarded the monsters in front of them, causing a large area of explosion. The explosion created an opening among the festered monsters that were about to gather. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and turned around to look. A dark golden book of oaths floated in front of Feng Heng. Streams of light continuously shot out from the Book of Oaths. Chapter 2097 Misjudgment. Boom. Boom boom boom. Under the continuous bombardment, the congested mass of corrupted monsters ahead was blasted open, creating a gap. Everyone looked at Feng Heng with surprise in their eyes. They had misjudged him. They thought that this person was just fooling around in the team just now. They did not expect him to have such strength. Now. Hurry up and leave. The players immediately snapped back to their senses and ran towards the breach created by the Book of Oaths. Feng Heng glanced at the Book of Oaths' remaining energy and continued to control it while running away with the team. Most of the time, he would continue to fool around. If he really couldn't do it, he would use the Book of Oaths to forcefully blast open a gap. After stumbling along the way, the team finally managed to meet up with the reinforcements from the Holy Court before the Book of Oaths ran out of energy. Let's go. Follow me. I will bring you out of here. Under the escort of the support team, everyone quickly retreated from the area enveloped by the demonic seed of jealousy. As soon as he left the area shrouded in dark clouds, Feng Heng immediately felt his body relax. Feng Heng looked up at the sky again. Hiding in the clouds, the pair of purple eyes that had been staring at him gradually disappeared into the clouds. Soon, the thick shadow clouds in the sky began to gradually converge towards the center and slowly disperse. The players had just experienced a life and death battle and almost lost their lives. At this moment, they were all sitting on the ground unsteadily. Looking at the dark cloud domain that was gradually fading above them, the players could not help but have the urge to curse. What was the meaning of this? It was not easy for them to escape, but the black fog was already beginning to disperse. Was it deliberately chasing after them? Ding! The player has successfully escaped from the Seed of Jealousy's domain, finally. Feng Heng finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the game notification. He sat on the ground like the other players and panted heavily. The decrease in various attributes was also a huge drain on one's stamina. However, now was not the time to rest. He had to find a way to leave this place while he could. When the Seed of Jealousy's domain completely dissipated and the chaos in the Eternal Holy City ended, the Holy Court would definitely conduct a detailed investigation into the matter. If he was not careful, he would be investigated. He had to run. Brother, thank you for what you did just now. If you weren't here, we would all be finished. Feng Heng turned around and saw the leader of a player team walking over and nodding at him in gratitude. You are welcome. Let's help each other. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get out alone. Feng Heng nodded in response. At the same time, he forced his tired body to stand up again and quickly looked around. Even though he had already left the Eternal Holy City, the Ecclesiastical Templar's trial imprint on his hand was still unusable. He could not use it to leave the Eternal Holy City for the time being. At this moment, the Holy Court outside had already begun their next step. The army commander left a portion of his men behind to take care of the wounded to prevent any possible corruption. At the same time, he formed another elite team to enter the domain where the demonic seed had not yet dispersed to investigate and try to contact the team in the Eternal Holy City. Under the watchful eyes of many players, Feng Heng walked towards a Holy Paladin captain who was responsible for maintaining order not far away. Captain Jess. Feng Heng looked at the Holy Paladin captain and asked, My Ecclesiastical Templar's trial imprint has lost its effectiveness. However, I wish to leave the Eternal Holy City and return now. Is there any way you can help me? The Holy Paladin team captain was surprised to hear this and looked at Feng Heng a few more times. Now? Is it that urgent? Feng Heng's brows were tightly knitted together. Then, he revealed a solemn expression and nodded, saying, I am sorry, sir. I have a very uneasy feeling, so I want to evacuate and leave this place immediately. I am sorry for troubling you. The Holy Paladin squad leader looked at Feng Heng and frowned, then he asked, Uneasy? I have a natural ability to sense danger. There might be danger here, so I want to leave as soon as possible. When the surrounding players heard this, they immediately reacted. Their expressions changed slightly, and many of them even stood up. An uneasy feeling? Was it an innate ability? This was already a clear indication. It was an innate ability. It was his innate ability to predict danger. It meant that the danger had not receded. Who knows, that damn pollution might come back again. In addition, Feng Heng used the Book of Oaths to defeat the monsters and help them get out of the domain. The players had an inexplicable sense of trust in Feng Heng. Sir, I am sorry. I have something urgent to attend to as well. I need to leave the Eternal Holy City as soon as possible. As more and more players anxiously requested to leave, uneasiness gradually spread in the team. The remaining players, although unsure of what was happening, felt that something was amiss seeing so many others planning to leave. They sensed staying behind might be dangerous, so they raised their hands to indicate they also wanted to leave. The Holy Paladin team captain was a little hesitant at first. When he saw so many Inhumans arguing about leaving, he thought about it and nodded, saying, "All right, I need to report to the army commander." Soon, the team captain returned after reporting to the commander, "If you need to leave immediately, please go through the baptism of the holy purification spell to confirm that you have not been contaminated by the demonic seed. After that, we will lead you to the teleportation area." In addition, the Eternal Holy City can reach a large number of worlds through teleportation channels. However, some worlds that the Holy Court does not influence are temporarily unable to complete teleportation. Feng Heng was delighted when he heard that. The so-called baptism was just a superficial way to identify whether he had been contaminated by the demonic seed. It had no effect on him. He could finally leave this damned place. The demonic seed of jealousy enveloped the Eternal Holy City. Relying on the sacred domain released by the central statue, the dozen or so ecclesiastical Templars resisted the oncoming demonic seed domain. Light and darkness intertwined in the temple. In its berserk state, the second stage of the touch of gluttony's body became twisted and distorted. Black mist surrounded its body, and it crashed into the sacred domain again and again, only to be blasted back again and again. Finally, as the demonic seed domain gradually faded, the impact of the second stage of the touch of glutton was greatly weakened. The instructors of the ecclesiastical Templars looked at each other and then attacked together, instantly killing the remaining touch of gluttony. Following that, everyone felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Under the attack of the demonic seed of jealousy, more than half of the Eternal Holy City was destroyed, and a large number of Holy Court believers were corrupted by the demonic seed. Fortunately, the statue of Zeus was not affected by the battle. But the demonic seed. The appearance of the demonic seed was like a dark cloud that shrouded the hearts of everyone in the Holy Court. Chapter 2098 Return. The incident is very strange. We need to report it to the Holy Realm immediately. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. One of the ecclesiastical Templars' instructors said as he thought of something, "I remember there was an Inhuman just now." Traces of the demonic seed appeared on his body. He might be related to this. Alright, immediately find him and ask him. At this moment, Feng Heng had already entered the intermediate game world, Dream Capital, one step ahead of time. It was a modern city where many believers gathered. Among all the intermediate game worlds, Dream Capital was considered one of the low-tier ones. What is it? Do you need to use the channel to teleport? To Dongcha? That's not a good place. You know that the Holy Court and the undead are at war there. Of course, the customer is God, so it's not impossible. It's just that you need to add a little. Ah, of course. We will provide the best service for our exclusive customers. After Feng Heng placed 10 universe crystals on the table, the counter staff immediately revealed a gentle expression, even a hint of flattery. Please follow me. You are the top VIP of our Starfish Company's VIP Black Pearl card. You can enjoy the best service here. The teleportation will be ready in 30 minutes. By the way, do you need Coke? An hour later. After a few twists and turns, Feng Heng returned to Puno's. After he was safe for the time being, Feng Heng thought of going to Teacher Ghoul Wo's place to receive the mission reward first. Then, he would go to the undead camp in exchange for the reward. After working so hard for so long, it was time to relax and settle the score. He had earned quite a lot of King of Gods points. Other than making up for all the debts he owed, he still had a lot of surplus. The zombie clone enhancement plan could finally be upgraded. The Tower of Bones. Feng Heng was led to the top floor of the Tower of Bones by 2 necromancy attendants. Feng Heng, you are here. In the room, Teacher Ghoul Wo looked at Feng Heng with a smile. He had been waiting for Feng Heng. Just now, he received another piece of good news. The Eternal Holy City of the Holy Court had suffered heavy losses from an unknown enemy. Because he was the one who issued the mission, he knew that all of this was done by Feng Heng. To be able to give the Holy Court another head-on blow under the pursuit of the Holy Court's holy realm. What could be more wonderful than this? This made Teacher Ghoul Wo happy for the entire morning. There was a successor to necromancy. In fact, because of Feng Heng, Teacher Ghoul Wo was in a good mood recently. Feng Heng had done an outstanding job. It was far beyond his imagination. Feng Heng, well done. I am very satisfied with you. Sometimes, I wonder if I am dreaming, said Teacher Ghoul Wo as he patted Feng Heng's shoulder. Alright, now it's my turn to cash in the reward. As he spoke, Teacher Ghoul Wo reached out and gently pressed Feng Heng's forehead. The game prompt appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding! The player has received Teacher Ghoul Wo's reward. Ding! The player's current advanced necromancy has advanced to Grandmaster level necromancy, level 1, skill, Grandmaster level necromancy. Skill description: through this skill, the player can use most of the items related to the study of necromancy and obtain additional buffs. When using the study of necromancy, the player will obtain an additional 30% increase in skill effects. Skill description: Every time the skill level is increased, the player's basic willpower will be increased by 7 points. The player's lifespan will be extended and the strength of the player's soul will be increased. Skill description: this skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 50. Description: Death's Follower. You are gradually drifting away from the path of exploring the soul and death. Unknowingly, you have already obtained the qualifications to teach a disciple. However, you know that this is far from the end. The player can use skill experience points to teach any character basic necromancy. Feng Heng gently closed his eyes and felt the changes brought about by the Grandmaster level necromancy. Willpower. Necromancy was different from other skills. After leveling up, it only increased one attribute, willpower. Based on the information that the players had gathered, willpower was related to a player's resistance, and it was also related to his ability to recover from mental attacks. Teacher Guo nodded and said, I heard Gu Kingzu mention that you have been lacking in King of Gods points recently. Therefore, I will do my best to use King of Gods points as a reward for your additional reward. Ding. The player's mission reduced Shibaria's total completion rate, 3,577%. Ding. As the player has completed the mission, the player has received an additional 2,577,000 King of Gods points. So many. Feng Heng was shocked. Unexpectedly, he had received an additional 2,570,000 King of Gods points from Teacher Guo just by completing the mission. It helped to resolve the urgent situation. Teacher Guo was still a good person. He would reward him for the work he did for him without any hesitation. Feng Heng immediately nodded and thanked him. Thank you, teacher. You are welcome. You deserve it. The more Guo looked at Feng Heng, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. However, I still have to remind you that the pursuit of the Holy Realm will not stop. Next time, you have to be prepared to fight with the Holy Court. I understand, teacher. Be careful, but you have to remember that we undead aren't to be bullied. If there's a chance, find a way to retaliate against the Holy Court. Guo snorted and said disdainfully, don't be afraid of getting into trouble. If you encounter any big trouble that you can't solve, the undead faction will clean up your mess. When the time comes, you can run to the territory of the undead faction. We will take care of it for you. Feng Heng nodded and said, I understand, teacher. Alright. What's your next step? Feng Heng paused for a while, shook his head and replied, I don't have a plan yet. Indeed, he didn't have any plans. If he had to say it, he would probably think of a way to get rid of the pursuit of the Holy Court and the trouble of the demonic seed. Teacher Guo thought that Feng Heng would say that he would continue to advance in the study of necromancy. When he heard Feng Heng say that he had no plans, he could not help but sigh. Yes, there's no rush. We have more time than ordinary people to find the way. Moreover, you have already surpassed ordinary people by too much. Teacher Guo nodded and said, the advancement to demigod level in necromancy is extremely difficult. It's also very difficult to find an opportunity in a short time. It does take some time to break through with the help of external forces. When you have made arrangements, you are welcome to come and talk to me anytime. Alright, teacher. I understand. Feng Heng nodded in response. Right now, he was busy dealing with the Holy Court, so he didn't need to level up his necromancy skill. Moreover, he really couldn't spare the time to do leveling missions. After receiving the reward, Feng Heng bid farewell to his mentor and hurried back to the zombie apocalypse to begin the second phase of the zombie clone upgrade. With the surplus points in his hands, he was naturally prepared to go back and spend a wave of it. He had to increase the combat strength of his zombie clones first. Chapter 2099 Calculating. Ding. The player has entered the zombie apocalypse game world. Ding. The player has crossed world boundaries. The tracking team sent by the Holy Realm will try to lock onto your location again after 8.5 plus 14 hours. Additional increase due to holy weapon skills. Ding. The current game world is a protected game world. Before the player grants permission, foreign world boundaries cannot invade this world position. Returning to the zombie apocalypse, Feng Heng looked at the game hint that refreshed on his retina and heaved a sigh of relief. The zombie apocalypse was still better. During the novice protection period, he would not be attacked by external attacks. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort to get it. Finally, he didn't have to worry about the Holy Court's pursuit and could take a good rest. Let's go and see Caillou Yaokang first. Feng Heng went to the underground research room of the Prison Research Institute. Caillou Yaokang was still doing his research. When he saw Feng Heng coming to the research institute again, he didn't even raise his head. He asked, so? Where did you go to plunder again? Have you gathered all the zombie modification points? Look at what you are saying. It's not a plunder. There are some gains, but it's still far from enough. Feng Heng sighed in his heart. Although the zombie clone could transform into many different forms, it would still cost a lot of points to modify all of them. The 2 million plus points that he had just received was not enough. You really got it? Yu Kang stopped his research and adjusted his glasses. He looked at Feng Heng and asked, how much is it? Feng Heng made an estimate. He had just received 2.7 million points from Teacher Guo. He estimated that if he added in the honor points from the undead faction, he could also exchange them for King of Gods points. If he added all of them together, he would probably have more than 5 million. Maybe about 4 to 5 million. The war between the undead faction and the Holy Court faction had not ended yet. The shady lines were still affecting him. As long as the war did not end, he could continue to cause trouble for the Holy Court and continue to obtain faction honor points. Feng Heng suddenly realized that the quickest way to collect some points was to make things difficult for the Holy Court. While weakening the Holy Court, he could also earn honor points to exchange for the King of Gods points to enhance the zombie clones. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's still too little. Yu Kang shook his head and continued, the points are enough to complete the transformation of the liquor and divine body. A large portion of the fusion tyrant forms is also modified. However, the higher level crystallized form and the original devouring body modification. The cost of these 2 modifications is higher. Yes. Feng Heng nodded. The liquor and divine body were permanently solidified and modified to increase the overall combat ability of the zombie team. The fusion tyrant form was also very practical. Next was the targeted modification. The crystallized form and the original devouring body were the 2 most effective types of modified bodies. The crystallized form could cause parts of the living body to crystallize and increase their attack power. In addition, various parts of the body could also explode in the form of crystallization, causing high-range damage. Combined with the undying body's broken limb recovery effect, it was very good. As for the original devouring body, it was a level higher than the crystallized form. The black original devouring body virus attached to the body can significantly enhance attack and defense abilities, and it even granted a terrifying ability for resurrection from ashes after death. It completely formed an existence that could not be killed. It was simply a bug. Alright, let's get ready to begin. Are there any technical difficulties? The modification techniques for the liquor and vine body are already mature, and there are no problems. The fusion tyrant form has also been tested for some time, and the success rate is about 80%. As for the energy, points, and time required to modify the crystallized body and the original devouring body, the success rate will be relatively low at the beginning. It will be adjusted and improved in the subsequent modification process. Then let's start with the liquor and divine body first. The fusion tyrant form also requires most of the modifications to be completed. I will try to create a small portion of the crystallized body and the original devouring body first. Let's start as soon as possible. Yes, I will arrange it. Yu Kang said as he called his assistant to arrange for the modification of the laboratory. Oh right, I heard that you opened the teleportation portal of the vampires last time. Dr. Ding Minutes issued a combat report and asked me to pass it on to you when I have the opportunity. It can improve your zombie combat method. Also, after obtaining a small portion of the beam weapons last time, the research and development of the related weapons have been handed over to Dr. Ding Minutes. Yu Kang spread his hands and said, in terms of weapon research alone, Dr. Ding Minutes' research and development ability is not inferior to mine. It just so happens that I don't have much time, so I will leave this aspect to her for the time being. So powerful. Feng Heng took the thick report from Yu Kang. It was quite heavy. The modification laboratory has been arranged. Let's go and take a look. Feng Heng and Yu Kang discussed the next step of the transformation plan for the modified body for a while, and then both of them went to the secret laboratory on the 3rd floor of the prison. In the laboratory, rows of large petri dishes were placed against the walls. Yu Kang glanced at the data on the control panel and nodded, saying, if the points are ready, we will start the first batch of modifications. Once we are done, we will immediately enter the solidification mode. Come, I am ready. Ding, the player has entered the game world of Chiburia. Ding, the player has crossed worlds. The tracking team sent by the Holy Realm will try to lock onto your location again after 8.5 plus 14 hours. Additional increase due to holy weapon skills, through the portal set up during the zombie apocalypse. Feng Heng once again returned to the game world of Chiburia. Brother Feng. Inside the Mork Temple, Jiziobo saw Feng Heng walk out of the portal, and his eyes lit up with joy. He quickly walked up to him and said, I heard that the eternal holy city of the Holy Court was attacked again. It was you, right? Feng Heng thought to himself, how can you see through this? He clearly did not use any of his undead abilities during the incident. He even used a holy artifact to hide his identity. I knew it. Only you, Brother Feng, could make the Holy Court look so embarrassed. Jiziobo saw Feng Heng's expression and knew that he had guessed correctly. He wiped his nose with his finger smugly and said, What eternal holy city? Didn't we necromancers turn the place upside down? Unfortunately, if I had known earlier, Brother Fang, you would have brought our necromancy flag and planted it on their graves. Ahem, that's enough. Fang Heng cleared his throat, stopping Jiziobo's wild thoughts. He was still being hunted down by the Holy Realm. Why did Jiziobo sound like he could crush the Holy Court? Fang Heng asked, how was the situation in the 2 days I was away? Chapter 2100. Go for it. Yes. Jiziobo's expression turned serious. He nodded and explained, the Holy Court should have discovered that Mork Temple is connected to the Shady Line Rift. They have already started to attack us. With Lord Donnie and Senior Sister Kingren's help, we can hold on for now. Jiziobo explained the situation. Right now, the Holy Court and the undead were once again engaged in a direct battle. Lord Donnie had already led the undead camp into the last super large-scale city in the heart of the Brighton Empire controlled by the Holy Court. The support from the undead and the Holy Court also arrived at the outskirts of the main city. However, they encountered a huge problem at the last step and were unable to attack the main city. The battle between both sides in Chiburia entered a new round of intense heat. Perhaps because the Holy Court was still dealing with the trouble of the Shady Line in Dunch's game world, they could not spare too much power to support Chiburia, causing the scales of victory to tilt towards the undead. The Holy Court had started to avoid direct attacks. On one hand, they were defending the last city and putting up a defense. On the other hand, they had sent out elite teams to attack Mork Temple directly. They used all kinds of methods in hopes of solving the Shady Line Rift. Lord Donnie and Lee Kingren also realized the importance of Mork Temple in this war, so they sent extra people to guard Mork Temple. The two sides could be considered to have a battle of wits and courage. Brother Fang, it's good that you are back. Lord Donnie already has a huge advantage in the front. It's said that they have already started besieging the last main city of the Holy Court. Jiziobo waved his fists in excitement and said, we are just waiting for you to come back, Brother Fang. Then we will go over and take them down. Chase the Holy Court away from the game world of Chiburia and completely win this small-scale battle. A push tactic? Really? It seemed like. It didn't seem impossible. Fang Heng listened to Jiziobo's description and was tempted. It was a pity. He had already been locked onto by the pursuers from the Holy Realm. Otherwise, he would have stayed behind to fight for another wave of King of God's points. Wait a minute. Perhaps it was not impossible? After all, there was still some time before the Holy Realm caught up. He would earn another sum. One last round. Leave after fishing. At least, Chiburia's Holy Court didn't know that he had returned. He could use the power of the zombie clones to open the portal and directly rush over. If he couldn't win, he would activate the ultimate skill, Everlasting Moon, and then run away. Of course, there was still a huge risk in doing so. Once he was discovered by the Holy Court, the Holy Realm's pursuers might arrive in advance. In short, risks and benefits coexisted. At least it wasn't a loss. Fang Heng lowered his head and estimated for a moment before nodding. He said, help me contact Lord Donnie later. I have to discuss it with her. Oh right, keep this a secret. Don't leak it out in advance. Alright, I understand. Jiziobo was extremely excited and knocked on his chest, leave it to me. Yes. As Fang Heng thought about it, he decided to control the zombie horde that was still entrenched in the game world of Chiburia to gather and slowly spread toward the depths of the Brighton Empire. At the same time, Fang Heng transformed into his bat form and quickly rushed towards the front line of the undead camp. The ordinary mutated infected zombie clones moved too slowly, so they slowly approached the war zone. As for what to do next, he would wait until he saw Lord Donnie. 3 hours later, Fang Heng finally arrived at the frontline camp. As Lord Donnie had been suppressing the Holy Court all the way, she had already pushed the frontline camp to the final hinterland of the Brighton Empire, so she had spent more time than before. Fang Heng first went to find the camp's quartermaster and exchanged all his King of God's points. The camp's quartermaster examined Fang Heng from head to toe, his eyes revealing a respectful expression. Thank you for your contribution to the undead camp. May death be eternal. Ding, the player has redeemed the remaining honor points. The player has obtained a total of 1,778,000 King of God's points, not bad. Fang Heng looked at the game bar and nodded in satisfaction. He had obtained a total of 1,770,000 King of God's points, which was much higher than he had expected. At present, Lord Donnie had already led the undead camp team to fight the Holy Court more than 10 kilometers away. Therefore, there were not many players in the camp, so no one noticed that Fang Heng had returned. Fang Heng was not in a hurry. He stayed at the quartermaster's office and roughly checked the missions that could be received at the moment. The various enemy missions issued by the faction were endless. There were even SSS-level missions. The reward was not bad. Perhaps he could take 2? Fang Heng rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought for a moment before choosing to accept one of the high-level missions. The quartermaster looked deeply at Fang Heng and nodded. Death's follower, you have accepted a very difficult mission. But I have a feeling that perhaps only you can complete this mission. I wish you good luck. Fang Heng waved his hand. Thank you. Ding. The player has accepted the mission Destroy the Holy Court. Mission title, Defeat the Holy Court. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, the Holy Court suffered a great defeat in the game world of Chiburia. They have retreated to the last main city of the Brighton Empire. However, the Holy Court has not given up. They are still deploying a large number of troops and building a teleportation channel in the main city. When the Holy Court solved the problem that Dongcha had encountered and took action, the game world of Chiburia would welcome a full counterattack. Now was the best time to get rid of the Holy Court. Mission requirement, defeat the Holy Court faction in the game world of Chiburia within 7 days. Mission reward, a large amount of undead faction contribution points, honor points, and reputation points. Failure penalty, if the completion rate of the mission is less than 50%, there will be an additional mission penalty. 2 days later, at the front line of the Holy Court, after a few consecutive battles, coupled with the harassment of a large number of undead creatures and the pursuit of Lord Donnie, the Holy Court's team had already curled up in the rear of the Brighton Empire. As Dongcha was currently suffering from the invasion of the Shady Line, as well as the harassment of the Holy Court by the undead camp in some of the worlds in conflict, the Holy Court could not spare much help. The Holy Court simply relied on the final natural barrier, the Chinoa Swamp, to resist the onslaught of the undead faction. On the other hand, the Holy Court had also gradually realized the importance of Mork Temple and wanted to destroy it completely. However, the Holy Court had limited teleportation channels in Chiburia. In addition, the Shady Line at Dongcha's side was in an extremely critical situation. They could only send reinforcements to stabilize the situation in Chiburia's game and adopt a delaying tactic. Chapter 2101 Fog Commander GRG was prepared to delay until the Shady Line of Dongcha world gradually stabilized, and a large number of reinforcement teams entered Chiburia before launching a full-scale counterattack. Of course, even though this was the general direction of the plan, the harassment and surprise attacks on Mork Temple had never stopped. Just in case. At the same time, the undead camp was also in trouble. The player team was blocked at the periphery of the Chinoa Swamp area, unable to launch an effective attack on the last major city occupied by the Holy Court. High up in the sky, a bat slowly landed and entered the misty forest area. The misty forest was covered in a thin layer of fog all year round, hence its name. The fog was not thick, but it was slightly poisonous. Deep into the misty forest, they would encounter a swamp area. The Chinoa Swamp. The main city of the Brighton Empire, Glory City, was built in the central area surrounded by the Chinoa Swamp. It was said that the Brighton Empire had accidentally come here after their defeat. They built their home here to avoid the disputes of the outside world. It was only after the war ended that they left the swamp area to explore. Relying on the strength that they had preserved during the chaotic war, the Brighton Empire gradually harvested the weak small countries and slowly expanded to its current size. In the past, all the passages to and from Glory City had been through teleportation magic rays. Due to the chaos, the magic rays outside had been completely shut down. All the passages leading to Glory City had been sealed, and the entire Brighton Empire had completely retreated. At this moment, a large number of undead faction players were gathered at the entrance of the forest. After a few days of continuous battles, the players were already a little tired. The issue was that they could not find a way to break out of this situation. But today was different. The undead faction had suddenly gathered on a large scale today. It seemed like they were preparing to launch a full-scale attack. Hopefully, it would be effective. The players looked at the swamp ahead and sighed. Previously, the player team had tried many ways to cross the swamp, for example, pumping water, changing the terrain, and so on. Unfortunately, the effects were rather ordinary. Apart from the swamp sludge monsters that were extremely difficult to deal with, the Holy Court was not to be trifled with either. They had already set up layers of defense on the other side of the swamp area. They would even send out teams to harass the undead camp when they noticed that they were trying to cross the swamp. They had tried countless times in the past 2 days, but all of them had failed. However, the players looked at the undead faction from time to time. Lord Donnie looked very confident. How was she going to cross the swamp? Just as the players were puzzled, the team behind them sent an order. Switch to defensive mode and be cautious of the Holy Court voluntarily abandoning the attack. Defend? What did that mean? The players were confused. The Holy Court had already been beaten to the point of hiding on the other side of the swamp. They still had the strength to attack them. Was this a joke? They were eager for the Holy Court to take the initiative to come out. The team mission had been issued, and the undead faction NPCs were all on standby. The players were temporarily at ease and prepared to see what would happen next. At the rear of the guild command post, everyone looked at Lord Donnie. They knew that there would be an operation today. Lord Donnie would bring everyone to try to break through the swamp area again. However, they did not know the details of the operation. Lord Donnie's expression was calm. She raised her head and swept her gaze across the swamp area in the distance. The undead camp had been defeated in the swamp several times. But this time, she was very confident that Feng Heng would assist them in breaking through the swamp area. The Holy Court was currently pursuing Feng Heng, so the news of Feng Heng's arrival had not been leaked out, and only she knew about it. One of the guild leaders coughed lightly and asked, "Lord Donnie, when can we start the plan? I don't mean to rush you, but the team members can't take it anymore. If we continue to wait like this, I am afraid we won't be able to maintain our combat strength." The guild leaders present could still wait, but the players could not afford to wait. Most players were impatient. There was clearly no danger, but they were still on high alert. As time went by, it was naturally difficult to maintain their vigilance. It was still good to be distracted and chat for a while. Who knows, they might start organizing a small auction on the spot later on. As he was speaking, a player rushed in and reporting. A large number of undead creatures have been detected in the right area. They are gathering in the swamp area. When everyone heard this, their expressions immediately became excited. Zombie horde. Back when Feng Heng launched a general attack on the game world of Chiburia, he had left behind many ordinary mutated infected zombies here. These creatures were wandering nearby. No one had dared to go near them for the past few days. Now, the zombie team was making a move. Could that person have returned? Wasn't the Holy Realm pursuing him? Everyone's expressions turned solemn as they thought of something. They turned to look at Lord Donnie. Lord Donnie looked up into the sky and nodded. Yes, he has already arrived. He? Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they could not help but raise their heads to look up. Who was he? Feng Heng? Another player hurried over and reporting. The zombies have entered the swamp. Yes. All armies, stay alert. Don't move. Understood. When the players heard this, they couldn't help but start discussing it softly. So it was still World Lord Feng Heng who joined this battle? Was he planning to cross the swamp with the help of the zombie crowd? About 2 days ago, a group of zombies also staggered into the swamp. But the effect was limited. The zombies staggered into the swamp and were soon attacked by the swamp monsters lurking in the swamp. Eventually, they were completely swallowed by the swamp. There was almost no effect. Only with the cooperation of the players could they deal with a few swamp monsters. As for crossing the swamp, there was no need to think about it. What was going on today? Were they going to rely on the zombie crowd? Everyone was whispering when the vice president of Eternal Spirit Guild walked in from outside. He nodded at Lord Donnie and said, "Lord Donnie, the materials and catapults have been escorted. They are already piled up at the designated assembly location." Materials? The players looked at each other. Indeed, since 2 days ago, the undead camp had been secretly planning to send a batch of special materials. It was said that it was prepared for today's general attack. The most eye-catching one was the catapult. The simple mechanical structure of the catapult could cause quite a bit of damage. However, it was not enough to deal with the large-scale holy shields that the Holy Court had set up in the swamp area. Was it arranged by Feng Heng to give the Holy Court a head-on blow today? Lord Donnie nodded and gave the command, "All right, get everyone ready for war. Start sending signal flares." Understood. Chapter 2102 Firepower Swoosh. 2 minutes later, a dark signal flare rose high up in the misty forest and exploded in the air. At this moment, Feng Heng, in his bat form, was still hovering in the sky above the swamp area. Observing from above, the supersized holy defensive barrier laid down by the Holy Court was like a huge cover, completely covering a large part of the swamp area and the deeper areas. 2 days ago, Feng Heng had tried to attack the defensive barrier from high above. The effect was very limited. Seeing the signal given by Lord Donnie not far below, Feng Heng retracted his gaze and slowly flew down. His gaze focused on the right side of the forest where the players gathered. There were huge boxes and a large number of modified catapults piled up there. It seemed like Lord Donnie had already arranged everything. Next. Let's begin. Feng Heng slowly landed on the branch of a withered tree, reverting to his human form and closing his eyes. The human skin on his face seemed to have melted and returned to its original appearance. Holy Artifacts Effect. The special ability brought by the simulated character allows Feng Heng to actively control when his talent skills will automatically be triggered. When the character simulation skill was cancelled, the player's talent skill immediately took effect. In an instant, magic rays appeared around Feng Heng and spun rapidly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A dense swarm of liquors dashed out from the magic rays. The lickers landed on the ground and made a rustling sound as they stepped into the forest. They rushed straight towards the huge chest area. When they reached the chest, the lickers quickly formed into numerous flesh cocoons. Each flesh cocoon expanded rapidly in the blink of an eye. It spread until it formed a huge cocoon that was more than 2 meters tall. PFFT. TSK TSK. The flesh cocoons broke open one by one and a tall figure crawled out of the cocoon. Fusion Tyrant Form. The Fusion Tyrant Form stood up straight and slowly walked towards the large chest on the ground. Bang. One of the Fusion Tyrant Forms walked to a large chest and swung its fist. The wooden chest was smashed open with a bang, revealing the weapons hidden inside. Super Heavy Beam Weapon. Dr. Ding Minutes S improved version. In the current game world, the effect of high-tech super heavy beam weapons would be limited by the game and reduce the final damage by 50%. However, it still did not stop it from becoming a great killing weapon in the hands of the Fusion Tyrant Form. The Fusion Tyrant Form picked up the super heavy energy beam weapon in the box and carried it on its shoulder. Then, it walked toward the main battlefield in the swamp area. At the main battlefield, all the undead faction players gathered in the left area to be on guard. Most of their attention was on the zombie crowd. The first batch of mutated infected zombies had already entered the misty forest and entered the swamp. The originally quiet swamp suddenly became restless. The sludge monsters hiding in the swamp were stimulated and revealed themselves from the swamp. The ugly and twisted body of the swamp monster seemed to have merged with the swamp, turning into a puddle of mud. It was extremely difficult to distinguish its appearance with the naked eye. The swamp sludge monster had a unique corrosive skill. It lurked in the swamp and launched a surprise attack without warning. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and instantly, green corrosive liquid sprayed out from its mouth. The corrosive liquid splattered on the zombie's body and made a hissing sound. The moment the liquid touched the zombie's body, it began to bubble and emit a sour smell. More and more zombies were dragged into the swamp by the swamp monsters. The players looked at each other. Swamp sludge monsters had a strong resistance to undead spells. Moreover, they had the advantage in terrain and were extremely difficult to deal with. In the past, they would take advantage of this time to release long-range skills to reduce the number of sludge monsters. But today was different. They did not receive any orders from the team to attack. That was strange. What were they waiting for? The players were still asked to stay where they were and remain vigilant. Were they going to watch the zombie crowd slowly get killed? The players started discussing in hushed voices. What happened today? Were they going to watch the zombie crowd die? Was there such a need? However, the zombie horde was so dense that it would take a long time for all of them to die. Suddenly, a commotion came from the area behind the players. What was going on? Everyone looked behind them. Instantly, the players were shocked. That was. Under the cover of the mist, a group of huge figures slowly emerged from the forest. These figures were several meters tall and burly. Every step they took would cause the ground to tremble slightly. A powerful biological weapon in the zombie apocalypse world. The Fusion Tyrant Form. A large number of Fusion Tyrant Forms stepped out of the mist, carrying large high-energy beam weapons on their shoulders. They were walking towards the swamp area step by step. After a brief uproar, the players immediately quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Fusion Tyrant Form. Super heavy energy beam weapon. The destructive power of that thing was astonishing. It could be equipped on the Fusion Tyrant Form? Under the watchful eyes of the players, the Fusion Tyrant Forms came to the edge of the swamp and lined up in rows. Boom. Boom boom boom. The Fusion Tyrant Form aimed at the swamp area in front of him. After locking onto the swamp sludge monster, it bombarded it indiscriminately. The concentrated light beams exploded after they hit the swamp, causing mud to rise high in the air. The swamp sludge monster's defensive attributes were not strong. Under the concentrated firepower of the Fusion Tyrant Form, its numbers began to decrease rapidly. A dense stream of game notifications began to refresh on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Fusion Tyrant Form, has killed the swamp sludge monster. The player has obtained 20 undead faction reputation points. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Fusion Tyrant Form, has killed the swamp sludge monster. After a few minutes of bombardment, the number of swamp sludge monsters that could be seen on the surface of the swamp lake decreased significantly. Fang Heng looked at the large holy shield in the center of the swamp in the distance again. Now! Boom! The Fusion Tyrant Forms changed their targets and fired at the holy shields. The beam weapons aimed at the holy shields and fired fiercely. Countless beams of light poured down like a storm. The light beams bombarded the holy barrier and exploded, causing a second explosion damage. The entire holy barrier trembled weakly. At the back of the swamp, the teams from the holy court were ready for battle. Naturally, a portion of the players in the team also participated. The players were originally prepared to wait for the undead faction players to cross the swamp and attack them together with the swamp sludge monsters. But now, seeing the large firepower that was constantly exploding in the distance, the players couldn't help but shrink their necks and look at each other. Good heavens, how should they go up and help? Wouldn't they become cannon fodder if they went up? Chapter 2103 Attack. The frontline commander, seeing GRG's reaction, was also somewhat surprised. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly regained his composure and commanded his subordinates, saying, "Immediately have the High Priestess report to the Holy Realm. It's Fang Heng. Fang Heng has appeared. Summon the Holy Realm immediately." Fang Heng. He dared to come here. Did he ignore the Holy Realm's pursuit? Let's see how long he can be arrogant. Army Commander. A guardian Holy Paladin said in a deep voice, "The energy consumption of the Holy Shield is extremely fast. At this rate, I am afraid that it won't last for more than 10 minutes. GRG frowned and raised his hand, saying, "Stop the Holy Barrier for now and wait for my order." Understood. GRG already had a judgment in his mind. Since the Holy Defense Shield couldn't block the beam attack of the Fusion Tyrant form, it wouldn't be a waste. He might as well stop. The swamp area had been able to protect the Brighton Empire for thousands of years, so it naturally had its unique features. Anyone who wanted to cross the swamp area would have to pay a huge price. All they needed to do was wait for the undead to cross the swamp and give them a fatal blow. Stay behind the swamp area. Don't move. Prepare to attack at any time. Understood. At the same time, on the other side of the swamp, a game notification flashed on Fang Heng's retina. Ding. Due to the player's influence in the game world of Chiburia, the Holy Court has locked onto the player's whereabouts. The pursuit team from the Holy Realm is expected to arrive in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Please be careful, TSK, so fast. Fang Heng lowered his head and swept his gaze across the swamp in front of him. A large number of swamp creatures were cleared by the artillery fire. The Holy Shield also began to gradually dissipate. It seemed like the Holy Court had already given up. They were quite thrifty. They knew that they couldn't keep it, so he didn't waste it. Then, he could proceed to the next step. Fang Heng diverted his attention to controlling the zombie clones to continue moving. At the edge of the swamp, the players were excited when they saw the Holy Shield that enveloped the center of the swamp disappear. It was obvious that the Holy Court could not hold on any longer. That's... Soon, some players noticed something. Catapults? What was the meaning of this? This thing could be used? Behind them, the Fusion Tyrant forms pushed the catapults into the battlefield on the right. The players all looked over. After a short period of loading, the lickers that emerged from the forest quickly climbed onto the weapon loading area of the catapults. Whoosh! 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 The next moment, the catapult was activated. Black shadows streaked across the night sky and shot toward the depths of the swamp at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they crossed a large swampy area and disappeared into the thin fog. Fuck! So fierce? The players couldn't help but exclaim. What catapult? In the game world of Sapporo, some high-tech technologies would be punished by the game. After much consideration, Fang Heng still used the most basic catapult. However, Dr. Ding Minutes had made some special modifications to it. The catapults were accelerated by the latest electromagnetic rails. It was custom-made for transporting zombie hordes. It was named the Corpse Cannon. On the other side of the swamp, the players from the Holy Court faction were waiting for the undead faction players to cross the swamp area and give them a head-on attack halfway. In the end, he saw black dots flying over from the sky. What the hell is that? The black dot even flew past their heads and landed behind the ambush of the Holy Court team. Boom. Boom boom boom. The lickers were scattered all over the ground, creating many dents in the ground. After that, the licker quickly flipped a few times on the ground and immediately returned to its battle stance. It charged towards the Holy Paladins with vigor and vitality. Licker. The Holy Court team immediately fell into chaos, and they immediately went up to fight the lickers. The players were stunned. Damn it. It's the undead. Get them down. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and attack. What happened to crossing the river? Why did the undead fly over from the sky? The players finally realized what the black dot in the sky was. After they came to their senses, they gathered their spells and bombarded the lickers in the sky, trying to shoot them down from the sky. The lickers in the sky were hit by the positioning spell and fell from the sky. They then smashed into the ground and even turned into a pile of meat paste. Immediately after, the black meat paste reformed on the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Licker, Tier 2, Modified Body. It had fused with the original devouring body virus and possessed the terrifying ability to revive from the embers. Seeing the licker resurrect from the sticky black substance, the players were shocked once again. Compared to before, it seemed a little different. The liquor's bodies were covered in a thin layer of black substance. It was difficult to see what it was, but it gave off a feeling that they weren't to be trifled with. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The liquors that were shot down immediately pounced towards the players. Stop them! The player commander shouted as he charged forward, leading his team to face the liquors. It had already come to this. Fight! The holy paladins charged forward immediately. Bang! The holy long sword slashed at the liquor's body, producing a soft metallic sound. The holy paladin frowned. What was going on? It wasn't like they hadn't fought Fang Heng's liquors before. In the past, their attacks had always been able to deal 100% damage. At most, the enemy's self-recovery ability was terrifying. Why was it different now? What was that black defensive material on the liquor's body? With a buff of strength and weapon sharpness, the holy paladin was still able to break through a portion of the liquor's defense, but the damage he could deal was completely different from before. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Following that, a large number of liquors pounced towards the holy paladin. Be careful! Bang! The liquor's sharp claws brushed past the holy shield, creating sparks. What was going on? The players were shocked and quickly took a few steps back, vigilantly looking at the liquors lying on the ground. It was different. It was completely different from the liquors he had encountered before. Not only its skin but even the sharp claws of the liquor were covered in a layer of unknown black substance. What was that? Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the players could see clearly, the modified liquor charged at the players again. The same situation was happening on other battlefields. The Holy Court immediately realized that the liquors before them had undergone a qualitative change. The massive increase in defense and the high self-healing ability made the liquor a meat shield. A liquor was able to withstand the attacks of several Holy Court's priests and charge forward for more than 10 meters before being sent flying. Chapter 2104 Threaten. This was simply unimaginable in the past. The liquor's sudden burst of strength caused the entire Holy Paladin team to be unable to adapt for a moment. They could only passively defend. In fact, they could not hold on any longer. The entire Holy Court team began to slowly retreat. Not good. Seeing this, the army commander of the Holy Court, Georgi, frowned and could not help but whisper. Fang Heng. He had to admit that he was extremely afraid of Fang Heng. When he first heard about Fang Heng, he did not think much of it. However, every time he met Fang Heng's ability would have a huge breakthrough. This kind of terrifying growth ability made him extremely afraid. Right now, he felt like he had no idea where to start with this group of liquors. When did the undead become so terrifying? Georgi even had a terrifying thought. If Fang Heng was given a little more time, he might even threaten the Holy Realm. At this moment, most of the teams in the Holy Court were gathered at the front line. It could be said that the remaining combat strength was here. Behind them were the Holy Court and the last main city left behind by the Brighton Empire. Its defense was extremely weak. They absolutely could not let them break through this line of defense. Georgi raised his knight's longsword high and shouted, "Follow me and provide support. We must stop them." Understood. The elite knights of the Holy Court and the priests immediately adjusted their formation. The holy priests at the back released high-intensity blessing spells, and the elite holy paladins at the front accelerated towards the liquor's position. Charge! The war horses neighed. Charge! As the holy paladins charged forward, the entire team was enveloped by a holy light. Like a sharp arrow, it charged straight at the liquors. Boom! The spear pierced through the liquor's body, penetrating it completely. The high critical damage brought by the sprint skill, coupled with the holy blessing effect of the elite holy priest team, caused a total of 10 times the additional damage. The liquors exploded on the spot under the piercing holy light. As the army charged forward, Georgi led the team behind him to catch their breath. However, what happened next caused the holy paladin's expressions to change slightly. At the spot where the liquor had fallen, a thick black substance was left behind. The strange black substance was actually flowing slowly and condensing. In just a short moment, the liquor had recovered from the black unknown substance. It was resurrected. The liquor revived once again and charged at the holy paladins with vigor. What was going on? Why couldn't it be killed? Even though the elite holy paladin team had extremely high willpower, they still found it hard to accept such a situation. This group of liquors could not be killed at all. The players from the Holy Court also noticed this terrifying scene. Mutation. It's a mutated liquor. Soon, some players shouted. A portion of the liquors had been specially modified. They had a layer of black substance on their bodies. Their attack and defense were stronger than normal liquors. Even after killing them, they could revive on the spot. This was the first time they encountered a liquor modified from the original devouring body, and the Holy Court camp did not know how to deal with it. For a time, the morale of the Holy Court's camp plummeted. The players immediately lost their desire to fight. You strike, I strike, fair and just for all. But now, You have become something that can't be killed. What was the point of fighting? Hurry up and run. The player team was the first to retreat. Behind them, on the other side of the swamp, the undead faction players did not know what was happening in front of them. They only saw that the Holy Court faction seemed to have fallen into chaos. Was it because of those catapults? In the rear camp, Lord Donnie and the others saw the battle situation in front of them through the vision spell and immediately fell silent. Who would have thought? In just 2 short days, the Liquor Horde's combat ability had increased greatly. World Lord Fang Heng could suppress the Holy Court to this extent with his strength. Fortunately, Fang Heng was on their side. Everyone couldn't help but think, if these Liquor were enemies, could they stop them? The scene would probably not be much better than the Holy Court, right? It's time. Lord Donnie stood up and looked at the various undead faction army commanders and said, the Holy Court is already in chaos. I believe they will soon find a way to deal with the mutated Liquor. Let's take this opportunity to launch a general attack. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison and ordered their teams to launch an all-out attack on the Holy Court. When the undead faction players received the news of the general attack, they immediately began to lay special wooden planks on the swamp and move toward the other end of the swamp. Seeing that it was almost time, Fang Heng immediately took action. He transformed into a bat and flew over the swamp. He landed on a big tree and observed the situation below. The Liquor modified by the original devouring body was very useful. Unfortunately, the modification required a lot of King of Gods points. He had only modified 120 of them. It was these 120 modified original devouring bodies that played a huge role in the battle. They held back the elite team of the Holy Court and destroyed the mentality of the players, buying enough time for the ordinary Liquors behind them. However, the Holy Court soon realized that the modified form of the original devouring body was weak. Purification. There is a problem with them. We need to purify them immediately. A high priest shouted. Only then did everyone react. After killing the mutated Liquor, there would be a black sticky substance left on the ground. Once the sticky substance was cleansed with holy purification spells, the Liquor would not be able to revive easily. However, it wasn't that easy to achieve this. Normal purification spells could only purify for a short period and delay the revival of the Liquor. Only by using a few high-level purification spells could the sticky substance be completely purified. Unfortunately, Fang Heng sighed inwardly. The number of modified creatures from the Liquor's original devouring body was still too small, and they were easily targeted. When he had enough King of Gods points, the Holy Court would not have the time to cast purification spells when they encountered thousands of original devouring bodies. It was time to make a move. Stop them from purifying the Liquors. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and jumped down from the withered tree. He stepped into the secondary space projection and quickly approached the team of priests on the right. Who is it? The holy priests on the right side of the Holy Court faction were focused on dispelling the black sticky substance left behind by the modified Liquor. Suddenly, they sensed a spatial ripple and were shocked. In the next moment, a figure stepped out of the faint space. Whoosh! It was Fang Heng. The elite priest recognized Fang Heng and his expression changed. Boom. Chapter 2105 Disintegration. The scabbard of the great sword on Fang Heng's back exploded instantly. Dense lifeblood gushed out of the scabbard and quickly rose into the air, forming dense and sharp blood essence spikes in the air. Whoosh! 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 The lifeblood spike carried a tangible killing intent as it instantly pierced towards the area where the holy priests were. Such terrifying lifeblood energy fluctuations? The elite priest's expression changed. Hurry up. Activate the shield. The elite holy priest quickly formed a seal with her hands and chanted the holy prayer together with the priests behind her. In an instant, a faint layer of holy light emerged from the priest, forming a sturdy dark golden defensive barrier in front of everyone. The lifeblood spikes continuously collided with the holy light barrier and exploded one after another, emitting a series of muffled popping sounds. Fang Heng's eyes flashed with coldness. The holy shield. That's all. Again. Fang Heng stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. The lifeblood that exploded gathered in Fang Heng's palm once again, quickly forming a huge blood-red sword. Phew. Fang Heng gripped his great sword tightly with both hands and flew toward the holy shield. The elite holy priest stared at Fang Heng with a grave expression. She used all the holy power in her body to strengthen the defensive barrier. The sword ray that was filled with boundless lifeblood power landed on the defensive barrier. Kaka. A tiny crack suddenly appeared on the holy light barrier, and then it quickly spread. Bang. The entire barrier exploded with a bang and collapsed like broken glass, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated in the air. The elite priest groaned and staggered backward. She looked at Fang Heng with disbelief in her eyes, and a bloody scar gradually appeared on her chest. A sword scar so deep that one could see the bone was visible. Blood flowed out of the wound, dyeing the mud under her feet red. Behind the elite priest, the many elite priests who were helping to cast the shield were sent flying like kites with broken strings, fell to the ground one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lifeblood that exploded was retracted once again and condensed in Feng Heng's hand, forming a great sword. However, compared to before, the great sword was clearly much dimmer. What? Suddenly, the elite priest's pupils constricted. Drops of blood started to seep out of the mud that was stained with blood, floating in the air. Not only that, but the blood that flowed out of her chest was also floating in the air uncontrollably. The blood of the fallen priest also condensed into tiny beads of blood. All the blood beads gathered toward the great sword in Feng Heng's hand. The elite priest looked at Feng Heng with fear in her eyes. After the great sword absorbed the blood beads that gathered from the surroundings, its power began to recover slowly. With the last trace of fear and unwillingness, the light in the holy priest's eyes gradually dissipated. Ding! The player has killed the elite holy priest Petiodinga. The player has obtained 120,000 reputation points, 60000 contribution points, and 60,000 honor points. Ding! You have dealt a heavy blow to the Holy Court's holy priest team. You have received 200,000 reputation points, 200,000 contribution points, and 120,000 honor points. Ding! The player's current mission destroy the Holy Court's completion rate has increased to 22%. Feng Heng. Suddenly, a loud shout came from Feng Heng's ear. Feng Heng immediately sensed a huge holy pressure coming towards him. He frowned and turned around, pulling out his blood-red great sword and swinging it backward. Boom! The intense blood-red color and the holy power clashed and exploded once again. Feng Heng took a few steps back and looked at the newcomer. The commander of the Holy Court, Jiarji. Jiarji's eyes were about to split open as he stared at Feng Heng. His heart was already filled with anger. He had already noticed something amiss in the priest team behind him and rushed over to support them. He didn't expect that he was still a step too late. More than half of the entire priest team had died. Feng Heng. The entire situation in Shibuya had fallen to this point because of this young man. Jiarji stared at Feng Heng, his fighting spirit rising. A faint layer of holy light appeared around his body. Feng Heng slowly raised his head and stared at Jiarji. His tone was a little mocking as he said, "Why? What advice do you have? You seem to be very angry. Do you dare to have a fair and just duel with me? Why wouldn't I dare? In the name of the Holy Court, you will pay the price for your actions." Jiarji roared and took a step forward. The holy sword in his hand once again erupted with intense fluctuations and slashed forward. Swoosh! A long and narrow sword light seeped out from the long sword. Jiarji was stunned. Feng Heng's figure rapidly faded in the air, completely disappearing into space before the sword light arrived. Jiarji paused for half a second before realizing what had happened. He shouted angrily, "Feng Heng! Get the hell out here!" In the secondary space projection, Feng Heng quickly retreated to the area where the lickers were gathered. One-on-one? What a joke. There was no need for that. He had taken a huge risk to enter the enemy's formation just to get rid of the holy priest team. After all, the threat that the holy priests posed to the lickers was too great. Now that most of the holy priests were dead, why should he stay and fight the big boss one-on-one? It was completely unnecessary. The blood-red long sword's power had been greatly weakened after the continuous battle. Even though he had absorbed the power of the blood of the holy priests in the end, he was still able to use the blood of the priests. However, it could not make up for the huge loss. Feng Heng's heart ached. Seeing that the situation was not good, Feng Heng immediately ran. As for the commander of the Holy Court, Jiarji, he could rely on the zombie clones to slowly torture him to death. Feng Heng quickly retreated to the back of the battlefield. At this moment, the undead faction players had just crossed the swamp area. When they saw the lickers fighting and even gaining the upper hand, they immediately went up to help and earn merit points. It was time for the players to do what they were best at. Beat a dog when it's down. The Holy Court faction had lost the most effective method to deal with the lickers of the original devouring body. The party led by Jiarji was even more entangled by the lickers of the original devouring body, while the player teams in the rear directly cooperated with a large number of ordinary lickers and zombie clones to attack the Holy Paladin team and eliminate the living forces of the Holy Court. In just a short moment, the situation instantly tilted towards the undead camp. Feng Heng hid in the dark, appearing from time to use his skills to harvest the lives of the elite Holy Paladins. He secretly absorbed the blood of the elite Holy Paladins at the back of the battlefield. This battle had consumed too much of the Great Sword's lifeblood essence. He had to replenish it. Commander Jiarji knew that the situation was hopeless, but he still wanted to hold on. He wanted to retreat to the city with the remaining soldiers and rely on the city wall to hold on for one last time. However, when he turned around, he saw thick black smoke rising from the city. Chapter 2106 Disappointment. Instantly, Giargi's heart turned cold. The last city that the Holy Court occupied in the game world of Chiburia had completely fallen. While they were fighting against the Holy Court's team, Feng Heng had already controlled a group of lickers to bypass the team and attack the main city behind them. The main city's defense was weak to begin with, and with the lickers' powerful climbing and self-recovery abilities, the main city was turned upside down in an instant. Now, they were the only ones left in the Holy Court. Commander Giargi felt his hands and feet go cold. He was shocked to find that the swampy area in front of them had become the biggest obstacle to their escape. Even if they wanted to kill their way out, they couldn't do it. All they could do was continue to fight against the lickers that were swarming around them. The undead faction players gradually devoured the small fries of the Holy Court until only Commander Giargi and his elite Holy Paladin team were left. Seeing the blood-red name of Commander Giargi, the players naturally knew that he was the big boss. They did not dare to act rashly, nor did they approach it. They slowly grinded on the periphery. Seeing the blood-red name of Commander Giargi, the players naturally knew that he was the big boss. They did not dare to act rashly, nor did they approach it. They slowly grinded on the periphery. They relied on the lickers to stall the boss while they slowly cast their skills at the periphery. Feng Heng didn't want to waste his energy, so he continued to observe in the dark. A moment later, a game notification appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's zombie clone has caused damage to the main city. The player has obtained 520,000 reputation points, 170,000 contribution points, and 260,000 honor points. Ding! The undead faction has seized control of the Chinoa city. The player has received 200,000 undead faction honor points. Ding! The player's current mission: destroy the Holy Court, 92% completion. Feng Heng saw the game notification and looked up at the city behind him. According to the plan he had with Lord Donnie, after crossing the swamp, Lord Donnie would immediately lead an elite team to Chinoa City. It seemed like Lord Donnie had succeeded. Right now, it would take some time to kill Commander Giargi. He would probably have to wait until Giargi's party was wiped out before his mission completion rate could reach 100%. From the beginning until now, the entire battle had already taken more than an hour. As for what happened next, Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. The pursuers from the Holy Realm would arrive in over an hour. It was not a good thing to be chased all the time. During this period, Feng Heng had been thinking about how to counterattack. The Holy Court should not know that Chiburia had been destroyed. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to make some arrangements. At the very least, he had to test the strength of the Holy Realm's pursuers. Feng Heng thought for a while and made a decision. He immediately turned into a bat and rushed toward Chinoa City, the city's central fortress. At this moment, the battle had just ended. Lord Donnie led the elite team formed by the undead camp and broke through the fortress in one go, taking over Chinoa City. The original plan was to use Chinoa City as a base to force the Holy Court team outside into a dilemma. The faster they took down the city, the more help they would be to Feng Heng on the battlefield. However, Lord Donnie and the others didn't expect that when they took down the city and contacted the teams outside, they found out that the zombies outside had already cooperated with Feng Heng and slaughtered most of the main forces of the Holy Court. Now, there was no need for them to return. They only needed to firmly occupy the city and wait for the team outside to meet up. The elite group of players could not help but sigh at the ease of completing this mission. With Feng Heng's help, they did not encounter too many obstacles along the way and lay down all the way. They won just like that. As the players were discussing, the window of the castle hall shattered with a bang. A bat flew in from the outside world and stopped in front of everyone, returning to its human form. World Lord Feng Heng. Everyone looked at Feng Heng with respect. This was the first time many of them had seen Feng Heng face to face. Yes. Feng Heng nodded at everyone. His gaze shifted to Lord Donnie and said seriously, "The people from the Holy Realm will arrive soon. I need your help." Everyone looked at each other, and the originally happy and relaxed atmosphere instantly dissipated by more than half, leaving only solemnity. The Holy Realm. The Holy Realm. Orkney, the adjudicator, was leading the judges of the Holy Court through the Holy Realm descending passageway to enter the lower world. This special teleportation method could avoid using ordinary teleportation channels. However, there were also great limitations. For example, teleportation time, energy consumption, and so on. Some time ago, Orkney's pursuit of Feng Heng was greatly affected. He had confirmed Feng Heng's location, but that world was enveloped by a special force and could not be broken through. He learned from the players that the world was called the Zombie Apocalypse and was under special protection from the game. It was Feng Heng's territory. To avoid excessive consumption of the Holy Realm's teleportation energy, Orkney brought his subordinates back to the Holy Realm to wait for orders. In their opinion, Feng Heng was afraid and had completely retreated to the Zombie Apocalypse. In this way, the Holy Realm's goal had been achieved. They had completely restricted Fang Heng's movements. They had never expected that they would suddenly receive news of Fang Heng today. Fang Heng was bold enough to return to the game world of Chiburia. The Holy Realm immediately activated the descent mode and teleported Orkney and the others into the game world of Chiburia. As the light gradually shone, the group descended into the center of a large, dilapidated church. Orkney slowly opened his eyes. Huh? As he opened his eyes, Orkney realized that the situation was not good. The surroundings were filled with a dense black undead aura. The moment he opened his eyes, a thick black undead aura surged into the cathedral hall along with the wailing wraiths. Darkness surged in like a tide, instantly filling the entire hall. The black fog swirled around and almost instantly swallowed Orkney and the group of holy judges behind him. Everyone's vision was instantly covered by endless darkness. A rustling sound came from the darkness. Other than the vengeful spirits, there seemed to be a large number of creatures approaching them at high speed. Orkney frowned slightly and raised his holy sword. Whoosh! The sword light slashed forward. The black mist in the hall seemed to have been cut apart by the huge dark golden sword light, forming two separate curtains of darkness. Then, a loud bang sounded. The sword ray exploded in the darkness. A powerful holy impact instantly swept through the entire hall, completely dispelling the black fog that permeated the air. Holy light illuminated the entire hall. The vengeful spirits wailed and dissipated in the explosion of holy light. At the same time, the liquor that was hiding in the darkness was blasted away by the holy power. Chapter 2107 Restrictions Under the effect of the holy light, the liquor continued to receive holy attribute damage. Its health point was quickly depleted, melting under the intense holy light. As the black fog and burst of holy power dissipated, the hall was restored to light. Orkney raised his head and looked around. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. At this time, the cathedral had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally clean and spacious hall was now filled with broken tables and chairs and messy decorations. The air was filled with the thick smell of the undead and a faint smell of blood. Orkney let out a soft gasp. Most of the liquors had exploded on the spot, but some of them had left behind a layer of black mucus. The sticky liquid was actually slowly squirming and condensing on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a large number of liquors were revived from the mucus. Evil spirit. Orkney looked at the resurrected liquors and muttered to himself. He raised the holy long sword with his right hand again. Purify them. As he spoke, the holy court's judges behind Orkney reached out their hands and formed a mark in front of them. Kai kai kai. Faint holy fluctuations overflowed from the judge's body. The liquors, who had just revived and were about to pounce on Orkney and the others, suddenly froze on the spot. Dark golden chains appeared on their bodies and black mist gushed out of them. Ding! The player's liquor, original devouring body fusion transformation form, is affected by the holy imprisonment. Ding! The player's liquor, original devouring body fusion transformation form, health point reduced by 5,000. Ding! The player's liquor. Not far away, Fang Heng had been hiding in the dark and observing. Lines of game notifications kept refreshing on his retina. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Difficult. They had made special arrangements for the broken church in advance, setting up a large number of undead auras in the church in an attempt to use the liquors, undead auras, and the vengeful spirits summoned by Lord Donnie and the others to teach the pursuers from the Holy Realm a lesson. Unfortunately, the strength of the expert from the Holy Realm was extremely powerful. It was just one attack. The vengeful spirit creatures, large amounts of undead aura, and his liquors were completely annihilated. Only a few hundred liquors that had been modified by the original devouring body survived. Moreover, from the looks of it, the liquors transformed by the original devouring body was still ineffective. How could he win? Wasn't the difference in strength too great? Fang Heng was secretly shocked. The other party's strength had already exceeded his expectations. He strongly suspected that the Holy Realm was a world of a higher level than high-tier gaming worlds. He was originally prepared to take advantage of the chaos to try his hand, but now he completely lost that thought. Hurry up and run. Fang Heng was about to leave when he suddenly heard Orkney's voice. Fang Heng. Fang Heng turned his head and looked behind him. Orkney looked at Fang Heng, shook his head, and warned him, the demonic seed shouldn't exist in this world. Go back to hell. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. Swoosh. Orkney swung his holy sword with both hands. The holy sword light attacked from the tip of the sword and flew straight at him. Bang! The blood-red greatsword on Fang Heng's back instantly exploded, forming a huge blood-red curtain. The blood-red curtain quickly blocked in front of Fang Heng. Buzz! Buzz! The holy sword's radiance arrived in the blink of an eye and struck the blood-red curtain in the air, resulting in an intense collision. Immediately, two powerful forces tore and crushed each other. The entire blood-red curtain continued to evaporate under the effect of the holy purification. Orkney's eyes were filled with surprise. He could actually block it. Boom. The blood red and holy fluctuations exploded at the same time. In the next moment, Feng Heng, who was originally behind the blood curtain, had disappeared. Orkney snorted disdainfully. Feng Heng's strength could indeed reach the peak of the lower plane. But that was all. Orkney sensed Feng Heng's position and was about to continue chasing after him when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Not good. Boom. Boom boom boom. The next moment, an explosion sounded beside his ears. The entire broken church exploded. Outside the church, Feng Heng's figure slowly appeared through the teleportation scroll. Lord Donnie and the undead faction players glanced at Feng Heng, then looked at the church in the distance. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the broken church. The violent explosion destroyed more than half of the city and the entire city was engulfed in smoke and dust. More than half an hour ago, the undead camp had hidden all the high-energy explosives they could gather under the church. They had set a time to detonate it at the same time, hoping to give the pursuers from the Holy Realm a taste of their own medicine. However, they did not expect. Lord Donnie and the others looked at each other, their eyes revealing a solemn expression. The smoke in the distance gradually dissipated. The holy power fluctuations leaked out from the cracks of the collapsed building. Even this could not kill them. Ding. The player has dealt more than 0.5% of the total damage to the pursuers in the Holy Realm. Ding. The player's current mission escape the Holy Realm's pursuit mission has changed. Current mission cancelled. Ding. The player has triggered a mission counterattack. Mission title, Counterattack. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, you have been continuously hunted down by the Holy Realm. You are no longer able to endure this. Perhaps only slaughter can completely end this. It is time to teach the Holy Realm a profound lesson. Mission requirement, kill Orkney, the adjudicator of the Holy Realm. Mission reward, unknown. When Feng Heng saw the game notification that appeared on his retina, he could not help but gasp. Then, a bitter expression appeared on his face. The game mission system was more daring than he thought. This carefully planned ambush had only managed to reduce 0.5% of the Holy Realm's pursuit team's total health point. Even if he used his ultimate skill, Everlasting Moon, he would be lucky if he could take out another 10% of the party's health point. Did he want to completely defeat them? This was simply a dream. However, this ambush was not in vain. At the very least, he had a clear understanding of the strength of the pursuers from the Holy Realm. Seeing that Feng Heng did not speak, the undead faction players exchanged glances. It was already very crazy. Putting aside whether he succeeded or not, the fact that he had the guts to deal with the Holy Realm's pursuers was something that could be bragged about. It seemed like Feng Heng was still not satisfied. Could it be that he was prepared to wipe out the Holy Realm's pursuers in one fell swoop? Go Lion Hai couldn't help but persuade, World Lord Feng Heng, are you alright? The enemies from the Holy Realm are much stronger than us in terms of levels. Being overwhelmed was expected. You should. Feng Heng waved his hand and said, I am fine. Thank you, I understand. Since he couldn't fight them head-on, he could only continue to run for his life. Currently, there were very few safe areas where one could avoid being hunted down by the Holy Realm. At present, he could only think of the zombie apocalypse world and a vampire apocalypse world. There was also the main city of the undead camp. The range of his movements was restricted. Chapter 2108. The plan: if he were to participate in these activities alone, the efficiency of improving his strength would definitely be greatly affected. Perhaps this was also what the Holy Court hoped for? Restricting his activity area to a certain range? Feng Heng could not help but fall into deep thought. Under the pursuit of the Holy Realm, what other way could he continue to bring trouble to the Holy Court? Or was there any other way to get rid of the pursuers from the Holy Realm? This is troublesome. As he was thinking, he sensed the holy power fluctuations of the broken church in the distance chasing after him again. Feng Heng could not help but frown. Everyone, the power of the explosion is not enough to seriously injure the pursuers of the Holy Realm. This place is no longer safe. Let's split up and retreat. After saying that, Lord Donnie nodded at Feng Heng and led the undead camp to retreat quickly. Feng Heng also took out a teleportation scroll from his backpack. He activated the scroll and prepared to return to the teleportation point in the Lost Forest. He quickly fled back to the zombie apocalypse and hid. Thinking about it, he felt a little miserable. The pursuers from the Holy Realm were chasing after him. He didn't even have the time to run to the undead frontline's quartermaster to complete his mission. He could only run away first and wait for a while before teleporting back to the game world of Chiburia to submit the mission. 2 hours later. Library of the Myriad Worlds. After washing up, Feng Heng lay on the bed to rest. The phone of Lord Donnie rang. Feng Heng, I just received news that the pursuers from the Holy Realm have retreated. It seems that they have been restricted by certain restrictions. They can only pursue you and will not interfere in other matters. Lord Donnie pursed her lips and thought for a moment before continuing. It could also be a tacit understanding between the undead camp and the Holy Court camp. The battle between the higher-ups of both sides will not affect the lower realm. Feng Heng nodded and said, yes, it's the same as my judgment. The price of the Holy Realm entering the lower realm is huge. The Holy Court can't stay for long. Otherwise, with their ability, it would be easy for them to temporarily block Dongcha's shady line rift. Lord Donnie continued, we will regain control of Shibuya and completely wipe out the remaining forces of the Holy Court. But even so, the Holy Court will still try to infiltrate Shibuya and destroy Mork Temple. Alright, I can't leave now. Please take care of Mork Temple. Understood. I will be careful. Feng Heng hung up the phone and threw himself onto the bed. The more he thought about it, the more troublesome it felt. With pursuers from the Holy Realm, he was constrained in whatever action he took. Is there any way to temporarily get rid of these pursuers? He could just go to the Necromancer Association and hide? Feng Heng secretly calculated. The related mission for necromancy was probably to advance to the Grandmaster level. The mission location was most likely in a territory related to the study of necromancy. He could think of a way to ask. Would his strength undergo a qualitative change after learning demigod-level necromancy? There was also the time factor. For ordinary players, it was already considered a short time to complete the advancement of a master-level skill, let alone a demigod-level and grandmaster-level skills. How long would he need to take? A month? It was a little too long. This path didn't look good. Other than that, there was also the Black Castle. A few days ago, he had received news from the Black Castle that there was some progress in the teleportation channel for the alien spawns. The Black Castle was preparing to enter the spawn's world to explore. At that time, Feng Heng was busy dealing with the Holy Court and really couldn't spare any time. The strength of the Black Castle was not weak. For example, Charlene's strength was even more terrifying. Even now, Feng Heng was still unable to determine her true strength. If he couldn't defeat the Holy Court alone, what if he had the help of the Black Castle? If he could think of a way to design a trap for the Holy Court, there was a good chance. However, there was also a huge danger. The game world related to the spawns was already very difficult. With the addition of the hostile Holy Court, the situation would only become more complicated. If he wasn't forced to, he wouldn't be willing to do this. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether the Black Castle would be willing to cooperate with them to deal with the Holy Court. This move was also a little difficult. That's right. Suddenly, Feng Heng thought of something and sat up straight on the bed. There was another place. Other than the zombie apocalypse and a few bases of the undead, there was another place that could ensure that the Holy Court would not discover it. In fact, he had been carrying a mission that could be triggered. The origin of the vampires, the world of forests. It was a hidden world that he had found through the world of the vampires mission. The difficulty of the hidden world was rated as high. One had to know that whether it was the vampire bloodline in his body, the sacred tree Abakia, or even the Holy Court, they were all inextricably linked to that world. When the mission was triggered, he was still wandering in the low-level game world. He thought that his strength was insufficient, so he did not rashly enter the world of forests to explore. This seemed to be a very good opportunity. Once upon a time, the primogenitor vampire suffered the curse of the Holy Realm and thought that he would die. In the end, he accidentally entered the world of forests. Not only did he survive, but he also became the founder of the new race, the vampires. This meant that he might be able to find a way to deal with the Holy Court in the world of forests. Besides, there was another important point. Special reward. Back then, he had perfectly completed the main mission during the prerequisite mission and had even chosen to obtain 2 special rewards. One of them was that after entering the world of forests, one could directly obtain the main mission and receive the relevant mission notification. As for the second option, after opening the entrance to the world of forests, he would have an additional 15 days to explore. This meant that for the next 15 days, all other players and organizations would not be able to enter the world of forests. Adding on the other 15 days that he had obtained from the early stages of the mission, he had 30 days. He could avoid the pursuit of the Holy Court for 30 days. 1 month. It was enough for him to complete the mission. That's right. Go to that place. Feng Heng's eyes sparkled. After resting for 2 days, Feng Heng returned to the prison laboratory. According to his mission contribution points, he had obtained over 800,000 King of Gods points from destroying the Holy Court's influence in the game world of Shibuya. This batch of King of Gods points was also used to modify the liquors. Other than the original devouring body, some of the zombie clones were also permanently transformed into crystallized zombies. As for the next stage of the modification, he still needed more King of Gods points to support it. The good news was that with the defeat of the Holy Court in Shibuya, the pressure on Mork Temple had greatly reduced. The shady line continued to cause damage. Every hour, new faction honor points would be added. Yes, are you referring to those few fusion tyrant forms? Hearing Feng Heng talk about integrating the fusion tyrant form, Kaiyu Yaokang raised his head and greeted his assistant. He quickly took a copy from the thick folder in his assistant's hand. Follow me. Feng Heng followed Kaiyu Yaokang and took the elevator to the underground prison. Chapter 2109. Preparing some of the experiments needed to be carried out in a low-temperature environment, so the laboratory had undergone a major level up some time ago. A new cold storage laboratory was built on the fourth basement. Several large glass experiment cabins were arranged in the central of the cold storage laboratory. Due to Kaiyu Yaokang's special preference, the experiment cabin was designed to look like a coffin. It's right here. I have tested these fusion tyrant forms and found that after injecting them with a drug mixed with Abakuya's secretion, they can remain quiet at extremely low temperatures. Kaiyu Yaokang raised his head and looked at the fusion tyrant form in the glass coffin. He nodded and pondered, saying, it's related to the cursed bloodline of the vampires. Feng Heng also raised his head and looked at the high-pressure glass coffin in front of him. Fusion tyrant form. Different from the ordinary fusion tyrant form, these individuals had fused remnants of the vampire king progenitor. Back then, the strength of these limbs could not be controlled at all. For safety reasons, Feng Heng handed them over to Kaiyu Yaokang to handle. Kaiyu Yaokang had stored them here after his initial research. Due to uncontrollable reasons, the follow-up experiments were stopped halfway through. However, there were some discoveries. Although the will of the vampire king has been obliterated, its biological activity is still there. It's a very terrifying fusion energy. Kaiyu Yaokang glanced at Feng Heng and spoke, it's different from the special gene effect in your body. It's a different type of power. It's very strange. It seems to be a mixture of destructive power and self-recovery power. The two powers are intertwined. It's hard to explain it in a few words without showing you the report. In short, these two powers will remain in this state until they are completely exhausted. Kaiyu Yaokang clapped his hands. A research assistant walked up and placed a box full of injections on the experiment table. What is this? It's a product of research some time ago. It's a potion that can restrain this special power for a short period. The cost is relatively high. This is all we have. If you need it, take it. If you have enough resources in the future, you can mass produce it. Kaiyu Yaokang shrugged and said, I have mentioned it to you before, but you probably didn't take it to heart. This medicine only targets this kind of life force, and it lasts for a short time. You have to be careful when you use it. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. This works. Kaiyu Yaokang glanced at Feng Heng and said, it's all science. Why not? Feng Heng was at a loss for words. He reached out and picked up the box on the table. Ding. The player has obtained 24 pieces of experimental anti-genetic potion GFI-221, a specialized potion effective against certain energy bodies. Item: experimental anti-genetic potion GFI-221. Description: high-level laboratory product. It is effective against a special group of targets. After injecting it, the target will lose 98% of its biological activity for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, the effect will be greatly reduced. This thing. Feng Heng muttered to himself and put the potion box into his backpack. Perhaps it would work. Outside the prison, there was a peaceful and harmonious scene with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The sacred tree Abakuya radiated vitality under the sunlight. The demi-humans who were taken away by the Federation's research institute had not left yet. Most demi-humans did not like to stay in prison, so they simply set up tents in the forest. Feng Heng looked up at the sacred tree, Abakuya. Other than the bloodline power in his body, the zombie clones, and the ultimate skill, Everlasting Moon, the sacred tree Abakuya could be said to be the strongest trump card he could use at the moment. Feng Heng compared the power he felt from the pursuers from the Holy Realm. He felt that Abakuya was still a little lacking. Perhaps this time, after entering the world of forests, the sacred tree Abakuya would be able to improve further. After Abakuya learned that the portal was about to be teleported, it was overjoyed. Then, the layers of leaves in front of it gradually condensed in front of Feng Heng. Ding. Do you wish to open the portal to the world of forests? After the portal opens, players need to enter the portal within 12 hours. After the teleportation is completed, the game time will begin to count. Activate. The branches and leaves of the sacred tree Abakuya that were blocking the way gradually dispersed, revealing a pale green spatial teleportation passage in the center. Ding. The player has obtained a teleportation channel to the world of forests. The player can choose a teammate to join the world through teleportation. Ding. The remaining energy of the teleportation passage is 10 out of 10. It will recover 1 point of energy every 24 hours. Each teleportation will consume 1 point of energy. Feng Heng checked the game notification. The mission allows multiple people to complete it. Moreover, there were no restrictions on players or NPCs. In that case, he could bring a few thugs over to help. Fang Heng turned his head to look at a section of the tree trunk of Abakuya. Clairway poked her head out from behind the tree. Clairway, I need your help. Alright. Clairway obediently walked out from behind the big tree. In the past 2 days, she had heard some news about the world of forests. She stood behind Fang Heng and asked, will Sister Kingzu come with us? Fang Heng looked to his right. As for Clairway, her identity as an elf and her understanding of the power of nature might be of great help to the mission. Okay, I will go with you. Gu Kingzu walked up and nodded. The situation of the clansmen has stabilized. We will temporarily recuperate here for some time. We have been troubling you. If I can help this time, I would like to join you. Alright. Fang Heng immediately nodded in agreement. Gu Kingzu's strength was not bad. Moreover, she had the special status of a demi-human, so she was better at communicating with game characters. As for Clairway, her identity as an elf and her understanding of the power of nature might be of great help to the mission. There was also... Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the right. Kai. The layers of vines covering Abakuya spread open, revealing a passage behind him. Fang Heng. And me. Me. Sandy ran over, shouting, I heard you are heading off to battle in another world, right? You have to take me with you. The crystallization of civilizations from other worlds, oh! Dear God. I won't allow them to be lost to the outside. It's blasphemy against culture. Fang Heng suddenly felt a headache and could not help but cover his forehead. Alright then. He didn't know where Sandy got the news, but he had been clamoring to go to the world of forests together since yesterday. He would bring him along. If Jiziobo wasn't still at Mork Temple dealing with the Holy Court, he would probably be clamoring to follow them. Other than these, there was still one more person who had to go with him. Mojai Oi. Thinking about it carefully, he had been hunted down by the Holy Court and the Federation during this time. It was very likely that there was a problem with him. Fang Heng felt that he needed the help of luck. Fang Heng looked at Sandy and asked, where's Mr. Mo? I can let you go, but there's a condition. You have to convince Mr. Mo to go with me. Sandy nodded his head hurriedly and knocked on his chest. He vowed, don't worry. No problem. I will find him now. Tie him up and bring him back. Chapter 2110. Entering 10 minutes later, Sandy dragged Mojai Oi back to the team. Mojai Oi's face was bitter and he looked reluctant. It had actually been a long time since he entered the game to gain experience. Most of the time, he stayed in the zombie apocalypse to collect and gather resources from various worlds, build prisons, and even contact major forces to gather intelligence. He also had to maintain normal communication with the Federation. He was more like the chief steward responsible for the daily affairs of the prison. It was also a very tiring job. After all, Fang Heng couldn't be at ease leaving many things to others. Of course, Mojai Oi's upgrade did not fall behind either. The extra resources that Fang Heng had when he leveled up were enough for him to level up to level 40. Currently, Mojai Oi was still stuck at tier 1 of his talent skill advancement. According to him, the reconnaissance talent skill was quite decent in the initial stage, but it became somewhat inadequate in the later stages. The tier 2 talent upgrade was seen as a great opportunity for a qualitative change. If there was no chance for that, then he would just have to wait patiently. Either he remained stagnant or he advanced to the best of his ability. After all, he had been in the game for less than a year. Mojai Oi's strength was definitely several versions ahead of the average player. However, compared to Fang Heng, he was already far behind. Mojai Oi felt that it was too dangerous to run around with Fang Heng, especially since he could not contribute much. He believed it was better to stay at the zombie apocalypse's headquarters. However, this time, he was forcefully dragged along by Sandy. Sandy excitedly raised Mojai Oi's hand high and exclaimed, let's go, Fang Heng. Departure time. Let's collect the treasures of civilizations from the other world. We are the great protectors of historical artifacts. Amidst the commotion, Fang Heng stepped into the teleportation channel. At the same time, in the Holy Realm. Orkney let out a soft gasp. Previously, they fell into an ambush set by Fang Heng. Although they didn't suffer severe losses, it still left them embarrassed and humiliated. It was really a little ugly. After that, Fang Heng escaped into the zombie apocalypse. Due to the game's special restrictions and protection, players could not continue entering, even if it was from the Holy Realm. Orkney received the latest instructions from the Great Sage to remain in the Holy Realm and be ready to pursue Fang Heng at a moment's notice if any unusual activity was detected. The Holy Realm's stance was clear. Fang Heng, do you fancy yourself quite formidable? Enjoying wreaking havoc wherever you go? Then I will send a team to stick behind you and tie you down. It was just that the Holy Court had never expected that Fang Heng would actually escape to a place they had never thought of. It's the world of forests. Orkney raised his head, his eyes solemn. The world of forests was closely related to the origins of the vampires. In the past, the Holy Court had been investigating the world of forests and the vampires. They knew there was a connection between the vampires and Fang Heng, but at that time, there was no concrete evidence. Moreover, they did not really regard Fang Heng highly at that time. They did not expect Fang Heng to escape to that place. All the judges of the Holy Realm looked at Orkney in unison. Although they could track Fang Heng to the specific location of the world of forests through the Grand Premonition spell, the world of forests was currently enveloped by a special force, and they could not enter it. Fang Heng, is this also one of your schemes? Orkney closed his eyes and shook his head. He had been extremely careful when he accepted this mission. He did not expect that he still could not find Fang Heng. This time, Fang Heng went to the world of forests. Was it a random choice made in a moment of desperation? Or was there a new trap waiting for them? No matter what, the world of forests had a close relationship with the vampires, and it was even related to the prophecy spell of the Holy Realm. He could not sit idly by after he received the news. You guys stay behind and continue to track down Fang Heng. I will immediately report this to the Great Sage. Understood. The game notification flashed across Fang Heng's vision. Ding. The player has entered the world of forest through Abakuya. Abakuya's remaining energy, 5 out of 10. Ding. The player is the first to enter the hidden special world, the world of forests. Due to the influence of the early stage mission, the player has an additional 30 days of protection. Other players or organizations cannot enter the world of forests during this protection period. Ding. Due to the player's early selection phase reward, the player will receive additional mission reminders and mission selection suggestions during the game. The player will complete all the main missions and obtain the control rights of the hidden high-level game world, the world of forests. Ding. The player has triggered the optimized Tier 1 main storyline mission, Tree Whisperers Alliance: The Secret of the Sacred Tree. Ding. In the current environment, the player is not able to build high-tier spatial teleportation channels. Ding. The player will be spawned at a random place and will obtain a random native world identity. Ding. The player has entered the world as a team. The player's random spawned location will remain the same. Mission title, Tree Whisperers Alliance: The Secret of the Sacred Tree. Mission difficulty, C. Mission description: there is an organization in the world of forests that worships nature and life. It is called the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Please find the Tree Whisperers Alliance and ask them for information about the sacred tree. As the game notification slowly dimmed, the sounds of noisy conversations could be heard around them. Then, Fang Heng slowly opened his eyes. A treehouse-style bar? It looked like it was decorated in the medieval style. Fang Heng quickly looked around to confirm his surroundings. Indeed, it was a bar. The 5 of them were sitting around a table. After Fang Heng reacted, he shifted his gaze to Mojai Oi. And you said that your luck wasn't good enough? In the past, when it came to random teleportation, those who were lucky would be randomly thrown into the wild, and those who were unlucky would be directly sent to an abyssal cave. Most of the time, it took players almost half a day to find a city. But here they were, being born directly in a tavern? After all, it was much easier to gather information in the tavern than outside. Sandy looked around and seemed to be infected by the lively atmosphere. He laughed loudly and raised a beer bottle on the table high, saying, "Come on, brothers, I wish us success in this mission." Under the light of the bar, Clairway's little face was flushed red. She raised her glass, which was bigger than her face, clinked glasses with everyone, and drank it in one gulp. Everyone was shocked by her alcohol tolerance. Fang Heng also took a big gulp of beer. Wait a minute, this was a little strange. Fang Heng suddenly realized that the taste of this beer seemed very normal. There was also a DJ, lights, and a dance floor. Fang Heng lowered his head and looked at his modern attire. He then touched his pocket and took out a mobile phone. Orange 13. Good heavens, so it was a low-tech world. It seemed to have not much difference in technological level from the real world. Chapter 2111 Breakthrough Point: World of Forests. Fang Heng muttered the name of this world again. He felt that it was different from what he had expected. Sandy gulped down a large mouthful of beer and burped. He turned to look at Fang Heng and asked, "Right, Fang Heng, where are we going next?" NPCs could not accept the game's hint, so Sandy did not know the specific objective of the mission. He could only follow the player. Let's find a way to find the Tree Whisperers Alliance first. Alright. Tree Whisperers Alliance, I got it. Leave it to me. I will show you my ability. I won't let you down. Sandy raised his wine glass and stood up, saying loudly, "Everyone, I have good news. Today is our young Master Mo's 18th birthday. Mr. Mo would pay for all the expenses of the players. By the way, We are new here. Does anyone know where we can find the members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance? If anyone can help, Mr. Mo will reward you heavily. Woo! Happy birthday, young Master Mo. Do you need someone to warm your bed? Cheers immediately rang out in the bar, and everyone raised their glasses to express their gratitude. Mojai rolled his eyes. He, Mr. Mo, had always kept a low profile. When had he ever done something so exaggerated? Clairway had rarely seen such a scene and was afraid of being stared at. She immediately buried her head deep in her arms. Soon, a hot-looking woman in short sleeves walked over to Fang Heng's table. The woman appeared very friendly, reaching out to pat Sandy on the face before saying, "Hey, friends, I am Agabni. I heard you guys are looking for the Tree Whisperers Alliance?" Fang Heng raised his head and looked at Agabni, asking, "You know?" "Of course, and I can bring you there. However..." Agabni winked at Fang Heng and continued, "I have to make sure that you are trustworthy." Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Sandy asked, "How do you confirm it?" Agabni sat down at a table and continued, "I know you are not from this town. Like many outsiders, you are here to find the Tree Whisperers Alliance, for that so-called water of life that grants eternal youth and longevity. However, the Tree Whisperers Alliance doesn't want to be disturbed." Fang Heng narrowed his eyes when he heard what Agabni said. Finding the Tree Whisperers Alliance would most likely require some kind of mission test. He hoped it wouldn't be too troublesome. 30 days was neither too long nor too short. He could not waste it. Pa. As Agabni spoke, Sandy put down the wine glass on the table and said, "I understand, go ahead. Name a price. How much do you want?" "Haha, not much, this number." Agabni gestured the number 5 at Sandy. "No problem." "Wow. You are so cool." Agabni gave Sandy a passionate kiss. "It's useless to just say nice things. Remember, if I don't see it, I promise you will regret it." Fang Heng opened his mouth and glanced at Mojai. Mojai was also dumbfounded. What the hell? Done? There was such a way to complete a mission? However, how much did 5 fingers represent? Fang Heng couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed and asked quietly, "Do we have enough money?" Mojai nodded and replied, "There are gold bars in my backpack. I have enough." A problem that could be solved with money was usually not a big problem. Mojai always had gold bars and gemstones in his backpack. Under the watchful and suspicious gaze of the bar owner, Mojai paid the bill with gold bars and threw another 5 gold bars to Agabni. Agabni immediately stuck close to Mojai, wishing she could swallow him whole. Outside the bar, everyone followed Agabni and hailed 2 separate cars. "Where are we going?" "My house." "Your house?" "SHH, let me tell you a secret. My brother is a member of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. He's at home now. I will bring you to him now. As for whether you can get what you want from him, it's up to you." Soon, the car stopped in front of a villa. Clairway got out of the car and stood outside the villa to sense. Gu Qingzi stood at the side and asked softly, "How is it, Clairway?" Clairway shook her head and replied, "I don't sense the power of nature. Let's go in and take a look." Fang Heng glanced at Mojai and followed Agabni into the house. It was time to test Mojai's luck. Inside the villa, Glennon looked warily at Fang Heng and the other uninvited guests and immediately assumed a hostile stance. "How did you find me? It must have been Agabni who told you." "That stupid sister." Glennon's tone was filled with anger as he looked at Fang Heng and the others with hostility. "I don't know anything about the Tree Whisperers Alliance. You have been cheated. Go find her and get back what you have been cheated of. Let's not rush, brother. We are seekers of nature, here for an important matter concerning the Tree Whisperers Alliance," replied Fang Heng. Seeing Glennon's excitement, Sandy stepped forward, calmly waving his hand to start persuading. "It's the guidance of the God of Nature that brought us here." "Hey, what God of Nature? Do you think I would believe such nonsense?" "Don't think I don't know, you are all here for the water of life, right? Forget it. I have never seen that thing, and I advise you not to think too much about it. The water of life is just a legend, it doesn't exist at all. Alright, I am done talking now, you can leave." Sandy, seeing his persuasion failing, shrugged helplessly and said, "You, with your strong sense of caution as a believer in nature, alright, let me show you a glimpse of the holy skill." With that, Sandy nodded subtly toward Fang Heng. Fang Heng understood immediately and extended his hand towards Glennon, slowly opening his palm. His spiritual power slowly gathered in the center of his palm. Kai. What was that? Under Glennon's astonished gaze, a faint green light condensed in Fang Heng's palm. The green light began to undulate slowly. A tiny sapling emerged from Fang Heng's palm. A sapling. The power of life. How was this possible? Glennon was shocked. He looked at Fang Heng and shouted, "How did you do it?" Tree spirits. Are you a tree spirit? I actually saw the tree spirit race. Which faction do you belong to? Root tribe? Leaf tribe? Soul tribe? None of them. Feng Heng retracted his hand and shook his head. He looked at Glennon and said, "We are believers of the God of Nature. We accepted the mission of the God of Nature and came here. Now, can we have a good talk?" As they spoke, Feng Heng and Clariwea looked at each other. There was a problem. There was something wrong with this world. He had noticed it when he used natural science. In the normal world, he had high-tier natural science skills, and with his tens of thousands of natural science talent points, it was easy for him to condense a seedling in his palm. However, it became extremely difficult for him to do this just now. He couldn't even let the seedling grow smoothly. Why was this happening? On the other side, Glennon was already shocked by Feng Heng's move. He hurriedly nodded and said, "All right, please follow me upstairs." Chapter 2112 Traces in the study room on the second floor. Glennon still couldn't contain his excitement as he set up a ladder and retrieved a long-preserved precious collection album from the top of the bookshelf. The outside world knows mostly about the Tree Spirit clan through the story of the Water of Life. It was probably several decades ago when the famous Daikun fell terminally ill. With the help of the Water of Life, his condition miraculously improved, and he was even free from illness thereafter, living happily until he peacefully passed away at the age of 200. But that's not the case. The Water of Life is just the tip of the iceberg for the Tree Spirits. Did you know? This world wasn't what we saw before. Tens of thousands of years ago, our home was once a sea of trees, a world shrouded by giant trees. The Tree Spirits are the true rulers of this world. Glennon was a little excited. His hands were trembling as he carefully opened a yellowed book. According to the records, the Tree Spirits are divided into several special races. They are divided into 4 tribes: Leaf, Wood, Root, and Soul. Each tribe has different strengths. At that time, the Tree Spirits controlled more than 80% of the world. Humans only lived in a corner and were threatened by natural threats. At that time, neither humans nor the Tree Spirits had developed technology. Humans only learned the ability to speak under the guidance of the Tree Spirits. The entire world relied on nature and the Tree Spirits to operate. At that time, humans signed a contract with the Tree Spirits and received the blessing of the Tree Spirits. They also swore eternal loyalty. Glennon sighed and said, "But one day, for some reason, the Tree Spirits underwent a huge change and gradually disappeared from the world." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Disappeared? And there was a huge change? It sounded very troublesome. Feng Heng frowned as well. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could the disappearance of the Tree Spirits be? Was it because of the progenitor vampire? The exact time when the Tree Spirits disappeared was not certain, but thinking about it carefully, the time when the vampires entered the world of forests was very likely the time when the Tree Spirits suddenly disappeared. There might be some connection between the two. If that was the case, there would probably be even greater trouble. Feng Heng tried to change the topic to the mission by asking, "Do you know about the ancient sacred tree?" The ancient sacred tree. Hearing this, Glennon stood up from his chair and stared at Feng Heng with a strange light in his eyes. "I knew it. I knew that the ancient sacred tree was real, right?" Feng Heng looked at Glennon and signaled him to calm down. "Tell me what you know first." Glennon took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He sat back down and flipped open one of the illustrations in the album. He continued, "In the legends, the ancient sacred tree was the one that supported the entire world. It was the source of power for the entire world, but..." Glennon's expression gradually darkened as he spoke. With the disappearance of the Tree Spirits, the ancient sacred tree could no longer be found. Rumor has it that the ancient sacred tree had completely disappeared along with the disappearing Tree Spirits. "Yes." Feng Heng grunted and glanced at the game log. Unfortunately, the game didn't give any new hints. It seemed like they hadn't gathered enough clues. "Can I ask you a question?" Glennon looked at Feng Heng cautiously and whispered, "Who are you guys?" "Ahem." Sandy coughed lightly and continued to bluff, "We are believers of the God of Nature. How much do you know about the disappearance of the ancient sacred tree? Or do you have any information that you can provide us with?" When Glennon heard this, he immediately jumped up from his chair and shouted, "Yes. A lot of information is in the headquarters of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Let's go, I will bring you there now." At night, Feng Heng and his companions drove along with Glennon to a community center. Even though it was already late at night, the community center was still brightly lit. Everyone walked towards the community center. Glennon continued, "The purpose of the Tree Whisperers Alliance is to protect the Tree Spirits. This is actually a covenant between humans and the Tree Spirit race from ancient times. If humans betray their original oath, the entire human race will suffer great punishment and face catastrophe." Listening to Glennon's words, Feng Heng couldn't help but scoff. The explanation sounded somewhat contrived, with a hint of holy court indoctrination in it. Glennon was the first to enter the community center. Feng Heng followed him into the hall. Instantly, more than a dozen gazes in the hall turned to them. Their eyes were filled with excitement, suspicion, and prying. Feng Heng looked at Glennon beside him. Glennon scratched the back of his head awkwardly and squeezed out an apologetic smile, saying, I am sorry, only Stina has the key to the community center. Are you Feng Heng? Before he could finish his sentence, a burly middle-aged man with a fierce expression suddenly interrupted. His sharp gaze pierced Feng Heng, and his tone was hostile. You are that Feng Heng, right? Follower of nature? Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man and nodded at him. We have heard about you. Glennon is still young, we don't want him to be deceived. The middle-aged man paused as if giving Feng Heng time to think. Then he said coldly, I don't know what kind of trick you are playing. If you leave now and promise not to return, we can let bygones be bygones and pretend that nothing happened. Alright, it seems that you still have doubts about us, if you have to witness it with your own eyes. Feng Heng then turned to look at Clairway and nodded at her. Clairway clasped her hands in front of her. TSK. In the next moment, a green book covered in green thorns appeared in front of her. This clever move caused a slight change in the expressions of everyone inside the community center. Buzz. A faint green light bloomed from the Book of Nature. Under the illumination of the light, the vines by the window began to grow rapidly. Kai. In just a short while, the vines gradually spread into the room through the window, until more than half of the room was completely covered by the green vines. Phew. Clairway heaved a sigh of relief and kept the Book of Nature. She found it strange. After experiencing it for herself, she realized that the consumption of natural science in this world was more than 10 times that of her previous world. This was only a low-tier natural science skill. If she used a high-tier natural science skill, the difficulty would increase even more. Chapter 2113 Introduction. Everyone came back to their senses and stared at Clairway. Previously, they were still skeptical of Glennon's words, thinking that Glennon was too young and had been deceived by an outsider with a few words. They didn't expect that the scene before them was far beyond their imagination. Yes, the power of nature could indeed manifest in tangible ways. Ahem. Sandy cleared his throat and looked at everyone, saying, So, what do you think? Any lingering doubts? Please believe that as followers of nature, we always abide by its laws. To us, questioning our integrity is an insult. The crowd made way for an elderly man to walk out from a small door at the back. He bowed slightly to Feng Heng and the others in apology. I am Yule, the president of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Please forgive us for our rudeness earlier. We have suffered too much recently. Please sit down and let's talk slowly. Everyone sat around the desk. The atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy, and no one spoke for a moment. Breaking the silence, Sandy spoke up, as we mentioned earlier, we have come seeking the guidance of nature. We want to learn more about the world tree, the more, the better. We have heard there's some relevant information here, so we followed along. Yule said after a moment of silence, since its establishment, the Tree Whisperers Alliance has always been committed to protecting nature and continuing its inheritance. As for the mysteries of the world tree. To be honest, we know very little. I am afraid that the information you can find here is also very little. Feng Heng frowned. However, Yule changed the topic and continued, actually, the Tree Whisperers Alliance has some connections with the tree spirits. What? Hearing this, Glennon couldn't help but sit up from his chair. His eyes lit up as he stared at Mr. Yule. Many others also looked at Yule in surprise. The Tree Whisperers Alliance was actually in contact with the tree spirits. This was the first time most of them had heard of this news. Feng Heng nodded and asked, Can you introduce us to the tree spirits? Yule shook his head and refused, I am sorry. It's not convenient. In the past, only the tree spirits contacted us. We never had their contact information. Feng Heng wanted to say something more to fight for it, but the game notification suddenly refreshed. Ding. The player's current mission, the secret of the ancient sacred tree of the Tree Whisperers Alliance has been completed. The next phase of the mission has been triggered, search for the tree spirits. Mission title, search for the tree spirits. Mission difficulty, S. Mission description, during your contact with the Tree Whisperers Alliance, you have learned information about the tree spirits. Please try to contact the tree spirits. Mission requirement, meet the tree spirits. Mission reward, the follow-up phase of the mission has been triggered. Ding. Due to the player's early reward, the player has obtained additional mission guidance. Ding. After the player's favorability with the Tree Whisperers Alliance reaches 500, Mr. Yule can recommend the player to find the tree spirits and obtain additional favorability with the tree spirits. Ding. The player can also find other ways to complete the relevant missions. Feng Heng glanced at the game notification and nodded at Mojai Oi. The mission notification was very clear. The old man in front of them still had doubts about their identities, so he was unwilling to introduce them to the tree spirits. It was understandable. Therefore, the next mission line was mostly to complete some missions within the Tree Whisperers Alliance and think of a way to gain some favorable impression points. When he had enough favorable impression points, the task of finding the tree spirits would naturally come to fruition. As an NPC, Sandy did not receive any mission reminders. However, he did not give up and continued to ask, then, how often would the tree spirits take the initiative to contact you all in the past? Yule pondered for a moment and frowned, then he replied, it's hard to say. Sometimes, we can sense the message from them in a week, but sometimes, it can be years without any movement. Fang Heng looked at everyone and interrupted Sandy's question, Mr. Yule, if it's possible, we would like to stay here for a while and borrow some books. Sandy saw the look Fang Heng gave him and immediately nodded, saying, that's right. We have received an oracle from the god of nature. It indicates that this world may face an unprecedented disaster. If you need it, please let us know. Yule's expression turned serious and replied, all right, there are many empty rooms in the community center. If you don't mind, you can stay here. There's no need to trouble yourself. There's a hotel next door. We will book a few rooms there. It's too late today. We will come again tomorrow. Fang Heng stood up and said goodbye. After everyone left the community center, Mojai Ai and the others shifted their gaze to Fang Heng. Fang Heng spread his hands and said, let's stay here for a while. The next phase of the mission is most likely related to the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Other than the mission hints, we should also look for clues from other aspects to understand this world first. Alright. The next evening, Sandy alone occupied almost the entire reading room of the community center. All the books related to the tree spirits in the community center were brought over by him to borrow. He had roughly gone through all the relevant information. Fang Heng, I am afraid this world is much more dangerous than it looks. What they said before about the tree spirits occupying the entire world might be true. Fang Heng asked, any discoveries regarding the mission? Yes, from the pictures of the ruins excavated around the world, the tree spirits really existed and had unknown abilities. However, since hundreds of years ago, the Federation has consciously covered up the traces of the tree spirits' existence. Also, I have read some old newspapers. From some clues, I can tell that there should have been a fight between the Federation and the tree spirits. If you ask me, the Federation must have more information. As they were talking, Claraway pushed open the door and entered her room under the accompaniment of Gu Qingzu. How is it? Gu Qingzu shook her head gently and said in a low voice, we just went outside to check. The natural energy of this world has been affected by some special force. When using natural abilities, it will be greatly weakened. This force is covering the sky, so we can't make any more judgments for the time being. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. He did not find any valuable clues. It seemed that he had to find a breakthrough from the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Unknowingly, everyone's eyes were on Mojai Ai. Mojai Ai was playing with his phone with his head lowered. This world also had short video platforms. It could not be considered slacking off. After all, they could collect more information about this world through short videos. Chapter 2114 Demonstration. Mojai Ai raised his head in confusion when he saw everyone's gazes. Old Mr. Mo, do you have any inspiration? Mojai Ai's face was bitter as he spoke. That's enough, you guys. What inspiration can I have? Sandy chimed in, Mr. Mo, don't be modest. How about just giving us some hints? Point us in the right direction. Mojai Ai scratched his head and casually remarked, well, didn't the game give us a hint already? Maybe they are not triggering the mission for us because our favorability rating isn't high enough? Sandy was deep in thought before saying, you are saying that we can't trigger the follow-up mission because the initial friendship is not enough? Yes, that's what I mean. Mojai Ai nodded in agreement and said, I will check for you and see if there are any presentable gift shops nearby. We will send them over one by one later. You can say something nice by the side. We will find a breakthrough. Mojai Ai said casually and continued to fiddle with his phone. Suddenly, Mojai Ai noticed something and couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. He frowned and stared at the phone screen. What's wrong? Fang Heng walked over and looked at Mojai Ai's phone screen. Demonstrations? It was a short video about an environmental protest. Fang Heng looked puzzled. The people participating in the demonstration seemed familiar. He had seen some of them last night. Fang Heng nodded and said, play it again. Mojai Ai nodded and replayed the short video clip. The video clip recorded the protest of a small town's public welfare environmental protection organization against Omnitech Company. They protested that the company had destroyed the forest and occupied the site of the excavated ruins, causing great damage to the ruins. Fang Heng lightly stroked his chin and nodded, saying, Omnitech Company. Gu Qingzu frowned and asked, are there ruins nearby here? Oh, it's a relic related to the tree spirit race. Sandy had appeared behind them at some point. After watching the entire video, he stretched and said, 80% of the ruins claimed to be found on the internet are fake. As for whether there are any ruins near the town, I am not sure. Interesting. Let's go and ask someone. As soon as he opened the door, Mojai I saw Glennon passing by. Mojai I extended his hand and said, hey, little brother, I need to talk to you about something. Me? Glennon's eyes lit up. He turned around and rushed towards the crowd, saying, I am coming. Come, take a look at this video. After watching the entire video, Glennon fell silent. The ruins of the tree spirits were discovered by the outside world about half a year ago. They are in the woods not far from our town. Not long after that, Omnitech Company took full control of the ruins. Take over? Fang Heng was puzzled and he asked, didn't the federal department interfere? Don't talk about it. The Federation has invested 90% of the shares in Omnitech Company. Everyone knows that Omnitech Company is controlled by the Federation. Glennon was indignant and he continued, Omnitech Company doesn't have the right to enter the ruins. However, they used some special methods to purchase the right to develop the entire forest. They have obtained the authorization of the federal department, so they can occupy the entire forest area. The forest originally belonged to the town. After the mayor signed the sales agreement, he fell into a coma and never woke up. There must be something wrong with this. Glennon closed the door behind him and whispered to everyone, you guys also think there's something strange at the ruins, right? I used to wonder if the ruins were related to the tree spirits. Omnitech Company is also very interested in the tree spirits. They must have found something. Fang Heng pondered and asked, how about Mr. Yule? What did he say? Mr. Yule has always wanted to protect the ruins, but Omnitech Company is very aggressive. Last time, when we were demonstrating, we had a conflict. A few of our members from the Tree Whisperers Alliance were sent to the police station, and Mr. Yule is still trying to find a way to get them out. Glennon looked at Fang Heng and asked, Mr. Yule won't allow us to continue causing trouble, but I am still worried. Can you take me to the ruins to take a look? I want to confirm the situation at the ruins. If possible, I want to give Omnitech Company a warning and ask them to evacuate that place. Ding. The player team has triggered a mission. Glennon's request. Mission title, Glennon's request. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, Omnitech Company has taken control of the tree spirits ruins outside the town. Glennon wishes to invite players to investigate and if possible, to give Omnitech Company a warning to stay away from the ruins. Mission reward, Tree Whisperers Alliance's friendship, possible follow-up mission. Mission description, this mission is highly dangerous. You can complete the mission when the completion rate reaches 20%. Mission special description, this mission may lead to changes in the friendship levels of certain factions towards you. Please choose carefully. Hint, this mission is an optimized branch route chosen as a mission reward, finally. After working for the entire morning, the key mission was finally triggered. Fang Heng exchanged glances with the others and nodded, saying, alright. We will go and take a look when it gets dark. After more than an hour, the sky turned completely dark. Glennon brought Fang Heng and the others to the edge of the forest outside the town. The ruins are in the forest. Actually, the ruins are not a secret in the town. Many people in the town know about it. I used to play there when I was young. Some time ago, a scientific research team came here to conduct scientific research. Only then did the ruins area be discovered by the outside world. The Federation believes that this is the ruins left behind from ancient times. Glennon explained the general situation to Fang Heng and the others, then looked up at the hidden cameras hanging on the branches. After Omnitech Company bought this place, they surrounded the entire forest area and set up surveillance cameras at the entrance. Once outsiders are discovered, they will be expelled. Yes. Fang Heng glanced at the camera set up high on the branch, squatted down, and picked up a stone. Whoosh! The stone flew out from between Fang Heng's fingers, creating a sharp sound as it cut through the air. Bang! The surveillance camera hanging high up in the sky instantly exploded. Glennon was shocked and turned to look at Fang Heng. Then let's get rid of them. Fang Heng said as he picked up a few more stones from the ground and smashed all the cameras at the entrance area one by one. There's no problem now. Let's go. Chapter 2115 Exploration. Glennon didn't expect Fang Heng to be so brave. His expression became tense as he said, if the monitoring platform is disturbed, the people of Omnitech Company will definitely notice. Don't be afraid, little friend. The god of nature will punish those who offend the ruins. Sandy patted Glennon's shoulder and said, lead the way, let's go. Everyone lowered their bodies and entered the forest area under Glennon's lead. They slowly walked along a small path. Soon, The light from the flashlight appeared in front of the path. Glennon immediately stopped when he saw this, and his tone revealed a hint of nervousness. Someone's here. It must be someone from Omnitech Company. What should we do? Step back a little. I will handle this. As he spoke, Feng Heng took out a demon mask from his backpack and put it on, then walked forward alone. Not far away, a few security personnel from Omnitech Company were patrolling. All of a sudden, a dozen surveillance cameras had a problem. It was obviously abnormal. A group of 5 security guards fumbled their way through the passage with flashlights to check the situation. It must be the people from the Forest Protection Organization. It's so late at night. It's really annoying. I still have to fill in the maintenance form tomorrow and deal with these trivial matters. Destroying the company's property. After they are caught, let them go to jail for a few years and they will stop. The group of people held guns and discussed softly along the way. Suddenly, one of the guards noticed something passing by in the darkness and was shocked. Who's there? Who is it? A figure quickly appeared from the darkness ahead. He was wearing a strange demon mask. Stop. The guards raised their guns and aimed at Feng Heng. Do not move. Raise your hands. This is the private property of Omnitech Company. You are suspected of damaging company property and illegal intrusion. Raise your hands immediately. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures. Feng Heng ignored them and continued walking toward them. The captain of the security team raised his eyebrows and shouted sternly, I told you to stop right there. Whoosh. The next moment, the captain of the security team suddenly felt a blur before him. Bang. Bang. 2 sounds of impact resounded. The 2 men in front of him were sent flying, one to the left and one to the right. In just a short moment, he was the only one left in the 5-man team. Don't. The guard panicked and aimed his gun at Feng Heng, pulling the trigger. Ka. No reaction? He looked down and saw that the gun in his hand had been completely crushed by the other party. Feng Heng lifted the captain of the security team with one hand and said coldly, I want to know what's going on inside the ruins. I really don't know. We are only in charge of guarding the periphery. We have never been allowed to enter the ruins. We don't even know what's going on inside. That's a pity. Feng Heng said as he flung his hand. The security guard felt the world spinning before his eyes. He was flung away by Feng Heng and crashed into a tree trunk not far away with a loud bang before fainting. Mojai Ai and the others followed him from behind. Glennon looked at the scene before him and opened his mouth. Obviously, he did not expect the god of nature to use such a violent method to solve the problem. He looked at Feng Heng and stammered, Brother Feng. This. It's okay. I know what I am doing. They will wake up tomorrow. As Feng Heng spoke, he stepped over the unconscious guards and said, Let's continue. Following the path in the forest ahead, a newly built camp gradually appeared in everyone's sight. There was the logo of Omnitech Company on the tent. Everyone hid in the dark. Mojai Ai asked in a low voice as he carefully observed the camp, How long have they been here? It's been about a month since they officially took over the forest area. Yes. Feng Heng nodded and called out to everyone, I will go inside and take a look. You guys wait here first. As he spoke, Feng Heng walked towards the camp alone. Everyone continued to hide in the forest and looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng's body became thinner and thinner as he moved forward. Before he even entered the periphery of the camp, he had already completely integrated into the surrounding space. Glennon rubbed his eyes. Where was he? Disappeared? 5 minutes later, Feng Heng relied on his secondary space projection ability to sneak into the camp. After cleaning up the entire camp, he swaggered out of the camp and returned the way he came. Sandy asked, Mr. Feng, what's the situation inside? Nothing much. This should be the outer camp. There are only some basic communication facilities and surveillance equipment. There are only a dozen guards. I have already taken care of them. Feng Heng looked at Glennon and said, Let's go. Take us to the ruins. Glennon saw that Feng Heng had easily taken care of the entire camp. He felt a little more confident and nodded, saying, Okay. I will take you there. The group followed Glennon's directions and passed through the campsite. Soon, they arrived at a relatively hidden grotto entrance in the forest. This is the place. Glennon pointed to the entrance of the cave and explained in a low voice, This cave used to be very secretive. Only a few individuals in the town knew about it. Later, it was discovered by the scientific research squad and was made public. There were no guards at the entrance of the cave. Feng Heng stood in front of the entrance and focused his senses. He could sense a large amount of vitality fluctuations in the cave. There should be several individuals in the cave. However, the vitality fluctuation was not strong. The strength of this group of people was very limited. Feng Heng nodded and reminded them, Let's sneak in and take a look. Be careful. Yes. Glennon led the group into the cave. After entering the cave, a sunken area quickly appeared in front of them. Bright lights came from below. There is a cliff more than 6 meters in front of us. Glennon laid down first, followed by Fang Heng and the rest. He explained in a low voice, "Below the cliff is the ruins I mentioned to you." While speaking, Glennon carefully climbed to the front of the cliff and poked his head out to observe. What was that? Glennon was stunned when he saw the scene below the cave. At this moment, Glennon felt like he couldn't recognize the interior of the cave. More than half of the grotto had been modified, and large precision instruments were piled up everywhere. Many staff members in white research suits were busy walking back and forth. Fang Heng gazed at the circumstances at the bottom of the cliff, then turned to look at Glennon beside him. This place was not originally like this. What exactly did they do here? Glennon's eyes flashed with surprise as he gazed up into the depths of the cave. What? Glennon's eyes flashed with anger. What did they do to the ancient tree? Chapter 2116 Faction Selection. Sandy was stunned and asked, "What ancient tree? What did you say?" Glennon took a deep breath and suppressed the wrath in his heart. He pointed at a certain place in the depths of the cave. There used to be a withered ancient tree there. Mr. Yule told us that this withered tree was once a branch of the sacred tree that guarded the tree spirit race. It was also the evidence of the tree spirit race's existence. The sacred tree once blessed this land, but now, the branches of the ancient tree have completely withered and become like this. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction Glennon was pointing at. There, a 3-meter-tall withered tree stood. The leaves had long withered, leaving only a bare trunk and a few withered branches. They had long lost their vitality. At this moment, a large number of wires of various colors were wrapped around the branches of the withered tree like tentacles. Fang Heng frowned, feeling suspicious. It seemed that Omnitech Company was carrying out some kind of special detection on the ancient tree. The game hint appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's current mission completion rate has increased to 45%, hint, triggered by special reward, the player has completed the lowest level mission submission limit. Due to the high difficulty of the mission, it is recommended to retreat immediately. Fang Heng glanced at the suggestions given by the game. It was only 45% and the game was already suggesting to end it? Not accepted. Fang Heng continued to observe the situation below. It seemed that the researchers of Omnitech Company were very interested in this withered tree. All the experimental equipment was built around the ancient tree. So what were they going to do? As he was thinking, Fang Heng noticed a group of people walking toward the entrance of the cave. The middle-aged man in the lead stopped in his tracks. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the entrance where they were. The dozen or so guards following behind him immediately stopped and stood around him in a vigilant position. Intruders. I was a little surprised when I received a report of suspected hacking. I didn't expect someone to actually infiltrate into Omnitech Company. It's been a long time since I have seen someone interesting. It seems that you guys aren't tree spirits, right? Are you from the Tree Whisperers Alliance? I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to come in this manner. The middle-aged man looked up at the cliff with a gentle and elegant smile on his face. Let me introduce myself first. I am Ji-Hading, the executive director of Omnitech Company. I haven't had the chance to have a good talk with you. I think there might be a big misunderstanding between us. In fact, Omnitech Company is very willing to cooperate with you. After all, we all live in the same world, don't we? Fang Heng and the others, who were hiding on top of the high cliff, looked at each other. Mojai, I asked, Fang Heng, it seems like we have been discovered, what should we do? I will go and talk to him. You guys stay here just to be on the cautious side. Chloe whispered, Brother Fang Heng, I also want to go down and take a look. I sense some nature-related aura fluctuations coming from that withered tree. Alright, follow me and be careful. With that, Fang Heng stood up straight from the cliffside, revealing himself, and leaped down toward the bottom of the cliff. Chloe followed behind Fang Heng, slowly floating down from midair. As Fang Heng landed, the guards behind Ji-Hading cast wary glances at him. The guards immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Fang Heng, while the researchers around quickly retreated to the side. Unlike the external security personnel, the group of guards gathered around Ji-Hading wore uniforms with a consistent style, but they didn't carry any weapons. Fang Heng glanced at this group of guards before turning his attention elsewhere. These people's clothes were a little strange. It looked like a one-piece outfit with streamlined lines. There was a diamond-shaped crystal pattern slightly above the center of the abdomen. It was very strange. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look fashionable, and it didn't match the clothes of ordinary security guards. Don't be so nervous. We are just going to talk. Ji-Hading gently raised his hand, signaling the guards behind him to put down their guns. He continued to look at Fang Heng and said, Thank you for your trust. We will also show our sincerity. Ding, the player's charm has taken effect. The player has obtained additional initial friendliness from Ji-hating. Feng Hang looked at the game hint and could not help but complain in his heart. Instead of gaining the friendliness of the Tree Whisperers Alliance, he gained the favorable impression of the enemy? What was going on? Feng Hang stared at Ji-hating and asked, Omnitech Company. What are you doing here? As you can see, we are doing some basic scientific research. In fact, in recent years, our Omnitech Company has been conducting research on the tree spirits, and we have more or less made some insignificant breakthroughs. At present, we are analyzing and simulating the seeds of the source of power we found, and we have locked onto an area with similar power. After that, it was much simpler. We hired a scientific research team and an exploration team to search the vicinity of the marked area and quickly found the ruins. Ji-hating spread his hands and said, well, according to what you said, we are all here to find the tree spirits and the ancient sacred tree. Feng Hang's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He looked at the ancient tree in the depths of the cave behind Ji-hating. Ancient sacred tree? Is that it? No, of course not. Ji-hating shook his head and replied, it's nothing compared to the ancient sacred tree. It has already withered. But we have confirmed that it does have something to do with the ancient sacred tree. Feng Hang raised his head and pouted in the direction of the withered ancient tree. Since it's already withered, what are you still doing to it? Ji-hating calmly explained, we are conducting tests to assess the vitality of the withered ancient tree. We aim to fully revive the ancient tree. Would you be interested in cooperating with us? Perhaps we could work together? Ding. The player triggered side mission collaboration invitation. Mission name, collaboration invitation. Mission difficulty, D. Decision-making mission. Mission description, Omnitech Company has extended a collaboration invitation to you to explore the secrets of the ancient sacred tree. If the player accepts the invitation, it will interrupt the mission line of the Tree Whisperers Alliance and reset all contribution points, reputation points, etc. associated with the Tree Whisperers Alliance, and it will affect the friendship level with certain characters. Hint, triggered by early special rewards, it is recommended that the player choose to collaborate with the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Choosing this mission line will significantly shorten the progress and overall mission difficulty. Feng Hang glanced at the mission hint. A faction selection decision-making mission. He no longer needed to hesitate. The game had provided a clear indication. Chapter 2117 Right to speak. Feng Hang didn't reject him directly. Instead, he raised his head and asked, is that so? Then I need to think about it. Tell me, how do you want to cooperate? Of course, we will work together to find the so-called ancient sacred tree. There are many methods. For example, we can find the tree spirits and get some information from them. Or, Ji-hating stopped talking and gestured behind him, or maybe we can look for some clues from other places. Feng Hang looked at Ji-hating and asked, it's that simple? Alright, then I will be frank. We have obtained some information from some ancient books. The tree spirits were once the overlords of this world. They had extremely powerful strength, but even as strong as they were, they completely disappeared in some kind of crisis. To be honest, if we are talking about selfishness, we do desire that power. Our Omnitech Company wants to control this power for our use. Ji-hating continued, as for more, it's actually a precautionary measure in the face of crisis. You see, back then, despite the immense strength of the tree spirit race, they suddenly disappeared entirely due to some external reasons. This makes me very anxious. I am always worried that the same history will repeat itself, and it's very likely that the next time we face the threat of extinction, it will be us humans. Therefore, searching for the power of the tree spirits is actually a preparation to deal with the crisis in advance, and also for the survival of our race. Feng Hang listened and smirked. Sounds pretty good, but ultimately it's all about power, right? Ha ha ha, I talked a lot, but isn't it the same for you? Aren't we all after power? Only with power can we have a say. It's an eternal truth. We can't always rely on others' kindness. Ji-hating laughed heartily. If you are willing to collaborate, after obtaining the power of the tree spirit race, we are willing to share that power with you. What do you think? Forget it. I prefer to act on my own. After all, I don't know much about you guys. Ji-hating frowned and shook his head, saying, I am sorry to hear this answer from you, but I am willing to give you some time. If you change your mind. On the cliff not far away, Glennon heard their conversation and could not help but shout, Scram! You bastards! Stop talking nonsense. All of you are here for the treasure of the tree spirit. It was all for the water of life. I won't let you succeed. Ji-hating glanced coldly at Glennon, who was high up on the cliff. By the way, can I see that? It's my first time here, so I haven't seen this before. Feng Hang did not seem to care about Glennon. He looked at Ji-hating and pointed at the withered tree not far away. Of course, go ahead. Ji Hating turned to the side and continued to explain, "We have installed some activation devices on the ruins. On the one hand, it is a test, and on the other hand, it is to check the state of the withered tree. We have been trying to wake it up, but unfortunately, the progress is very mediocre. To be honest, this withered tree is the best preserved one among all the ruins we have found." Feng Heng and Clairway walked past several researchers from Omnitech Company until they came to the withered tree. Ji Hating followed them. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Heng slowly stretched out his hand and pressed it on the ruins of the withered tree. He couldn't sense any fluctuations of natural power from the withered tree. The withered tree had completely lost its vitality. Or rather, it was already dead. Feng Heng turned his head to look at Clairway. Clairway also slowly reached out her hand towards the withered tree and gently pressed it against the trunk, gently closing her eyes. This action lasted for a full minute. Just as the guards were getting impatient, a slightly excited voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Director G. There's an abnormal fluctuation in the detection of the withered tree's life form." "What the hell?" Ji Hating's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and stared at Clairway. When Clairway reached out and touched it, a faint green light was emitted from the completely withered tree trunk. What kind of power was that? Ji Hating was surprised. Everyone remained silent and waited for Clairway. They waited for another 2 minutes. Clairway retracted her hand again and exhaled, looking a little tired. Ji Hating asked, "What did you find?" Clairway shook her head and took half a step back from Feng Heng. Feng Heng shook his head and said, "It seems like we didn't find anything special. Thank you. I think it's time for us to leave." Ji Hating stood in front of Feng Heng and Clairway, looking at them without moving. "What's wrong? Don't you want to let us leave? I don't know what the tree spirits have told you, but our company has always been law-abiding. Everything we do is for the survival of mankind. I hope you can reconsider my proposal." "There's no need to consider it. I don't like to be forced." "Then I am sorry. According to the company's rules, I can't let you leave just like that. I really hope to cooperate with you, but unfortunately." Ji Hating sighed in disappointment. He slowly turned around and waved his hand to signal for his men to take Feng Heng and Clairway away. More than 10 guards who had been following Ji Hating stared at Feng Heng and Clairway with a serious look in their eyes. "Brother Feng Heng, I..." Just as Clairway was about to say something, she suddenly felt her vision blur. Her body went limp and she fell onto Feng Heng. At the same time, Feng Heng felt a sharp pain in his brain. Then, a line of game prompts appeared on his retina. "Ding. The player has received an unknown spiritual power piercing attack. Ding. The player's spiritual power has passed the check. The player is immune to stun. The player has received 234 points of spiritual damage. Ding. The player has received an unknown spiritual power piercing attack. Ding. The player's spiritual power has passed the test." Eh? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat and he immediately reached out to hug the unconscious Clairway. He looked at the dozen guards in front of him and frowned. A special spiritual attack? He had seen a similar attack on Charlene before. The people in front of him were all psychic ability users. Ka, ka ka ka. Cracking sounds came from the surrounding space. Feng Heng immediately sensed an invisible barrier field rapidly condensing in the surrounding space. A spiritual barrier. He had miscalculated. The vampire bloodline could indeed sense the power of lifeblood. However, the psychic element was a completely different type of ability fluctuation. From the vampire's perception, the lifeblood energy of this group of psychic ability users was no different from that of ordinary people. Chapter 2118 Escape. Seeing this, Feng Heng immediately flipped his wrist, and an alloy metal rod appeared in his hand. Po! Enduring the stinging pain in his brain, Feng Heng swung the long rod forward with one hand. Bang! The metal rod struck the air with a dull sound. Numerous cracks immediately appeared on the barrier where it was hit. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the enemy was not strong. It could be broken by brute force. Again. Feng Heng's eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he once again swung his long rod forward with all his might. Bang! Another heavy knock sounded. The spiritual force field barrier that could not be seen by the naked eye exploded in front of him. The 3 guards from Omnitech Company spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The diamond-shaped gemstone pattern in the center of their clothes instantly shattered. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. When he first saw the guard uniform, he thought that the gemstones were just ordinary patterns. He did not expect it to be a thin layer of gemstone crystals. It seemed that this layer of clothing was related to their special spiritual power. Ji Hating was about to leave, but when he heard the noise, he turned around and saw Feng Heng breaking through the spiritual barrier. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he stared at Feng Heng. What was going on? What was wrong with this person? What kind of terrifying power could directly damage the spiritual barrier? The 3 guards who had condensed the spiritual energy barrier fainted from the backlash. Feng Heng weighed the long metal rod in his hand and picked up the unconscious Clairway with one hand. He strode forward and walked toward Ji Hating. The guards shouted, "Stop him!" At the same time, on the other side, Gu Qingzu attacked. She jumped down from the cliff and joined the battlefield. "Be careful. Enemy attack." The guards immediately raised their guns and returned fire. Immediately, gunshots rang out throughout the entire cave. The researchers quickly covered their heads and squatted down, looking for cover to avoid the chaotic battle. The remaining guards of Omnitech Company continuously used their long-range spiritual power to pierce Feng Heng and attack him. However, it was useless. The guards looked at Feng Heng as if he were a monster as he approached them step by step. The latter seemed to be completely immune to spiritual attacks. Feng Heng said as he walked up to Ji Hating, "Director Ji, it looks like you can't keep me here." Ji Hating's eyes flashed with admiration, and he chuckled, "Feng Heng, to be honest, I admire you even more. Unfortunately, you and I are pursuing different paths. You chose to become our enemies. I look forward to meeting you next time. Goodbye." As he spoke, Ji Hating's figure slowly disappeared under everyone's gaze. Spatial transmission. Feng Heng's pupil shrank when he saw the blue light flashing beside Ji Hating. The power of the alien spawns. The next moment, light spots appeared around Ji Hating's guards. Ding. The player's current mission cooperation invitation has failed. The player's current mission Glennon's request completion rate has increased to 120%. Ding. The player's friendship with the Tree Whisperers Alliance has increased, but your friendship with Omnitech Company has decreased significantly. Ding. The player is automatically assigned to the faction Tree Whisperers Alliance and enters a hostile state with Omnitech Company. Please be cautious, stop them. Feng Heng shouted and swung his long rod at Ji Hating. Bang. The long rod struck the transition light spots around Ji Hating's body. The entire warp barrier shook violently, and the teleportation stopped for half a second. Oh no! Unable to break through the transition teleportation. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, it was already too late for them to stop Ji Hating and his group from escaping. Including the researchers, all the employees of Omnitech Company in the cave disappeared through spatial transmission. Even the researchers who had been knocked out by Gu Qingzu's punch were teleported away by the spatial transmission. In just a short while, only Feng Heng and his group were left in the cave. Ding. The player repelled Omnitech Company, affecting the company's research and development. The player received 2,000 Tree Whisperers Alliance favorability points and 1,000 Tree Whisperers Alliance faction contribution points. Everyone quickly gathered around Feng Heng. Mojai I walked up to him and said, "Feng Heng, we can't stay here for long. The people from Omnitech Company will be here soon. Psychic powers are usually only encountered in high-level game worlds. It's a relatively high-level ability, so it's not that easy to deal with." "Yes. How's Clairway?" As they spoke, Clairway woke up from her coma. Clairway's head was still a little dizzy. She looked at everyone in a daze and said, "Brother Feng Heng, I fainted just now." Feng Heng nodded slightly and looked at Clairway, asking, "Did you find anything when you checked the branches of the sacred tree?" "Yes." Clairway quickly recalled what had happened before she fainted. Her face was solemn as she nodded. "I have used my natural ability to investigate. I found a special natural magic array in the center of the branch of the sacred tree. The magic array can help the branch of the sacred tree complete teleportation and energy transmission." "Teleportation?" Hearing this, Feng Heng could not help but frown. "So the tree spirits use the branches of the sacred tree to teleport in this world?" Clairway shook her head gently and sighed, saying, "Unfortunately, it has been a long time since it lost its energy supply. With the disappearance of its power, the sacred tree branch has completely lost its strength and died completely. Can you find a way to recover? It's been dead for too long. I can't resurrect it with my ability. However, there are still some remnants of the teleportation magic array left inside the tree. I can try to restore part of the magic array." As he spoke, a game notification appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding. The player has triggered a branch mission of the main storyline Remnants of Unknown Magical Inscriptions. Mission title, Remnants of Unknown Magical Inscriptions. Mission difficulty, S. Mission description: you discovered a withered branch of the tree spirits while exploring the ruins of the tree spirit race. Clairway found some unknown magic array in the branch. If you can try to restore the magic array, you might be able to find clues related to the tree spirit race. Mission requirement: repair the unknown magic array. Mission reward: the progress of the main mission has been greatly increased. A huge increase. This was good. Feng Heng looked at the newly triggered mission carefully. His eyes lit up and nodded at Clairway and said, "Clairway, try repairing the magic array." "Okay, I will give it a try." As she spoke, she walked up to the tree and touched its trunk. She closed her eyes and focused. A moment later, Clairway opened her eyes again. How is it? No. Clairway shook her head and sighed in disappointment. She continued, the branches of the sacred tree have been dead for too long. Due to time, a large part of the magic array inside has been worn out and cannot be recognized. There is no way to repair it. Chapter 2119 Pursuit. Feng Heng frowned and continued, you are saying that only a part of it is damaged. What about the remaining intact part? Is there a way to replicate it? It's still possible, but it will take a lot of time. Good. Feng Heng lightly snapped his fingers. That meant that it could be done. He had probably found a way to complete this mission. Clairway was able to obtain a small portion of the incomplete magic array from the withered branch of the sacred tree. If he could collect a few more withered branches of the sacred tree, he only needed to collect more than 90% of the magic array. With his alchemy skills and the omniscient eye, completing the magic array wouldn't be difficult. Theoretically, it was completely feasible. However, the search for the dead branches of the sacred tree might cause a direct conflict with Omnitak Company, which was guarding the relic. As the two of them were talking, Glennon followed Sandy and ran down from the entrance of the cliff. Omnitak Company is indeed interested in the tree spirits. Feng Heng, we need to go back and tell Mr. Yule about this immediately. Glennon was furious, his tone increasingly impassioned. They are destroying the ruins. All this talk about serving humanity's greater good is just a cover for their selfish desires. They only want to obtain the power of the tree spirits. It's obvious they are after the water of life. I know, Glennon. Don't be anxious. Feng Heng patted Glennon's shoulder and said, oh right, I want to know, are there many similar tree spirit ruins in this world? Are there still many branches of this sacred tree in the ruins? Glennon was surprised. He frowned and thought about it carefully for a moment. Then he nodded and said, yes, I have heard of it before. It seems that other ruins have appeared in other parts of the world. However, some time ago, there were reports that the ruins were fake. We don't know if it's true or not. I understand. Feng Heng nodded and looked at Gu Qingzu and the others, saying, let's move on both sides. Old Mo, you and Gu Qingzu bring him back first and see what the Tree Whisperers Alliance has to say. Oh right, think of a way to take this withered tree with you. Mojai I asked, alright, what about you? Aren't you going back with us? No, I want to go to Omnitak Company to take a look. Omnitak Company? Glennon's heart skipped a beat when he heard Feng Heng's words. He actually wanted to go directly to Omnitak Company. Omnitak Company is well prepared for researching the ruins and sacred tree branches, clearly not their first time at it. I believe their company database should have more comprehensive information. It's better to go directly to their company and see if we can find information about other ruins and sacred tree branches of the tree spirits. It's better than wandering around aimlessly outside. But there are so many companies in Omnitak Company. It's not a big problem. I just left a tracking mark on Ji Hating's body. We can track him directly. The Vampire Imprint. A special skill that was added after advancing to the Vampire King bloodline. It can track targets. Feng Heng thought that the quickest way to complete the mission was to go to Omnitak Company directly. Indeed, based on the recent events, causing damage to Omnitak Company could potentially earn additional favorability from the Tree Whisperers Alliance. At least it was not a loss. Besides, Feng Heng believed that Ji Hating was a high-level NPC, so he should know more. He didn't need to care about the other side mission and directly broke through the situation with his strength. He had to attack Omnitak Company and think of a way to take down Ji Hating so that he could earn a large number of friendship points and contribution points in a short time. After all, there were still people from the Holy Court chasing after them outside the game. It would be better if they could complete the mission as soon as possible. Yes, alright. Big brother Feng Heng. Glennon was stunned when he heard that they were going to Omnitak Company. He quickly pulled Feng Heng back and said, I heard that Omnitak Company has collected a lot of information related to the tree spirits. This information may be very useful to us. If you go there, can you find a way to get it for us? Ding, the player has completed the mission. Glennon's request. The player's friendship with Glennon greatly increases. The player gains 25,000 Tree Whisperers Alliance friendship points, and some characters from the Tree Whisperers Alliance also increase in friendship with the player. Ding, the player has triggered the mission Steal Information. Mission title, Steal Information. Mission difficulty, S. Mission description, you have learned that Omnitak Company is also conducting a related investigation on tree spirits. This investigation involves a large number of confidential matters. The Tree Whisperers Alliance needs this information very much. Please search for this information. Mission requirement, gather relevant information. Mission reward, Tree Whisperers Alliance contribution points, accumulated points, and favorability points. Current mission completion, 0%. Feng Heng was delighted when he saw the game notification. Look, he had completed the mission. It was much more convenient than running back and forth after returning. By the way, did you bring a map? I have a phone. As Mojai spoke, he took out the phone he had just bought and switched to the online map. Feng Heng closed his eyes and sensed the tracking mark left on Ji Hating's body. He opened his eyes again and searched the map. Because Ji Hating had escaped to a very far area through spatial transmission, the range of his perception was relatively large. Feng Heng asked after circling an area on the map, "Is there an Omnitech company in this area?" Glennon looked over and his eyes lit up. He pointed at one of the circled spots and said, "That's Omnitech Company's branch campus in the Western District Federation. The company's research institute is also on the campus." "Alright, it seems that's the place. Let's begin. We will split up." As it was too far away from Omnitech Company's North District headquarters, Feng Heng did not choose to move with Gu Qingzu's team this time. Instead, he used his bat form to rush over alone. The objective of this mission was twofold: to gather information and to capture Ji Hating. He wanted to catch Ji Hating off guard. Along the way, Feng Heng did some background research on Omnitech Company. Omnitech Company was a national technology company that was involved in all aspects of life. It was controlled by the federal government. Recalling what had happened in the cave, he still had some doubts. The special power used by the guards of Omnitech Company was spiritual power. There was also the transition technology that Ji Hating used when he escaped. This was the ability system of the alien spawns. Moreover, compared to the spatial transmission he encountered in the game, the spatial transmission tunnel that Ji Hating used had a very strong defense. So, was Omnitech Company related to the alien spawns? Perhaps going to Omnitech Company's branch this time was not as easy as he had imagined. Chapter 2120 Invading the branch late at night, in the Omnitech Company's branch campus. Spatial teleportation technology is Omnitech Company's biggest scientific breakthrough in the past decade. However, forcibly using spatial transmission without prior preparation and before completing 30% of the body's mechanical enhancement posed significant side effects. After Ji Hating returned to the research institute on campus, he immediately sent people to investigate Feng Heng and the Tree Whisperers Alliance. At the same time, he sent the company's elites to capture Feng Heng and the relevant members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. After assigning all missions, Ji Hating lay down in the repair cabin to recover. He had never thought that Feng Heng would personally came to his door. And so quickly too. In his bat form, Feng Heng had already caught up to Omnitech Company's branch campus in just 2 hours. Feng Heng circled the campus twice in the air. After a rough observation, he flew directly into the campus from the sky. He landed. Feng Heng reverted back to his human form and used the vampire's marking skill to sense Ji Hating's whereabouts. So it's in that direction. Feng Heng muttered to himself as he walked toward a research building on the right. Late at night, the research building of Omnitech Company was brightly lit. At the entrance of the building, 4 guards were on duty. "The defense is quite strict," Feng Heng said in a low voice. He looked at the game notification time and continued to walk in the direction of the research building. Stop. Outside the research institute building, the guards saw Feng Heng, and their eyes immediately revealed a vigilant look. They immediately reached out and pressed their hands on the guns at their waists, staring at Feng Heng and shouting, "Who are you? This is the private area of Omnitech Company. Report your identity. Immediately." Feng Heng glanced at the entrance hall of the research institute behind the guard and said nothing. The 4 guards looked at each other, and one of them took out a walkie-talkie, reporting to the command room, "We have found a suspicious person here. We suspect that it is an unknown intruder. Please give us your instructions." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, the situation suddenly changed. What the hell? The guard looked surprised. The skin on Feng Heng's face melted like wax. Everyone was instantly shocked by the scene in front of them, and they felt a chill down their spine. Immediately after, dense magic rays circled around Feng Heng and the lickers dashed out of the magic rays. What the hell was that? The guards turned pale with fright. When they saw the ferocious monsters suddenly jump out of the magic rays, they immediately pulled the trigger and fired. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A light green beam shot out from the muzzle. It instantly pierced through the licker's body. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Beam weapon. Ordinary guards could also be equipped with high-level beam weapons. However, the guards were much more shocked than Feng Heng. The light green beam penetrated the licker's body, leaving bloody holes in its body. But even so, there was no way to kill the licker. The injured licker was sent flying and rolled on the ground. The bloody holes on its body healed at an extremely fast speed, and it pounced towards them again. Report. Danger detected. Unknown creatures attacking in Area A. Report. Activate test level alert immediately. Report. We need reinforcements. As soon as he finished speaking, A few guards were surrounded and nibbled by the lickers that came from all directions. Although the guards were equipped with beam weapons and their attack abilities had increased, their defense was still very low. Once the lickers got close, they would lose all ability to resist. Kai. The corpses left behind by the lickers quickly formed into flesh cocoons. The mutated infected zombie clones crawled out of the cocoons and staggered forward to join the battlefield. Looks like the physical strength of the guards in this world isn't that good. Feng Heng couldn't help but twitch his lips. A human corpse could only give birth to 2 mutated infected zombies. It was too little. Bang. Bang bang. The group of lickers continued to charge toward the research institute, madly slamming into the tempered glass outside the entrance. Ding, your zombie clone, licker form, has dealt 3,312 damage to the tempered glass. Ding, your zombie clone. Lines of dense game prompts appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Feng Heng raised his head and saw the health bar of the tempered glass in front of him rapidly reducing. Bang. The continuous attacks lasted for less than a minute and the tempered glass of the entire research building shattered under the attacks of the lickers. The lickers instantly swarmed into the hall and charged towards the inside. Suddenly, the entire research institute was filled with ear-piercing alarms. Feng Heng gave the order to the zombie team to search the entire area and followed the lickers into the hall. He would first find Ji Hating and end this quickly. Feng Heng closed his eyes again and released his perception to sense. Ji Hating's position was. Whoosh. Feng Heng opened his eyes abruptly. In the basement. Go. Over 30 zombies pounced on the right side of the hall, crazily attacking a locked iron door behind the hall. Boom. After a moment of attack, the iron door exploded with a bang. Behind the passage door, more than 10 armed guards had been waiting for a long time and pulled the triggers in their hands. Whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dense beams of light poured out. The lickers that had rushed in from the passageway outside the door were blasted away. Before the guards could heave a sigh of relief, the second wave of lickers rushed into the passage. The security team was instantly surrounded by a horde of lickers, completely overwhelmed and devoured. What kind of monsters were they? Even beam weapons couldn't do anything to them. The firepower suppression lasted for more than a minute. The guns in the guards' hands were immediately overheated, and they needed to switch their energy magazines to pause for a while. In the next moment, a large number of lickers pounced on them from the front. The guards were instantly surrounded by the lickers and devoured. Cocoons quickly condensed from the bodies of the dead guards. The dead became zombie puppets and joined the battle. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the underground passage, Ji Hating, who was in hibernation mode, was forcefully awakened by the outside world. Crack. The recovery cabin opened. Ji Hating was very unhappy with the weakness in his body. He knew that something serious must have happened. Otherwise, his subordinates would not have forcefully interrupted his hibernation. What happened? Reporting, Director G. Our research institute has been invaded by an unknown person. What? Ji Hating was shocked. Invasion? In this day and age, would someone still invade their research institute? Tree spirits. Did you catch him? The guards are resisting. The situation is very... The subordinate paused. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He did not even know who the enemy was. His expression was very ugly as he continued, the current situation is very bad. Chapter 2121 Efficient Ji Hating took the tablet from his subordinate and frowned when he saw the video on the surveillance camera. It was actually an invasion in the literal sense. He initially thought that some short-sighted individual had invaded the external network of the research institute. At this moment, through the monitoring data, Ji Hating realized that the entire research institute had fallen into chaos. That creature. Ji Hating stared at the lickers on the screen and fell into deep thought. He had never seen these crawling creatures that wreaked havoc in the research institute. These creatures were extremely agile, and the most terrifying thing about them was their extremely exaggerated self-healing ability. Even if it was pierced by a beam weapon, it could recover completely in a short second and even join the battle again. Ji Hating asked solemnly, has the special ability squad been deployed? Not yet. They are still guarding the door. Also, we have reported an S-level emergency at the research institute. The federal emergency team is on their way. Ji Hating, upon hearing this, showed a hint of interest in his expression and nodded. He said, the regular federal emergency team couldn't stop them. Have Boris bring his semi-mechanical modification squad over. Also, awaken the reserve members of Project Y, and put all research assets into combat mode immediately. Activate them directly. The subordinate was stunned. Director, don't you need to submit a report first? This is an emergency. I have emergency clearance. Activate it immediately. Understood. Also, do a good job of testing the data of the experimental subjects. Yes, sir. At this moment, Fang Heng was still slowly advancing toward the lower level of the research institute while clearing all the surveillance videos along the way. It had to be said that after all the zombie clones were transformed into lickers, the overall capability of the zombie team had been greatly improved. The main thing was that it was fast. There was a vast difference between the movement speed of the lickers and regular zombies. The speed of clearing out the soldiers and exploring had increased by more than 10 times. At the same time, Fang Heng began to control the newly born mutated infected zombie clone to search the entire research institute area for relevant research information. That fellow seems to be unable to sit still. Through his perception, Fang Heng realized that Ji Hating's mark had moved. He could not help but mutter to himself and quicken his pace. In front of them, the zombie crowd had already broken through the first underground floor and was heading toward the second underground floor. That was. Fang Heng stood at the corner and looked at the battle behind him. His expression was solemn. He saw it again. A spiritual barrier. More than 10 psychic ability users dressed in blue striped attire blocked the passage, exerting all their mental strength to completely seal off the passage opening. Simultaneously, they unleashed special mental attacks that penetrated through the barrier, causing continuous damage to the lickers on the other side. Numerous lickers were manipulated by the psychic force, slowly lifted into the air, with torn wounds appearing on their bodies. The wound was unable to heal itself, and the blood continued to flow. Ding, your zombie clone, licker-modified body, is under the control of psychic force, entering a lost control state. Ding, your zombie clone, licker-modified body, has entered a bleeding state, receiving 102 points of damage. Ding, your zombie clone, licker-modified body, receives damage from the psychic severing skill, taking 335 points of damage. It was troublesome. Fang Heng glanced at the game notification and cursed in his heart. Although the enemy's attack power was insufficient, and they couldn't kill the lickers in a short time, it still hindered the lickers' attacks. After all, the passage was too narrow and could be blocked if he was not careful. Fang Heng and his team were facing trouble, while the team of over 20 psychic-modified agents from Omnitech Company were equally troubled. It was their first time seeing such a terrifying monster. Its movements were incredibly fast, and its attack power was extremely terrifying. It even had a terrifying infection ability. However, the most troublesome thing was the lickers' powerful vitality. They kept using their psychic abilities to levitate the lickers in the air, using their psychic powers to attack them, and they also needed to control the lickers' wounds to stop them from healing. To truly kill a licker, 2 or 3 people would need to spend 4 to 5 minutes working together. It was simply difficult. There was also a large group of lickers blocking the entrance. What should they do? For a moment, the members of the psychic team even felt a little despair. They were just holding on. Suddenly, the captain of the psychic modified team froze in surprise. He suddenly saw a figure appear at the entrance of the passage. That person. The figure was very similar to the person in the photo he had just seen. Upon closer inspection, he saw a mask on his face. There was no mistake. It was him. Fang Heng. They looked exactly the same. Just an hour ago, they had obtained Fang Heng's photo, which was set as an S-level dangerous person in the company's internal database. The squad leader was shocked and stared at Fang Heng with disbelief. How was that possible? Director Ji had just seen him more than 2 hours ago. Ji Hating could only return to this place through spatial transmission, but what about that person? Not to mention how the other party was able to find this place. The two places were very far apart. It would take more than 10 hours to drive. How did he get here in such a short time? You. Fang Heng? When Fang Heng heard his name being called out, he subconsciously agreed and pointed forward. What the hell? Seeing Fang Heng pointing at him, the captain of the psychic modified team was shocked and suddenly had an incredibly uneasy premonition. In the next moment, white dots of light appeared around the lickers gathered at the entrance. What was that? Under the white light, the licker's body gradually merged into the surrounding space until it completely disappeared. It disappeared. What was going on? Before the psychic modified team behind the spiritual barrier could figure out the situation, everyone suddenly felt a chill on their backs. They vaguely sensed something behind them. They turned around and saw specks of white light gathering behind them. Not good. The squad captain's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly believed of something and shouted, "Quick! Retreat quickly!" However, it was already too late. The spatial energy fluctuations spread out rapidly. One by one, the lickers dashed out from the secondary space projection. In an instant, they charged at the 20-plus members of the psychic modified team. Psychic modified individuals excelled at long-range combat and were vulnerable when engaged in close quarters. Their frail bodies and slow movement speed became glaring weaknesses when faced with close-range threats. Boom. In a moment of desperation, the squad captain forcefully used his mind blast capability to knock away several lickers that were charging at him. However, in the next second, before he could heave a sigh of relief, several lickers pounced at him from both sides. They couldn't escape from the narrow passage. TSK. The licker's sharp claws instantly drew a long and narrow wound on the squad captain's body. Blood instantly splattered all over the ground. In just a short moment, the lickers had finished off the group of psychic-modified individuals in the passage and continued to give chase in the passage. Chapter 2122 Communication. What is it? Did you just go to the ruins? At this moment, Mojai Ai and the rest had returned to the community center with Glennon. Glennon knew that he had done something wrong. He lowered his head and mumbled, "I am sorry, Grandpa Yule. I was just worried about the remains, so." Mojai Ai went forth and explained, "It has nothing to do with Glennon. We were summoned by nature and found something strange in the ruins. That's why we asked Glennon to bring us there to check it out. Forget it, this is not your fault. I didn't want you to go over because I was afraid that you would have a conflict with Omnitech Company. I was afraid that you would suffer a loss. Since you have already gone over, I am sure you have already seen that Omnitech Company has already taken control of the entire ruins area." Yule sighed softly and continued, "It's good that you are back. The people from Omnitech Company didn't do anything to you, right?" "Not really." Mojai Ai thought for a moment and nodded before speaking. "Actually, we have had a brief discussion with Omnitech Company." Yule was shocked as he asked, "What did you say?" Mojai Ai recounted what had happened inside the ruins cave. Mr. Yule, upon hearing Omnitech's argument, immediately showed signs of anger. "These swindlers. Don't be fooled by their words. They are only here to destroy the ruins, to eradicate the traces left behind by the tree spirit race. They are scheming to plunder the power of the tree spirit race, seeking to suppress their power once again. I have seen the tree spirit race, I know the truth of the matter." Mojai Ai sensed that Yule's anger didn't seem feigned. However, he couldn't be completely sure and still couldn't trust him fully. Although he had already decided to take the Tree Whisperers Alliance mission route, he could not be fooled by the mission. He wanted to listen to both sides to avoid any traps. At the very least, it gave him the feeling that both sides were hiding something. Mojai Ai nodded and said, "Indeed, we also have reservations about their claims, so we haven't agreed to cooperate with them." "Yes, you have made the right choice." Mr. Yule took a deep breath and calmed his anger. Then he continued asking, "What happened after that?" "Later on, we tried to observe the withered branches of the sacred tree." As Mr. Yule listened to Mojai Ai's narration, he suddenly heard something extremely important. He raised his head abruptly and stared at Mojai Ai with a burning gaze. His eyes were filled with urgency as he asked, "Wait a minute. Did you really sense the magic array patterns in the branches of the sacred tree?" Mojai Ai looked at Claraway, who was beside Gu Kingsu, and nodded, saying, "Yes." Yule's expression immediately became excited. He looked at Claraway and asked, "Can you copy and engrave the magic array that you sensed?" Claraway was a little nervous. She took half a step back and nodded timidly. "It's really possible. Could it really be the calling of the god of nature?" Yule was in disbelief. He lowered his head and muttered softly. Mojai Ai, Gu Kingsu, and the others looked at each other. Clearly, Yule had been hiding something. After a moment, Yule seemed to have made a decision. He raised his head again and looked at Mojai Ai, and said, "Then I will be straightforward. Friends who believe in nature, I need your help." Mojai Ai knew that his mission had arrived. He immediately said seriously, "Please tell us. If it's the will of the god of nature, we will definitely do our best." Yule looked at the group and nodded, saying, "The tree spirit race once told me that this world is not as simple as it appears on the surface. In the understanding of the tree spirit clan, our world is divided into two kinds, the surface world and the inner world. Humans have always lived in the surface world, while the tree spirits have been active in the inner world most of the time. The difference is that the tree spirits can freely travel between the surface world and the inner world, while humans are only allowed to stay in the surface world. Ever since the tree spirits encountered an unknown crisis, the passage to the inner world also disappeared. The tree spirits who were still in the surface world at that time completely lost their way home." Surface world and inner world? Mojai Ai listened with a furrowed brow, trying to understand. He continued to inquire, "From our understanding, is the so-called inner world another spatial world created through interconnected teleportation passages?" "Yeah, that's one way to understand it. The branch of the sacred tree we found in the ruins cave was said to be a world passage left by the tree spirit race a long time ago." Yule nodded and continued, "Later, the branch of the sacred tree lost its teleportation ability, withering away over time. But the tree spirit race never gave up, they have been searching for a way back to the inner world." Yule paused, then looked at Mojai Ai and the others again, asking, "If you could truly recreate the magic array, Perhaps we could use its power to enter the inner world together and uncover the truth behind the downfall of the tree spirit race. It's not that easy. The magic array left on the withered branch of the sacred tree is incomplete. We are already trying to collect withered branches from sacred trees around the world and gather the remaining patterns. Mojai did not want to make things so simple and warned, even if everything goes smoothly, we still need to restore the magic array. We can only say that there's a chance. I see. I know it's difficult, but we have to give it a try no matter what. I know a little about the ruins of the Northern Federation. I will confirm the information later and help everyone find them. Yule sighed softly and shook his head, saying, it's not easy to do this. Omnitech Company has been keeping a tight lid on the news of the tree spirits. Once there's any news about them, they will immediately send people to occupy the ruins of the tree spirits around the world. Some of the ruins have even been transplanted into the Research Institute of Omnitech Company. Even if the remaining portion cannot be transferred, Omnitech Company will send people to guard it 24 hours a day. Therefore, it is very likely that we will have a direct conflict with them. Upon hearing Yule's words, their expressions changed slightly as they looked at Mojai. So Feng Heng's move to the Research Institute was another lucky strike. Having a lucky guy in the team did seem to be effective, didn't it? Mojai also realized this suddenly, with a hint of excitement on his face. Mr. Yule, when you mention the Research Institute, are you referring to the branch of the Omnitech Company located in the North District? Chapter 2123 Coincidence. Yule was stunned as he questioned, huh? Have you heard of that place? Haha. Isn't this a coincidence? Mojai immediately nodded and said, Feng Heng has just gone to Omnitech Company's Northern District Research Institute. It would be best if he could find the hidden branch of the sacred tree of the ruins there. We can think of a way to take them all back. Then, I will perfect the built-in magic array again. Yule was shocked by Mojai's boldness. He actually dared to go directly to the Research Institute's branch and hope to take back the branch of the withered tree? Did he really want to die? What? He went to the Research Institute of Omnitech Company's North District branch. Stop him. Don't worry, we are followers of the God of Nature. We are quite capable. The people from Omnitech Company can't stop us. If you don't believe me, you can ask Glennon. Glennon had just witnessed the abilities of Feng Heng and the others, so he nodded repeatedly. With an especially serious expression, Yule shook his head and said, it's different. Omnitech Company has deep collaboration with the federal government. Next to the Research Institute in the Technology Campus is the Federal Special Mechanical Arsenal. Feng Heng's current situation is very dangerous. With an especially serious expression, Yule shook his head and said, it's different. Omnitech Company has deep collaboration with the federal government. Next to the Research Institute in the Technology Campus is the Federal Special Mechanical Arsenal. Feng Heng's current situation is very dangerous. Ding. The player's current main storyline side mission has changed. Current mission has changed. The Passage to the Inner World. Mission title, The Passage to the Inner World. Mission difficulty, S. Mission description. You have learned from the Tree Whisperers Alliance that in the minds of the tree spirits, the entire world is divided into the inner world and the surface world. The magic array runes left behind by the withered branches of the sacred tree are very likely to be the transmission channel to the inner world. If he could collect more branches of the sacred tree and find more clues from them, he might be able to recreate the portal to the inner world of the tree spirits. Unfortunately, a large number of branches of the sacred tree were occupied by Omnitech Company. Mission requirements. You have learned from Mr. Yule that Omnitech Company has collected some branches of the sacred tree and sent them to the company's North District Branch Research Institute. Players can go there to find branches of the sacred tree or use other methods to find branches of the sacred tree and complete the passage to the inner world. Mission reward, follow-up mission, Tree Whisperers Alliance's friendliness. Current player's main storyline mission progress, 1.3%. On the second basement of the research building, Feng Heng was following the group of lickers as they slowly advanced. When he saw the game notification that suddenly appeared on his game retina, his heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. He had come here to talk to Ji Hating and get some information. At the same time, he wanted to find information about the other branches of the sacred tree. He didn't expect that the Omnitech Company had already helped him collect the branches of the sacred tree in advance. And they were still here in the Research Institute. This trip was really worth it. Feng Heng continued to follow. At the corner ahead, another group of guards in metal armor suddenly appeared from the back of the passage. The guards were clad in thick armor that looked exceptionally heavy, encasing their entire bodies from head to toe. As they ran, they produced heavy thudding sounds with each step, indicating the weight and solidity of their armor's construction. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. This group of guards seemed a little different. There was a green energy core at the heart of the armor. The symbol on their chests was the Federation? Federal soldiers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The lickers did not hesitate and immediately pounced on the federal soldiers. The federal soldiers were prepared for the lickers that were charging at them, and they raised their hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The metal vambrace on the soldiers' arms rose, revealing several black muzzles that aimed at the dense beam weapons in front of them. The passageway was narrow, and the lickers were immediately forced back by the dense energy beams. Energy beam weapons. The energy cannons were perfectly integrated into their armor. Fang Heng's eyes flashed with surprise. Buzz. A few waves of beam light forced the lickers back. The armored soldiers stretched out their hands, and two short blue light blades visible to the naked eye appeared. The soldiers wielded their short blades and charged at the lickers. Close combat. The azure beam sliced through with precision. Kai. Limb severed. The light beam's short blades cut through iron like mud. Once hit by the attack, the lickers almost invariably suffered limb-severing effects. For a moment, the hall was filled with broken limbs flying everywhere. Fang Heng couldn't help but frown as he observed. Semi-mechanical body modification? He had seen some introductions on the short videos platform before. The Federation's latest semi-mechanical warrior. An elite among elites. After the soldiers' bodies had undergone semi-mechanical modifications, their various functions had been greatly improved. They could be equipped with high-strength additional weights and external super-alloy metal armor. It seemed that the thick armor on the outside could almost completely resist the attack of the lickers' sharp claws. Coupled with the limb-severing effect caused by the beam blade attack, the semi-mechanical soldier transformed into a human-shaped blade. Interesting. Fang Heng could not help but twitch his lips. Even though the lickers could regrow their limbs and had strong self-recovery abilities, they were still suppressed by the semi-mechanical modified soldiers. World of forests. At first, he thought that it was a natural world, but then he found out that it seemed to be a world that mastered the study of the mind. Now, it seemed to be a special world that specialized in mechanical modifications. Fang Heng suddenly noticed something and looked behind the group of soldiers. That person. He found him. Ji Hating. Behind the semi-mechanical warriors, Ji Hating was surrounded by a group of guards. His expression was extremely solemn. Those terrifying creatures that were good at climbing. Even high-energy beam weapons couldn't completely destroy them. For the first time, Ji Hating was shocked by a creature he had never seen before. The body of the semi-mechanical warrior had been modified, and the outer armor was made of alloy metal. Its resistance to damage had been greatly increased, but even so, it was still unable to deal with so many mutated creatures. Who was controlling them from behind? There was more. The strange infectious ability, the terrifying ability to resurrect zombies from corpses. The blow to morale was fatal. Ji Hating's expression was solemn. He had already evaluated the danger of such creatures to the highest level. Extremely dangerous. If a similar virus spreads, the entire world might be destroyed. The natural power of the tree spirits. It didn't look like it. It didn't look like it at all. A person in charge of the research institute looked nervous. He hurried forward and whispered into Ji Hating's ear, "Director Ji, it's very dangerous here. Please be careful. The emergency passage has been cleared. We will immediately take you through the emergency passage." Ji Hating raised his hand and stopped the research institute personnel from continuing. "Have you analyzed the creature?" Chapter 2124 Comparisons. Currently, there are none. By comparing the appearance, we have analyzed all life forms in the database, and the most similar creature is. As the subordinate spoke, he carefully looked at the licker fighting not far away and replied, "The human." "Human? Human, it's actually a human." Ji Hating was stunned when he heard this and then muttered to himself. When he raised his head again, his face could not help but reveal extreme joy. "Good. Very good." Ji Hating nodded to the guard beside him and said, "Capture a live sample. I want to know more precise information about the creature." "Understood, Director Ji." The guards immediately went forward and used their spiritual strength to lift a licker fighting a mechanical warrior into the air. The targeted licker lost its balance, flailing its limbs in midair. Ji Hating watched as the robotic warrior, armed with high crystal ion cutting blades, severed the licker's arms, only to witness them rapidly regenerate in midair. Ji Hating's eyes sparkled with extreme excitement and anticipation. The active power of genetic modification. Sizzle. Dark golden spiritual web-like structures gradually condensed around the licker, firmly locking it in place. The trapped licker struggled relentlessly but couldn't break free from the mental cage. 3 psychic modification experts simultaneously controlled the web-like cage, slowly levitating it backward, completing the capture. "Director Ji, can we prepare to evacuate?" "No rush." Ji Hating wasn't in a hurry. He continued to stay where he was with great interest, observing the licker's battle situation and its terrifying self-recovery ability from a distance. When Ji Hating saw the figure that walked out from behind the liquor, his eyelids twitched, and his eyes were filled with shock. Feng Heng? Why are you? Ah, Mr. Ji, nice to meet you. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Feng Heng looked at Ji Hating and nodded, saying, you left too fast last time. I still have a lot of questions to ask you. Feng Heng, you really surprised me. After the initial shock, Ji Hating quickly calmed down. The creatures you control possess formidable vitality. I guess it's through genetic modification, right? This powerful genetic modification self-recovery capability far surpasses that of mechanically modified beings. I have investigated your background, and you are different from those who claim to be nature's guardians. You are different from them. Ji Hating looked at Feng Heng with admiration in his eyes. He continued to nod and say, I have always had a good eye. When I first met you, I knew you were a capable person. We can work together. Just like my initial thoughts, with the active gene modification and the special modification of spiritual power, we can create the future. Ding, the special character, Ji Hating, has expressed his appreciation for you. He invites the player to join the cooperation again. If you choose to agree, the player will enter the relevant camp of Omnitech Company, is that so? Feng Heng looked at the game notification and shook his head, replying, unfortunately, we can't work together. Why? You are not honest enough. Ji Hating was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Feng Heng, honesty is relative, and there are indeed some things that are not very convenient to say. But you will know in the future. Besides, do you think the members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance are very candid with you? At least, I have always been generous with my friends. You can go inquire about it. Indeed, but you appeared at the wrong time. Ji Hating's expression changed slightly. Feng Heng's body twisted in the air and then gradually disappeared. Spatial fluctuations? Not good. Ji Hating's heart tightened. Whoosh. In the next moment, Feng Heng's figure reappeared in front of him and he was so close. Feng Heng looked at him coldly. The distance between the two sides was less than half a meter. Buzz. Buzz. Sparks of electricity kept flowing out of Ji Hating's body. Feng Heng felt an invisible strength separating him from Ji Hating. Ka ka ka. The half-mechanically modified soldiers around them all aimed their muzzles at Feng Heng, while Ji Hating's psychic guards firmly locked him in place with their psychic powers. Stop. Put them all down. You are not allowed to be rude to Mr. Feng. Ji Hating signaled for everyone to stop and looked at Feng Heng, saying, Feng Heng, we don't have to do this. Really, what do you want here? I heard that the Omnitech Company has been collecting the remains of the branches of the sacred tree. I want to find them. What's the reason? Then it's not convenient for me to tell you. Is that so? It seems that there is still a lack of trust between us. Ji Hating sighed in his heart and shook his head, saying, we can still work together. I will always give you a chance. If you understand, you can contact me anytime. Finally, I will remind you. The people in the Federation outside won't let you off so easily. Your genetically modified creature is indeed very strong, but we are not ignorant about genetic modification. Outside? Goodbye, Feng Heng. I have never believed in the so-called inheritance and faith of the tree spirits. I believe that all forms of power, including robot modification, genetic limit modification, expansion of spiritual power, triggering of spiritual power, and even the so-called natural power of the tree spirits, are just forms of power in my opinion. Those who cling to the so-called faith are just cowards and fools. As he spoke, faint spatial fluctuations appeared around Ji Hating's body again. Whoosh. The next moment, Ji Hating and the dozen guards around him disappeared through spatial transmission. It was another spatial transmission ability. And that electric current barrier just now. It was troublesome. Feng Heng frowned. In the next moment, the mechanically modified guards all aimed at Feng Heng and pulled the triggers in their hands. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The dense electric current attack once again covered Feng Heng. Feng Heng strode forward and stepped into the secondary space projection. After dodging a round of beam weapon attacks, Feng Heng quickly appeared behind the mechanical soldier. Let's end this quickly. Crack. The great holy sword appeared in Feng Heng's hand. Phew. Feng Heng swung his sword forward, and the holy sword sliced through the air. The high crystal iron cutting blade could easily cut through most metals. However, it was completely ineffective against holy artifacts that had the eternal effect. Bang. Bang. The two robotic soldiers were sent flying by the great sword, crashing heavily into the wall behind them. It was just as troublesome as the turtle shells of the Holy Court, if not more so. Feng Heng cursed in his heart. He took a step forward and stared at a robotic guard in front of him. Chapter 2125 Obtaining, 1, What? The moment the guard was stared at by Feng Heng, he immediately felt his heart palpitate and begin to beat violently. It was as if it was about to explode. He felt his blood boil rapidly, and he could not even control his body. Bang! Within the thick outer layer of armor, the guard's body exploded uncontrollably. Feng Heng shook his head as he watched the protected robot slowly fall. The so-called mechanically modified warriors were those who had some machinery implanted into their bodies, enhancing some of their attributes and allowing them to withstand such a thick layer of armor. Their physical strength was only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. The power of a vampire king could easily cause the blood in their bodies to explode. To put it simply, it directly pierced through the outer armor and dealt damage to the body. The other 20 or so mechanically modified soldiers around them did not know what had happened. Why did their companion fall after letting out a painful scream in the communication channel? The unknown death of their companion made them feel a little shocked. They looked at Feng Heng with fear and slowly retreated. Humphrey! Feng Heng snorted. The strength of the advanced game world was still difficult to crush just by the lickers. It didn't matter if Ji Hating was lying to him about how difficult it was to deal with the reinforcements from the Federation outside. In any case, there was no need to waste time here. A quick battle. Feng Heng shifted his gaze once again to another fully protected mechanical body soldier. Under Feng Heng's gaze, the body of the mechanically modified soldier in the armor exploded uncontrollably again. He exploded into a pile of flesh and blood. The armor lost control and fell shakily. The remaining soldiers were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Without any close contact, he was killed after being glanced at by the other party. How did he do it? The outer layer of alloy metal armor that could originally provide them with an incomparable sense of security was now like paper paste. What kind of special ability was this? Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the team leader of the cyborg warriors. He hurriedly shouted, "Attack! Don't give him a chance to use his ability." The remaining 10 warriors immediately pounced on Feng Heng. However, they soon realized that Feng Heng's speed was much faster than theirs. This heavy armor was still affecting his mobility. In such a small space, it seemed even more restrained. In just a short moment, there was only armor departed in the passage. Feng Heng quickly cleared out the remaining dozen or so mechanically modified warriors in the passage and used the power of the vampires to sense again. This time, Ji Hating had teleported to a place further away, and his perception of him had become very weak. There were still quite a few lifeblood fluctuations departed in the entire research institute. He didn't care. First, he would locate the withered trees and data collected by Omnitech Company about the sacred tree branches. Everything else could be addressed later. As he thought about it, Feng Heng used his perception to quickly lock onto the location of a few weaker vitality fluctuations in a certain room in the research building. Then, he continued walking forward. Omnitech Company Corporation's North District headquarters. Ji Hating and his psychic subordinates returned to the safe zone through spatial transmission. Ji Hating walked out of the transition machine, his face pale. After 2 consecutive high-intensity teleportations, his body was greatly affected. Not caring about rest, Ji Hating immediately ordered, quickly, conduct a thorough analysis of the unknown creatures. I want to know all their information. Understood. At the same time, outside Omnitech Company's North District Research Institute, the reinforcements from the Federation had arrived 10 minutes ago. The Research Institute has encountered a NES-level crisis. At present, some sources of infection have been discovered. It may be troublesome to deal with them. We have already carried out quarantine and evacuated external personnel. Boris listened to his subordinate's report and glanced at the building area that had been sealed off not far away. He gave an order to the first batch of the Federation's crisis management team. Currently, the Research Institute will be taken over by our military. I need your cooperation to set up a blockade around the periphery. Don't let any unrelated personnel enter. The few group leaders of the Federation's crisis management team looked at each other. What had happened? Even the military had gotten involved? There was nothing else to say. Hurry up and leave. Boris had just chased away the Federation's crisis management team, which had a lower combat ability. One of his men rushed over and reported in a low voice, "Sir, our men are trying to enter the Research Institute from the entrance of Area A. They are being resisted by an unknown creature. It's difficult to break through." Unknown creature? Boris frowned. The internal rating of this crisis was the highest. When Boris received the news, his first reaction was that the tree spirits had organized an operation or that it was a riot caused by thieves or failed experiments. However, there were no traces of the tree spirits. And what about the so-called unknown creature attack? Gather everyone and guard the outer area. Don't let anyone get close. Bring me in to take a look. Understood. At this moment, Feng Heng had already groped his way to the underground research room area of the Research Institute. After getting rid of a few guards at the door, Feng Heng followed his vitality perception and entered a certain research room. As soon as the door opened, gunshots rang out. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen researchers hiding in the research room fired at Feng Heng. Feng Heng sensed the other party and did not move aside. He stood where he was. PFFT. Puff. Even though the distance between the two parties was not far, the untrained researcher's aim was still terrible. Only a few light green beams landed on Feng Heng's body, leaving blood holes. Under the astonished gazes of the researchers, the blood holes on Feng Heng's body that had been pierced by the beam weapon healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a pretty good welcome ceremony. Feng Heng closed the door behind him and looked at the game notification. Coincidentally, another row of information appeared on the game notification. Ding, your zombie clone, liquor transformed body, has been attacked by a beam of light. Ding, your zombie clone, liquor transformed body, has received a cutting attack. It has received 3,225 damage and has entered the limb-severing state. It seemed that the reinforcements outside had arrived. He had to speed up. Feng Heng diverted his attention to controlling the zombie group to block the entrances and exits of the research institute, thereby slowing down the time for reinforcements to enter the research institute. You, who are you? What are you doing? When the researchers saw Feng Heng's terrifying self-healing ability, their faces turned pale. The weapons in their hands were useless. I have some respect for smart people, so I don't want to attack you. I hope you can cooperate with me. Chapter 2126 Obtaining, 2. Feng Heng lifted his head and looked at the research personnel. Saying, to make a long story short, I am looking for the withered trees of the tree spirit race. I know they were transported here. If any of you can lead me to them, everyone will be saved. Otherwise. I know they are housed in research room no. V12, right next door. Among the researchers, a young man raised his hand after hearing this. I placed them there. They are in the special laboratory environment of research room no. V12. Very good. I admire your courage and honesty. You can take me there now. Feng Heng snapped his fingers. Immediately, the remaining research personnel felt their hearts tighten. Then, their faces turned red and they fell one by one with painful expressions. Only the young man who raised his hand was left. Seeing his companions fall, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He looked at Feng Heng pleadingly. Don't be nervous. They are just temporarily unconscious. Of course, if you lie to me, everyone won't have a good time, including you. The researcher hurriedly nodded. No, I will bring you there now. That's the best. Lead the way. Soon, the researcher brought Feng Heng to the opposite laboratory. The researcher walked forward and pressed his fingerprint to unlock the door. Verification successful. The door opened. Feng Heng stepped into the laboratory. Immediately, the sensor lights in the laboratory lit up. In front of the entrance of a large laboratory was a huge tempered glass wall. The interior of the glass wall mimicked the cave environment he had seen before. The 12 branches of the sacred tree were planted in an artificial environment. Not bad. Feng Heng muttered to himself. However, the branch of the sacred tree was relatively large. How could he think of a way to move them? Feng Heng looked at the researcher beside him and said, "Open it." "I can't do it," the researcher said, looking helpless. "The simulated space is all sealed off. It requires authorization from the director of the research institute or higher to open it." Feng Heng glanced at the tempered glass in front of him and walked forward. Whoosh! The great holy sword appeared in his hand. Phew! He raised his great sword and slammed it against the tempered glass with a bang. Bang! A violent collision. Under the astonished gaze of the researcher, the entire sturdy tempered glass wall in front of them instantly shattered. This. Feng Heng stepped over the broken tempered glass fragments and walked into the simulated cave environment. He came to a withered tree branch of the sacred tree and reached out to touch the withered tree. Ding! The player has discovered an unknown tree. Hint, high-tier natural science triggered, discovered that this tree once possessed great power. The power it currently contains has completely dissipated. Ding! The player lacks relevant skills, unable to obtain more effective information. Ding! This item cannot be placed directly in the bag. The player can choose to cut it down into wood blocks and place it in the bag. It was a little troublesome. The entire tree could not be directly put into the backpack. After cutting it into pieces and stuffing it into his backpack, there was a high chance that it would affect the information related to the magic array contained in the branch of the sacred tree. So, how could he take them all away? Feng Heng thought for a moment and turned to look at the researcher behind him and asked, "How are they doing now?" "We have tried many ways to awaken or restore the branches of the sacred tree. We have even considered transplanting them, but there hasn't been any progress. They are completely dead. Forget it. Just use force." Feng Heng raised his head and began to control the lickers outside. Kai. A moment later, more than 10 lickers rushed into the research room. The researcher quickly retreated to a corner with a look of horror on his face. Kai. The liquors quickly condensed into flesh cocoons. In just a short moment, the flesh cocoons broke open. What was that? Was it a zombie creature that he had seen in movies? The zombie clone staggered out of the broken cocoons and slowly stepped into the broken tempered glass. Under the surprised gaze of the researcher, the zombies gathered in front of one of the branches of the sacred tree and slowly surrounded it. Then, they squatted down and began to dig with their bare hands. The researcher was shocked. This might damage the roots of the branches of the sacred tree. Don't worry, they are professionals. Feng Heng pursed his lips. The zombie clone had inherited all of his academic skills. In the past, he had even specially learned planting and other skills to transplant plants. With the help of the high-tier natural science, the damage to the plants was minimal. Moreover, the branches of the sacred tree had already withered to such a state. How could they be damaged? Feng Heng said as he looked at the researcher, I also need a map of the entire research institute. All right. The researcher's throat rolled, in the research room just now. Bring me there. Soon, Feng Heng returned to the research room. The researcher quickly tapped on the control panel in front of the screen and displayed the internal map of the research institute on the big screen. Feng Heng quickly observed the overall layout of the research institute. Looks like I have to use that move again. Feng Heng muttered to himself. The sewers. The research institute had its own independent sewer system, isolated from most areas outside the facility. However, there were still some oversights. Several key points were connected to the drainage systems of the external areas. Just a small amount of digging was needed. With the zombie clones, he believed that he would soon be able to open a tunnel between the sewers and the outside world. There was just one problem. For the withered sacred tree branches, navigating through the underground areas could be somewhat crowded. It was difficult to avoid some bumps in the process. He didn't care. HW would leave it at that for now. After all, from the game prompt, there were a large number of the Federation's semi-mechanized modified soldiers outside. It was too risky to fight head-on, and the branches of the sacred tree were more likely to be destroyed. He would go through the sewers. Feng Heng immediately made a decision and looked up at the researcher beside him. Let me ask you something. The researcher was startled by Feng Heng's gaze and took 2 steps back and asked, what? By the way, are there any digging tools here? A shovel or something? Huh? The researcher listened and looked at Feng Heng with a strange expression. Did he hear wrongly? Why did he need a shovel? Was he trying to dig a tunnel out of here? At the same time, in the Research Institute of Omnitech Company's North District branch, the federal team under Boris was gathered at one of the entrances to the Research Institute. A large number of lickers blocked several paths in the Research Institute, completely blocking the entire passage. Even the Federation's mechanically modified soldiers were helpless. After half an hour, they continuously used their beam weapons to attack the lickers from the outside. They even went up to fight them in close combat a few times. Chapter 2127 Inspection. He had tried almost every method he could think of. However, he couldn't do anything to these lickers. Their self-recovery ability was too terrifying. They hid in the passage and huddled inside the passage, tightly blocking it off. The federal soldiers couldn't think of a better solution, so they were forced to stay in the hall of the Research Institute. Sir, based on the current situation, it's almost impossible to barge in. Yes. Boris looked at the battle ahead and was secretly shocked. What exactly was this monster? It actually had such terrifying strength? In this world, apart from the spawns and the tree spirits, there were actually other forms of power that he had never seen before. So, what do you think? The passage is too narrow. We can't use it. We can try to blow up a hole outside the Research Institute. No. Boris shook his head and said, there is a lot of confidential information about Omnitech Company's Research Institute. Some of the information collected by the Federation in recent years is also temporarily stored in the Research Institute. When I came, the higher-ups ordered that unless it's necessary, we should try our best to ensure that the information in the Research Institute is complete. So that's how it is. That will be a little troublesome. The deputy commander whispered and then pondered for a moment before saying, we just detected that some of the spatial transmission devices are still operational. Should we send a group of people through the devices to observe the interior of the Research Institute? Boris raised an eyebrow, considering for a moment before responding, no, there's no need. Soldiers are affected after using the transmission devices for a while, and it wouldn't be effective to send them in. By the way, is the periphery sealed off? It's already in lockdown. Alright, let's wait a bit longer. Boris focused on the passage ahead and said in a solemn tone, we have just received news from headquarters that they have uploaded samples of the unknown creature's genetic material for analysis. We believe results will come soon. The deputy commander's expression turned serious. Understood. 2 hours later. Report. Director. Emergency report. In the North District headquarters of Omnitech Company, the laboratory supervisor hurriedly pushed open the door and entered G. Hating's office. He looked a little flustered. Seeing that there were other people in G. Hating's office, the supervisor was stunned. G. Hating rarely saw the laboratory supervisor lose his composure like this. He nodded and gestured for his two subordinates to stand aside. He raised his hand and said, "It's okay. Continue. Is there any news from the Branch Research Institute?" "No," the laboratory supervisor shook his head, flipping through the documents in his hand as he approached G. Hating, and continued, "Not long ago, we uploaded the genetic information of the captured unknown creature to the psychic mainframe network. Just now, feedback has been received, confirming that the creature is a species called Liquor. This creature has undergone genetic modification and may not belong to our world boundary. It is an alien species." Liquor. G. Hating muttered to himself. A life form from another world? Cultivated artificially. G. Hating was secretly vigilant. It seemed like Feng Heng had a very powerful force behind him. The laboratory supervisor placed the document on the table and continued, "This creature is the product of a special virus mutation. It has extraordinary attack strength, agility, and virus infection ability. The Liquors we encountered had undergone a high-intensity modification. Their vitality and attack power had been greatly increased. Even the modified Liquors' infection rate greatly differed from that of ordinary Liquors. Other than that, the abnormal self-recovery ability was something that the basic Liquors did not possess." G. Hating nodded. "Okay, continue." The laboratory supervisor took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "It's Ouroboros." G. Hating's pupils constricted as he stared at the laboratory supervisor and asked, "What did you say?" "Based on the information from the psychic network, they have detected a small portion of the Ouroboros gene sequence in the Liquor." G. Hating's expression turned extremely solemn. Ouroboros. An eternal catastrophe. Was it related to that young man? G. Hating fell into deep thought. The race that even the spawns feared. It had actually appeared in their world. The psychic energy has been transmitted back along with the corresponding data and the formula for the antidote. Injecting this potion can significantly suppress the self-recovery ability of the Liquor creatures. However, we are currently lacking several primary medicinal ingredients, and the production yield is relatively low. The laboratory supervisor saw that G. Hating kept his head lowered and didn't say anything. He didn't dare to say anything and stood aside carefully. A moment later, G. Hating raised his head and said, "Okay. Start the production of the potion immediately. After the production is completed, bring the potion to Boris. Also, who else knows about Ouroboros?" After receiving the feedback, I rushed over to report to you immediately. Only my two subordinates know the exact information, and... The laboratory supervisor stopped and looked at the two people left in the room. "Yes, this is the highest level of confidentiality. No one else is allowed to know about it, understand?" "Yes, sir." "Understood." G. Hating looked at the lab supervisor who was still standing there, hesitating, and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Director, when we were uploading the information of the Liquors, we triggered an alarm on the psychic network. There's already feedback from the psychic network asking about our specific situation." The laboratory supervisor asked after a pause, "How should we reply?" G. Hating pursed his lips and thought for a moment, think of a way to fool him. "All right, I will tell them that there is a data error, but according to established procedures, the spawns may send someone to check." G. Hating waved his hand and said, "Go. Find a way to get rid of it as soon as possible and hide it." "Yes." The laboratory supervisor nodded and hurried down to do his work. G. Hating frowned. It was troublesome. He did not expect Feng Heng, who had suddenly appeared, to attract the spawns. G. Hating thought about it, and his face darkened. Ding. The player's zombie clone, mutated infected body, has obtained relevant research information about the tree spirit race during the search. Ding. Transfer the relevant information to the Tree Whisperers Alliance and you will receive a portion of the Tree Whisperers Alliance's relevant contribution points and friendship points. Ding. The player's zombie clone, mutated infected body, below the Research Institute of the Omnitech Company branch. The zombie clones threw the documents they had obtained from the Research Institute in front of Feng Heng. Feng Heng picked up the documents one by one and put them back into his backpack. These were all used to exchange for the Tree Whisperers Alliance's friendship points. Chapter 2128. The pit. At that moment, a large number of zombie clones were gathered in the fourth basement of the Research Institute. For protective purposes, the floor was constructed partly of metal, with reinforced concrete highly condensed below. After more than an hour of digging, Feng Heng heard a thud. He turned around and saw that the zombie team had finally dug a hole in the ground. Done. Feng Heng walked to the front of the pit and took a look. The bottom of the hole was directly connected to the sewer. This was only the first step. After entering the sewer, he still needed to open up 2 more underground sewers that connected to the outside world. The good news was that so far, neither the Federation Army team nor the guards from Omnitech Company have successfully invaded the lower levels of the Research Institute. They were still confined to the first level and were slowly clearing out the liquor groups blocking their path along the way. Feng Heng made a rough estimate. Based on this efficiency, it would probably take the Federation another 3 hours to reach the 3rd basement. This was still under the assumption that he was hacking. There's no hurry. Take it slow. Feng Heng muttered in a low voice, controlling the zombie clones to carry out the next step. The zombie clones carried the branches of the sacred tree wrapped in white cloth and slowly moved from the corner of the passage outside the room. Then, they threw the branches of the sacred tree into the hole in the ground and the sewers below. Below the sewers, several fusion tyrant forms came to their aid and lifted the branches of the sacred tree. Then, he continued to move them deeper into the sewer. Feng Heng leaped into the sewer after moving the 12 branches of the sacred tree. According to the location shown on the map, he needed to continue forward for another 500 meters. After that, he would dig through the wall on the right and continue digging for more than 10 meters before connecting to the sewer of the external network. At that time, he would be able to escape completely. The sewers are still as good as ever. Feng Heng sighed in his heart and continued to control the zombie clones to dig. Just as he was about to hack for a while more, Feng Heng suddenly raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Why did so many messages about the lickers dying suddenly pop up in just a few minutes? The speed of death was several times faster than before. It was obviously abnormal. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately opened the game log and quickly checked it one by one. Soon, Feng Heng found something unusual. Ding! The player's zombie clone, liquor form, has been affected by an unknown injection. Warning, the zombie clone's undying body effect is reduced by 90%. Remaining recovery time, 30 minutes. What was going on? The liquor's undying body had lost its effect? Was it because of some special potion? Feng Heng's heart sank. The undying body skill was his greatest trump card. It was because of this skill that zombie clones could unleash such terrifying power. But now, it had become ineffective? Was it the Omnitech Company, or the Federation? They actually could develop targeted technology in such a short time? This was too strange. He had also visited the advanced game world, and he did not handle things like that in Watts. Feng Heng frowned. He vaguely realized that the matter of the potion might not be as simple as it seemed. All in all, the effect of the undying body had been largely disrupted by Omnitech Company's potion, and the zombie clone group blocking the external entrance was starting to die at an accelerated rate. He had to think of a way to escape first. Feng Heng shifted his gaze away from the game notification and walked to the rock wall in front of him. He raised his fist and punched forward. Boom. There was a loud bang and the entire wall shook violently for a few seconds under the punch. Ka. The top of the wall was instantly covered with layers of cracks. The fusion tyrant forms following behind Feng Heng also took large strides forward, raising their fists and smashing them against the wall. This was bad. Feng Heng estimated the speed of the excavation before him and the rate at which the liquor group was dying. At this rate, time was running short. It seemed unlikely that he would be able to safely escort the sacred tree branches back intact at this rate. It appeared that he would have to go back and engage with them again. It was a good time to take a look at the special potion the enemy had obtained. Feng Heng made up his mind. He left the zombie clones to continue digging the tunnel while he turned around and returned to the tunnel behind him. Omnitech Company's North District Research Institute. The mechanically modified warriors had already been equipped with the targeted potions provided by Omnitech Company. After successfully using the injection gun on the lickers, their life recovery ability and limb regeneration capability were significantly reduced. But even so, the lickers' basic health point could still be described as terrifying. Boris stood at the back of the team, coldly watching as the mechanically modified warriors gradually took control of the situation. They cleared out the lickers they encountered along the way and gradually entered the research institute. It seemed that Omnitech Company had done a good job. They had developed the corresponding medicine so quickly. Boris raised his eyebrows. He looked up and saw a figure at the passage's entrance. It's him. A soldier who had participated in the mind modification recognized Feng Heng and immediately shouted, "He's the one who just invaded the research institute." Suddenly, almost everyone turned to look at Feng Heng at the other end of the passage. Intruder. Boris stared at Feng Heng and asked, "Who sent you?" Feng Heng stood at the entrance of the passage and stared coldly at everyone. "Humphrey." Boris snorted, waved his hand, and shouted, "Go. Take him down." A group of mechanically modified soldiers immediately aimed their beam weapons at Feng Heng and lined up to approach him. "What?" Feng Heng slowly raised his hand. A book emitting a dark golden light floated in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, a dense dark golden light overflowed from the book and stabbed fiercely at the semi-mechanized soldiers. Boom! Boom boom boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden light struck the soldiers, setting off intense explosions. Book of Oaths. The explosion caused by the Tier 2 Holy Remnant chapter caused the semi-mechanized soldiers in front of him to fall. On the other side, the Lickers took advantage of the chaos to escape. Boris stared at Feng Heng, his temples bulging. "Stop him!" Boris shouted, his hands forming a mark in front of him. Spiritual piercing. Feng Heng instantly felt as if his sea of consciousness had been invaded by needles. Ding! The player has received an unknown mission's spiritual piercing attack. As the player's spiritual power has passed the test, the player has received additional damage reduction. The player has received 3,000 points of spiritual piercing damage. The stinging pain disappeared in an instant. The undying effect instantly restored the lost health point to full. It had no effect at all. Chapter 2129 Messing around. Thanks to the backlash from the pollution source in his sea of consciousness, Feng Heng was already used to the pain when his sea of consciousness was attacked. Compared to the pain when his sea of consciousness was about to collapse, this pricking sensation was nothing. Boris didn't know about this. He looked at Feng Heng in surprise. The spiritual penetration was completely ineffective? Haha. Feng Heng glanced at Boris from a distance, chuckled, and immediately retreated to the right. You want to run? Chase. Boris saw Feng Heng running away and felt that he was being underestimated. He frowned and immediately chased after Feng Heng. The soldiers of the Federation and some of the guards from the Omnitech company who had undergone psychic modifications immediately followed Boris. Feng Heng's speed of escape was faster than they had anticipated. The two of them, one in front and one behind, chased toward the right side area of the ground floor of the research institute. Boris looked in the direction Feng Heng had escaped and frowned. That path was a dead end. What was he trying to do? Was he in a panic? They watched as Feng Heng was gradually forced to the end of the passage in front of them under the pursuit of the Federation's semi-mechanical soldiers. However, Feng Heng had no intention of slowing down. Boris' heart sank and shouted, "It's a dead end. Surround him." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge sword appeared in Feng Heng's hand. What? Boris' pupils shrank. Feng Heng's speed did not slow down at all. He rushed straight toward the wall at the end of the passage. He gripped the great holy sword tightly with both hands. Bang! The long sword slammed into the wall, creating a huge hole in it. Feng Heng passed through the wall of the research institute. The exterior of the research institute had already been surrounded by the Federal Emergency Team. However, no one expected that the research institute would have a huge hole in the wall. All the muzzles were aimed at Feng Heng almost at the same time. The team leader shouted, "Don't move. Raise your hands." Feng Heng did not seem to hear him. He took a step forward and quickly fled to the right. Shoot! Bang! Bang bang! Almost instantly, hundreds of guards fired at the same time. Feng Heng moved quickly, avoiding most of the bullets. Even if the remaining bullets landed on his body, they would only break his skin. It would not cause much actual damage at all. Trash! Boris was the first to chase after Feng Heng from the hole he had created. He cursed the Federation's crisis management team for being useless. They couldn't even stop Feng Heng from escaping. He quickly sped up and chased after him. Under Feng Heng's conscious control, the distance between him and Boris was slowly shrinking. Boris did not know that Feng Heng was deliberately luring the tiger away from the mountain to buy time for the Lickers in the sewers. He only felt that he was just a little bit away from catching up to Feng Heng, so he naturally did not want to give up so easily and stuck close to him. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was sprinting to the outskirts of the city. After running for more than half an hour, Feng Heng saw that he was about to be forced into a corner. He couldn't help but have a thought. Ahead, there were unexpectedly over 20 psychic-modified individuals dressed in Omnitech Company security uniforms already deployed. He was surrounded. Feng Heng stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around to look at the pursuers behind him. At the same time, he glanced at the game notification from the corner of his eye. It was almost time. The zombie clones had dug the last bit of the underground sewer. The remaining time was enough for the zombie clones to move away from the underground sewer. Boris and his semi-mechanical soldiers surrounded Feng Heng in the center, blocking his retreat. Buzz. Spiritual barriers that were invisible to the naked eye were constructed in a very short time, trapping Feng Heng in the center. Hundreds of guns were aimed at Feng Heng at the same time. The soldiers of the Federation did not dare to relax. "You guys are quite amazing. You can even block my way in advance." Feng Heng shrugged and looked at Boris, saying, "All right, now that you have found me, can you satisfy my curiosity and answer a few questions before you start?" Boris said in a deep voice while staring at Feng Heng. I am afraid you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Don't be so confident. We can exchange questions. One question for another? Boris looked at Feng Heng coldly. Is that so? I know your answer. What a pity. As Feng Heng spoke, a layer of red light instantly appeared in his pupils. Boris' heart jumped. What was that? Bang. The white cloth that Feng Heng had been carrying on his back exploded. A rich smell of lifeblood overflowed from the white cloth. It was blood. Everyone saw it clearly. The white cloth that Feng Heng had been carrying on his back turned out to be a huge sword that was completely condensed from blood. Boom. The great sword exploded and rapidly spread in the air and condensed into sharp spikes that flew forward at high speed. Bang. Bang bang. When the dense spikes came into contact with the spiritual barrier, a series of violent explosions immediately erupted. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. A few of the psychics who were controlling the spiritual barrier could not take it anymore. They forcefully controlled the spiritual barrier, and blood kept flowing out of their 5 senses. It was obvious that they had suffered a huge backlash. After barely half a minute, the spiritual barrier could not hold on any longer and exploded. Boris stared at Feng Heng, his eyes extremely solemn. What kind of strange power was that? Before coming here, he had never thought that he would experience such a strange battle. Who exactly are you? Where did he come from? What is your purpose for coming to our world? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. The other party already knew that he did not come from this world. Boris stared at Feng Heng. Hey, don't think that you will be fine just because you don't speak. I will make you spit it out word by word. As he spoke, the hundreds of mechanically modified warriors behind Boris pulled their triggers in unison. A dense number of beam weapons shot towards Feng Heng. Whoosh! The blood curtain instantly spread out in front of Feng Heng. Bang! Bang bang! The energy of the light beam landed on the crimson blood curtain, and ripples immediately appeared. Even beam weapons couldn't do anything to him. The soldiers of the Federation felt a sense of powerlessness. When the suppression of the firepower stopped, the blood curtain in front of them dispersed, and Feng Heng's figure appeared in front of everyone again. It seems that you know my identity very well. How did you know? Now that we have time, why don't we have a good chat? Chat? Although Boris was surprised by Feng Heng's ability, he did not show any weakness and said coldly, you can talk to me for as long as you want when you go back with me. In that case, forget it. Not worth it, remarked Feng Heng dismissively. Feng Heng shook his head and looked up at the sky. Chapter 2130 Retreat. The helicopters were dispatched. Seeing that more and more Omnitech Company's psychic controllers and half-mechanical guards were chasing behind, Feng Heng took one last look at Boris. Omnitech Company and the Federation had special spatial transmission protection. Before he found a corresponding solution, he could not do anything to them. It was impossible to capture one and ask him. If he continued, it would just be a meaningless consumption. Anyway, it was about time for the zombie clones to move the branches of the sacred tree away. Goodbye. Boris' pupils constricted. He immediately realized that Feng Heng was about to run. He took a step forward and shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him escape!" Swoosh. However, in the next second, the semi-mechanical soldiers had just raised their guns and had yet to fire their beams when Feng Heng took a big step forward. His figure instantly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes as if he had merged into space. Boris stared in the direction Feng Heng disappeared, his fists clenched. It was spatial ability. Damn it. Previously, there was no information that the enemy had spatial abilities. Otherwise, they would have set up a spatial crystal barrier in advance, and Feng Heng would not have escaped so easily. Sir. The soldier hurriedly approached Boris and whispered, "Sir, we have successfully entered the Research Institute area, and during the clearance operation, we found that the withered trees from the sacred tree branches inside the Research Institute have gone missing." Missing? Boris frowned, asking, "What do you mean by missing?" The laboratory researchers reported that Feng Heng appeared in their research room and forced them into the sacred tree branch cultivation room, the soldier explained. They witnessed Feng Heng controlling undead life forms to pull the withered tree from the enclosed laboratory environment. However, they were later detained by Feng Heng in the research room, and they don't know where Feng Heng took the sacred tree branches afterward. Boris was confused and asked, "What? Have you searched them all?" "It's still under investigation. There are still a large number of zombies and predators in the Research Institute that haven't been completely cleared. There are no traces of dead branches of the sacred tree yet." Boris frowned, instinctively sensing that something was wrong. It was strange. He also knew about the branches of the sacred tree, the withered trees. They were withered trees, and they were very large. It wasn't easy to transport them. Not to mention, there were a total of 12 trees. He was sure that Feng Heng did not bring any branches of the sacred tree with him when he left. The outside of the research institute was also surrounded. There were more than 10 big trees. If he wanted to move them out, he would be discovered. So where did they go? Did Feng Heng destroy them? Even if they were destroyed, there should be some traces left behind, right? Or were they hidden? Continue, thoroughly investigate the research institute. We must find them even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Understood. Half an hour later, in the night sky, a bat flew across a corner of the city's suburbs at high speed. It landed quickly and returned to human form on the ground. Feng Heng looked around. Not far away, in the woods, the zombie clones popped their heads out. Through one of the exits of the sewage pipeline connecting the interior and exterior of the research institute, the zombie clones moved the branches of the sacred tree to the edge of the city's sewage outlet in advance. It was still better at night now. Few people would notice the situation at the sewer in the suburbs. It would be easy to attract attention after dawn. In addition, Omnitech Company would investigate as soon as possible after discovering that the branches of the sacred tree had been stolen. Therefore, he had to think of a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. How could he quickly transport the branches of the sacred tree back to the Tree Whisperers Alliance? Feng Heng thought for a moment and then came up with an idea. He immediately took out his smartphone and downloaded an app called Cargo Hauler. Half an hour later, a large transport vehicle slowly arrived. Feng Heng walked out of the woods and took out a compound eye of Hellfire. He waved at the transport vehicle. By the time Feng Heng returned to the gathering point of the Tree Whisperers Alliance in another small city, it was already a day later. Boris was shocked when he found the sewer pit left behind by Feng Heng in a research institute. He had never expected that the enemy would be able to leave the research institute in such a primitive way. So Feng Heng's chase with them earlier was completely a diversion? Realizing that he had been fooled, Boris was furious. He immediately ordered to lock down the area where Feng Heng had escaped to prevent him from transporting the branches of the sacred tree out of the city. At the same time, he tried his best to track down Feng Heng. Unfortunately, the Federation was still one step too slow. With the help of Hellfire's compound eyes, Feng Heng quickly passed through the layers of screening and left the area sealed off by the Federation. Since the Omnitech Company had also been monitoring the town where Mr. Yule lived, the Tree Whisperers Alliance had changed the meeting place to Fog Thunder Town. The members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance received the news that Feng Heng was about to return and waited at the entrance of the town in advance. Big Brother Feng Heng. Glennon saw Feng Heng sitting in the passenger seat of a large truck from afar. His face was filled with excitement as he shouted and waved at Feng Heng. Soon, Feng Heng, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, jumped out of the truck. Yes, it's done. Feng Heng waved his hand and gestured to the people behind the truck. Mr. Yule of the Tree Whisperers Alliance also came to welcome them personally. After the car stopped, he immediately brought his men forward to check. When they learned that Omnitech Company was under attack and that the Federation had set up a lockdown, everyone in the Tree Whisperers Alliance was worried for Feng Heng. They never expected Feng Heng to successfully hack into Omnitech Company's North District Research Institute and get the information from the Research Institute so easily. There were even branches of the sacred tree. Mr. Yule and the others could not understand. How did Feng Heng manage to deliver these supplies under the Federation's nose? Mr. Yule looked at Feng Heng and bowed deeply to thank him. Feng Heng, I don't know what to say to express my gratitude. If it weren't for you, the branch of the tree spirit race's sacred tree would have been occupied by Omnitech Company. Ding. The player has completed the mission. Steal information. Ding. Settling. The player's current mission completion rate, 3,273%. Ding. The player has obtained an additional branch of the sacred tree, 15 units withered tree, at an additional 4,500% mission completion rate. Ding. The player has received 7,773,000 Tree Whisperers Alliance friendship points and 777,000 Tree Whisperers Alliance contribution points. Ding. The player's friendship with the Tree Whisperers Alliance has reached respect. The player has unlocked the Tree Whisperers Alliance's exchange vault. Seeing the Tree Whisperers Alliance's favorability and contribution points skyrocket, Feng Heng nodded in his heart. It was not a waste of a night's hard work. His favorability had finally increased, and he no longer had to continue doing boring low-level missions in the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Chapter 2131. Meeting. As Feng Heng thought about it, he quickly checked the exchange vault of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. It seemed like the Tree Whisperers Alliance was a relatively low-level organization. There were very few useful things in the exchange vault. The only ones that caught his eye were a few natural science skill books. However, the skill books level was too low, and his natural science level was too high. Even if he read all of them once, he would not be able to gain many experience points. As for the rest, there were some books related to the tree spirits. When the time came, he would exchange them for Sandy to take a look. Perhaps he would discover something. Fang Heng looked up at Mr. Yule again and tried to ask, Mr. Yule, about the tree spirits. Yes, I contacted the tree spirits last night. They are also very concerned about the discovery of the teleportation passage magic array. We have an appointment with the tree spirits to meet tonight. Ding. The player has triggered the phase mission The Mysterious Veil of the Tree Spirits. Mission title, The Mysterious Veil of the Tree Spirits. Mission difficulty, D. Mission description, you have gained the trust of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Mr. Yule has helped you arrange a meeting with the tree spirits tonight. Mission requirements, meet the tree spirit race with Mr. Yule. Mission reward, follow-up mission. Current main mission progress, 7.8%. Very good. The completion rate of the main storyline mission had increased again. As he spoke, Yule's subordinates from the Tree Whisperers Alliance had carefully moved the dead branches of the sacred tree that were piled up on the vehicles and placed them in the temporary warehouse. Clariway followed everyone into the warehouse and began to check the remaining magic arrays in the branches of the sacred tree. Fang Heng asked, how is it? Clariway squatted down and examined the tree for a moment. Then, she looked up and said, yes. Although these branches of the sacred tree are not as well preserved as the ones found in the cave, we can still find some remnants of the magic array. I will think of a way to simulate them. Okay, as soon as possible. The tree spirits will meet us tonight. Try to make it before then. Yes. Taking advantage of the time when Clariway was collecting information on the magic arrays of the branches of the sacred tree, Fang Heng brought Sandy to exchange for all the books in the Tree Whisperers Alliance that required contribution points. Sandy immediately instructed a few members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance to carry boxes of books back to the hut. 3 hours later, Fang Heng received the 13 magic array blueprints that were drawn by Clariway. Almost every branch of the sacred tree had a different magic array, so it was not easy to connect them. Let's act as soon as possible. The tree spirits would arrive at the town at night, so they had to finish it as soon as possible. Fang Heng placed the blueprints on the floor one by one. The omniscient eye in his right pupil spun rapidly. With the combination of his high-level alchemy and the omniscient eye, a slow channeling bar appeared above Fang Heng's head. Ding! The player is assembling some scattered magic arrays. The player's current success rate is 88.9% due to the effects of the player's various attributes, alchemy talent, and skill. The channeling bar slowly moved forward and crawled for more than 2 hours. Success. Ding! The player has completed the repair of the incomplete magic array. The player has obtained the blueprint of the special teleportation magic array. Fang Heng re-examined the magic array in the temporary warehouse, took a deep breath, and stood up again. The first step was completed. Just as he had guessed, after the magic array reappeared, he confirmed that it was a magic array with spatial teleportation. However, activating the teleportation magic array again wasn't that simple. The interface of the magic array that absorbed energy was different from all the magic arrays he had come into contact with before. He had already tried several times when he was setting up, but he could not complete the adaptation. Therefore, he still had to find a way to find an energy supply. In the past, the magic array's energy supply was through the interface of the branch of the sacred tree. Now that the branch of the sacred tree was completely dead, it meant that they needed to find another way to supply energy for the magic array. Fang Heng had no clue about this at all. He wondered if the tree spirits would have any relevant clues. After wandering for a few days, Fang Heng finally felt he was getting closer to unveiling the mystery of the tree spirit race. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. In short, he would make plans after meeting the tree spirits tonight. Fog Thunder Town was a very primitive town. The townspeople had a very regular schedule and rarely had any so-called nightlife. Once it was past 10 o'clock at night, it would be completely quiet. At midnight, Yule brought Fang Heng, Mojai, and Sandy to stand at the entrance of a forest outside the town. The tree spirits don't like to be exposed in front of outsiders, and they don't like noise. So, please keep quiet and don't take photos or videos. Under Mr. Yule's strong request, the meeting with the tree spirits was limited to the 4 of them. Originally, Sandy was not included. However, even Mr. Yule could not withstand Sandy's coaxing and pestering. A gentle breeze blew past. The branches at the edge of the forest trembled slightly. In front of them, a figure rapidly flashed through the trees and appeared in front of everyone. He was here. The tree spirit. Fang Heng's gaze instantly focused on the tree spirit. The tree spirit's body and facial features did not look much different from a human's. The biggest difference was his skin. The skin of the tree spirit revealed a hint of green, reminiscent of the color of leaves. His eyes were slightly elongated. Upon closer inspection, fine leaf-like textures could even be seen on their skin. The tree spirit cautiously assessed the group before them and then turned to Mr. Yule, asking, Yule, is this what you were talking about? Friends who believe in nature? Yule was very respectful to the tree spirit. He bowed and nodded before continuing, yes, respected tree spirit elder. This is Fang Heng. These two are Mojai Ai and Sandy. They helped us find the secret research materials of Omnitech Company and the dead tree branch that was forcefully taken away. Yes. The tree spirit nodded slightly and looked at Fang Heng and the others arrogantly. Mojai Ai pursed his lips. Being sized up like this made him a little unhappy. He thought to himself, what are you being so arrogant for? Apart from that, they also discovered the information hidden in the branch of the sacred tree and tried to replicate the magic array through this information. You'll then turn to Fang Heng and introduce them to the tree spirit. This is Van, an elder of the tree spirit race. The tree spirit race has always been able to maintain its youth. Although he looks about the same age as you, he's over 100 years old. Alright, Yule, don't waste a moment explaining these unimportant things. Van shook his head and said, my time is limited. I am not here to listen to this nonsense. Take me to observe the magic array that you have restored. Sorry, please follow me. Yule uttered as he led Van back to the town's temporary warehouse. Chapter 2132 Complaints. Everyone returned to the warehouse. Van looked at the dead branches of the sacred tree and the magic array that Fang Heng had set up on the ground. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, and then his expression changed. He walked forward, squatted down, and examined the magic array carefully. Yule waited carefully at the side. Half an hour passed. During the process, Van's expression changed several times, and he even reached out to touch the magic array pattern more than once. Finally, Van shifted his gaze away from the magic array and looked at the branch of the sacred tree. His eyes were filled with obvious displeasure. Is this how you treat the branches of the sacred tree? Mojai Ai was stunned. What did he mean? Still not satisfied, Yule stepped forward and apologized. I am very sorry, Elder. We have already spent too much effort to take back the branch of the sacred tree from Omnitech Company. We really can't protect the branch of the sacred tree and transport it back in one piece. Van wore a displeased expression, his voice cold. More failures than successes. Ding. The player completed the mission. The mysterious veil of the tree spirits. Ding. The player has unlocked the affinity with the tree spirits. Ding. The player's initial affinity with the tree spirits is -5. Ding. Due to the player's performance, the player's favorability with the tree spirits is decreased by 10 points. Current favorability -15. Mojai Ai frowned when he saw the game hint, feeling displeased. He thought, what's this supposed to mean? We worked hard to retrieve your stuff and even restored the magic array for you. You don't even say thank you, and now you are complaining about us? Forget it, Van waved his hand. The sacred tree branch is an important item leading to the realm of gods. You need to find a good place to store it. I will come find you once I have more information. After saying that, Van was about to leave. Mojai Ai immediately took half a step forward and stopped him. Wait. Van slowly turned his head to Mojai Ai and asked, is there anything else, human? Mojai Ai replied, we have heard some things about the world of the tree spirits. It's said that the tree spirits enter the inner world through the branches of the sacred tree. Van glanced at the two of them with obvious disdain in his eyes, saying, not bad. So what? Mojai Ai was getting more and more annoyed when he heard the other party's tone. For the sake of the mission, he decided to endure it. If there's anything we can do, we want to help. Help? Van was surprised when he heard that. Then, he sneered with a hint of arrogance on his face, you are just a human. Why should I believe you? And do you think that with your abilities, you can help the tree spirit race? Fang Heng and Mojai Ai looked at each other. This tree spirit. He was really annoying. Van, who had been about to leave, took a few steps outside the warehouse before suddenly stopping in his tracks. He turned back to Fang Heng and said, by the way, I heard that the Federation is currently searching for both of you. Because of your actions, Crescent Moon Town is now under heavy surveillance by both the Federation and Omnitech Company. Mr. Yule stepped forward, attempting to explain on Fang Heng's behalf. Elder, we were trying to stop. Foolish. Van interrupted coldly, who told you to disobey orders? You acted on your own and even told outsiders about the inner world. What else do you have to refute? Yule said with his head lowered and apologized, I am sorry. We promise that nothing like this will happen again. Humphrey, forget it. Seeing that you have been doing your best for me, I will let this matter go. It won't happen again. Van looked at Fang Heng and Mojai Ai again and said, you too, even though the Federation wants you, are you still willing to take a huge risk to work for the tree spirits? Fang Heng and Mojai Ai looked at each other and chuckled in their hearts. If it wasn't for the mission, who would care about you? On the side, Sandy nodded shamelessly, his face filled with piety, as he respectfully declared, in order to illuminate the world with the glory of the god of nature, we are willing to sacrifice everything for the tree spirit race. Mojai Ai was shocked and turned to look at Sandy. He thought to himself, This NPC has no bottom line. How can you say such shameless things? What made him even more speechless was that the tree spirit in front of him seemed to be enjoying it. Ding. The player team's favorability with the tree spirits +1, Fang Hang and Mojai. I could not help but look at each other before turning to Sandy again. Or do you know how to lick other people's boots? Very good. I can feel your sincerity. Sandy continued pleading, Sir, may I borrow some of the ancient texts left by the tree spirit race to study? I wish to be influenced by a civilization greater than our human race. In just a few days, through some fragments of human history describing the tree spirit lineage, I have realized how magnificent this civilization is. I am willing to dedicate my lifetime to explore this civilization, but if I am the only one to delve into it, I fear that even a lifetime of effort may not reveal 1,000th of the brilliance of the tree spirit civilization. You are indeed sincere. Let's wait until this matter is resolved. Oh. Thank you so much. Sandy's face lit up with excitement and gratitude. He said, being able to study the great inheritance of the tree spirit race. It's just too exciting for me. I am sorry for being so impolite. Could I please make another request? Van was in a good mood. The tree spirits were a race that stood at the top of the pyramid. A little bit of inheritance was enough to make humans bow down and be grateful. Alright, since you are so pious, I will grant you personal access to the tree spirits database in advance. However, if you fail the mission, your access will be revoked. Van could not resist Sandy's coaxing and pestering. He looked at Fang Hang and the others again and said, I don't know what restoration magic array you are talking about. I only know that in the past, we used to enter the inner world through the branches of the sacred tree, which is the dozen or so withered trees in front of us. The branches of the sacred tree contain the marked points that lead to the inner world. I will take it that you have restored the marked point in the withered tree. But even so, without the power source, you still can't activate the teleportation to the inner world. Fang Hang thought to himself. This was the understanding of the tree spirits. The magic array was equivalent to the coordinates. They had already obtained the coordinates. As for heading to the coordinates, it required energy. The branch of the sacred tree was originally the energy supplier. In fact, this was not much different from their understanding. They also needed energy to activate the magic array. Both sides had the same goal. Chapter 2133 A plan. Fang Hang asked, I understand. What do we need to do? Van looked at Fang Hang and said, the method is simple yet unique. We need to find a way to revive the withered sacred tree branch. Fang Hang raised his eyebrows. Revive? It was already dead, how could it be revived? I know what you are thinking, human. You think it's impossible, don't you? Van laughed coldly and said arrogantly, ignorant human, the tree spirit race's water of life can easily do that. Sandy's eyes lit up when he heard that and hurriedly asked, is it the legendary tree spirit's spiritual item, the water of life? Only a few drops are needed, and after drinking it, it can give people a vitality that far surpasses that of normal people. Not bad. Van enjoyed Sandy's surprised and worshipful gaze. He nodded and said, to the tree spirits, the water of life was not something rare in the past. It's just that with the closing of the inner world passage. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Van waved his hand. He did not want to continue this topic. Instead, he continued, all you need to know is that the water of life can revive the branches of the sacred tree. Sandy asked, respected tree spirit elder, may I ask how we can find the water of life? Humphrey, from Omnitech Company, of course. Fang Hang frowned. It was them again. Omnitech Company's headquarters is in the central building of the North District. The water of life is in the research institute there. Those stupid humans of Omnitech Company want to replicate the water of life. What a ridiculous idea. Van shook his head contemptuously and looked at Fang Hang and the others. Since you can steal the branch of the sacred tree from the research institute of Omnitech Company, it shouldn't be difficult for you to get the water of life, right? Ding. The player has triggered a mission. Seize the water of life. Mission title, Seize the water of life. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, from your conversation with the tree spirit, you learn that if you want to return to the inner world where the tree spirit race lives, you need the power of the branch of the sacred tree. However, due to some unknown reasons, the branch of the sacred tree has completely withered. Only by finding the water of life can it recover. Mission requirements, head to the North District headquarters of Omnitech Company to search for and obtain the water of life, 0 out of 1. Get ready. The night after tomorrow, we will sneak into the North District's Omnitech Company's headquarters to obtain the water of life. Fang Hang frowned, the night after tomorrow? Can't you bring it forward a little? No, the day after tomorrow is the day when the security of Omnitech Company's North District headquarters is the weakest. On that day, we will arrange for people to find a way to bring the water of life out of the security area. At that time, We can get it easily. Van then turned around and left, leaving behind the following instruction: we will move out at 6 in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. You still have 2 days to prepare. As he watched Van leave, Sandy waved his hand and said, of course, respected tree spirit elder. Don't worry. We will definitely arrive on time and won't delay your arrangements. Mojai Ai looked at Sandy and said, hey, Sandy. Huh? Aren't you disgusting? TSK, you bastard. How can you say that heart is disgusting? This is blasphemy against heart. By the way, did you know that the tree spirit race is divided into many races? The people we saw just now belong to the lead tribe. Feng Hang listened to the 2 people arguing behind him and glanced at the game notification. Calm down and analyze. The tree spirits had a very bad attitude towards humans. This was most likely one of the difficulties of the game's main mission. It was estimated that he would need to complete the mission gradually to change the attitude of the tree spirits. He had to think of a way to increase his favorability. The good news was that the next phase of the mission had finally been triggered. Act as soon as possible. There were still 2 days left. He had to start searching for more information from other aspects. 2 days later, exhausted from the journey, Feng Hang and Mojai Ai arrived at a city in the northern part of the Federation where Omnitech Company was located. As the mission could only be carried out by players, after some discussion, Gu Qingzu chose to stay in the town to take care of Sandy and clear away. In fact, the journey did not take long. If Feng Hang used his bat form to fly at high speed alone, he would only need half an hour to arrive. The objective of this mission was very simple. He only needed to steal the water of life from the headquarters of the Omnitech Company. It didn't seem difficult. However, the difficulty of the mission was determined to be SSS. It was somewhat alarming. At the corner of the street, Feng Hang looked up at the Omnitech Company building in the city center not far away. Omnitech Company's North District headquarters was located in a building in the city center. It looked a little ostentatious. The security at the entrance of the Science and Technology building was not as tight as he had imagined. According to the communication with Mr. Yule, the water of life was hidden in the central laboratory of the research area in the building. The entire Omnitech Company headquarters building was divided into 2 different areas, the work area and the research area. The intensity of security was vastly different. The security of the external work area was lax, but the internal research area was more secure. According to the plan, at 7 o'clock in 2 hours, the researchers of the tree spirit race would find a way to pick them up and bring them to the central laboratory in the internal research area. They would get the water of life with the help of the researchers and then evacuate together. In theory, if everything went smoothly, they wouldn't encounter any danger. In addition, the tree spirits would also receive them in secret, just in case. So in reality, the actual difficulty of the mission depended on luck. Even though the difficulty was SSS, if everything went smoothly, the mission would be easy without a fight. Feng Hang pondered. He had to bring Mojai Ai along if he wanted to rely on luck. This was to avoid unnecessary complications. As he thought about it, Feng Hang looked at Mojai Ai and asked, "Are you ready to take action?" "Okay." Mojai Ai, who hadn't been on a mission for some time, felt a bit excited. He nodded gently and took out 2 Borgi Repair Company employee cards from his backpack. "I just checked. The maintenance department of Borgi Company, a subsidiary of Omnitech Company, is in charge of the maintenance. These 2 are the identification documents of the employees of the maintenance department. I just spent a lot of money to get them. They have anti-counterfeit marks on them. It won't be difficult for us to sneak in." "Okay, let's go. Let's move." Feng Hang stuffed his employee ID card into his backpack. He and Mojai Ai each carried a black tool bag. They put on their hats and lowered their brim as they walked into the building. The security around the building was very lax. Very soon, Feng Hang and Mojai Ai passed the security check and entered the work area of Omnitech Company. Chapter 2134 Receiving. They took the elevator all the way to the 5th basement. Next, they would wait in the hall on the 5th basement for a while. It was estimated that in 2 hours, the internal staff arranged by the tree spirits in Omnitech Company would come out to help them complete the follow-up theft plan. The 2 of them sat in the resting area by the elevator on the 5th basement and put their tool bags aside. Just wait. It was not a big problem. Feng Hang sat in his chair, surveying the surroundings, preparing to release his senses to check the strength of the guards throughout the building when suddenly, he heard a crisp ding-dong sound coming from ahead. Ding-dong. With a soft sound, Feng Hang and Mojai Ai raised their heads at the same time and looked to the right. The elevator door to the experimental area suddenly opened. There were a total of 5 elevators facing the hall lounge area. Only the rightmost building led to the high-level research room. A researcher from Omnitech Company walked out of the elevator. The researcher saw Feng Hang and Mojai Ai sitting at the door and walked straight to them. He nodded and said, Are you guys repairing the pipeline? I have been waiting for you for a while. Come with me. Huh? Mojai was stunned for a moment before he immediately stood up. So fast? They agreed to take action at 7 o'clock in the evening. They said that it would be mealtime and a break time for the shift change. It would be less likely to be discovered if there were fewer people. Why did they suddenly move out 2 hours earlier? Fortunately, they had come in advance. Otherwise, they would have almost missed it. Fang Heng was also stunned for a moment and stood up. Quickly follow. The researcher urged Fang Heng and Mojai to board the rightmost elevator. He scanned their faces to verify their identities and continued, remember, we will enter the laboratory area later. The security level inside is very high. You just need to focus on your work. Whatever you see or hear inside must be completely forgotten after you leave, understand? Fang Heng and Mojai looked at each other and nodded. They felt that something was wrong. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened again. Outside the elevator were 2 armed guards from Omnitech Company. These 2 people are repairing the leaking water pipes in the warehouse. You guys follow them. The researcher continued walking and led everyone into the tunnel ahead. After making a few turns, the researcher brought the 2 of them into a storage room. This is it. See? There's water seeping through the floor. Fortunately, the materials piled up here are not valuable. Otherwise, who would bear the losses? The researcher pointed at a corner of the storage room. He frowned and looked very dissatisfied. He even gestured with his hand and said, I have already asked your people to come over and fix it several times. Why hasn't it been fixed? What's wrong with your people? Can they do it or not? Mojai smiled apologetically and said, don't be angry. Those people last time were not professional. Leave it to us. I guarantee that we will fix it for you this time. How long will it take? Give me the duration. That's hard to say. You said that there was a problem in the past. We have to do a thorough check this time to see what the problem is and fix it completely. The researcher was obviously a little impatient. He waved his hand and said, all right, then hurry up and get to work. This is the research area. Don't run around. If there's any problem, call the guard at the door. If anything goes wrong, your lives won't be enough to compensate. All right. We will start now. Seriously, it hasn't been repaired yet. I don't know what happened. The researcher muttered, closed the door, and left the storage room. Fang Heng also heard the researcher instructing the guard at the door. You guys stay here and watch. Don't let them go out. Fang Heng turned to look at Mojai again. What did he mean? Why didn't he follow the routine? Didn't he bring them to find the potion? Not only was it 2 hours early, but they were also left here. That guy left on his own? Did he go to get potions? Mojai was also confused. He looked at Fang Heng and asked softly, why don't we wait for a while? Yes, there's no hurry. Wait a moment. I will go up and take a look. Fang Heng nodded and then looked up at the upper level where the floor had been broken open. With a light leap, he ascended to the broken upper floor. Mojai looked up from the hole and asked softly, boss? What's the situation up there? Fang Heng had mastered mechanical proficiency and repair proficiency before, so he could see the problem with just a few glances. It looks like a ventilation system. There's some damage inside. It looks like the main circuit of the ventilation system is deep inside. Mojai frowned. Old Fang, do you think that person just now deliberately let us stay here and let us follow the ventilation system to find the water of life ourselves? Fang Heng pondered for a moment. Indeed, that person just now did look a little strange. No, I can't do it. Fang Heng quickly checked again. The passageway has been sealed off. There's only a small vent, so no one can pass through. I suspect that it's connected to the security network. If we forcefully break through, the noise will be very loud, and it might trigger the alarm. Fang Heng said as he jumped down from a high place. Then what should we do? Mojai lowered his head and pondered for a moment, saying, I still feel that something's not right. Wasn't that person's acting a little too good? Moreover, he didn't even greet us when he left us here. Do you think he mistook us for repairmen? Well, according to what you said, it does look like it. Fang Heng grunted and looked out the door. Why don't we take the initiative and go out to take a look? Mojai was taken aback and asked, you are going all out? If the people that the tree spirit race arranged to come and receive us can't find us, it will be a bad thing. Forget it, we will just attack. Yeah, but we don't know where the water of life is hidden, right? It's okay. I will just ask someone. Fang Heng said as he condensed a mark in front of him. A gray magic array quickly condensed in front of him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a small shadow jumped out of the magic array and quickly climbed up Fang Heng's shoulder, rubbing against Fang Heng's neck intimately. The Phantom Shadow Rat. When Mojai saw the Phantom Shadow Rat, He quickly threw a small pill into his mouth. A pill specially made by the Prison Research Institute. It can resist the pollution attack of the Phantom Shadow Rat for about an hour. Coupled with the purification effect of the holy system, it can guarantee that he will not be affected by pollution. Feng Hang said softly as he stroked the Phantom Shadow Rat's head, "I am counting on you." The Phantom Shadow Rat nodded and took a deep breath. Its cheeks puffed up and a mouthful of thick fog came out of its mouth. Phew. A thick black mist instantly filled the entire room. A large amount of black fog spread out from the crack under its feet. Chapter 2135 Ventilation at the door. The two guards suddenly realized that a black fog had risen from somewhere and were instantly stunned. What's going on? The guards' initial reaction was to the black smoke emanating from the fire, and they all turned their heads to look at the gate. Is it on fire? Looking down, they saw a large amount of black smoke billowing out from the crack in the door. Bang! Before the two could open the door to inspect, something from inside kicked the room door open first. Instantly, thick black fog surged out from the doorway. The black fog almost instantly obscured their vision. The two guards quickly retreated backward. What? Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them were blocked by the black fog. They could only hear several sounds of wind coming from the black fog in front of them as if something was flying past them quickly. Bang! Then, a strong force surged over. The two guards felt as if something in the darkness had knocked them down heavily to the ground. Lickers. Within the black fog, the revived lickers pounced on the guards, waving their claws and attacking. The security guards did not even have the time to call for help before the lickers killed them. Feng Hang glanced at the dead guards on the ground, who were rapidly regenerating to form flesh cocoons. He glanced at the two passageways on both sides and then turned back to look at Mojai Oi. Mojai Oi looked at Feng Hang in confusion. Huh? Which way? No way. Our luck today is not that good either. Mojai Oi mumbled to himself and pointed helplessly. The left side is where we just came from. Let's go right. Let's go. Feng Hang did not hesitate and immediately walked to the right. At the same time, the thick black fog spread out from the narrow passage to both sides. With the cover of the black fog, the lickers became even more difficult to deal with. Originally, the Research Institute had a high-level ventilation system. However, because Feng Hang had destroyed the control of the ventilation duct, the ventilation system in some areas of the Research Institute was temporarily shut down. For a moment, the black fog spread rapidly. In the monitoring hall of Omnitech Company's North District headquarters, several security guards were drinking tea leisurely as usual, ready to wait for their shifts. Eh? What's that? A security guard suddenly noticed something and stretched his neck forward, as if he wanted to see what was on the screen. That is. On the screen, a thick black fog was seeping out from the end of the passage. In the blink of an eye, the black fog filled the entire passage, completely blocking the camera and making it impossible to see clearly. ZZZ. After the screen was completely enveloped by the black fog, it turned white in a few seconds. What was that thing just now? Did you see it? Is it smoke? Where is the fire? Another security guard quickly checked the operation of the platform's camera and frowned, saying, "There's no fire. The fire protection system is normal. There's no abnormal temperature. It's just that the exhaust system is partially faulty. I have already asked someone to repair it." As he spoke, black fog appeared on the cameras on the big screen one after another, and then one by one, they turned white. Everyone's expression changed. Something was wrong. No matter how they looked at it, this black fog was abnormal. Report. There's magnetic interference on a few cameras. There's a problem, hurry. Sound the alarm. Inform Supervisor Lee. In just 2 minutes, the black fog had already spread out along the passage. A series of surveillance cameras along the way were affected by the black fog and failed one by one. Security team. An anomaly has been detected. Please proceed immediately to investigate area of the Research Institute. There is suspicion of a possible intrusion event. The laboratory area is now in emergency mode. All exits are temporarily sealed. Evacuate personnel from external work areas. Entering emergency mode. Security confirmed. The guards in the entire building were immediately mobilized. Area was the outer area of the research area. It had not yet reached the core area, so the security was relatively average. The captain of the Omnitech Company's security team immediately led a team to investigate after receiving the alarm. In a hurry, the captain of the guard team rushed to the entrance of area of the research area. Open the passage. In front of them, the sealed entrance slowly opened. Then, everyone saw a thick black fog rushing toward them from the passage in front of the door. What the hell was that? Go. Several guards braced themselves and held their shields as they stepped forward to guard the exit of the passage. The guards nervously looked at the black fog that was rapidly approaching from the passage, their hearts in their throats. An urgent shout came from the communicator. Coming. Security team. The black fog is coming towards you. I already saw it. Be careful. In an instant, several guards holding shields in front of them were enveloped by a black fog, and their vision was instantly covered by the black fog. Kai. A strange sound came from the black fog. What was it? There seemed to be something in the black fog. Ah! Immediately, the area shrouded in black fog was filled with the screams of his companions. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The captain could not see what it was, but he knew that something was wrong when he heard the scream. He immediately waved his hand and signaled his team members to retreat behind the black fog. What the hell? They had no idea what was inside the black fog. The black fog quickly broke through the research institute's area and broke through to the outside world. Command room, activate all ventilation facilities to disperse the fog. The captain picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, quick! Retreat to the central hall. Break all the windows there. Understood. The guards ran towards the central hall as if they were running for their lives, afraid that they would be completely swallowed by the black fog behind them if they were a step slower. Hurry up! Open the windows. When they arrived at the central hall, the captain shouted. He then raised his beam weapon and fired at the tempered glass window of the central hall. Originally, the entire upper level of the research building was sealed off, and the tempered glass windows had never been opened for ventilation. In a moment of desperation, he couldn't care less and directly broke through with force. The guards immediately raised their beam weapons and broke open the windows when they saw the situation. Bang! Bang bang! For a moment, the hall was filled with a sound of glass shattering. Did it work? After breaking all the visible windows, everyone turned around and looked at the passage ahead. The black fog in front of them gradually surged into the central hall. It had dispersed. Fortunately, the wind was strong on the higher floors. The cold wind from outside poured into the building, and most of the black fog dissipated after entering the central hall. The concentration was greatly reduced. At the very least, the guards could now see something through the black fog. Kai. Suddenly, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They heard a familiar hissing sound coming from the black fog again. The guard captain frowned, then he raised his hand and gave the command, attack. Chapter 2136 Sneaking in. Whoosh. Whoosh. A series of purple light beams pierced through the black fog in the passage ahead. Immediately, from the area shrouded in black fog, there came the sounds of puffing and squeaking. After a few rounds of salvos, the energy beam guns in the guards' hands went into an overheated state. Everyone switched their magazines and stared at the entrance of the passage. All the windows that could be opened had been broken, and the ventilation system was running at full capacity. The black fog was already showing signs of dissipating. At least, it wasn't as dense as before. Through the black fog, the guards could vaguely see some shadows in the passage. What the? That was. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a large number of lickers leaped out of the black fog. They flew out of the passage and pounced on the guards. As the guards had not reloaded their magazines, they were unable to organize an effective counterattack. The remaining 20 guards were instantly devoured by the lickers. The lickers' sharp claws easily tore through the guards' protective clothing and quickly devoured them. They then continued to attack the various entrances of the research institute. At the same time, in the central control room of Omnitech Company, everyone's expression changed slightly when they saw the situation at the passage opening of area through the surveillance screen. In just a few seconds, the entire elite security team was wiped out. None of them survived. The director of the research institute, Hueco, was so scared that his face turned pale, and even his lips were trembling. Who knows what were those monsters? Everyone looked at each other. The branch company's security manager observed the screen for a moment. He composed himself and looked up, replying, "Sir, this creature is called a licker." "What?" Everyone looked at the head of security. Hueco asked, "What is that thing?" 2 days ago, Director Ji Hating issued an emergency message, revealing the discovery of an artificially cultivated high-tier life form, the licker. This creature possesses extremely strong self-recovery and infectious capabilities, along with formidable attack abilities. The recent attack at the Research Institute is suspected to be related to this creature, with Fang Heng being identified as the suspected controller behind this group of lickers. The company is currently testing the lickers' genetic samples. They haven't announced the situation to the public yet, but the company's internal department has already informed us that any news about the lickers and Fang Heng must be reported to the director immediately. Hueco asked with a frown, "Have you reported this to the director?" "We have already reported according to the emergency manual requirements. Additionally, an unknown invasion has been discovered within the research institute. We have adjusted the threat level to the highest SSS level. All non-combat personnel are currently evacuating, and the external research building areas have been locked down." "All right. Gui nodded and said, initiating the transition device in Sector 2 for defensive transition. Understood. After several orders were given, everyone immediately split up. At the same time, Feng Heng and Mojai Aoi were still fumbling their way to the upper level of the research institute. Other than affecting vision and spreading pollution, the black fog had another benefit. It could destroy most of the communication facilities. At this moment, the alarm in the entire research institute area rang loudly. Taking advantage of the chaos, the two of them sneakily changed into the clothes of the security personnel of the research institute in the black fog. They forced their way up the passage against the flow of people and ran up the stairs. Soon, they saw a group of panicked researchers running for their lives. In their panic, most of the researchers and staff thought that Feng Heng and Mojai Aoi were company security guards just by looking at their clothes. They were only aware that the research institute was under attack by an unknown force, and they were too preoccupied with their own survival to pay attention to anyone else. They immediately fled through the safety passage. Feng Heng gave Mojai Aoi a look. Mojai Aoi understood Feng Heng's gaze and looked helpless. He grabbed a random researcher who was passing by and shouted at him, "Stop! Where is the Water of Life project team? What is it?" "I don't know." Mojai Aoi furrowed his brow, raised his hand, and firmly grasped the researcher by the neck, glaring fiercely at him. In a menacing tone, he said, "The Water of Life. I am telling you. The boss ordered us to protect that thing. Without it, we are all dead. Either you tell me now, or I will drag you down with me." The 26th floor. The laboratory for the Water of Life is on the 26th floor. There's no use for you to go over now. The highest level of threat level protection has been activated, and the entire S-level research area has been closed. You can't enter. 1708 The researcher shouted and pulled Mojai Aoi's hand away. He ran for his life and shouted, "Crazy. Don't bother about your stupid boss's orders. Run for your life." Feng Heng and Mojai Aoi looked at each other. The 26th floor. Continue. The two of them continued to climb up the building. Along the way, they caught a few unlucky people to confirm the information they had obtained. There was no mistake. The research room for the Water of Life was located on the 26th floor. The two of them quickly went up the stairs until they reached the 25th floor. The passage ahead was blocked by a heavy metal door. Feng Heng and Mojai Aoi looked at each other. "Try it." "Yes, step back a little." Feng Heng took a step forward as he spoke. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched forward. Boom. A muffled blow. A faint fist print was left on the alloy door. Feng Heng raised his head, and a long health bar appeared on his retina. The entire alloy door had more than 20 million health point. With a punch, the number only dropped by less than 2,000 points. "Can you handle it?" "It's possible, but it will take a little more time," Feng Heng said softly, looking around to find another way to break through. If he really couldn't do it, he could just summon another batch of liquors and forcefully open the door. At most, it would be a waste of time. "Hey, Feng Heng, look at that." Mojai Aoi noticed a fingerprint lock on the door on the right and whispered, "It looks like an entrance lock. Can you find a way to unlock it?" Feng Heng stepped forward and tried to study the electronic lock. Ding. Detected that the player currently has the lock-picking mastery skill. Ding. The player's current skill does not match this high-level electronic smart lock. Unable to use it. Forcefully using it will greatly reduce the success rate of cracking it. Ding. Current cracking success rate, 12%. If cracking fails, there is a chance of entering locked mode. It's quite difficult. I will give it a try. Feng Heng thought about giving it a try first. At most, he would scratch the door if he failed. Besides, with Mojai Aoi by his side, what if it worked? As the two of them were discussing, a voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie beside the fingerprint lock. "Is there anyone there?" "Great. Hurry up and help us open this thing." "Damn it, why did they have to do a drill at this time? My research materials are all delayed. If the experiment fails, who can bear the responsibility?" Mojai Aoi was delighted when he heard that. He quickly walked to the walkie-talkie beside him and said seriously, "I am sorry. I can't help you open the door before the drill ends. Please wait patiently." Chapter 2137 Settled. Wait my ass. What is your name? What's your employee number? Do you believe me if I file a complaint? I will give you 10 seconds to open this damn thing for me. I have already said it before, this system is useless. It will only increase our burden. Don't you understand? Sorry, I am an employee of the security department. I don't know how to open it. Listen to me. See the lock on the right? Cut off the external power supply and enter the password. The password is 1,092,419. Okay. Mojai Aoi smiled obsequiously and gave Feng Heng a hand gesture. Hey. His luck was pretty good. He got whatever he wanted. Mojai Aoi hurriedly ran over and found the internal control button to unlock the crisis lock. Whoosh! The alloy metal door that blocked the two of them slowly rose. Behind the door, a white-haired old man was spitting at Mojai Aoi angrily. I am going to find your supervisor. Let him shut down this damn security system completely. He just affected my experiment. My precious experiment and half a month of hard work were all wasted. Does he know? I think so too. The boss of our security department is an idiot. Feng Hang glanced at the old man and asked, Oh, right, do you know the Water of Life laboratory on the 26th floor? The old man looked at Feng Hang in surprise. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. He pursed his lips and said, 26th floor, the second last room in the innermost. Let's go. The two of them ignored the old man and continued to walk up the 26th floor. Compared to the chaos below, the high-level area of the research institute was very peaceful. Most of the researchers still didn't know what was happening outside. They were still calmly completing their work in the laboratory. Most of them did not even know that the entrance had just been sealed. Even if they knew, they wouldn't take it seriously. In the past, there would be a similar incident every 1 to 3 months. Every time, it was an emergency drill. Everyone was already used to it and thought that this was just an ordinary drill. Feng Hang and Mojai Aoi finally found the Water of Life research laboratory on the 26th floor. The researchers were conducting experiments in the laboratory. When they saw Feng Hang and Mojai Aoi enter the laboratory, they did not even realize what had happened. They only felt that it was strange. Normally, the security department would not enter the laboratory at will. The deputy director of the laboratory walked forward and asked, The two of you, this is the advanced laboratory. Who are you looking for? Feng Hang closed the door of the laboratory behind him and took out the metal rod that he always carried with him. Actually, I took some missions in the black market to find the Water of Life. Do you want to help me find it? The researchers looked at Feng Hang, who was holding an iron rod, with a baffling feeling. Leave this place. The deputy director of the laboratory frowned, then he walked toward Feng Hang and said, If you don't leave now, I am going to call security. Whoosh! Everyone felt their vision blur. Feng Hang instantly appeared in front of the laboratory supervisor and grabbed the latter's collar with one hand. The next moment, the laboratory supervisor was lifted by Feng Hang and sent flying high into the air. Finally, with a bang, he slammed onto the experiment table. Boom! The entire experiment table was smashed into pieces. The laboratory supervisor immediately fainted. I am sorry, I am the security guard. Feng Hang looked around at the crowd and said, Now, I will say it again. I am here to find the Water of Life. Who can help me? Everyone looked at Feng Hang in a daze. Don't be rash. A laboratory staff member met Feng Hang's fierce gaze and immediately shivered. Water of Life. Yes, Water of Life. I know the Water of Life. I have it. I will bring you there. You can have as much as you want. Don't be rash. The staff raised his hand to signal Feng Hang to calm down and led him to the back of the laboratory. Everyone else, stay where you are. I don't want to fight. Feng Hang said coldly as he followed the researcher into the corridor behind the laboratory with Mojai Aoi. Following the corridor, they arrived at the second storage room. The researcher trembled as he opened the door of the laboratory. What? Looking at the scene in the room, Feng Hang was stunned. The researcher looked at Feng Hang and Mojai Aoi carefully and whispered, Here is the Water of Life. Take as much as you want. We are just researchers. We don't know anything else. Huh? Barreled water? The entire room was filled with barrels of water. It didn't look like a research institute, but more like a warehouse of a drinking water company. Mojai Aoi looked at the scene in the room, and his face immediately revealed a look of confusion. The legendary precious Water of Life? This thing? So many. You can take them all. The researcher swallowed his saliva carefully. If possible, it's best if you can leave some for us. We still have to use it for experiments. Feng Hang frowned and walked to a bucket of Water of Life. He opened the lid and dipped his hand into it. The game notification immediately appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has discovered the Water of Life. Item: Water of Life. Description: water that contains a special power. It is said that this water can cure all diseases and prolong life. Description: triggered by advanced natural science, the Water of Life contains some high-level natural energy. The players can absorb the Water of Life to obtain natural science academic skill experience points. Indeed, there was no problem with the game description. There was no doubt that it was the Water of Life. However, Feng Hang felt that something was wrong. The overall progress of the mission was a little simple, completely incompatible with the SSS level difficulty. Moreover, in the item attributes, the Water of Life did not even have a specified item level. No matter what, It didn't match the word precious. Was this an important tool to open the teleportation passage of the inner world? Feng Heng felt that something was wrong. Mojai Ai also noticed that something was wrong. He turned to Feng Heng and asked, Feng Heng, what should we do? Feng Heng asked the researcher, is the water of life very precious? You must have been deceived by the rumors outside, right? The researcher carefully shrank his neck as he listened, and continued, this water has a special power. It can delay aging and has a positive effect on many diseases. However, curing all diseases and greatly increasing one's lifespan is a little exaggerated. The effect is not as good as what the outside world says. The water of life here was obtained by the company from the ruins of the tree spirit race. I heard that they have already obtained all of it. We have done many experiments in the early stages, but we have never been able to replicate them. We believe that the water of life contains a special energy substance that cannot be detected. That's why it has such a special effect. Chapter 2138. Strange as he spoke, the researcher suddenly saw something that surprised him. He stared blankly at Feng Heng. What? Suddenly, Feng Heng plunged his hand into the bucket containing the water of life. The surface of the water rippled with waves and then, the water level in the bucket slowly decreased. What's going on? The researcher rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The water of life was absorbed by him? At the same time, a game hint appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding. The player has absorbed the energy of the water of life through high-tier natural science. Ding. The player's high-tier natural science experience points plus 235. Not bad. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether there were any problems with the mission at hand, at least the water of life was useful. After leveling up to high-tier natural science, it was already very difficult to absorb natural energy as a way to obtain experience points under normal circumstances. With the water of life, he could finally level up his natural science level. Anyway, he couldn't take away so much water of life. Carrying 2 buckets in the backpack would result in a penalty. Carrying 5 buckets was already the limit. As for the mission description, he only needed to take 1 bucket to complete it. Feng Heng estimated that each bucket of water of life did not contain a lot of natural energy. It could increase his natural science energy by about 2,000 points. Do it. Feng Heng nodded at Mojai Ai, and the 2 of them immediately filled 2 buckets of water into their backpacks. Then, Feng Heng began to absorb the water. Since he was already here and there was still time anyway, he would suck it dry before leaving. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away from the headquarters of the Omnitech Company in the northern district of the Federation, the tree spirits gathered in the dark and observed the Central Research Institute of Omnitech Company from afar. Everyone waited quietly. Van nodded gently and said, Elder Senzo, I have confirmed that the Niam alloy is indeed in the Research Institute. Previously, I obtained a restored teleportation magic array from some humans. As long as we can get the Niam alloy and combine it with the rebooted magic array, we will be able to return to our world. Yes, you did very well this time. Senzo nodded and said, I have already contacted the elders of the other tribes. To prevent the infiltration plan from failing, they will participate in this operation with us. Van frowned. Great Elder, do you still have doubts about me? Just in case. Senzo shook his head and said seriously, the security of the Central Research Institute of Omnitech Company is tight. It won't be easy to sneak in. It's best if you can find the Niam alloy. If you fail, we will immediately take action and attack. Alright, Great Elder. I will do my best. Yes, we can't afford to make any mistakes in this operation. No matter what the price is, we must obtain the Niam alloy. Understood. As he spoke, Van's phone rang. He lowered his head and took out his phone to look at the message. What's wrong? Is everything going well? Nothing much. It's just a small matter. We can get ready to take action. Omnitech Company is currently chasing after a few humans. We can use them to attract Omnitech Company's attention. A large portion of the guards will be distracted by them, and the pressure on us will be much less. Another tree spirit elder walked forward and nodded. Great Elder, the spatial disruption device has been set. It will automatically activate in 40 minutes. In Omnitech Company's North District Headquarters Teleportation Hall, Ji Hating immediately rushed to the scene through the transition device after receiving the news of Feng Heng's appearance. Feng Heng. He appeared again. The last time Feng Heng appeared, he was looking for the tree spirit race's sacred tree branches. What about this time? Why did Feng Heng come to the North District Headquarters this time? There were many studies related to the tree spirits in the Research Institute. Even Ji Hating found it difficult to determine the purpose of Feng Heng's trip. After all, a large part of the building was open to the public, so the overall security level of the Research Institute was only A level. That was why it was built in such a noisy place in the city center. The security level was not even as high as the Research Institute that was attacked before. In the outside world, the Federation's semi-mechanized modification team also arrived one after another and completely sealed off the entire Research Institute's periphery. In addition, the semi-mechanized guard team equipped with injection guns containing active potions against the lickers also began to advance slowly into the Research Institute, clearing the licker creatures encountered along the way. In fact, the number of lickers discovered in this invasion was not many. Combined with the special injection, the federal soldiers quickly gained control of the entire building. After entering the building for more than half an hour, a guard rushed back and whispered a few words into the ear of the supervisor of the Research Institute. The supervisor of the Research Institute listened to his subordinate's report and frowned. His face revealed suspicion as he asked, "What? It's gone?" Ji Hating couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter? Did something go missing?" The supervisor turned to look at Ji Hating and said seriously, "Director Ji, we have just completed Area A, the source of the black fog. We have not found the cause of the black fog. In addition, the lickers have also been cleaned up, but we have not found any relevant information. But we discovered something very strange." "What?" "Someone stole the water of life." "What? The water of life?" Ji Hating raised his eyebrows and was confused. The water of life did indeed have remarkable effects on ordinary people, but after detailed analysis by the technology company and the alien spawn, it was found that the power contained within it is just a variant of natural power. For them, the effects were limited and difficult to apply in practical combat situations. Even among the Tree Spirit tribe, there were still many doubts. Feng Heng attacked the Research Institute with great fanfare this time just to seize the water of life? It felt very strange. After all, Feng Heng's licker's health point recovery was 10,000 times better than the water of life. Ji Hating asked, "Where are Feng Heng and the others? Has he escaped?" "Yes, we have locked down the entire Research Institute building. All personnel have been evacuated. We haven't found any traces of Feng Heng yet. There's a high chance that he has already escaped." "I understand. You may leave." Ji Hating waved his hand. The defensive line had not been completely spread out. With Feng Heng's ability, it was normal for him to escape in advance. However, no matter how he thought about it, this matter was strange. "Director Ji." The accompanying assistant walked over and whispered in Ji Hating's ear, "News has come from the Central Research Institute in the North District. They have experienced large-scale electromagnetic interference in the transition space, which seems abnormal." Central Research Institute. Ji Hating's heart skipped a beat. The North District's Central Research Institute was still a long way from here. Moreover, that was where all the core research institutes of Omnitech Company were located. Chapter 2139 Judgment. The security there was more than one level higher than here. Could it be a diversion? Stealing the water of life and luring them here was just a decoy? Interesting. Combined with the previous theft of a large number of branches and dead trees of the sacred tree, Ji Hating felt that he could already make a judgment. Tree spirits. Feng Heng was most likely in cahoots with the tree spirits. They wanted to break through the seal of the spiritual domain. What a joke. Did he think he could succeed just like that? Notify them to enter the highest level of emergency status. Also, open the emergency transition transmission channel. I need to go there immediately. Understood. At this moment, Feng Heng and Mojai Ai had just left the Research Institute via the spatial teleportation scroll. The internal defense level of the Research Institute was much lower than he had expected. Reflecting on it, Feng Heng felt that even without deploying the Phantom Shadow Rat, he could still successfully complete the mission with the abilities of the lickers. Effortlessly. The two stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance at the Central Science and Technology Building. Feng Heng had previously absorbed all the water of life stored in the laboratory's warehouse, and his advanced natural science level rose to level 21. The harvest was not bad. However, the next step was a little troublesome. According to the original plan, the tree spirits would help them evacuate and then they would return to the town together. At this point, things were pretty much wrapped up, but there was no sign of the tree spirit folks anywhere. What the hell? Mojai Ai was also a little confused. He could not help but guess, could it be that the tree spirits were unlucky and were affected? Yes, that's possible. Eh? Look over there. Strange, why did they retreat so quickly? Mojai Ai looked at the building's outer perimeter and could not help but find it strange. He muttered softly, why didn't they investigate thoroughly? Feng Heng followed Mojai Ai's gaze and looked down. He saw that the federal soldiers and company guards outside the Omnitech Company building had begun to retreat one after another. Indeed, it's a little strange. Feng Heng looked in the direction of the Science and Technology building and nodded gently, forget it, I don't care anymore. The mission has been completed. Let's split up first. I will take the water of life back to hand in the mission first. Okay, then I will stay here and observe for a while longer. I will wait for the tree spirits to receive me. Later, I will try to ask around outside and get some information. Alright. After a brief discussion, Feng Heng immediately switched to his bat form, leaped forward, and quickly returned to the town. After advancing to the Vampire King bloodline, the speed of the vampire's bat form had increased significantly. It took Feng Heng less than an hour to return to the town from the city. In the temporary warehouse, Sandy was holding a few books and loudly discussing the new discovery with Clairway and the others. When he saw Feng Heng return, he immediately stopped and cast a glance at him. So fast? Did you get the item? Yes, I got it. Feng Heng nodded and glanced at the excited Sandy. He trotted to the pile of withered branches of the sacred tree in the warehouse and asked casually, "Why are you so excited? Did you find something?" "Hey, I found a lot of information related to the inner world." Sandy had not slept for 2 nights in a row, spending these days researching the books obtained from the tree spirit race. Despite the lack of sleep, his spirits were high, and he enthusiastically said, "It's impossible to fabricate a world with so many intricate rules just by imagination alone. I am certain that the inner world mentioned by the tree spirit race truly exists." While talking, Sandy had already come over. "Let's not talk about this, Feng Heng. The tree spirit said that he would come, but there has been no sign of him. Should I go and find Mr. Yule to urge him again? Let's not wait for him." From the bottom of his heart, Feng Heng did not like the arrogant tree spirit. It would be best if he did not come. Feng Heng took out a bucket of water of life from his backpack. He looked at Clairway and nodded. "Clairway, try it." "Wow, this is the water of life?" Sandy's eyes lit up, and he circled the bucket of the water of life twice. "Why does it feel like something's not right? Why are you using this thing to package it? Isn't it a little cheap?" "Alright." Clairway nodded and trotted up from Gu King's side obediently to check the water of life in the bucket. Sandy strenuously opened the lid of the bucket. Under the perception of natural forces, Clairway's eyes flickered with surprise. "What's wrong?" Clairway hesitated and frowned. "Brother Feng Heng, something doesn't seem right. I am not sure. I need to try again." "It's okay. Just try. It doesn't matter if you fail." "Yes." Clairway bobbed and touched the bucket. A layer of light green life force instantly surrounded the water bucket. It slowly floated in the air and gradually floated toward the branch of the sacred tree. It arrived above the withered tree branch of the sacred tree. Kai. The bucket gradually tilted. The water of life in the bucket was slowly poured onto the branch of the sacred tree. Immediately, the branch of the sacred tree let out a faint hissing sound. Clairway trotted forward and pressed her hands on the dead wood. A faint green light bloomed from her hands. The light lasted for more than a minute. Clairway retracted her hand and shook her head. She looked at Feng Heng and said, "Brother Feng Heng, we failed." "Yes, do you know the reason? Does it mean that the tree spirit race is the only one who can revive the branches of the sacred tree?" "It's possible, but it's strange that the withered tree shows no response to the water of life." Clairway furrowed her brow, pondering. "I suspect that the water of life has no effect on the recovery of the withered tree." "What? How could this be? It doesn't make sense." After hearing it, Sandy instantly reacted and looked at Feng Heng, saying, "Mr. Feng, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Isn't his the water of life?" "No, there's no problem with the water of life." Feng Heng lowered his head and pondered. The game had already given him a clear notification that he had obtained the water of life, and the mission on him had also shown that it was ready to be submitted. Therefore, there was no problem with the water of life itself. What was the problem? Either there was something wrong with Clairway's judgment, or... Feng Heng's eyes gradually turned sharp. The tree spirits who had agreed to meet had yet to appear. It seemed suspicious. There was a high chance that the problem lay with the tree spirit. Feng Heng asked, "Is there still no news from the tree spirit?" "Nope." "What about Mr. Yule?" "Mr. Yule is as usual. I just saw him walking around in the garden." "Walking around in the garden?" Feng Heng frowned and instantly sensed something unusual. Given Mr. Yule's respectful attitude towards the tree spirit race, would it be reasonable to assume that he would rush over eagerly to welcome them if the tree spirit came? Walking around the garden? It was abnormal. "You guys stay here. Clairway, come with me to see Mr. Yule." "Alright." Chapter 2140. Being fooled. Soon, Feng Heng and the other met Mr. Yule in the town's garden. When Yule saw Feng Heng, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Messengers of nature, how is the mission given to you by the tree spirits? Did you run into some trouble? If you need the help of the Tree Whisperers Alliance, please don't stand on ceremony." "No, we have successfully completed the mission assigned by the tree spirits, but we didn't receive any reinforcements from the tree spirits." Feng Heng looked at Yule and asked, "What did the tree spirits say to you?" "They won't be here today, will they?" Mr. Yule's eyes flashed with doubt as he questioned, "Are the tree spirits coming today?" I didn't receive any news. Fang Heng frowned. According to the original plan, they would meet up with the tree spirits after obtaining the water of life and return to the town together. The tree spirits were nowhere to be seen. Mr. Yule, do you know how to find the tree spirits? Yule shook his head and replied, I am not sure. You came back too quickly. The tree spirits did mention to me that they would take action tonight. I thought you would take action together and return to the town together. Ding dong ding dong. As he spoke, his phone rang. Fang Heng took out his phone. Seeing that it was Mojai, he immediately picked up the call. Hello? Fang Heng, I just heard that Omnitech Company's Central Research Institute is in big trouble. It's said that they discovered the infiltration of the tree spirits. It seems that they have already started fighting there. What? Fang Heng's eyelids twitched. Fuck, we have been scammed. On the other end of the phone, Mojai was so angry that he wanted to curse. If you ask me, the tree spirits didn't even think of coming to pick us up. They wanted us to come and act as a distractor. Fang Heng immediately understood. The plan of the tree spirits was actually very simple. Their goal was not the so-called water of life. Given that the company was focusing its efforts on pursuing and capturing Fang Heng, the tree spirit race intentionally led Fang Heng to Omnitech Company and exposed him to the company, aiming to attract support from Omnitech Company personnel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they would choose to launch an attack on Omnitech Company's Central Research Institute, which was under weak defense. It was a classic diversion. So, the so-called water of life was completely useless. Now that he thought about it, Mojai was too lucky. By coincidence, they accidentally entered the high-level experimental area of Omnitech Company's building. Then, they decisively acted 2 hours ahead of time, completely disrupting the deployment of the tree spirits. Fang Heng couldn't help but feel angry. What a joke. He was completely fooled by the tree spirits. The most infuriating thing was not that he had wasted his time going to the research institute. Instead, he wasted 2 days. The tree spirits could have just asked him to go to the North District's Central Research Institute. Why did he have to do so much nonsense? Was it because they didn't trust him? Or was it prejudice against the other races? Fang Heng retracted the sharpness in his eyes. He needed to calm down and think about how to recover his losses and maximize his benefits. Okay, I understand. You might be in danger. Come back as soon as possible. Fang Heng hung up the phone. He looked at Mr. Yule and asked, Mr. Yule, we received news that the tree spirits seem to be attacking the Central Research Institute of Omnitech Company in the North District. Are you really unaware of this? Central Research Institute? Why did they go there? Puzzlement flashed across Yule's eyes as he recalled, but I did collect some information about the Central Research Institute in the past. As he spoke, a member of the Tree Whisperers Alliance hurried over and whispered a few words into Mr. Yule's ear. Yule's expression turned extremely stiff. What happened? The tree spirits have sent a warning message to the outside world. They are attacking the Central Research Institute and gathering all the forces of the Tree Whisperers Alliance nearby to provide support. Yule's expression became extremely grave as he spoke. He continued, nothing like this has ever happened before. It seems that the tree spirits are in big trouble. Ding. The player has triggered an emergency mission. The rescue message from the tree spirits. Mission title, Rescue message from the tree spirits. Mission requirements, you have received an emergency rescue request from the tree spirits from the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Perhaps, you can head to the designated location to help the tree spirits. Mission reward, Tree Spirit Affinity. Estimated remaining time of the mission, 4 hours and 20 minutes. This remaining time is an estimated time and may change due to various events. Hint, triggered by the player's reward. The player is advised to provide support to the tree spirits, idiot. Fang Heng looked at the game notification and could not help but curse in his heart. Judging from the attitude of the tree spirits, the subsequent mission would only become more and more troublesome. Fang Heng was even a little suspicious of the mission rewards he had received previously. The system had prompted him to take the most optimal mission chain route. Forget it. He didn't want to think too much. In short, he finally understood that the tree spirit race was a scam. If he couldn't follow the game's hints completely, he would be stepping into a huge pit if he placed all his hopes on the tree spirits. He had to make preparations in advance. However, there was no need to give up on the mission. He would go over and take a look first. The good news was that he had the highest level of the vampire's bat form, so it would only take him more than half an hour to rush to the mission location. He hoped he could make it in time. Fang Heng nodded to Clairway and said, Clairway, I will go to the Central Research Institute of the Omnitech Company. You stay here and be careful. Remember to look after the branch of the sacred tree. Yes, all right. Fang Heng nodded and changed into his vampire bat form before flying into the distance. More than half an hour. He hoped he could make it in time. Omnitech Company's Central Research Institute. It was a high-level weapons experimental research institute jointly funded by Omnitech Company and the Federation. A few kilometers around the research institute were included in the scope of the campus. The Federation was in charge of daily security. Outsiders were prohibited from entering and leaving on weekdays, and the security was especially strict. In his bat form, Feng Heng hovered above the research institute's campus and looked down. A high-altitude area in front of him was filled with a high-intensity electromagnetic barrier. Below him, some of the spatial fluctuations were slowly gathering. A large number of mechanical creatures guarded the entire outer area of the research institute, and there was even a large number of large-scale war machines. On the other side were the tree spirits. Just like the elves, the tree spirits were talented in archery. With the help of nature spells, the tree spirits could shoot accurately from a long distance, exploding the half-condensed space transition light spots in midair. Chapter 2141 Offensive. It seemed that the attack of the tree spirits had not completely begun. Feng Heng was suspicious and looked around curiously for a moment. He flapped his wings and headed towards the coordinates of the emergency gathering point sent by the tree spirits. Sunset Town. It was one of the retreat points of the tree spirits. At this time, due to the external threat to the Central Research Institute, the Sunset Town area was also being paid attention to. The outside of the town was firmly controlled by the Federation's mechanical soldiers and a portion of large-scale war machines. In addition, shadows of Omnitech Company's guards and psychic enhancers can still be seen at various entrances and exits of the town. It seemed that the Omnitech Company and the Federation had acted very quickly and had already responded at the first moment. And the assault from the tree spirit race seems to have not officially commenced yet. Feng Heng hovered in the air above the town and observed for a moment. He landed in a corner of the town and rushed toward the gathering point. Soon, following the mission guidance, Feng Heng arrived at the front of a rundown motel. A sign hung on the motel's door with the words "On Vacation." Feng Heng walked to the door. "Who is it?" An alert voice came from the door when he saw the figure at the door. Then, the door was opened a crack. A fierce-looking middle-aged man sized Feng Heng up through the crack in the door, his eyes carrying a hint of warning. "This place is already closed. If you don't want to cause trouble, hurry up and leave. I am from the Tree Whisperers Alliance." Feng Heng gestured at the symbol of the Tree Whisperers Alliance in his hand and said, "I received the news and wanted to see if I could help." The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw the mark. Then, he frowned and said, "There are people from the Omnitech Company outside. How did you get in?" "It's nothing, I just used a little trick." "Interesting. I am Yates. Come with me." As he spoke, he opened the door even wider. Feng Heng turned his body and squeezed into the hotel through the crack in the door. He followed Yates into the hotel. Dozens of people were gathered in the hotel lobby. When they saw Yates bring in an unfamiliar person, they all looked at Feng Heng. Yates glanced at the crowd and said concisely, "Someone from the Tree Whisperers Alliance. He's new. I didn't expect someone to enter the town at this time." Standing at the front of the hall, a tree spirit glanced at Feng Heng and quickly moved his gaze away. "Yates, he is with your team. Get ready. The Wood and Root tribes will arrive in 5 minutes. We will act together." Feng Heng couldn't help but glance at the tree spirit who was talking in front of him. He had heard Sandy mention that the tree spirit race was divided into 4 tribes: leaf, wood, root, and soul. They represented the leaves, trunk, roots, and tree soul of a tree. The appearance of the tree spirit in front of him was very similar to Van, whom he had met before. He could see the leaf-like veins on his skin. It should be someone from the leaf tribe. With that, the tree spirits left first, leaving the Tree Whisperers Alliance to prepare for the battle. The hall instantly became noisy. Yates looked at Feng Heng and said, "I am Yates, from the Tree Whisperers Alliance's European League. How should I address you, friend?" "Feng Heng, I am from the IT District Alliance. I happen to be nearby. I came over to help when I heard the news." "What's the situation?" Feng Heng asked as he looked at the few tree spirits who were walking into the hall. "Is it bad?" "I don't know the details. I heard that a group of people is trapped in the research institute. Half an hour ago, the tree spirits had already interfered with the spatial transmission network coverage in this area. The speed of support from the Federation and Omnitech Company will be greatly reduced. Fighting the Federation head-on." Feng Heng curled his lips and said, "It's been a long time since the tree spirits made such a big commotion. What's going on?" "It is said that the Central Research Institute of Omnitech Company touched on a taboo of the tree spirit race. Initially, the tree spirit race planned to infiltrate it, but it seems there was some mistake in the middle, leading to failure." Yates explained in a low voice and continued, "I heard it too. Don't ask for anything else. The tree spirits are very sensitive about this. After the tree spirits gather, They will directly break through the research institute from the front. We don't need to rush to the front line. We just need to think of a way to help from the side. The weapons can be collected there. Brother, you know how to use them, right? Alright, I have learned a little. Fang Heng nodded slightly and walked to the side of the hall where the people were gathered. Wooden boxes were placed along the wall. The boxes were filled with firearms. Fang Heng picked up a few guns to check. It was not a special weapon of the tree spirits, but a beam weapon. These beam weapons did have a bit of a dated appearance, and their maintenance seemed subpar. Just from their looks, they were of lower quality compared to the weapons used by the guards of Omnitak Company, by more than just a notch. The Tree Whisperers Alliance must have gotten their hands on it through special channels. Fang Heng pondered for a moment and took out a few pieces of equipment to try. Ding! The player has obtained an item rechargeable tactical vest. Item, rechargeable tactical vest. Description, the Federation's 7th generation rechargeable tactical vest. When attacked from a distance, it can automatically trigger a barrier that protects against long-range physical attacks. The barrier can absorb physical kinetic energy and additional damage from beam weapons. Maintaining the barrier will consume energy. Description, attacks will consume additional energy points. Description, due to partial damage, the item can only be charged to 70% of its original capacity and will suffer additional energy consumption. Ding! The player needs to use the Tree Whisperers Alliance contribution points to exchange for this item. Under the current mission status, the consumption will be reduced to half of the original amount. You can only exchange for a maximum of 5 items to enjoy the discount. It could even withstand long-range beam weapons. Such a light vest. Fang Heng was a little surprised. It looked pretty good. He could definitely sell it for a high price in a low-level game world. It was probably something that could only be found in the advanced game worlds. Fang Heng thought that the guards from the Federation and Omnitak Company that he had encountered before should have been equipped with similar vests. It was just that at that time, he had only used melee attacks or long-range magic attacks, so the tactical vest had not been effective. He didn't need to use it either. After all, with the undying body effect, the health point recovery effect was much better than a tattered vest. He could bring it back for Kaiyu Yaoking to research and try to replicate it. Fang Heng thought about it and casually equipped a few damaged beam guns. Soon, the operation began. More than 10 tree spirits hid behind the main force of the Tree Whisperers Alliance, carefully covering their faces. Yate's expression became more serious. He whispered, "Brother, wait and follow me. There are 9 people on our team including you. We don't have to rush to the front. The tree spirits will deal with the Federation. We will watch from the side and support them." Alright. According to the preset strategy, the Tree Whisperers Alliance and the rest walked directly toward the exit of the town. Chapter 2142 Mixed up at the entrance of the town, when the guards left behind by Omnitak Company saw so many people rushing up, they immediately sensed that something was wrong. They immediately picked up the loudspeaker and shouted into the distance. "Stop! Stop immediately! The Federation has issued a warning. The town has temporarily entered a state of martial law. Please do not move around at will." The crowd had no intention of leaving. Instead, they gradually approached the town's exit. The guards of Omnitak Company realized that something was wrong and immediately became nervous. They gripped the guns in their hands tightly and sweat appeared on their foreheads unconsciously. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Kill them." The next moment, the members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance took out their guns and fired at the guards of Omnitak Company. Buzz, buzz. The tactical vests took effect. The energy barriers appeared one after another. Fuck. They are from the Tree Whisperers Alliance. They are crazy. Kill them all. Seeing this, the guards of Omnitak Company quickly shouted and raised their guns to counterattack. Both sides began to use beam weapons to shoot at each other. Fang Heng didn't join the battle immediately. He just followed behind Yates and found a cover to hide. From time to time, he would shoot forward. With the support of the firearm skill, his accuracy was not bad. However, due to the weakening of the quality of the guns and the damage absorption effect of the warrior's vest from Omnitak Company, the real damage was not high. After shooting more than 10 times, he finally found an opportunity to kill a guard from Omnitak Company. Ding! The player has killed the guard of Omnitak Company. The player has obtained 20 Tree Whisperers Alliance favorability points. The player has obtained 100 Tree Whisperers Alliance points, only the Tree Whisperers Alliance's points and favorability. He didn't even have any favorable impression points or contribution points from the tree spirits. Fang Heng pursed his lips. Perhaps the tree spirits had never been friendly to other races. He wouldn't force it. Fang Heng immediately lost interest in killing monsters and put down the guns in his hand. Suddenly, Fang Heng sensed the fluctuation of natural power. He raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look in the direction of the fluctuation. More than a dozen tree spirits were hiding in the rear area, casting spells with rapt attention. This group of people. Feng Hang frowned. The appearance of the Leaf Tribe people, like the one seen before, was completely different from Van. Their faces were tangled with roots, resembling intertwined tree roots, making it difficult to discern their features clearly. It was the Roots tribe. Kai. Under the activation of the natural power, tiny vines and branches constantly surged on the ground of the battle area in front of them. What happened? Be careful. Damn it. What should we do? The guards of Omnitech Company quickly noticed the abnormality under their feet. Vines? Strange vines quickly grew from the ground. The guards immediately realized that there was something wrong with the vines. They immediately wanted to leave the area covered by the vines, but the vines that overflowed from the ground seemed to have a life of their own and quickly attached themselves to their legs. There were also roots hidden among the vines. In just a few seconds, the feet of the guards of Omnitech Company were tightly bound by the vines and roots, unable to move. For a moment, the guards could not move and became live targets for the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrows filled with the power of nature shot out from the rear. Natural power was immune to the effect of the tactical vest. Usually, one arrow could accurately penetrate the forehead of the guard of Omnitech Company. The guards blocking the entrance of the town quickly fell one by one. Feng Hang looked away from the tree spirits. It was very interesting. It was a different way to trigger the power of nature. Unlike the players, the tree spirits didn't need the Book of Nature as a medium to cast spells. In other words, they were a special medium. This was the innate ability of the tree spirits. There were not many guards at the entrance of the town. After the tree spirits attacked, they were quickly cleaned up. Let's go. Seeing this, Yates waved his hand excitedly, signaling the team to leave the town with the main group. However, as soon as they left the town, the dozen or so large war machines that had gathered outside the town quickly gathered. Large-scale war machine. It could move and attack through the 8 metal claws on the bottom of the body. It was good at climbing all kinds of terrain. It was also equipped with large-caliber light beam cannons and a large number of small muzzles. Whoosh! 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 Beams of light continuously shot out from the small light beam cannon. The light beam that filled the sky instantly formed a screen of light. Immediately, artillery fire erupted outside the town. Who could withstand this? The members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance who had just run out of the town were so frightened that they quickly shrank back. The Federation seemed to have some misgivings and did not want to destroy the town and the innocent civilians in the town. Therefore, they gave the Tree Whisperers Alliance some breathing space and used the city's cover to engage the war machines. However, the outer layer of the war machine also had an energy defense device. In comparison, the attacks of the Tree Whisperers Alliance members felt like a tickle. Feng Hang did not make a move and continued to follow behind. The strength of the ordinary members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance was limited. Next, it was up to the Tree Spirits. The Tree Spirits had never shown their true strength. He would take this opportunity to observe them. Indistinctly, Feng Hang had already regarded the Tree Spirits as an enemy force. The Tree Spirits once again used the power of their vines and roots. A large number of vines rose from the ground under the large war machine, trying to trap it. However, the effect was limited. Large war machines were very heavy. With the internal energy supply, the metal feet could forcefully tear off the vines wrapped around the feet and still slowly crawl in the area of the vines. The machine's movement speed was indeed slowed down by a large portion of the vines, but it was not completely restricted. The long-range arrows of the Leaf Tribe landed on the war machines and exploded continuously. They could cause considerable damage and hinder the pace of the war machine's attacks. Kakaka. Eh? What was that? Feng Hang's pupils constricted as if he had discovered something amiss. Upon closer inspection, one could see that under the influence of the Tree Spirit's spell, the tiny roots under the vines. The roots under the vines grew rapidly and tightly, dragging the war machine at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feng Hang turned around and looked at the 5 tree spirits behind him. 5 people in a group, simultaneously activate their skills against a large war machine. The war machine was slowly dragged into the ground by the tree roots. It was actually a terrain-type spell effect. Interesting. Feng Hang muttered to himself. The 8 metal claws below the war machine's territory tried to struggle, but no matter what, they could not climb out from the roots of the vines. Moreover, large war machines were heavy to begin with. Once they sank into the ground, it would be difficult for the people beside them to help even if they wanted to. There was even the risk of being buried together. Chapter 2143. Head on. For a moment, the Federation Army team could only watch helplessly as the huge war machine gradually sank into the ground and was completely swallowed and disappeared. Good. Beautifully done. Behind them, the Tree Whisperers Alliance members immediately burst into cheers when they saw this. Yates patted his companion's shoulder excitedly. Let's go. Let's follow. I have prepared a car in the town. Let's drive there. The tree spirits split into groups of 5 and worked together to deal with the large-scale war machines, quickly turning the tide of the battle. Taking advantage of the chaos, Feng Hang followed Yates and the others to secretly break through the city's periphery blockade. They immediately boarded the minibus and rushed in the direction of the research institute 5 kilometers away. The tree spirit race truly lives up to its ancient lineage. Their strength is formidable. What we are witnessing now is just the tip of the iceberg. If only we could gain access to the inheritance of the tree spirits. Yates was full of admiration for the tree spirits, and he spoke excitedly along the way. After all, this was the first time he had seen the tree spirits fight. They could even easily take down the large-scale war machines of Omnitech Company. It was simply a miracle. Right? Feng Hang? Yes. Feng Hang nodded lightly. If the tree spirits only had this much ability, it would be very difficult for them to win against the Omnitech Company. After all, he had seen the mechanically modified body warriors of the Omnitech Company with his own eyes. Their strength was not bad. The key was quantity. The individual strength of the tree spirits was indeed good, but the number of people participating in the battle was obviously insufficient. On the other hand, at the Omnitech Company and the Federation side, the mechanically modified soldiers could be easily produced in the tens of thousands, and those war machines could be mass-produced. Eh? What was that? Suddenly, Feng Hang's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and stick his head out of the window of the minibus, looking at the area on the right outside. Originally, there was an abnormality in a large area of the forest on the far right. As the earth trembled, the tree people in the forest were awakened. They dragged their heavy footsteps and slowly approached the Central Research Institute of Omnitech Company. The tree people, fully formed from the simulation of the great trees, stood at a height of 3 to 4 meters, exuding a strong sense of oppression as they moved. Now, large groups of tree people were gathering together, giving the impression that entire forests were in motion. Tree people. Yates seemed to have heard Feng Hang mumbling to himself and asked, "What?" The other people in the minibus also looked in the direction Feng Hang was looking at. In the distance, groups of tree people stepped out of the forest. Tree people. They are the tree spirits. This is the miracle of nature. Yates couldn't help but sigh. The tree spirits are indeed the rulers of this world. The destruction of nature by Omnitech Company will make all of us lose our homes. Feng Hang pursed his lips, disapproving. Tree people. There was also a branch of the end summoning branch in natural science. Natural summoning element. However, there might be a difference in strength. A player would never be able to summon such a shocking moving forest. It seemed that the tree people summoned by the tree spirits had good visual effects. As for the final effect, he would have to wait and see. After all, Feng Hang felt that the tree people's movement speed was really slow. A large number of tree people slowly moved towards the research institute area. The bus moved forward and soon passed the tree people team that was crawling slowly on the right side. Intense gunfire came from the front. Yates signaled the driver to stop the car and jump down from the passenger seat. He said to the team, "Everyone, get out of the car. The minibus is too big a target. It's easy to become the target of the enemy's beam weapon. It's safer for us to get out of the bus." "All right." The members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance got out of the car and walked towards the outer area of the research institute. Along the way, Feng Hang could not only see the Tree Whisperers Alliance teams that were converging outside the research institute but also a small group of scattered trees that had already arrived outside the battle zone. Before they could fully enter the research institute, the outside of the campus was already in a state of war. The Tree Whisperers Alliance members were constantly being bombarded by laser beams. Seeing that they were approaching the periphery of the battlefield, Yates signaled for everyone to stop and shouted, "Quick, aim at the spatial transmission points above. Destroy them." Everyone immediately looked for cover nearby and took out their guns to aim at the spatial transmission light spots. Feng Hang followed Yates to a large bunker and hid behind it to observe the battlefield. They hadn't entered the research institute yet. They were still in the outer region. In the research institute area, there were constantly flashing light spots in outer space. Spatial transmission light spot. Once the spatial transmission light spot was completed, disc-shaped flying mechanical, spider-type attack machines and large-scale war machines would directly enter the battlefield through spatial transmission. Therefore, killing the uncondensed transition light spots in advance could reduce the huge pressure on the battlefield. Whoosh! 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 Behind them, arrows with natural energy were continuously fired at the light spots in the air, exploding the spatial transmission light spots one by one. The members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance had poor equipment, so they mainly relied on the tree spirits to deal damage. It seemed that both sides were in a stalemate. Feng Hang looked at the warp space in the air. The transition system had been interfered with by the tree spirits in advance. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for the tree spirits to detonate it. However, Omnitech Company still had a trump card. The reinforcements of the tree spirits had yet to arrive. The battle had yet to officially begin. Wait a little longer. There was no hurry to make a move. Wait for them to fight. Feng Hang decided to wait and see. Soon, after more than 10 minutes, as a large number of tree people arrived at the battlefield, the tree spirits behind them began to attack. They were here. At the back, rows of green arrows rained down on the battlefield. Looking back, a large number of tree spirits were gathered at the back of the battlefield. The spatial transmission light spots in the sky exploded one by one. Even the disc-shaped flying mechanical and spider-type attack machines guarding the periphery area of the park became the targets of the tree spirits. Crack! The arrow accurately hit the flying mechanical, and the part that was hit was instantly wrapped in a dense layer of vines. The flying mechanical quickly lost its ability to fly under the influence of natural forces and fell headfirst. Boom! The flying mechanical in the air was instantly blown into pieces. The tree people in front of them also began to gradually approach the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield instantly tilted towards the tree spirit race. However, Feng Hang pursed his lips. Omnitech Company did not reveal its trump card yet. Even the mechanical modified troops and the psychic modified guards did not enter the battlefield. Feng Hang even suspected that the research institute was trying to lure the tree spirits into the campus. Chapter 2144. Participating as they watched the tree spirit race aiding them from behind, and the tree people breaking through the outer defenses of the campus, Yates thought the research institute was about to fall. With a hint of excitement on his face, he shouted, "Brothers! It's time! Let's go together! Brothers! Follow me!" The other teams of the Tree Whisperers Alliance also took advantage of the chaos in front of them to run out of cover and rush into the research institute campus. In fact, a normal person like Yates could not help much in the battle. Ordinary beam weapons could only last a few hits at most. It felt like he was using a Type 05 revolver to fight a tank. However, it was still possible to build up their momentum from behind. Feng Hang followed Yates and the others. As soon as everyone entered the campus, a near-piercing alarm sounded. The Research Institute's defense network was triggered. Ka-ka, ka. The sound of machinery being activated rang in everyone's ears. In the campus in front of them, the ground that was originally a large empty area suddenly flipped up. A dense number of light beam cannons were raised from the ground and the black muzzles were aimed at everyone. Not good. Yates' heart skipped a beat and he shouted, "Retreat!" Everyone who had just stepped onto the campus immediately ran for their lives behind cover. In the next moment, thousands of defense light cannon turrets in the entire area fired in unison. The dense beams formed a series of faint blue flowing light screens in midair. The tree people at the forefront absorbed the first wave of firepower from the beams. The tree people possessed formidable defensive capabilities. However, they couldn't withstand the onslaught of the densely packed beam weapons. The tall tree people quickly disintegrated under the light beam attack. A few batches of semi-mechanized soldiers appeared from the back of the campus and aimed at the tree spirits who dared to show themselves. Fortunately, with the help of the tree people blocking the bullets, Yates and his group were not severely injured. They quickly retreated from the campus and found cover to hide in. Feng Hang glanced at the area where the tree spirits gathered. It seemed that the tree spirits were also surprised by the firepower of the research institute. After a short period of confusion, a large number of tree people did not stop but continued to slowly approach the research institute. Feng Hang quickly figured out the tree spirits' intentions. Relying on the tree people as meat shields to forcefully withstand the damage of the beam weapon, the tree spirit archers directly attacked from the rear. Got it. It seemed that the tree spirit race had no other choice but to take it head-on. It was nothing more than a battle of attrition. Feng Hang shook his head. He thought that the tree spirits were very powerful. He looked as if he was arrogant. After all this time, it was nothing more than this. The strength level of the tree spirits was indeed higher than that of normal mid-tier games. But that was all. He felt that it was a little weaker than he had expected. It didn't deserve the title of a high-level game. In addition, the tree spirits had summoned a lot of tree people, but they could not withstand such a consumption. Moreover, the tree people's movement speed was too slow. There would definitely be no time for support to come up and block the bullets. It seemed that he had to make a move himself. Feng Hang's hands quickly condensed a mark in front of him. Condense. Spiritual force activation. Instantly, a drop of red blood condensed between Feng Hang's eyebrows. The blood gradually floated in the air, emitting an evil light in the air and emitting an invisible pressure. What? Yates felt the red light that appeared beside him. He turned his head abruptly and stared at Feng Hang in a daze. Suddenly, he instinctively felt a sense of fear and took 2 steps back. The way he looked at Feng Heng suddenly became extremely strange. What the hell was that? A spell? Who was that kid? It wasn't that only the Guardians of Nature had the ability to cast spells. Feng Heng's special ability was clearly beyond his expectations. TSK. The next moment, a dark red gate bloomed from the blood. The portal opened. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, lickers flew out of the magic array one after another. Originally, a large number of trees were blocking bullets in front of them. The lickers had joined the battlefield. A large number of lickers shuttled through the dense crowd of trees and headed straight for the defensive facilities on the campus. At the back, the mechanically modified soldiers were shocked when they saw the lickers that had suddenly appeared. That thing. Lickers. Just 2 days ago, they had just undergone an emergency training session, where the federal department specifically instructed them on how to deal with creatures like the licker, known for their powerful vitality. Encountering one today? Was this a practical exam? The lickers quickly reached the front line of the battlefield. They relied on their extremely fast and agile steps to quickly fly through the light beam defense network. Some of the beam weapons had a life magnetic field locking function, which could lock onto the target directly. Thus, the licker's agility ability did not allow it to avoid too many long-range beam attacks. The light beams continuously struck the lickers and exploded. The effect was not good. The licker's health point and self-recovery ability were extremely high. Not to mention that the lickers were more agile than the tree people. They were extremely smart to spread out their formation, trying to bypass the large area of mechanical guards in front of them and pounce towards the research institute area at the back. In the command center of Omnitech Company, the director of the research institute saw this scene through remote surveillance and could not help but frown. Activate the force field. Understood. Buzz. The next moment, an invisible force field appeared around the periphery of the research institute. The defensive force field isolated all the lickers outside. The force field hindered the lickers, and they immediately attacked the defensive force field. Report. The level of the force field is slowly decreasing. Please mobilize the Federation's mechanized soldier team and approve the use of the improved virus injection gun. Prioritize dealing with the licker creatures. Understood. Ji Hating was standing beside him. When he saw the lickers outside, his eyes revealed an interested expression. Feng Heng. He was here again. He was indeed in cahoots with the tree spirits. In the past 2 days, Omnitech Company had urgently developed a batch of antivirus potions that targeted the lickers. The effects were better than before. Due to the limitations of the materials, there was not much of this batch of medicine. However, it was enough to deal with the battle in front of him. Ji Hating looked at the monitor screen with anticipation in his eyes, hoping that Feng Heng would continue to surprise him. Suddenly, Ji Hating's pupils shrank, and his face turned solemn. That was. Suddenly, white dots of light appeared around the lickers who were staring at the defensive barrier of the research institute. Many people in the battle hall noticed the abnormality and stared at the lickers. A researcher shouted, "Report. Spatial fluctuations detected." Whoosh. Whoosh. In the next moment, the lickers disappeared from the space. Chapter 2145 Invasion. What the hell? The research institute's supervisor's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Disappeared? What was that? Spatial transmission? No, it's not a spatial transmission. It's another use of spatial power. Ji Hating looked at the lickers disappearing into the space, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had seen Feng Heng use this ability before. He had never thought that a licker could have such an ability. Ji Hating said in a low voice, "In this world, it's not just the alien spawn who have strength beyond our era." The supervisor glanced at Ji Hating and shut his mouth. In the next moment, a large number of lickers passed through the defensive force field and appeared on the other side of the defensive force field. What the hell? The expressions of everyone in the research institute changed drastically. Directly passed through? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the lickers penetrated the external defense, they immediately attacked the interior of the research institute. Stop them. Activate all defense networks. Where are the people from the Federation? Have they moved out yet? The supervisor of the research institute was anxious, and his expression changed drastically. He had thought that the research institute was impregnable, but he never expected that the research institute would be broken through in less than 3 minutes after the lickers appeared. Stop them. The beam cannons set up outside the research institute opened up and aimed at the lickers. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The concentrated beam cannons locked onto the lickers and bombarded them. Instantly, there was a series of explosions. The lickers were blasted into a bloody mess. However, after the initial moment of silence, the 4 groups of lickers that were on the verge of death recovered at an extremely fast speed. Damn it. After witnessing the lickers' terrifying recovery ability, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Where's the antivirus potion? I have already sent them over. They will be there soon. Damn it. The supervisor of the research institute looked outside, and his right hand subconsciously trembled. The 3 federal semi-mechanized squads immediately equipped themselves with needle guns to assist the party in dealing with lickers. At this moment, the lickers also took advantage of the energy beam cannon's overheated muzzle to pounce on the research institute for the second time. The lickers charged forward and engaged in close combat with the semi-mechanical soldiers blocking the entrance of the research institute. At the same time, they quickly pounced on the beam cannon's muzzles to attack and destroy it. Even a small number of lickers directly entered the research institute through the narrow gaps. Report. Part of the defense of the research institute is under attack. Report. Areas A and C have been invaded by lickers. Area D has detected foreign objects at the entrance of the ventilation duct. Area E and G have detected unknown creatures invading. Report. A researcher reported loudly, "We have detected an unknown source of spatial strength fluctuations. It is suspected to be the source of the enemy lickers' attack." Source? Hearing this, G Hating showed some interest. He turned around and asked, "Where's the source? Did he lock onto it? Where did the source come from?" Tracking. On the screen, the external camera gradually zoomed out and faced forward until the lens was a little blurry. Everyone in the hall stared at the screen. A dark magic array appeared in the middle of the screen. A red portal floated in the air. Lickers were constantly rushing out of the magic array. Seeing this, everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spine. The speed at which they dealt with the lickers was far slower than the speed at which the lickers teleported to the battlefield. The supervisor of the research institute looked at the red portal with a serious expression. His eyes were filled with doubt as he questioned, "Is it a portal? It seems like I have to think of a way to attack the teleportation passage to finish off the licker completely." At the same time, Fang Heng stood at the back of the battlefield and controlled the licker's movements. Rows of game notifications appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's zombie clone, licker form, has invaded the research institute and caused damage to defense setting out. A player has received 200 Tree Whisperers Alliance affinity and 300 Tree Whisperers Alliance contribution points. Ding! The player's zombie clone, licker form, has defeated the Federation's semi-mechanized guard. The player has received 1 Tree Spirit Race contribution point. Hee. It seems that the results were not bad. The licker horde was much more useful than the zombie horde. As the lickers invaded the research institute and caused damage, his Tree Whisperers Alliance contribution points also rapidly increased. Other than that, he could also occasionally get some Tree Spirit Race contribution points. He was a little surprised. However, how could he exchange for the contribution points of the Tree Spirits? Fang Heng was pondering over the search when he suddenly saw a line of game prompts appear on his retina. Ding! Due to unknown reasons, the player's favorability with the Tree Spirits -10, what did that mean? Fang Heng was stunned again. After helping the Tree Spirits so much, his favorability didn't increase at all, but decreased by another 10 points? Was there such a way to play? Was the main mission intentionally increasing the difficulty? Tree Spirit Race. Fang Heng thought to himself, this is troublesome. He turned to look at the Federation's semi-mechanized soldiers who were pouring out of the tunnel on the right side of the research institute. The Federation and Omnitech Company were indeed stunned by the lickers. However, they quickly responded. The semi-mechanized soldiers equipped with the new injection guns rushed towards the lickers. Shoot! The leader of the Federation, Musha, shouted, "Kill the lickers." Under the dense firepower, bloody holes appeared on the lickers' bodies as they were sent flying. The second wave of attacks from the rear switched to long-range needle guns, aiming at the lickers that were sent flying. Instantly, large groups of licker lost the buff of the undying body. At the same time, large war machines joined in from both sides of the battlefield. Under the barrage of laser weapons, the lickers' severed limbs and arms filled the battlefield. More and more lickers charged forward fearlessly, and they used flesh and blood to create a wall. The Tree Spirits had long noticed the lickers charging out from the rear. Their initial disdain turned into shock. Until now, the Tree Spirits were surprised. What kind of creature was that? The lickers didn't emit any strength fluctuations and relied more on their physical strength. The Tree Spirits felt a brutal aura from the licker. This made the Tree Spirits feel extremely uncomfortable. In the rear, more than 10 Tree Spirit elders gathered together and exchanged glances. It seemed that these creatures were allies. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the lickers, the Tree Spirits seized the opportunity to clear the defensive machinery in the research institute. Chapter 2146 Negotiations. At this moment, Fang Heng could not help but frown when he saw the half-mechanical soldiers take out the special injection guns. A special potion that could target the Hyla virus and temporarily seal the zombie team. It was not just the effect of the undying body, even the effects of the crystallized form and the original devouring body could be removed by more than 90%. This was even more troublesome. Of course, even without the buff of the undying body, the lickers still inherited Fang Heng's high health point and attributes. Each licker had close to the health point of a commander-level monster. In fact, the lickers had more flesh than the tree spirits, and they could withstand dozens of times more damage. Unfortunately, the Federation and Omnitech Company bombarded the lickers with a large number of beam weapons. The number of lickers' casualties also began to increase. It seemed like it was about time. Omnitech Company had already organized an effective counterattack. The lickers that had invaded the research institute during the first wave of chaos had also been wiped out. Fang Heng glanced at the game notification. He had more or less figured out the overall strength of the Federation and Omnitech Company. In addition, he had also earned about 3,000 tree spirit race contribution points. It was not a loss. Since the enemy had taken out the virus potion, he might as well stop for now. There was no need to fight to the death. As he thought about it, Fang Heng started to control the lickers to retreat. Thinking about how the tree spirit race had just deducted his friendliness points for no reason, he felt a little unhappy. Why should they use their lickers to help the tree spirits? Anyway, the tree spirits had already broken through the blockade of the mechanical guards. Let the tree spirits go up and hold them off first and see what happens. The tree spirits had just taken advantage of the time when Fang Heng and Omnitech Company were fighting to break into the campus. They had already seen the research institute building in front of them and were taking the opportunity to break through the outer force field defense network and enter the research institute area. Who would have thought that the lickers in front would suddenly start retreating? What was the meaning of this? What happened? The lickers were much more agile than the tree people. They retreated as they wished, and in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. For a moment, the tree spirits found themselves on the other side of the battlefield. They were about to face the aggressive Federation and Omnitech Company team alone. Was this a joke? How could they win? The tree spirits had no choice but to fight. The tree spirit race was already in a slightly weaker position. Now that they had gone deep into the forest alone, they naturally received a heavy blow from the Federation. The casualties of the tree people began to accelerate. Those monsters retreated? Did they encounter some special situation? The tree spirit elder and the others looked at the floating teleportation passage and realized that it was still operating. There were still lickers entering the battlefield. There didn't seem to be any problems. Then why did they suddenly retreat? Elder Senzo frowned and immediately sent someone to inquire. Go and see what happened. Understood. Realizing that the lickers were related to Fang Heng, a tree spirit led by several Tree Whisperers Alliance members hurried toward Yates and the others. The tree spirits glanced at the red portal hovering in the sky and walked straight to Fang Heng. Human, why did you stop? Have the creatures you control continue to attack the research institute? Fang Heng turned to look at the tree spirit and said, it's a special potion from Omnitech Company, so I need. The tree spirit looked at Fang Heng. There was no doubt in his tone. He said in a deep voice, human, I don't need to hear the reason. I repeat, continue to attack the research institute. Fang Heng's face darkened as he stared at the tree spirit for a moment. In just a few seconds, several thoughts flashed through his mind. Damn it, I can't bear it anymore. No, I can't do it. The tree spirit did not expect Fang Heng to reject him. Surprise appeared in his eyes, and his faces turned cold. What did you say? I said I can't do it. I think we need to reconsider our partnership. Fang Heng pursed his lips and said, it's interesting. We are all believers of nature. I have no reason to accept your orders. Perhaps you tree spirits should accept my orders. What do you think? The tree spirit's pupils trembled. He couldn't believe that these words would come out of a human's mouth. He stared at Fang Heng with extreme indignation in his eyes. Do you know what you are saying? Human. Fang Heng spread his hands and said, do I need to repeat myself? I refuse your request. Humphrey, you better watch out. The tree spirit immediately felt that his authority had been challenged. He glared at Fang Heng with anger, snorted, and immediately led everyone back the way they came. Ding, the player has rejected the request of the tree spirits. The player's friendship with the tree spirits -5, hint, triggered by the player's early mission reward. Decreasing your friendship with the tree spirits is not the optimal way to complete the mission. Please choose carefully. Fang Heng glanced at the game notification and was speechless. He had to work so hard to earn a few friendly points, but he was deducted 5 points after saying a few words. How hilarious. It seemed that the route after the system's optimization was very difficult to walk. Change your target. At the front of the battlefield, the Federation's half-mechanical modification team's original target was the Lickers' modified bodies. When they realized that the Lickers were retreating after a single attack, they immediately chased after them. They did not expect to not catch up and instead bumped into the Tree Spirit Race's teams blocking the way. Was there a need to say? Fight. The two sides exchanged intense fire. Looks like this group of creatures has a unified battle strategy. The person controlling them behind the scenes. In the central command center of the research institute, Ji Hating was observing the situation outside through the surveillance camera. His eyes were focused on Fang Heng on the screen. He was even more interested in the lickers. Command post. The lickers have left the attack range, please instruct us. The director of the research institute said in a deep voice, don't worry about them if they leave. Teams C and D, stay behind to observe the lickers. The rest of you, deal with the tree spirits first. The current number of tree spirits is already their limit. Deplete them. Understood. The large-scale war mechanical and spider-type main combat machines once again aimed their firepower at the tree spirits. The tree people only looked a little scary. However, in reality, their movement speed was slow, and they could only attack in close combat. In front of the large mechanical creatures, they were just a bunch of live targets. Under the dense energy beam attack, the number of tree people summons rapidly decreased. Although there were still a large number of tree spirits shooting long-range arrows and vines dragging large war mechanical into the ground, the casualty ratio of the two sides was clearly on a different level. The tree spirits soon realized that the situation on the battlefield was not good. If this continued when all the tree people in front of him who were acting as meat shields were exhausted, this battle was bound to fail. Chapter 2147 Cooperation among the elders of the tree spirit tribe gathered. Senzo, the senior elder of the leaf tribe responsible for summoning the tree spirits to join the war, turned to the side and asked, where are those creatures controlled by humans? Why haven't they joined the battlefield to support us? Upon hearing the inquiry, a tree spirit who had previously gone to find Fang Heng approached with a displeased expression and said, Elder, that human is unwilling to cooperate and even spoke arrogantly to us. Spoke arrogantly? Senzo frowned, feeling a sense of discomfort rising in his heart. He furrowed his brows and said, let's go, take me there. I want to personally meet with that human. The tree spirit was shocked. Great elder, who are you to meet a human? Senzo said in a deep voice as he glanced at his clansmen, lead the way. Yes, sir. Soon, Elder Senzo of the tree spirit race appeared in front of Fang Heng again, accompanied by several clansmen. Human. Senzo looked at Fang Heng and said in an unquestionable tone, we need you to lead your creatures into the battlefield immediately to buy us time to attack the research institute. Fang Heng had sent the tree spirits away before, but he did not expect them to return. It seemed that the things in the research institute were very important to the tree spirits. Fang Heng couldn't help but think about it. Interesting. What could it be? Fang Heng raised his head and looked at Senzo, asking, is this a request from the tree spirits? Senzo looked at Fang Heng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He obviously did not expect Fang Heng to ask in this way. Outrageous. Do you realize who you are speaking to? This individual is the esteemed elder of our tree spirit lineage, the great elder Senzo. Hearing Fang Heng's words, the two tree spirits couldn't hold it in anymore. They took 2 steps forward and stared angrily at Fang Heng as if they were going to attack him at any moment. Fang Heng ignored the 2 tree spirits and looked at Senzo, saying, so it's Elder Senzo. You haven't answered my question. Senzo raised his hand to signal the 2 clansmen beside him to leave. He looked at Fang Heng and warned, young man, this world is much bigger than you think. In the face of an existence older than you should remain respectful and humble. Indeed, but the tree spirits are not the only ones with ancient inheritance. We are also believers of the power of nature. I think we are equal. Fang Heng raised his right hand. Kai. Under the enveloping green glow, a sapling began to sprout and grow in Fang Heng's palm. Seeing this, several tree spirits behind Senzo exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. What the hell? They could sense the natural power fluctuation from Fang Heng's body. How was that possible? How could humans use the power of nature? Just as you said, this world is very big. The inheritance of humans might be older than you think. Fang Heng looked at Senzo and continued, we have always come with the sincerity of cooperation, but we have never been treated as we should be. The tree spirits have disappointed me. We are considering whether we should still maintain this humility and respect. Senzo asked in a deep voice, what do you want to obtain from the tree spirits? Obtain? No, all we seek is cooperation. Fang Heng looks at Senzo, forgive my frankness, but the basis of cooperation is respect. I have done much to assist your tree spirit race, yet even the purpose of your current attack on the research institute is unclear, making it difficult for me to feel respected. Niam alloy, Senzo interrupted Fang Heng, saying, if your demand is merely this. We need to acquire the Niam alloy from within the research institute. Fang Heng raises an eyebrow, and what is that? A rare alloy metal. It has the capability to unlock the spiritual domain blockade network set up by the Omnitech company. Fang Heng frowned. Senzo saw the expression on Fang Hang's face and explained from the beginning, it's a kind of interstellar defense blockade network created by the Federation, the spiritual domain blockade network. It's enveloping the upper layer of the world we are in. Senzo pointed upwards towards the sky as he spoke. Through the spiritual domain blockade, the Federation can impose comprehensive lockdowns and surveillance on the entire world, including transition transport. In theory, with sufficient energy, the Federation can accomplish transition teleportation to any corner covered by the spiritual domain. In addition, the power of our tree spirit race has also been greatly weakened under the influence of the spiritual domain blockade. Senzo paused and emphasized, most importantly, the defense network prevents us from entering the inner world. Spiritual domain network. Fang Heng suddenly realized something and looked up at the sky. After entering this world, he felt that he was greatly hindered in using natural science. Now, it seemed that the source of this obstruction should be the so-called spiritual domain blockade that Senzo had mentioned. Not only could the spiritual domain blockade hinder the use of the power of nature, but it could also help the Federation complete the spatial transmission. From the looks of it, the spiritual domain blockade seemed to be the work of the alien spawns. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, then he looked at Senzo and asked, I understand, but what does this have to do with the Niam alloy? As I said earlier, the spiritual domain blockade has affected the release of our power. If we want to return to the inner world, we must temporarily break the restrictions of the spiritual domain blockade. From the information we have collected in recent years, we have learned of a special material called Niam alloy. Senzo continued, with this material as the foundation, we can think of a way to create a special barrier. Once the barrier is built, we can temporarily avoid the spiritual domain blockade and use this opportunity to open the passage to the inner world. I see. Fang Heng nodded. After all this time, the water of life was indeed a hoax. Previously, he had been completely used by the tree spirits. Fang Heng's mood instantly soured. If I can help you find the Niam alloy, what can I get? Negotiating terms? Senzo did not like Fang Heng at all. He frowned and asked, what do you want from the tree spirits? Ding. The player has triggered a special choice. The player can choose whether to cooperate with the tree spirit race. Hint, triggered by the player's early mission reward, the player is advised to join the tree spirit race's mission line. Fang Heng ignored the game prompt and continued, no, it's not about gaining, it's about exchanging. We are believers of nature, and the foundation of cooperation is fairness. So I should be the one asking you this question. What can I gain from working together? Senzo thought for a moment and nodded, saying, alright, the tree spirits will give you some access. You can exchange some items with the tree spirits through your contribution points. This is our biggest concession. Chapter 2148 Breakthrough, ding. The player's friendship with the tree spirits has decreased by 5 points, ding. The player has activated early access to the tree spirit race's exchange system, allowing him to use points to exchange for resources from the tree spirit camp. Warning, the player's current friendship with the tree spirits is below the threshold of 30 points. The player is still in the tree spirit camp. If the relationship is too low, the player will be removed from the camp. Ding. The player's current mission, the tree spirit race's rescue message, has been completed. The player has triggered the mission Break Through the Periphery of the Research Institute. Mission title, Break Through the Periphery of the Research Institute. Mission description, the tree spirits want to break through the external defense of the North District's Central Research Institute of Omnitech Company and obtain the Niam alloy in the Research Institute. Mission requirements, assist the tree spirits in breaking through the external defense line of the Research Institute. Mission reward, tree spirits friendship, tree spirit camp points, possible follow-up missions. Looking at the game hints that popped up one after another, Fang Heng felt even more displeased. It was clearly the tree spirits who had tricked him, yet they still dared to deduct his favorability. Are you sure that Niam alloy is in the Research Institute? Yes, we have confirmed that. We tried to sneak into the Research Institute to steal some of the Niam alloys, but we were discovered halfway. So we used a backup plan to temporarily interfere with the transition system around the Research Institute and prevent the federal support team from coming through the transition system. Senzo said, shaking his head, humans are too reliant on the ability to warp with the domain blockade. Once the warp is blocked, no reinforcements will be able to arrive within 3 hours. Fang Heng could not help but sigh in his heart. It was the tree spirits who had brought this trouble upon themselves. If they had directly confessed their mission objective, they would probably have completed the mission and left by now. Fang Heng even felt that the appearance of the tree spirits was only to increase the difficulty of his main mission. The interference to the transition system will be restored in an hour. Senzo's face was cold as he continued, the reaction after the attack on the Research Institute was calmer than we expected. Also, some of our people were discovered sneaking into the Research Institute and are temporarily trapped in the Research Institute. We need to save our people. Feng Heng roughly cleared his thoughts and nodded, saying, I understand. In any case, you need to find a way to obtain the Niam alloy, right? My people will find a way to get Niam alloy. Now we just need to deal with the human army outside the research institute. Alright then. Feng Heng shrugged and said, we can work together, but I have a request. This time, you have to listen to my arrangements. Have your people continue to attack the research institute first. I need some time. In 5 minutes, I will move with you. At that time, we will break through the research institute from the front. Senzo frowned and stared at Feng Heng for a few seconds. As expected. From the moment he saw Feng Heng, he had a feeling that Feng Heng was completely capable of breaking through the defense network of the research institute. Feng Heng did not choose to help because he wanted to fight for greater benefits. Humans. As expected, they were all crafty and cunning fellows. Senzo's expression turned colder. He nodded and replied, I am not the only one who has the final say in the tree spirit race. I will communicate with them. I hope you won't disappoint us. After saying that, Senzo turned around and gathered behind him. The few tree spirits who followed Senzo stayed behind and stood around Feng Heng. They looked cold as if they were monitoring him. Ding, the player's friendship with the tree spirits -5, what's wrong now? Feng Heng looked at the game hint that appeared on his retina and was speechless. Which sentence made him unhappy again? How could their friendliness continue to drop? It seemed that it was difficult to cooperate with the tree spirits. In short, he had to first think of a way to get rid of the enemies outside the research institute and then get his hands on the Niam alloy. Feng Heng had already made up his mind and focused his attention on the battlefield. Soon, the lickers that had retreated began to regroup. The tree people in front of them were retreating under the bombardment of the Federation and Omnitech Company's semi-mechanized beam weapons. It seemed that they would not be able to hold on for long. Several members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance swallowed their saliva carefully and looked at Feng Heng. This kid was really bold. How dare he negotiate with an elder of the tree spirit race? So, how was he going to deal with so many semi-mechanized troops? Feng Heng looked up at the vampire's teleportation channel in the air. One by one, tall figures stepped out of the teleportation channel and fell heavily to the ground. They slowly got up and stood behind Feng Heng. What kind of monster was that? The tree spirits sensed something strange and looked in the direction of the red portal. Fusion Tyrant Form. Stepping out of the teleportation channel, the Fusion Tyrant Form was huge, at least 3 meters long. However, the tree people were not small, so they did not seem very eye-catching on the battlefield. In just a short moment, hundreds of Fusion Tyrant Forms had gathered behind Feng Heng. The Fusion Tyrant Forms did not join the battlefield. Instead, they lined up behind Feng Heng and raised their hands in unison. Kai. What was that sound? Yates and the rest of the members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance were not far from Feng Heng. Suddenly, they heard rustling sounds coming from the Fusion Tyrant Forms. They could not help but look carefully at the Fusion Tyrant Forms. What the hell? Tiny larvae crawled out from the rotten skin of the Fusion Tyrant Forms and landed on the ground. Then, they quickly squirmed on the ground. Bugs? Tiny bugs. The members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance were shocked and retreated. Even the few tree spirits who had stayed behind to monitor Feng Heng could not help but frown when they saw this. They instinctively wanted to get further away from these insects. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with dense maggots. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the battlefield in the distance. With the vampire portal skill, zombies in their vampire form could directly pass through the vampire's passage door. The disadvantage was that they could not carry any weapons. Without the super heavy beam weapon, the direct combat ability of the Fusion Tyrant Form was greatly reduced. However, after Professor Ding Minute's reminder, Feng Heng made some improvements to his tactics and solidified an additional 500 Fusion Tyrant Forms. After that, he would leave the Fusion Tyrant Forms in the basement of the zombie apocalypse and slowly accumulate the parasitic worms in his body through his skills. In the event of an emergency, he could directly pull the Fusion Tyrant Forms into the battlefield through the vampire's teleportation channel. The main reason was not to rely on the Fusion Tyrant Forms to fight but to rely on the accumulation of worms on their bodies. Omnitech Company's injection was indeed very effective against lickers, but there were flaws. For example, when dealing with these worms that covered the ground. Rely on injections? I am afraid it won't work, right? Chapter 2149 Worms. Feng Heng raised his head again and looked at the battlefield. Let's begin. All we need to do next is create a little bit of chaos to create an opportunity for the worm bodies to enter the battlefield. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time, the lickers that Feng Heng had gathered charged forward once again. A large number of worm bodies took advantage of the cover of the lickers and crawled along the ground toward the battlefield. When the tree spirits noticed that the lickers had started to move, they immediately joined the battle and attacked the research institute. It's the lickers. They are here again. Quickly use the injection. Don't let them get close. When the Federation's combat teams discovered that the lickers had returned, they immediately switched to long-range injection guns and aimed at the lickers to shoot them one by one. Under the effects of the special injection, the self-recovery ability of the licker was greatly weakened. Combined with the intensive bombardment from large-scale war machines in the rear, the horde of lickers was instantly blocked outside the front line. Combined with the intensive bombardment from large-scale war machines in the rear, the horde of lickers was instantly blocked outside the front line. Ding, your zombie clone, licker, has been affected by an unknown potion. The undying body effect has been greatly weakened. Ding, your zombie clone, licker, has been attacked by a beam explosion, and its health point has been greatly reduced. Fang Heng quickly surveyed the battlefield. Not good. He would have to personally enter the fray. In an instant, Fang Heng quickly approached the area in front of him. The few tree spirits who had been following Fang Heng were stunned for a moment. They quickly exchanged glances and followed Fang Heng into the battlefield. They watched as Fang Heng charged into the frontmost area of the battlefield. A large number of beam bullets flashed past him. The tree spirits did not dare to continue. They stayed where they were and focused their eyes on Fang Heng, who had charged into the center of the battlefield. Kill him. Several small teams from the Federation noticed Fang Heng, who was alone in the army, and aimed their fire at him. Bang! Fang Heng's white cloth draped over his back suddenly burst open. Underneath the white cloth, a blood-red greatsword became clear. The dense power of blood burst forth, condensing into a visible blood screen in front of Fang Heng. Puff, puff, puff. The long-range light beams hit the blood screen, causing ripples to spread out like raindrops falling on the surface of the water, accompanied by a series of light sounds. The Federation's semi-mechanized soldiers were horrified to discover that the energy beams they shot out were completely absorbed by this strange blood veil. The concentrated beam weapons were unable to cause any damage to Fang Heng. Not far away, the tree spirits were surprised to see that a human had such powerful strength for the first time. Great Elder, the strength on his body. Senzo looked at Fang Heng and nodded lightly, saying, yes, it's a little strange. Fang Heng withstood the firepower of the surrounding area and rapidly approached the semi-mechanized soldiers in front of him. The goal was not to kill or injure but to create greater chaos. It would buy time for the worm bodies to reach the battlefield. Moreover, Fang Heng seemed to have realized that Omnitech Company did not have many injections in stock. This caused them to be a little restrained when they used the injection. In the command room, everyone looked at Fang Heng on the monitor screen and fell into a long silence. No one could have imagined that an ordinary human could possess such terrifying power. The entire front line of semi-mechanized soldiers was unable to stop him. That terrifying lifeblood power fluctuation. What exactly was it? Ji Hating couldn't help but clench his fist, watching Fang Heng on the screen, his eyes filled with a hint of blazing passion. It had to be said that this power was exactly what he wanted. It was a power of a completely different attribute from the spawns. It was so powerful that it could compete with the tree spirit and even its spawns. Moreover, Ji Hating could feel that this was far from Fang Heng's limit. The supervisor of the research institute watched as Fang Heng rapidly approached the research institute. A layer of cold sweat unconsciously appeared on his forehead. He clenched his fists and shouted into the walkie-talkie, use the focused light beam. Adjust the energy value to the maximum. Kill him. Immediately. Don't let him get close to the research institute. Understood. The supervisor of the research institute stared at Fang Heng, who appeared on the screen. Normal frequency beam weapons were no longer able to do anything to the enemy. Then, he would try a focused light beam with high energy concentration. Ka. Almost all the defensive cannons in the research institute were exposed, and the target was Fang Heng. The 5 seconds of charging time was over. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, colorful and dense high-frequency focused energy beams blasted toward Fang Heng. Faced with an even more concentrated long-range firepower, Fang Heng frowned. He instinctively sensed the abnormal fluctuations of the light beam. He turned his head and glanced at the research institute on the right, and his figure quickly disappeared into the air. Secondary space projection. In the next moment, all the focused energy beams attacking Fang Heng penetrated through the shadow that Fang Heng left in the air. It was that move again. The supervisor of the research institute gritted his teeth. A special spatial ability. They had no way to counter this special ability similar to an emergency warp and could only watch helplessly as he broke through their defense. A few seconds later, Fang Heng reappeared in front of the energy defense field outside the research institute. Fang Heng stared at an invisible defensive force field in front of him. It was the last round. The worm body was different from the ordinary zombie clone. It could not use the spatial ability to break through the defensive force field barrier. Therefore, He had to find a way to break through this barrier and create an opportunity for the worm body. Then he would use force. Fang Heng punched forward as he stepped out of the secondary space projection. Bang! The fist collided with a defensive force field, making a dull sound. The attack power was not enough. Fang Heng gritted his teeth. A large amount of blood essence floating around his body rapidly condensed into blood-colored spikes in the air. Whoosh! 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 The lifeblood spikes rapidly pierced the force field barrier. Bang! Bang! The blood spikes exploded as soon as they collided with a defensive force field, and a huge blood mist burst out. After the blood mist dispersed, it quickly condensed into spikes again and stabbed at the defensive force field barrier again, causing continuous damage. Inside the main monitoring room, everyone watched Fang Heng's eerie lifeblood attack method with astonishment. The operator looked at the value displayed on the screen. His face was a little pale. He frowned and said, "Sir, the energy value of the defensive force field is decreasing greatly. This kind of lifeblood attack has a corrosive effect, and it has a significant effect on the force field." The supervisor of the research institute gritted his teeth, and the veins on his neck bulged. He commanded sternly, "Force him to retreat. Use whatever method possible." Whoosh! 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 A few Federation semi-mechanized soldiers came from the right side of the defensive force field barrier aimed at Fang Heng and focused their fire. Chapter 2150 Advance. Fang Heng glanced to his right with disdain and raised his hand. A blood screen immediately rose from the right side of his body. Pooh, pooh pooh. The blood screen blocked all the light beam attacks without exception, creating ripples. After a short recharge, the built-in defensive light cannon turret installed in the research institute was activated again. An overwhelming amount of focused light beams surged toward Fang Heng again. Fang Heng's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Retreat. As he shifted to the right, Fang Heng stepped into the secondary space projection again. As the attacks landed in empty space, Fang Heng stepped out of the secondary space projection again. Continue. The dense blood spikes continued to bombard the defensive force field barrier, reducing the remaining energy of the force field. Fang Heng's combat strategy was clear. He would dodge in advance when faced with focused beam weapon attacks using secondary space projection. If encountering ordinary Federation half-mechanical units, he would rely on the blood screen and his own abilities to withstand the attacks. He was not afraid at all. At the same time, in the rear battlefield, while Fang Heng had attracted most of the enemy's attacks, the lickers and tree spirits directly swept towards the research institute in front. The Federation's side had been distracted by Fang Heng. They did not notice that there was a terrifying creature that they had never seen before beneath the lickers' feet. A large number of worm life forms, taking advantage of the cover of the weeds on the ground, were rapidly rushing towards the center of the battlefield. Soon, the worm bodies reached the central battlefield ahead. A large war machine. The worms immediately climbed up the large war machine. However, the exterior of the large-scale war machine's body was made entirely of machinery, and a thick layer of armor was piled on its surface. The ordinary worm creatures had been drilling around the outside for a long time, but they could not get in. After a few failed attacks, they all went around. Similarly, the database of the large war machines had no records of the worm bodies as enemies. Moreover, they could not lock onto the small worm bodies as attack targets, so they could not attack them. As a result, after a brief encounter, both sides passed each other on the battlefield unharmed, as if nothing happened at all. On the contrary, the lickers kept pouncing on the large mechanical creatures, tangling with the large war machines, using their flesh to buy time for the team behind them. Soon, the worm creatures approached the battlefield in front of them. The area where the Federation's semi-mechanized transformation troops were located. The worms immediately rushed towards the mechanically modified soldiers and quickly climbed up along the soldiers' feet. They were here. Ding! The worm creature released by your zombie clone, Fusion Tyrant form, is trying to infect humans. Fang Heng had been distracted by the game notifications when he was attacking the defense force field. When he saw the game notification when the worms attacked the half-mechanical soldiers, his eyes lit up. Very good. The worms were ineffective against large unmanned war machines, but they were surprisingly effective against semi-mechanized armored soldiers. After all, the armor worn by the half-mechanized modified warriors was not completely sealed, still leaving some gaps. The worm bodies climbed along the external armor for a moment, and soon they caught the scent of blood, finding their way through the gaps and slipping into the armor. Following the smell of flesh and blood, the worms found the half-mechanical soldiers hidden in the outer armor. After that, the following matter became much simpler. They climbed onto their bodies and easily used their mouth parts to make small holes, drilling into their skin. What? Damn it! What is that? Something crawled into the outer layer of the protective armor. Ah! What the hell is this? There are worms. At first, The semi-mechanized soldiers did not know what was going on. They only heard the shouts of their companions coming from the walkie-talkie. Following that, they saw their companions suddenly lose control one by one. They began to twitch on the spot, and then they let out terrified cries and fell straight to the ground. Worms? What worms? Damn it, down there. There are worms on the ground. Hearing the warning from their teammates, everyone realized the problem and looked down at the ground. Only then did the semi-mechanized soldiers realize that there was a dense patch of dark brown worms hiding under the grass. A large number of worms had already crawled up the armor under their ankles and drilled into the outer protective armor. Damn it. What is it? Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw this. No one wanted these strange worms to crawl into their armor. Quickly think of a way. The soldiers immediately became like ants on a hot pan, hopping around on the ground, trying to dislodge the worm bodies that had already climbed up the outer layer of armor. In the hall of the monitoring room, the supervisor of the research institute did not know what had happened when he saw the team of semi-mechanized soldiers falling into chaos. He asked loudly, "What's going on?" "There are worms. Sir. The semi-mechanized modified warrior team has been attacked by an unknown insect body." The staff member saw the battle situation outside through the surveillance screen and felt a chill down his spine. He quickly switched the scene of the battle to the big screen. Through the screen, everyone could not help but gasp when they saw the densely packed worm creatures on the ground trying to climb up the half-mechanized modified soldiers. What kind of terrifying thing was that? Was this also one of the enemy's special abilities? Fang Heng. Who was he? Why did he have so many strange abilities? The supervisor of the research institute gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire! Use the flame spear to burn them." "Yes, sir." Upon receiving the order, the semi-mechanized soldiers reacted one after another and immediately switched to the flamethrower muzzle that came with the outer armor. Po! Po! High-temperature flames immediately spewed out from the muzzle of the gun, burning the worms that were constantly surging toward them from the ground. It was effective. The worms seemed to have a natural fear of fire. After being burned by the fire, they did not dare to approach and avoided the back and sides. Finally, the cyborg soldiers heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the worm creatures did not continue to approach. The death of their companions was too tragic, causing them to feel a deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. However, because they had to constantly use flamethrowers to restrict the worms from approaching, the party suddenly lost the ability to attack. On the other side, the tree spirits immediately seized the opportunity when they noticed the chaos in the Federation's semi-mechanized soldiers. They immediately pressed forward with all their strength and attacked the research institute area crazily. A dense rain of long-range blue arrows fell. The tree spirits focused their attacks on the large war machines. In just a short moment, the war machines outside were all blown up one by one. Then, the lickers and tree spirits aimed at the outer defense force field. Chapter 2151 Defensive Field. Inside the Research Institute, everyone watched helplessly as the external defense fortifications were destroyed one by one, and the energy value of the outer defense force field rapidly decreased. However, they had no choice. In less than 10 minutes, the defensive force field periphery of the Research Institute was shattered by the combined attacks of the lickers and the tree spirits. Boom! The moment the force field shattered, a large number of lickers swarmed into the Research Institute and charged toward the building. Instantly, the alarm in the Research Institute rang. "Everyone, there's no need to panic." Seeing that the outside was completely lost, the supervisor of the Research Institute calmed down and said coldly, "We have already activated the internal defense mode in advance. The Research Institute is still very safe. They can't enter. The tree spirit's target is the Niam alloy. They won't easily use large-scale explosive weapons. We can stall for time. We just need to block all the entrances and all the invasion routes of the lickers. The interference of the spiritual domain transition has been eliminated. There are less than 45 minutes left, and the transition passage will be completely restored." Understood. Everyone's emotions gradually stabilized and they began to mobilize personnel to guard the Research Institute. Just as the supervisor of the Research Institute said, the Research Institute had a plan of action against external intrusion when it was first designed. As long as they guarded the entrances and exits, they would be able to last at least 3 hours even if they faced 100 times the number of enemies. In the emergency plan of the Research Institute, these 3 hours were reserved for them to destroy the research data. Through the surveillance monitors, everyone could see that the first wave of lickers pouring in from various entrances to the Research Institute had been temporarily halted by the beam weapon cannons and the Federation's half-mechanical soldiers. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to execute the defense plan systematically. Suddenly, one of the researchers who was controlling the device noticed something. His expression changed slightly and he immediately switched the screen. After taking a closer look, the researcher's face revealed an incredulous expression. and his back was instantly drenched in sweat. "Supervisor. What is it? Please come and take a look." The staff cautiously swallowed a gulp of saliva and enlarged the screen images to get a clearer view. "What the hell?" The supervisor looked at the image on the screen and frowned. Looking closely, he saw a dense layer of worm-like creatures on the floor in the photo. The fingernail-sized worms were connected into pieces. Damn it. They had somehow infiltrated the research institute. Worms? Seeing the dense mass of worms, everyone in the command center felt their scalps go numb. The supervisor's expression changed drastically. He suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Quick! Check the ventilation duct." The scene changed. Inside the ventilation tubes in the research institute area, large groups of worm-like creatures were slowly climbing up the tubes and climbing in from the outside through the ventilation tubes. The staff member's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he kept switching between the various screens. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the entire ventilation system was now occupied by dense worm-like creatures. The entire research institute's command room was dead silent. The defense of the research institute was aimed at the tree spirits and humans. They did not expect to encounter the invasion of the worm life forms. This meant that the worms were about to invade every corner of the research institute through the ventilation ducts. "Hurry!" The supervisor of the research institute shouted, "Everyone, get moving. Seal all the openings of the ventilation tubes. If they can't be sealed, let someone keep an eye on them. Use the flintlock. We can't let the worms enter the safety zone of the research institute." Understood. The central command room fell into chaos again. An assistant walked up to Ji Hating and asked in a low voice, "Director, it's very dangerous here. Should we evacuate?" "Yes." Ji Hating looked at the screen, his eyes shimmering with admiration. He nodded lightly and murmured to himself, "Feng Heng, once again you have shown me something incredible today." Ji Hating looked at his assistant and nodded, saying, "Let's go. It's not safe here anymore. Let's evacuate first." "Understood. I will immediately arrange for an emergency transition device." At the same time, outside, the Federation's semi-mechanized soldiers had already retreated into the research institute before the barrier shattered. As the first batch of lickers rushed towards the research institute, the second batch of worms also entered through the gaps outside the research institute. The large-scale war machines and spider mechanical creatures outside the research institute had not been completely cleaned up. Senzo and a group of tree spirit elders took advantage of the chaos to break through the periphery area and enter the research institute. The tree spirits immediately occupied the main entrance of the research institute. A tree spirit reported, "Great Elder, we have all the entrances and exits under our control." "Yes." Senzo nodded slightly and scanned the situation inside the research institute. Although the exterior of the research institute was almost completely broken through, the interior was still controlled by the Omnitech Company and the Federation. The semi-mechanized soldiers and the psychic-enhanced guards firmly occupied the various entrances and exits of the internal passage. On the left side of the tunnel, more than 20 soldiers in mechanical armor could be seen blocking the entrance. They were using their beam weapons to suppress the lickers. The research institute had not given up yet. They had only entered the internal battle from the external siege. Senzo closed his eyes to sense. Through their perception of life, they could sense the life information fluctuations of the trapped clansmen. Senzo's perception lasted for a few seconds before he opened his eyes and looked to his right, saying, "Ven and the others are there. Let's find a way to save Ven and the others. They know where the Niam alloy is hidden." Understood. The tree spirits immediately nodded and went back to command the rest of the tree spirits to advance through the right passage. A tree spirit race's elder looked around and found that Feng Heng was nowhere to be seen. He could not help but whisper, "Great Elder, that human just now." Senzo nodded after thinking for a moment and replied, "Yes. I will handle it." Feng Heng had been the target of constant attacks from the Periphery Federation and Omnitech Company, with numerous large war machines controlled by them. After successfully manipulating the Licker Group to deal with over 10 troublesome war machines, he finally found an opportunity to use his secondary space projection ability to evade the enemies and enter the research institute. At the entrance of the main passage inside the research institute, more than 10 tree spirits who were in charge of guarding saw Feng Heng. 2 of them immediately walked towards Feng Heng. "Feng Heng, we have successfully entered the research institute, but the crisis has not been resolved. Our interference with the external warps is gradually weakening, and the Federation's war machines arriving through warps are gradually accelerating. We need your help to clear out the war machines that are coming from the outside. They will pose a great threat to us." Chapter 2152 Breaking Through the Periphery. Ding. The player has currently completed the mission of breaking through the periphery of the Research Institute. Ding. The player has received 100,000 tree spirit contribution points. Ding. The player's friendship with the tree spirits +2. Ding. The player has triggered a mission. Clear the war machines. Mission title, Clear the war machines. Mission difficulty, S. Mission description, the periphery of the research institute has been breached, but the internal department of Omnitech Company is still stubbornly waiting for reinforcements to arrive. As the tree spirit's ability to interfere with the transition device gradually weakens, more and more war machines will arrive on the battlefield through the warp under the effect of the spiritual domain barrier. Please assist the tree spirits in eliminating them. Mission requirement, kill the enemy. Mission reward, tree spirit friendship, tree spirit camp contribution points. Mission description, if the completion rate of the mission is less than 60%, the friendship with the tree spirits will be reduced. Feng Hang glanced at the game hint that appeared, then turned his head to look at the tree spirits who were attacking the tunnel on the right side of the research institute. He could not help but have the urge to laugh. Haha. Previously, when he wanted to enter the research institute, they were still begging him. Now that they had entered the research institute, they turned their back on him and let him go outside to deal with the small fries? Then, the tree spirits would have a chance to find the Niam alloy. Excluding himself? Feng Hang couldn't help but find it amusing to see the cautious expressions on the faces of the tree spirit race. Destroying the bridge before even crossing the river? Truly foolish and malicious. The tree spirits looked at Feng Hang's expression and became more serious. This is Senzo's idea? As Feng Hang spoke, he glanced at the tree spirit race's great elder, Senzo, who had his back to him at the entrance of the passage. Several tree spirits were enraged by his words and stared at Feng Hang. How could a human like him casually say the name of great elder Senzo? I understand. Feng Hang looked at the expression of the tree spirits and knew. He thought for a moment and shrugged. I will go outside to complete the mission. Please tell Senzo not to forget our agreement. Also, if he needs help, I can help him at any time. The tree spirit shook his head and said coldly, No, there's no need. The few tree spirits watched Feng Hang leave the research institute, and then they heaved a sigh of relief. They had already witnessed Feng Hang's strength just now, and they were really a little afraid that Feng Hang would turn hostile. At that time, it would really not be easy to control him. Great Elder Senzo was at the side. He had been paying attention to Feng Hang. He had a headache over how to get rid of Feng Hang. Senzo knew that Feng Hang was very difficult to deal with. It was nothing more than delaying. However, Senzo did not expect Feng Hang to leave so quickly. So the next step is to find the Niam alloy. Feng Hang muttered to himself as he exited the research institute. The tree spirits could no longer be relied on, so he had to think of a way out on his own. He had to find the Niam alloy faster than the tree spirits. On one hand, it was related to the mission. Only by finding the Niam alloy could he trigger more subsequent mission lines and gain leverage in negotiating with the tree spirit race. Otherwise, knowing their temperament, they might discard him once they find the Niam alloy, given their tendency to be confrontational. On the other hand, after obtaining the Niam alloy, he could not give the alloy to the tree spirits. He could just give it to Kaiyu Yokang to research. Then, he could leave the tree spirits behind and find a way to enter the inner world. In any case, regardless of how he would proceed later on, finding the Niam alloy was crucial to firmly controlling the initiative. So where did Omnitech Company hide the Niam alloy? He didn't want to think about it anymore. He might as well find someone to ask. Feng Hang immediately released his perception. The lickers that had entered the research institute earlier were all blocked by the mechanical soldiers, and most of them were dead or injured. The situation of the worms was not bad. They had already begun to invade the research institute through various channels. With the increase of his spiritual power attribute, his perception of the worm body also increased greatly. Through the perception network, he could roughly sense the location of the worm life forms in various areas of the research institute. In his sea of consciousness, he quickly drew a blueprint of the internal structure of the research institute. It was not perfect, but it was enough. After observing for a moment, Feng Hang stepped into the spatial projection again and directly penetrated the outer wall of the research institute into the inner area of the research institute. Inside the central research institute, when the research teams of the various laboratories heard that the research institute was in danger, they followed the instructions in the crisis manual and quietly stayed in the research institute to wait for things to end. In a certain research institute, 3 researchers gathered in a safe house, holding guns in their hands. No one expected that the research institute would be attacked by terrorists. Moreover, the situation was getting more and more serious. It was said that people from the outside had already invaded the research institute. How could this be? Ever since the establishment of the research institute, such a crisis had never occurred before. Everyone was trembling with fear when suddenly, one of them felt something. What's that? Ahead, there was a faint ripple in the space. Immediately after, a figure stepped out from the ripple. Crack. The laboratory supervisor was so frightened that he immediately pulled the trigger of the beam weapon in his hand. Swoosh. A light blue beam shot out from the muzzle. The beam of light shot forward and instantly pierced a bowl-sized bloody hole in the young man's body. Kai. The next second, the laboratory supervisor's face revealed a terrifying expression. What the hell? He witnessed Feng Heng's wounds, pierced by the beam weapon, rapidly healing, and in just half a second, they were restored as before. How could this be? Before they could see clearly, the figure in front of them blurred again. Swoosh! Feng Heng appeared out of thin air in front of the researcher. Bang! The laboratory supervisor was thrown high into the air and knocked into the wall behind him, unconscious. The remaining two stared at Feng Heng with fear in their eyes. Unfortunately, only one of you can survive. Feng Heng looked at the remaining two people and raised a finger, asking, "Where is the Niam alloy? Whoever can bring me there has the right to live." Their expressions changed. "I know." The assistant director of the laboratory, Edelward, quickly raised his hand and shouted, "I know, I have the project password. I can take you there." Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the other person. I also." The researcher's pupils contracted abruptly, feeling a violent surge of blood coursing uncontrollably through his body, his heart pounding madly. "Sorry, you hesitated." Blood flowed out of the researcher's facial features uncontrollably. He fell backward and landed heavily on the ground with a bang. Chapter 2153 Lead the way. Edelward's legs trembled as he watched this terrifying scene. He felt that the person in front of him was a demon. "I don't like to be deceived. I hope you can cooperate, or else you will die even more miserably. Now, I need a researcher's uniform." Edelward dared not deceive anymore. Trembling, he walked to a nearby cabinet, took out a researcher's outfit, and handed it to Feng Heng. Then he said, "I know about the Niam alloy. My colleague works there. I wasn't lying to you. However, access to the Advanced Research Institute area is temporarily locked, and the password is iLock. I can't disable the lock. I can only take you there. Yes, lead the way." Feng Heng changed into a researcher's uniform and left the laboratory room with Edelward. He once again released his perception to sense the situation outside. Without the help of the lickers and the worms, the speed of the tree spirits invading the research institute was greatly reduced. It was also quite good. The tree spirits helped him attract the attention of Omnitech Company, which was why he could sneak into the underground area of the research institute so easily. He still had plenty of time. Soon, Feng Heng entered the underground high-tier research area of the research institute under the guidance of Edelward. The path ahead was blocked by a falling metal door. "We are here. The S-level research institute is inside. The research institute has just entered crisis mode, and the entrance is now sealed. I am not lying to you." Edelward looked at Feng Heng carefully and shrunk his neck. "Aren't you going to help me open it?" "No, it's not possible. The relevant keys are only accessible to the project's direct supervisor and personnel with supervisor-level permissions or higher in the research institute. Plus, it requires iris verification. We can't get in." Feng Heng turned to look at the alloy metal door in front of him. He had no choice. This time, Mojai didn't follow them. He could only force it. Feng Heng was about to go up and try to smash the door when he suddenly heard a cracking sound. The alloy metal door slowly opened in front of him. Feng Heng was surprised to see the person standing across the door. Ji Hating appeared in front of Feng Heng under the protection of a group of psychic-modified guards. Although invisible, Feng Heng could clearly perceive that there was a thick mental space barrier between them. The guards beside Ji Hating looked tense, their eyes fixed firmly on Feng Heng. "Feng Heng, I am very happy to meet you again." "It's you again. What a coincidence." "Ha, isn't this fate?" Ji Hating laughed. He looked at Feng Heng and said, "Feng Heng, you are very powerful. Your strength has exceeded my expectations again. No wonder even the spawns are so afraid of you." "Spawns?" Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. As expected. This world was related to spawns. Feng Heng glanced at Ji Hating's guards who were on high alert and asked with a frown, "You noticed me long ago? Have you been waiting for me?" "Not really. We just arrived. Actually, I was just about to leave. Coincidentally, the system notified me that someone had entered the outside of the research institute. I felt that there might be a problem, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you." Ji Hating looked at Feng Heng with sincerity. He spread his hands and said, "Feng Heng, I will say it again. If you are keen, we can work together." Ji Hating paused for a moment and extended another invitation to Feng Heng. "It's not about cooperating with the Federation or the alien spawn. It's something more personal. It's about partnering with me, with the Omnitech Company that I control. Trust me, together we can create the future." Ding! The player has triggered the choice mission invitation to cooperate with Omnitech Company. Mission title: Invitation to cooperate with Omnitech Company. Mission description: the chairman of Omnitech Company, G. Hating, has sent you an invitation to cooperate with you privately. Ding. This cooperation is private. If the player agrees, the player can still belong to the Tree Spirit Camp. Hint: triggered by the player's early mission reward, this choice will greatly reduce the friendliness of the tree spirits and greatly increase the difficulty of the mission. It is not recommended to choose this mission line. Feng Hang glanced at the mission notification. For a moment, he was actually a little tempted. However, the game rewards didn't recommend this route. Feng Hang said after some thought, if it's possible, I need some time to consider it. Ji Hating was stunned. He thought that Feng Hang would reject him as straightforwardly as before, but he did not expect to receive an answer of agreement this time. He immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, good. Of course, anytime." Ji Hating nodded to his subordinate, and a magnetic card flew into Feng Hang's hand through the spiritual barrier. My contact information is on it. As long as I activate my spiritual power and confirm that you are within the range of the spiritual domain seal, I will be able to immediately sense your location and pay you a visit personally. Ding. The player has obtained an item unknown magnetic card. Feng Hang put away the card and nodded. Now I need to get the Niam alloy. You will stop me, right? No, you guessed wrong. Ji Hating spread his hands and said, it's just the Niam alloy. If you want it, I can give it to you at any time. I only hope to get an answer from you. I hope you can answer me seriously. Please ask. I have investigated your identity. I guess you are not from our world, so I want to know your camp. Who are you working for now? Our Ouroboros? When Feng Hang heard this, his pupils constricted and his expression changed slightly. What? Our Ouroboros, Feng Hang, we have uploaded a sample of the liquor you controlled to the spiritual domain network. We have detected traces of our Ouroboros' gene fragments. Ji Hating looked at Feng Hang and continued, you are probably well aware of the intensity of the Spawn's pursuit of our Ouroboros. Although I have temporarily hidden this information using my personal strength, the Spawns will still intervene and investigate. You don't have much time left to consider. Once they discover your trail, you definitely won't be able to escape. Feng Hang frowned. He found a gene fragment related to our Ouroboros from the liquor. What was going on? Was it the Hylovirus? The undying body effect was related to the Hylovirus, so the liquor's body might have been contaminated with the Ouroboros gene fragment. There was another possibility. It was him. The Ouroboros gene fragment was inherited by the liquor from him. Or were there other possibilities? Ji Hating looked at Feng Hang, who was deep in thought. After a while, he urged, Feng Hang, there's not much time left. I need to go. I need an answer. Feng Hang raised his head and said, no, I work for myself. Ha ha ha. That's great. Me too. Ji Hating looked at Feng Hang with approval and continued, the Niam alloy is in research laboratory number 3. You can have as much as you want. I will say it again. I have been looking forward to working with you. When you have thought it through, you can contact me anytime. Chapter 2154 Guarding oneself while stealing. I will say it again. There's not much time left. Think about it carefully. As they spoke, scattered spatial crystals condensed around Ji Hating and the guards. Whoosh. In a flash, Ji Hating and the others disappeared through spatial transmission. Feng Hang looked behind the metal door, then turned to look at the researcher, Idelward, who was hiding in the corner of the stairs with his ears covered. Idelward felt bitter. What the hell? What did he just witness? The company's director and Feng Hang were chatting amicably, while he was playing the role of the traitor? Heaven. He was doomed. Idelward saw Feng Hang's gaze and shook his head in fear. What? What was that? What did you all say just now? I am deaf. I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything. Stop talking nonsense. Get up and lead the way. Idelward saw Feng Hang's expression turn cold and immediately felt a chill run down his spine and straight to his head. He quickly got up from the ground and led him into the open passage ahead. Soon, Idelward brought Feng Hang to the secret research laboratory number 3. In the laboratory, 2 stones were placed behind glass walls on 2 large consoles, almost like exhibits. The large instrument was still running automatically, analyzing the data of the Niam alloy. Feng Hang stepped forward and observed through the glass wall. The alloy stone was not a complete piece. It had been cut into small pieces the size of a fist and placed on 2 consoles. Feng Hang pressed his hand on the glass wall and pushed it gently. Bang! The glass wall shattered. Feng Hang continued to walk to the side of the experimental table and reached out to touch the stone. A game notification appeared. Ding! The player has obtained item Niam alloy. Ding! The player does not possess the relevant skill and cannot analyze this metal alloy. To analyze this item, you need to be at least level 550 in the research room. Swoosh! The metal stone disappeared into his backpack. Ding! The player has obtained 25 pieces of the Niam alloy. Ding. Hand this item over to the tree spirits to obtain the tree spirits favorability, a large number of camp contribution points, and tree spirits contribution points. It is recommended to choose this mission line to greatly reduce the difficulty of the mission and increase the efficiency of the mission completion. Done. He had to get his hands on the Niam alloy before the tree spirits. As for what happened next, Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at the game notification that flashed past him. He lowered his head and thought for a few seconds. At the moment, the tree spirits were still fighting against the Omnitech Company and the Federation in the Research Institute. The tree spirits didn't know that he had sneaked into the Research Institute and obtained the Niam alloy. However, they would naturally notice the abnormality when they arrived. So, Feng Heng couldn't help but look at Idilward behind him. Hey, Idilward. Idilward's body tensed up. Are these the only 2 pieces of Niam alloy? Yes, I heard from my colleagues that the Niam alloy is very rare. Don't look down on these 2 small pieces of wreckage. The company actually spent a lot of effort to get them from the spawns. Feng Heng curled his lips and asked casually, what is Ouroboros? Idilward was stunned. He did not expect Feng Heng to suddenly ask a completely unrelated question. He took a moment to react before answering, I am not sure. I have only read some information. It's said that it's an unconfirmed special race. Feng Heng muttered to himself, race. What's the specifics? This race is born with a natural disaster attribute. According to the spawns, the appearance of Ouroboros represents the arrival of a natural disaster. After the appearance of Ouroboros, 99% of the species in the world will be destroyed because of them. After that, the Ouroboros race will disappear, and all the souls in the world will be revived. According to legends, Ouroboros is a snake that goes around in a cycle, symbolizing the reincarnation of the world. Feng Heng rubbed his chin and frowned. That was strange. Ouroboros represented an unknown race? Then how did it get in touch with him? Where can I find detailed information about Ouroboros? Is there any in the Research Institute? The relevant data is classified as A-level confidential. Normally, it could be accessed, but during the recent attack on the Research Institute, all data was automatically erased. You won't find it here. Idilward shrunk his neck as he spoke. If you need it, you can try your luck at the black market. Although there's very little information about Ouroboros, it's not considered a top secret. Alright, one last thing. After you are done, help me find a place to hide. I don't need to teach you what to say or not to say. What is it? Wait, disguise this place. Remember. Feng Heng whispered something into Idilward's ear. Ah, you. Idilward looked at Feng Heng suspiciously. He had already taken the Niam alloy, so why would he need to disguise himself? Did he really think that Omnitech Company was stupid? Hurry up and go. Hearing this, Idilward felt a chill run down his spine and quickly ran away. Feng Heng looked in the direction that Idilward ran off in and closed his eyes on the spot. He sensed the lickers and worms inside the Research Institute. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Heng immediately made a judgment. Leave first. Once again, Feng Heng left the Research Institute through the secondary space projection. Outside the Research Institute, the lickers were still dealing with the Federation's large war machines that would occasionally arrive at the battlefield through spatial transmission. A large number of lickers continued to pounce on the war machines, using their bodies to withstand the bombardment of the beam weapons and forcefully scratch the war machines to cause damage. Feng Heng glanced at the game notifications that kept refreshing. Ding. The player's zombie clone, fusion licker form, deals 1,244 damage to the large war machine, spider armor V88. Ding. The player's zombie clone, fusion licker form, has destroyed a large war machine, spider armor V88. Obtained 73 tree spirit contribution points. Ding. The player's current mission clearing war machines has been completed at 52%, not bad. Feng Heng was somewhat glad. Fortunately, before entering the world of forests, he had modified some of the licker's original devouring body forms and strengthened the licker's damage output. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have had a good way to deal with these iron skins. As transition light spots outside the Research Institute continued to accelerate, the speed at which the war machines appeared increased. Relying on the lickers, he could still last for a while. Thinking about it carefully, he could still farm the tree spirit's mission contribution points for a while longer. But now, Feng Heng had no hope of increasing the friendliness of the tree spirits. He looked behind him. The tree spirits had now firmly occupied a circle of entrances outside the Research Institute. Due to their size, the large number of tree people outside could not enter the Research Institute area, so they could only stay outside to deal with the war machines that the Federation sent over later. Chapter 2155 Help. He would go in and take a look. Feng Heng thought about it and walked into the Research Institute again. At the entrance of the Research Institute passage, several guards from the tree spirit race cast wary glances at Feng Heng as he appeared once again. Feng Heng stopped at the entrance of the Research Institute. At the same time, he raised his head and looked inside the Research Institute. "How's the situation inside?" The two tree spirits looked at Feng Heng and didn't say anything. They just stood there coldly. "Forget it. If you don't say anything, I will go in and take a look myself." A few tree spirits blocked the entrance and had no intention of giving way. "What's wrong? You won't let me in?" As they spoke, the great elder of the tree spirit race, Senzo, arrived at the entrance gate with several companions. Senzo had not seen Feng Heng's figure for more than 10 minutes, leaving him uneasy. Now that he saw him, Senzo heaved a sigh of relief and immediately brought his men over. "Feng Heng, has the external situation of the Research Institute stabilized?" Feng Heng nodded at Senzo and said, "Elder Senzo, the outer area of the Research Institute is already under control. What about you? Do you need my help?" "No need." Senzo shook his head and replied, "We can handle the rest. We have found the location of the trapped clansmen. We will be able to rescue them soon. We will evacuate immediately after we find the Niam alloy." "Alright, good luck." Feng Heng glanced at the spatial transmission light spots that were accelerating outside and said, "But you have to hurry up. Omnitech Company's warp is accelerating. Is the interference device about to fail? It's estimated to be more than 30 minutes before full recovery." Senzo looked at Feng Heng, saying, "If the search for the Niam alloy is not successful, we may need your help to buy us more time." "Of course." Feng Heng spread his hands and looked inside the Research Institute again and said, "You really don't need my help. I am very good at finding things." "Thank you, but this is our own business. We need to solve it ourselves. Others don't have to interfere." Senzo nodded to the few tree spirits beside him and then went into the Research Institute. "Alright then." Feng Heng shrugged inwardly, thinking it was all nonsense. In reality, they simply didn't want the information about the tree spirit race or the Niam alloy to fall into the wrong hands. It was all just sneaky, arrogant, narrow-minded, and incompetent. Since he had already obtained the Niam alloy, Feng Heng had no intention of entering the inner area of the Research Institute again. Previously, he had asked the researcher to make it look like the Niam alloy had been evacuated. Once the tree spirits discovered that the Niam alloy stored in the Research Institute had disappeared, they would most likely continue to search. However, they did not expect that the Niam alloy was not in the Research Institute. It was impossible to find it no matter how hard he searched. After half an hour, the Federation would arrive via transition. Therefore, there was a high chance that they would fight against the Federation's semi-mechanized troops later. Not bad. He wanted to test the Federation's combat power first and earn some contribution points at the same time. If he couldn't beat them, he would run. In any case, the tree spirits would stay behind to cover for him. Feng Heng felt that his mentality was quite good. At present, the duration of the vampire's spatial teleportation passage had expired and it had completely disappeared. Should he summon another passage to gather more zombies? As he was calculating, Feng Heng saw Yates and a dozen other members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance driving a few trucks over and waiting at the entrance of the Research Institute. Under the guidance of several tree spirits in the Research Institute, they packed boxes of materials transferred from the Research Institute into trucks. What was that? Feng Heng was puzzled and walked towards Yates and the others. When the tree spirits saw Feng Heng, they immediately became vigilant. "What's in the box?" When Yates saw Feng Heng walking towards him, his heart skipped a beat. He explained, "The Central Research Institute is mainly responsible for weapons research and development projects. The tree spirits found a small number of usable weapons in the Research Institute. We will take the weapons and leave before the transition system recovers." Feng Heng opened the box and found that most of the things in the box were high-level beam weapons, and there were even many heavy beam weapons. This thing was good. Feng Heng's eyes lit up and he asked, "How many are there?" Yates noticed Feng Heng's gaze suddenly become a little more heated, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck. "I heard that there are still a lot of them piled up in the warehouse. They are all old versions that were eliminated by Omnitech Company, but they are still much better than the weapons we use." "Not bad." Feng Heng pursed his lips and pondered. He looked at the carts of weapons and raised his head to ask the two tree spirit guards standing outside the Research Institute, "So I can use these weapons too, right?" The two tree spirits looked at each other and nodded, "Yes, but you can't enter the Research Institute." "Very good." Feng Heng looked at Yates and said, "Leave these here. You can take the rest." What?" Yates was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Feng Heng was going to do. Kai. The next moment, they heard a sizzling sound. On the side, hundreds of lickers rushed over, quickly condensing on the ground into rapidly expanding cocoons. The fusion tyrant forms broke out of the cocoons one after another. They stepped out of the cocoons and walked toward the truck. They grabbed the super heavy beam weapons on the truck and carried them on their shoulders. Seeing this scene, the members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance revealed looks of disbelief once again. The fusion tyrant forms lined up in a row and raised their high-energy beam weapons. It was a pity. There were still not enough weapons. Otherwise, he would have been able to equip more fusion tyrant forms. It would be great if he could get more weapons. Feng Hang pondered in his heart and walked toward the tree spirit race. Previously, Senzo had already granted himself the exchange rights of the tree spirit race. It was possible that the tree spirit race could exchange some equipment useful for the fusion tyrant form here. At the entrance, the tree spirit stared at Feng Hang coldly. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes as he asked, "What is it?" "Senzo promised me that I can use my points to exchange for some items here." Swoosh. A long exchange list immediately appeared on Feng Hang's retina. There were many options in the list, most of which were nature spell scrolls. To be precise, unlike ordinary spell scrolls, the scrolls in the exchange item existed in the form of leaves. When used, they did not need to be activated by mental strength at all. They could be activated directly. It was very convenient. There were also many types of scrolls, including several rare nature science skills. As for weapons and equipment, they were relatively rare. In total, there were only a dozen or so pieces of equipment that were related to the natural science bonus. The attributes were indeed a little special. But the levels were not high, and their applicability was not strong. At least they were not suitable for equipping the fusion tyrant form. Chapter 2156 Exchange items. Other than that, there were many other miscellaneous items in the exchange column. Feng Hang even found an option for the water of life. The price was only 100 contribution points. As expected, the water of life was a scam. Currently, Feng Hang's perspective reached a certain height, and most of the items in the tree spirit exchange list were not appealing to him. Huh? Feng Hang was browsing quickly when his eyelids suddenly twitched and his gaze focused on one of the items. Leaf of Life. A relatively rare special material with a wide range of uses. It could be used as a consumable to greatly increase the power of natural science spells or healing. It could also be worn as equipment to increase the success rate of the natural science skill. Or he could absorb it all at once and obtain a large amount of natural science experience points. It was very comprehensive. Not bad. Feng Hang patiently looked through all the redeemable items in the tree spirit camp. He did not know if the tree spirits had hidden some of the exchange privileges that they had given him. However, at least for now, the Leaf of Life was the most valuable of all the items that could be exchanged. One leaf required 100,000 contribution points. He had helped the tree spirits with so much work, but he had only earned 157,000 contribution points. It was not enough to exchange for 2 portions. Considering that the relationship with the tree spirit race could collapse at any moment, Feng Hang decided to quickly use up his contribution points. Better safe than sorry. I need to exchange for this. When the tree spirit realized that Feng Hang needed to exchange for the Leaf of Life, hesitation flashed across his eyes. What's wrong? Can't I? The tree spirit nodded and replied, "Please wait a moment, I need to ask the Great Elder." Feng Hang waved his hand impatiently and said, "Then hurry up. The people of the Federation won't have the patience to wait for you." Soon, the tree spirit hurried back after asking the Great Elder for instructions. He handed a Leaf of Life to Feng Hang with a pained expression. Ding! The player has consumed 100,000 tree spirit contribution points. The player has obtained an item Leaf of Life, a leaf-shaped leaf piece with 5 leaves. Holding it in his palm, Feng Hang could already faintly feel the intense vitality that was blooming from it. Item Leaf of Life, a leaf-shaped leaf piece with 5 leaves, type, special item. Description: when equipped, it can increase the success rate of natural science spells by 5%. The Leaf of Life can also be directly consumed to increase the effect of the next natural science spell by 100% to 2000% depending on skill level, cannot exceed the maximum limit of the skill effect. It can be used on a target to accelerate the recovery of the target's health point. Description: triggered by the player's high-tier natural science, the player can absorb the energy in the Leaf of Life through advanced natural science to quickly recover vitality and spiritual energy, or convert it into a large amount of natural science skill experience points, estimated to obtain 820,000 natural science skill experience points after absorption. Not bad. The description was much better than he had imagined. 1 Leaf of Life was enough for him to level up his natural science skill. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to absorb it yet. Feng Hang put the Leaf of Life into his backpack, turned around, and looked up at the star-like light spots that appeared in the sky outside the research institute. Come. There was still time anyway. He would farm a wave of Leaves of Life. Inside the research institute, the tree spirits spent a lot of effort to break through the layers of defense set up by the Federation. Finally, they found Van and his group in a hall on the first floor of the research institute. Sorry, Great Elder, The secret invasion plan had failed, and Van was frustrated. Now is not the time to talk about this. Van, we need to find the Niam alloy. Do you know its location? Bring us there immediately. Understood. Van nodded and pulled himself together, saying, we have investigated the exact location of the Niam alloy beforehand. It's in the secret underground laboratory. I will take everyone there now. The tree spirits immediately followed Van to the underground research center. Along the way, they spent a lot of time destroying the scattered guard teams. They followed Van into the secret underground experimental area. Seeing the metal door at the entrance of the laboratory open, Van's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. What was going on? Why was the door opened? He had studied the defense system of the Central Research Institute. Once the Research Institute entered a state of alert, the front door should theoretically be sealed. But why was the door open now? When they saw Van suddenly stop, the elders of the tree spirit race asked, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Van suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and led everyone through the alloy door to research laboratory number 3. After entering the laboratory and seeing the scene clearly, everyone could not help but fall silent and turn to look at Van. The laboratory was very clean. There was no one. The 2 research tables were empty. What about the Niam alloy? Van. The Niam alloy you promised us? Asked an elder of the Wood tribe, their expression turning cold at the sight. Van stared at the empty experimental table, his expression stiffening considerably. The Niam alloy. Why did it disappear? Everything in the laboratory was the same as the information he had received beforehand. The only thing missing was the Niam alloy. The entire tree spirit race had spent so much effort and sacrificed so many of their own lives. In the end, they didn't find the thing? Was it because of his intelligence error? The faces of the elders of the tree spirit race immediately turned extremely ugly. The Leaf tribe. This was not the first time they had made such a mistake, it was the same last time. This time as well. For a moment, everyone even suspected that the Leaf tribe had done this on purpose. In the face of such an unfavorable situation, they even had the thought of harming their kind. Van's expression changed a few times in an instant and he said loudly, it's impossible. The Niam alloy must be here. My information couldn't be wrong. Search for it. It must be here. Find it. The elders nodded and signaled for the tree spirits to enter the laboratory and search. Soon, they made a discovery. A tree spirit found an experiment report log and respectfully handed it to the great elder Senzo. Senzo looked at the contents of the log report, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a grave expression. Great elder, did you find anything? See for yourself. Van took the report from the great elder and frowned. At 21:12, under the instructions of the supervisor of the research institute, the research institute encountered a crisis and the Niam alloy was transferred in advance. Was it transferred? Damn it. There was no such thing as an emergency evacuation in the emergency management manual. An accident? Was his luck that bad? It was the sudden whim of the research institute's supervisor today. Everyone's expression instantly became extremely stiff. There were about 10 minutes left before the interference device failed. They did not have much time left. Find him. Senzo suddenly said in a deep voice, the Niam alloy can't pass through the transition passage. The Federation can't bring it out of the research institute. Find it. We must find it. Understood. Chapter 2157 Interception outside the research institute. Time passed by second. Fang Heng remained steady. The fusion tyrant forms were equipped with super heavy high-energy beam weapons, but they did not join the battlefield immediately. Instead, they lined up in the rear, ready to fight at any time. Good steel is used on the edge of the blade. After all, the beam weapon ammunition was limited. Fang Heng knew that the tree spirits would not be able to find the Niam alloy, so he saved his ammunition and prepared for the upcoming general attack of the Federation. Moreover, Fang Heng realized that waiting for the Federation's war machines to join the battlefield through transition and then killing them would earn him more faction contribution points. It would be a waste not to profit. Fang Heng chased away a group of Tree Whisperers Alliance helpers who were in the way and also chased away the remaining tree spirits. He relied on the group of lickers to slowly farm. After all, only unmanned war machines could be transported through space. The strength of these machines was not bad, but unfortunately, they could not do anything to the lickers. As Fang Heng was scrolling, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. Less than half an hour had passed, and the number of transition light spots surrounding the research institute had increased. Soon, an elder of the tree spirit walked out of the research institute anxiously. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Feng Heng. The tree spirit elder rushed over and shouted, "Feng Heng! The transition interference device will be completely ineffective in 5 minutes. We are still looking for Niam alloy. We must stall for time." Feng Heng made an OK gesture to the tree spirit elder from afar. At the same time, a game notification appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's current mission clearing war machines has been completed. Entering settlement status. Ding! The player's mission completion rate is 12,098%. Ding! The player has obtained 12 tree spirit affinity points. The player has obtained 1,209,800 tree spirit camp contribution points. Ding! The player has triggered a side mission, cover the retreat of the tree spirits. Mission title, cover the retreat of the tree spirits. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission requirements, the tree spirits are still searching for traces of the Niam alloy in the research institute. Please assist the tree spirits in resisting the Federation's war machines that have arrived through hyperdrive. This will buy more time for the tree spirits to ensure their safe evacuation. Failure penalty, tree spirit affinity reduced. Not bad, not bad. Another 12 leaves of life have entered my account. Feng Heng glanced at the game notification and shifted his gaze to the sky again. The tree spirits who were responsible for guarding the periphery of the research institute also became nervous. They naturally wouldn't place all their hopes on Feng Heng, and they all gripped their weapons tightly. In the night sky, the white light produced during the warp gradually dimmed and then disappeared for another 2 minutes. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The entire night sky was instantly lit up by the flashing light of the spatial transmission. It was like the twinkling stars in the sky. So many. Feng Heng could not help but be shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Stop them. The elder of the tree spirit race, who was guarding the periphery of the research institute, frowned and immediately gave the order. The dense rain of green arrows shot towards the light spots. At the same time, the fusion tyrant forms also raised the super heavy beam weapons on their shoulders and fired. Boom. Boom, boom. The light beams bombarded the hyperdrive light spots and exploded. Feng Heng's expression turned solemn. The effect was not good. After the spiritual domain network was disrupted by the transmission, the strength of the barrier provided by the spatial transmission had been greatly increased. With their current attack strength, they could not keep up. Only a large amount of concentrated fire could directly destroy the transition light spots and interrupt the transition. The first wave of attacks from the tree spirits and Feng Heng's fusion tyrant forms only destroyed less than half of the spatial transition light spots. Not only that, but the teleportation speed of the outer transition light spots had also increased substantially. A large number of war machines entered the battlefield through warp teleportation and immediately attacked the lickers surrounding the research institute. The lickers and the tree people immediately charged forward to fight head-on. The worm's physical strength was not very effective against such a fully armed mechanical creature. He could only rely on the lickers to fight head-on. In an instant, the game notifications on Feng Heng's retina quickly refreshed. Ding! The player's zombie clone, fusion licker form, has dealt 3,337 damage to a large war machine, Spider Armor V88. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Feng Heng didn't join the battle directly. He just observed from the side and turned to look at the tree spirits. I need to exchange for an item. Yes, the Leaf of Life. I will exchange the remaining points for the Leaf of Life. The tree spirits frowned, feeling a sharp pain in their heart. They had no choice but to listen to the Great Elder's instructions. At the very least, they had to temporarily stabilize Feng Heng before this incident ended. So, the tree spirits had no choice but to grit their teeth and once again offer over a dozen Leaves of Life to Feng Heng. Thank you. Feng Heng put away the Leaves of Life. He didn't know when the tree spirits would turn hostile, so he had to exchange for points quickly to avoid wasting them. As he thought about it, Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the battlefield once again. The Federation's first batch to enter the battlefield was a large number of unmanned mechanical troops. Because a single light beam attack could not kill the lickers, the situation was still under control. However, it was obvious that the lickers' damage output could not keep up. The biggest damage output was the fusion tyrant form that controlled the high-energy beam weapon at the back. But the fusion tyrant form still had to deal with the transition light spot in the air. What was even more troublesome was, soon, in less than 5 minutes, the ammunition for the super heavy beam weapon was used up. Instantly, the number of war machines that arrived through spatial transmission increased rapidly. Feng Heng frowned. This was the power of the entire Federation. It was similar to what he had imagined. It was very difficult to resist. The lickers were constantly blasted away by light beams, and after recovering from the effects of the undying body, they joined the battle again. They barely managed to hold back the Federation's machinery team and prevent them from approaching the research institute. The group of tree people summoned by the tree spirits was not so lucky. Under the dense firepower of the war machines, the number of tree people was greatly reduced. It's here. After fighting with the Federation for more than 5 minutes, Feng Heng had a thought. As the dense spatial transmission light spots flashed behind the battlefield, a team of fully armed Federation mechanically modified soldiers joined the battlefield. The members of the Federation team each held a long-range sniper rifle. Whoosh! 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 As soon as they entered the battlefield, the Federation's semi-mechanical modified squad immediately pulled the trigger, and concentrated needles shot toward the lickers. Lines of game prompts appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player's zombie clone, fusion liquor form, has been affected by an unknown injection. The player's zombie clone, fusion liquor form, has lost some of its buffs. Chapter 2158 Runestone not good. Feng Heng frowned. Without the buff of the undying body, the liquor horde's ability to continue fighting was greatly reduced. The lickers could not even catch their breath for half a second under the AO attacks of the mechanical creatures. Bang! Bang bang! Flesh and blood exploded on the battlefield. It's almost time. Seeing the number of lickers decrease, Feng Heng muttered to himself. It was not completely impossible to fight. He could also directly join the battlefield and force his way into the enemy's half-mechanical team, buying more time for his defeat. However, there was no need to continue. Feng Heng looked at the few tree spirits beside him and said, "As you can see, the situation is not good. At most 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, my team will be defeated." The tree spirits looked solemn. They knew that Feng Heng wasn't lying, so they didn't say much. They immediately turned around and returned to the research institute to report. In less than a minute, Feng Heng noticed that a group of tree spirits had left the research institute. Senzo was among them. It could be seen that the faces of the tree spirits were very stiff. It was easy to guess that they had not found the Niam alloy. In the crowd, Feng Heng did not expect to see his old acquaintance Van. Van was at the back of the crowd with his head lowered. He looked a little discouraged. Suddenly, he glanced at Feng Heng outside the research institute and could not help but be surprised. What was going on? Feng Heng? Why was he there? Senzo came to the exit of the research institute to observe the situation outside. It was terrible. A large number of tree people had been wiped out in the previous few waves of battle. Only the leaf and root tribes still had most of their combat strength left. The battle had been able to persist until now, largely thanks to Feng Heng's group of lickers acting as meat shields in the front, providing the tree spirit race in the rear with opportunities to deal damage. Even so, the tree spirits had suffered significant losses. Yet, he did not find anything. The few tree spirits that Great Elder Senzo had invited had ugly expressions on their faces. Take the people and retreat first. Understood. Now, if they wanted to evacuate safely, they could only brace themselves and ask Feng Heng for help. Elder Senzo took a deep breath and prepared himself to pay a huge price. He led the tree spirits to the research institute and walked towards Feng Heng. "We will retreat from the back of the research institute later." Feng Heng turned his head and looked at the demoralized tree spirits. For some reason, his mood suddenly improved. Feng Heng asked, knowing the answer, "Have you gotten the thing?" Elder Senzo took a deep breath and shook his head. They had expended a large amount of manpower and resources, and even sacrificed the lives of their clansmen, but they had gained nothing. It was undoubtedly a major failure. Why? Forget it. No matter what, we are in a lot of trouble now. Feng Heng was afraid that he couldn't help but laugh out loud, so he turned around and shifted his gaze to the battlefield in the distance. He continued, "In this situation, I am afraid the Federation won't let us leave so easily. I need your help to cover our safe retreat." Feng Heng didn't agree or refuse. He just stood there and didn't answer. Senzo sighed in his heart. He had already seen through this human. Benefits came first in his eyes. But he had no choice. Things had already come to this point. If the tree spirits did not pay a little price, it would be difficult for them to escape safely. The tree spirits are willing to provide you with this rune. I believe it will be useful to you. As he spoke, Senzo handed over a small rune in the shape of a stone. Item: Forest Blessing, Rune, Type, Rune Level, Unknown. Description: Possessing the power blessed by the ancient tree spirit race, this item can be engraved on equipment and weapons. Some conflicting equipment and weapons may not be able to be engraved. After engraving, when the player wears the equipment and weapon, they will receive an additional 20% reduction in damage from nature spells. Description: Triggered by advanced natural science, the player can directly absorb the natural energy contained in this item, converting it into natural science experience points, or infuse its natural energy into another object to produce other special effects. Description: The rune seems to contain a huge amount of natural energy. Van was shocked when he saw the rune and shouted from behind, "Elder! Why are we giving a human? Shut up. Senzo halted Van and turned to Feng Heng, saying in a deep voice, Feng Heng, the Federation's war machines will only increase in number. Act quickly. Alright then. Feng Heng thought that it would be difficult to get more things from the tree spirits. He reached out and took the rune from Senzo's hand. He nodded and said, I will immediately try to break through from the front and help you attract the attention of the Federation. As for whether you can leave. Yes, that's enough. Ding. The player's current mission cover the retreat of the tree spirits has changed. Please cover the tree spirits to escape the range of the research institute. The difficulty of this mission has increased. Additional reward forest blessing, rune, ding. The player's friendliness with the tree spirits has decreased by 5 points. Feng Heng glanced at the game hint and couldn't help but smirk. Tree spirits. They sought help yet showed such reluctance, affecting the favorability rating. So be it. It was better to part amicably. Since I have taken their stuff, I might as well help them again. Feng Heng pondered, realizing he still needed to assist. If things escalated too much, and the tree spirits were wiped out by the Federation, what then? After all, he still needed to find a way back to the inner world from the tree spirits. After figuring this out, Feng Heng immediately controlled the lickers to gather and launch a counterattack against the Federation. At the same time, Feng Heng dashed towards the battlefield. He is coming. Seeing Feng Heng enter the battlefield in a flash, the expressions of the half-mechanical soldiers immediately turned cold. Before entering the battlefield, they had already memorized all the information about Feng Heng. Reporting to the command center. Target locked on Feng Heng. Target's strength is S level. Don't let him get close. Continue to suppress them. Try using the latest injection. Understood. Before Feng Heng could get close to the Federation's half-mechanical team, a dense number of sniper rifles were aimed at him. The blood-red longsword on Feng Heng's back exploded with a bang. His lifeblood instantly turned into a wall, enveloping Feng Heng. Poo, poo poo. The dense needles struck the blood-red wall and were absorbed by it. Behind them, the tree spirits took this opportunity to abandon the research institute and retreat. Van was surprised to see that Feng Heng was able to charge into the group of mechanical creatures alone and still hold on without being at a disadvantage. This human. How could he be so strong? Van. A stern shout interrupted Van's astonishment. Don't just stand there. Let's go. Yes, sir. Van immediately withdrew his gaze and retreated with the tree spirits. Chapter 2159 Investigation. In the center of the battlefield, the Federation's half-mechanical team watched as Feng Heng, enveloped by a blood screen, swiftly flew towards them. The needles fired from the injection gun were completely blocked by the blood screen. It was ineffective. The team captain gritted his teeth and shouted, use the light beam weapon. Break through that layer of defense first. Boom boom. Boom boom. The dense beams of light bombarded the blood screen. It was still ineffective. The blood screen seemed to be only a thin layer, but it could easily absorb the energy light beam. Feng Heng was getting closer and closer to them. Perhaps only a larger focused light beam weapon could break through that defense. Retreat. Seeing this, the team captain shouted softly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of spatial light spots surrounded the half-mechanical team, and they disappeared before Feng Heng arrived. Feng Heng frowned. After the spiritual domain blockade was completely restored, the Federation's transition efficiency increased significantly. If he couldn't win, he would run. He didn't have any good countermeasures. Forget it. Anyway, the mission only needed to buy time for the tree spirits. As he thought about it, Feng Heng changed his target and turned around to chase after another Federation's half-mechanical team. In fact, the Federation did not have a good way to deal with Feng Heng for the time being. The atmosphere in the central command room of the Federation was a little heavy when they saw the situation at the scene through the remote surveillance. What exactly is that blood screen? We can't collect samples. We haven't gotten the data analysis yet. The information we have collected is still insufficient. From the nature of the analysis, it's most likely not an energy light beam. Think of a way to restrain him. Understood. He possesses the ability of spatial teleportation, so find a way to set up a spatial lock. The setup is already in progress. The spatial lock will take at least half an hour. One after another, squads of half-mechanical soldiers teleported onto the battlefield. Feng Heng darted around the battlefield, causing chaos for a while. The number of liquor groups in the rear of the federal team dwindled under the assault until several red game hints refreshed on the retina. Ding. The player's current mission cover the retreat of the tree spirits has been completed. Ding. The player's current mission completion rate, 3,515%. The player has obtained 3 tree spirit affinity points and 350,000 tree spirit camp points. Done. Mission accomplished. Fang Heng took one last look at the battlefield and used the secondary space projection to disappear into space under everyone's watchful eyes. He would go back first. After entering the secondary space projection, Fang Heng quickly returned to the town. As for the next step, he had to hurry to the tree spirits to exchange for the mission contribution points. After all, his relationship with the tree spirits was already -46. He might be kicked out of the faction at any time. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Under the cover of night, Fang Heng stepped out of the stimulating spatial projection, revealing his form in midair. He transformed into the shape of a bat and swiftly flew towards the small town. Outside the research institute, seeing Fang Heng step into the spatial projection and disappear, the Federation's half-mechanical soldiers felt relieved. That unkillable monster. He was finally forced back. Next, they needed to deal with the remaining lickers on the battlefield. All right. Everyone, rally your spirits. The team commander shouted at the somewhat weary team members. Everyone rallied their spirits. Continuously joining the battlefield through transition were large-scale war machines and squads of half-mechanized transformed soldiers from the Federation, continuing to fight against the remaining legions of lickers. Even with the targeted antivirus injection, the lickers still had a lot of health point. It was very troublesome to deal with them. Amidst the numerous scattered transitions, 2 faint blue transition light points weren't as conspicuous. The beams gradually dimmed. 2 spawn scouts stepped out from the transition light. Instantly, the entire battlefield fell into a momentary calm. The Federation soldiers could not help but look at them. Spawns. This was the first time they had seen a living spawn. The spawn's appearance differed from that of humans. They possessed bodies that deviated from the norm, towering far above ordinary humans, with long and robust skeletal structures. Their skin exhibited a deep blue-gray hue, hinting at a metallic texture. Strangely, their facial features were covered by a layer of special gel-like substance, somewhat resembling the faceless entities seen in movies. The biggest difference between them and humans was that every spawn had strips of fur growing from their head to their tailbone. The fur was long like a cloak, fluttering behind them. Apart from that, every spawn had an accompanying spirit gemstone in their heart. With every heartbeat, the spirit gemstone released a rhythm. Looking at the battlefield that was still going on, the eyes of the spawn scouts revealed some seriousness as they pointed forward. The fingers of the spawns were long and slender, far longer than that of ordinary humans. Swoosh. Not far away, a licker that had just been blasted away by a light beam cannon was pulled by an unknown force. It was slowly lifted into the air and floated in front of the spawn scouts. The spawn scouts, with their eyes flickering beneath the covering gel, showed a hint of concentration. Their fingers lightly tapped in the air a few times. Bang. The liquor that was floating in the air exploded. The exploding blood and flesh didn't splatter outward. Instead, they were halted by an invisible force, gathering into an unseen spherical mass. Lines of analytical data appeared in the spawn's retinas instantaneously. Suddenly, a glaring red warning appeared on their retinas. The expressions of the 2 spawn scouts changed. They looked at each other and then at the battlefield in front of them. In the Federation's long-range command center, the morale of the Federation side was somewhat low. After a bitter battle, not only did the tree spirits escape, but even Fang Heng was not caught. Sir. A soldier hurried forward and whispered a few words into the commander's ear. The commander's expression changed slightly. What? Are you sure? Yes, it seems that the spawn's reconnaissance and verification team has discovered some signs. They recently entered the combat zone of the Central Research Institute through transition alone to collect samples. They just confirmed to us that traces of the Ouroboros sample have been detected. The soldier whispered, the spawns have already issued a threat warning in the spiritual domain system. Our world has been put into a risk mode. The spawns are about to initiate purification procedures and dispatch cleaning teams for cleanup. Since only partial genetic fragments related to Ouroboros have been detected, and there is no detailed evidence linking it directly to Ouroboros, it is currently only considered a low-level risk mode. The commander listened to his subordinate's report and frowned. Ouroboros? Natural disaster? Was this for real? Was it really such a coincidence that it had descended into their world? So Fang Heng was a type of natural disaster? For a moment, the commander thought of many things. Indeed, Fang Heng was very powerful, so powerful that they were all shocked. But was Fang Heng a big and elusive natural disaster? It seemed a little unrealistic. Chapter 2160 New Discovery. The Federation High Command has received the report and agreed to fulfill the Star Alliance's obligations, coordinating with the spawns to conduct a 24-hour search for Ouroboros and carry out thorough disinfection operations. Yes. The commander rubbed his temples. He felt that this might be a good thing. They had fought with Fang Heng several times, but they could not do anything to him with their current strength. With the addition of the spawns, the situation might be completely different. 5 hours later, Feng Heng left the world of forests and temporarily returned to the Zombie Apocalypse's Prison Research Institute. Kaiyu Yaokang received the Niam alloy metal that Feng Heng found in the Research Institute and immediately triggered the research and development team to study the metal. From the preliminary analysis results, the Niam alloy does not belong to any metal body that has been discovered in the world. This metal body has an extremely rare magnetic field shielding ability and energy shielding simulation ability. Further research results will require more time. Feng Heng pursed his lips and asked, "What do you think about the spiritual domain blockade network?" "There's too little information. According to the tree spirits, building an invisible barrier network above the planet is theoretically beyond our current level of technology, but that doesn't mean they can't do it. I will find a way to further study the Niam alloy and try to find a way to make it. But, as you know, I need more information to help us speed up our research." Feng Heng waved his hand. "Alright, I will try my best to find it." Although he had gotten his hands on the Niam alloy, he still didn't know how to turn it into an isolation barrier. He had thought that it would be a simple matter. Now, it seemed that it was still a little difficult. Fine. He would go back to the game tomorrow and find it for him. After resting for a night, Feng Heng entered the world of forests once again and returned to the small town where everyone was temporarily resting. A day had passed, and the Tree Whisperers Alliance still didn't know how much trouble the tree spirits had gotten into. They were still living as usual. Mr. Joel even came to ask about the situation of the tree spirits. Mojai casually found an excuse to brush it off. He only said that they had encountered a little trouble and that the tree spirits would temporarily recuperate for some time. Furthermore, Feng Heng suddenly realized that various major propaganda networks were flooded with information about his wanted status. It seemed that this momentum was even greater than when the Federation had previously issued wanted notices for the tree spirit race. Conversely, the Federation had not mentioned a word about the tree spirit race or the attack on the Research Institute from last night. It made Feng Heng feel like he was being hunted by the whole world. That was strange. It seemed that despite the tree spirit race being the ones causing such a commotion, he was the one facing the brunt of the Federation's ire. It was like they were picking on the easiest target, wasn't it? Fortunately, most of the people living in the town were followers of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. It was not a big problem for Feng Heng to hide in the town temporarily. Moreover, with their current overall strength, if they encountered an attack from the Federation, they could still find an opportunity to escape. However, it seemed that the clue of the tree spirits was temporarily cut off. With a reduction of friendliness points with the tree spirits, it would be a little difficult to wait for the latter to trigger the mission line. And without the Niam alloy, the tree spirits would probably have a headache. In the Community Activity Center, Feng Heng found Claruan Gu Kingzu. "Is there still no way?" "I have tried everything, but there's nothing." Clarue shook her head, feeling a little powerless. In the past few days, she had tried many ways to activate the magic array, but all of them failed. "Is that so?" Feng Heng pondered. Should he take the initiative again? Should he look for the tree spirits again? Yesterday, when he separated from the tree spirits, he was careful and left a tracking mark on the tree spirit's elder, Van. It was not difficult to find the tree spirits through the mark. He could get the method to activate the magic array from them. If they didn't cooperate, there was no need to think about it. There was a high chance that they would not cooperate. Perhaps he could only make a move? Feng Heng pondered the success rate of this matter. What worried him the most was the mission prompt. According to the mission prompt, it clearly stated that standing on the side of the tree spirits was the most efficient way to complete the main mission line. If it was any other method, the difficulty might have increased. He could just give up on the tree spirits. Should he try to find Ji-Hating from Omnitech Company to work with? The more he thought about it, the more Feng Heng felt that this idea was reliable. Perhaps the Omnitech Company also had a way to open the teleportation channel in the inner world? At the very least, he could ask Ji-Hating about the blueprint for the Niam alloy barrier. After all, the Federation was the one who created the spiritual domain blockade. Ji-Hating probably had the information. After several interactions, Feng Heng could still feel Ji-Hating's sincerity. At least, it was much better than the tree spirits. Feng Heng. Feng Heng. Found it. I found it. As Feng Heng was thinking, he heard a commotion coming from outside. Outside the Community Activity Center, Sandy walked in with a pile of books in his hands and shouted excitedly, "Mr. Feng! Come and see what I found." Gu Kingzu could not help but look at Sandy outside the door. "You seem excited. What did you find?" "The sacred tree. It's the tree spirit's sacred tree. Haha. It's unbelievable. I have found the cause of the destruction of the tree spirit's sacred tree." Sandy was very excited. He pushed open the door of the Community Activity Center and stood in front of everyone. He placed the thick pile of books that he had brought on the table with a bang. "I hereby announce that the destruction of the sacred tree is related to the vampires. Trust me, my intuition is right. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Sandy. Come, tell me more. To prove his point of view, Sandy was like a middle-aged woman buying vegetables in the market, and distributing the books he had brought with him to everyone. Come. Take a look at this first. Fang Heng immediately flipped open the book and started reading. It was a chronicle of the history of the Spawn's priest. It was very complicated. The things recorded on it were also very messy. Fang Heng felt a headache just by looking at it. Clairui and Gu Qingzu also casually flipped through the book and immediately felt drowsy. They couldn't help but put down the book and cast a glance at Sandy. Just spill it out. What did you find? According to the records of the Tree Spirit's priest, in the book you are holding, on page 286, 7th paragraph, during the reign of Nina Dasi, a human from the outside world entered the inner world, offering a gemstone imbued with unknown powers as a tribute in exchange for the qualification to undergo baptism at the altar of the sacred tree Adoni. Sandy, how did you manage to find this? Did you read through the entire book? After flipping through a few pages, Clairui started feeling dizzy, and upon hearing Sandy's response, she couldn't help but admire him, reaching out to turn to the page Sandy mentioned and starting to read along. Chapter 2161. Flipping through, Fang Heng also showed a skeptical expression, flipping to page 287 to take a look. Indeed, it was just as Sandy said. The only difference was that there were only a few short sentences on the page. A gemstone with unknown strength? Tribute? Was it related to the progenitor vampire? Indeed, he remembered that the progenitor of the vampire race was a convict from the Holy Court of the Holy Realm, who committed serious crimes and accidentally arrived in this world while fleeing. The so-called gemstone of unknown power was brought out from the Holy Realm by the progenitor of the vampire race? It was possible. Take a look at the 8th volume of this book, page 2006, paragraph 8. Read it together. Sandy read out the next few lines of small words. Half a month after that incident, during the monthly routine inspection, the Soul Tribe's priest discovered that the seeds of the sacred tree Adoni had an unknown influence. The entire Elders' Council immediately held a meeting and decided to check all the existing seeds. Sandy read out the next few lines of small words. Half a month after that incident, during the monthly routine inspection, the Soul Tribe's priest discovered that the seeds of the sacred tree Adoni had an unknown influence. The entire Elders' Council immediately held a meeting and decided to check all the existing seeds. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Seeds. Indeed, he had found some seeds when he was investigating the progenitor vampire. In the end, he spent a lot of effort to cultivate the seed into Abakaya. Fang Heng pondered and then asked, Sandy, do you think that person is the progenitor vampire? That's right. Sandy slapped his thigh, his face full of excitement. You think so too? That person was definitely the progenitor vampire. The records are subtle. They say that it's a tribute, but it's actually an exchange. I guess that the progenitor vampire used a high-level gemstone from the Holy Realm as a price to enter the sacred tree altar. He wanted to be baptized and remove the criminal mark the Holy Realm left on him. It's not enough evidence. Gu Qingzu carefully read the few words Sandy mentioned. She raised her head and continued, this is just your guess. It's definitely not as simple as just guessing. You see, the meeting said that the Elders' Council would mobilize the elites of the Tree Spirit race to inspect all the remaining seeds. But then what? I have flipped through a lot of information, but I haven't found anything. There was nothing else after that. It seems like there's no result in this matter. There's nothing else after that. Sandy made a solemn vow and was just short of raising his hand to swear, something is definitely wrong. This is an order personally issued by the Elders' Council. No matter what, there will be feedback. For ordinary meetings, the Elders' Council will hold a couple follow-up meetings, but after this incident, there is no follow-up. How is this possible? Fang Heng rubbed his chin and looked at Sandy. So what you mean is? There's something fishy going on. They must have got into some big trouble during the investigation. Since spreading it would cause the situation to escalate, the entire Elders' Council chose to temporarily suppress this matter. That makes sense. Gu Qingzu nodded and looked at Sandy, but this alone is not enough to convince me. Don't rush, don't rush. Take a look here, flip through the maintenance log of the Tree Spirit's God Court. As Sandy spoke, he took out another maintenance log and continued, just half a month after the Elders' Council issued the order, the God Court, let me explain to everyone, the God Court is a group of tree spirits that are responsible for the daily care of the sacred tree Adoni region. Under the guidance of the Elders' Council and the Priest Clan, they updated the sacred tree's maintenance schedule, increasing the energy injection from once a month to once a week. Let's go to the next page. After that, the speed of energy infusion became faster and faster until 3 years later, 3 times a day. Finally, one day, all the records were cut off. Sandy looked excited as he looked at everyone, The tree spirit race has a history of hundreds of thousands of years. Tell me, how can there be such a coincidence? The progenitor vampire came and the seeds had a problem, and then the sacred tree Adoni had a problem? Something became definitely wrong. You guys still can't make a judgment, right? Don't worry, I have discovered other information. Sandy looked at everyone's doubtful faces and took out another book from the pile of books in front of him. Everything will eventually wither, but new branches quietly stretch out on the passing life, bringing forth new life. This is the rhythm of life, the eternal cycle poem of nature. This passage describes the sacred tree Adoni of the tree spirit race, symbolizing that the sacred tree will gradually decline. Therefore, every 200,000 years, the entire tree spirit race will hold a ritual of rebirth to pass on the power of the sacred tree to the new generation of sacred trees. Look at the time displayed on it. Theoretically, the soul tribe of the tree spirit race should be preparing to secretly carry out the next round of cultivation of the seeds of the sacred tree. This is a major event that is more important than life for the soul tribe. Fang Heng had vaguely sensed something and frowned. He asked, "What do you mean?" "Continue. Isn't it quite a coincidence? The period when the seeds underwent changes happened to be during the weakened state of the sacred tree Adoni. It became nearing the time to cultivate new seeds. In simpler terms, when the old king of the tree spirit race began to weaken, theoretically, it should have been the time for the soul tribe to start cultivating seeds for the new king. I mean, hypothetically speaking, at this time, suddenly, there became a problem with the seeds that were supposed to be inherited." Sandy became very talented in telling stories. He stopped here, leaving more room for imagination. Gu Qingzu touched her chin and continued to analyze Sandy's train of thought. "We know that the connection between the inner world and the outer world is provided by the sacred tree. Are you trying to say that the tree spirit race's closure of the passage to the inner world is related to the problem with the seeds?" "That's right. Correct." Sandy snapped his fingers and his eyes lit up. There must be a problem with the inheritance, causing the sacred tree to be in big trouble. The sacred tree is unable to complete the overall energy supply, causing the passageway between the inner world and the outer world to be completely closed. Based on my guess, for example, the sacred tree needs to conserve energy and save more energy to temporarily cultivate new seeds. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Although it became just a guess, it had some basis. It sounded quite scary. Suddenly, Gu Qingzu shook her head and said, "Sandy, I still feel that something is not right." "What?" "The interruption of the passage between the inner world and the outer world, with the aim of conserving energy and providing more nutrients, is understandable. But why did the passage suddenly close without any warning? And what happened afterward? Did the inheritance of the sacred tree fail? Why did the passage remain permanently closed thereafter?" As Gu Qingzu spoke, the others looked towards Sandy. "Well, I haven't thought about this in detail," Sandy said, nodding in agreement. "But I think you are right. It's probably the fault of the tree spirit race. The inheritance completely failed, the sacred tree withered, and the tree spirit race became completely finished. The teleportation passage was probably gone for good along with it." Chapter 2162 Extinction. No, the tree spirits are probably not extinct. Gu Qingzu looked at Fang Heng and asked, "Don't you think so, Fang Heng? As a player, you should have already realized it." "Yes, indeed." Fang Heng nodded in agreement with Gu Qingzu. It was a little too thin for Sandy to observe the entire incident from the perspective of an NPC. From the perspective of the story, Sandy's speculation was not wrong at all and made sense. However, from a gaming perspective, it was different. Currently, entering the inner world was the goal of the game. After entering the inner world, he could probably complete 50% to 70% of the main storyline. So what was the next step? What was his ultimate goal after that? They spent a lot of effort to return to the inner world, but they found that the sacred tree had withered and the tree spirit race had died out. Then what? There were no more enemies to fight? Could it be that he would randomly come up with a reason to go and fight with spawns? It was possible, but not very likely. After all, in this story, the connection between the spawns and the tree spirit race wasn't as significant as one might imagine. Or perhaps every wrongdoing had its perpetrator, and the tree spirit race was holding him, the inheritor of the vampires, accountable? Was he being blamed for his own actions? Just thinking about it felt weird. Something was still missing. So where did the problem lie? Fang Heng pondered. "TSK, if you ask me, you guys are just thinking too much. My guess is most likely correct." Sandy was full of confidence as he asked, "How about we make a bet?" "All right, Sandy." Fang Heng thought for a moment and still couldn't get any clues. He raised his head and asked, "Let's assume that your guess is completely correct. What's the next step? What do you think we should do next?" "Of course, it's the sacred tree. The sacred tree Abakia." Sandy had clearly thought of the next step. "Mr. Fang." I have read a lot of books about Adoni, the sacred tree. Guess what my first reaction was? The sacred tree Abakuya at the prison. I guess Abakuya was also born from a seed, right? Is there a possibility? Fang Heng's pupils constricted when he heard this. Before Sandy could finish, he had already thought of it himself. That's right. The sacred tree Abakuya. Ever since he entered the game, he had been led by the nose by the mission guide and the tree spirits. He had almost forgotten that there was also the sacred tree Abakuya. In fact, Abakuya's initial seed form was snatched from the hands of the progenitor vampire. After connecting it to Sandy's mention of the seed being stolen and the seed's energy being affected, there was a high chance that it was the progenitor vampire's doing. So, Fang Heng looked at Sandy and nodded at him, his eyes revealing some excitement. He already knew what Sandy wanted to say. Abakuya. If their guess was correct, then theoretically, the sacred tree Abakuya was born from the seed of the tree spirit race's sacred tree Adoni, then Abakuya must have inherited a small portion of the sacred tree Adoni's genetic power. Therefore, there was a chance that he could supply energy to the portal. Clariwaya listened to the conversation of the others and quickly realized Sandy's point. She nodded thoughtfully and said, If it's about the sacred tree of the Elven clan, perhaps we can indeed find a way to activate the power of the magic ray. Fang Heng glanced at Clariwaya again. The Elven sacred tree that Clariwaya mentioned was different from what he understood. The first time she saw the sacred tree Abakuya, she called it the sacred tree of the Elven clan. Fang Heng had corrected her twice, but she never changed her mind. Alright then. Let's not talk about this for now. The sacred tree Abakuya was definitely worth a try. Fang Heng asked, Clariwaya, is there a way to transplant the sacred tree Abakuya here? No, I can't do it. Clariwaya shook her head repeatedly and said, Abakuya's power is huge. It's impossible to complete the teleportation with such a small teleportation passage, unless... 50 unless what? Unless I compress the power to a certain extent, or like before, dissipate Abakuya's power again and transform it into a seed form again. After entering this world, it will grow again. Fang Heng frowned. It was too difficult to compress its power, at least not in a short time. If he were to consider dissipating all of Abakuya's energy and starting over again. To be honest, Abakuya had been staying in prison all this time, so its improvement was limited. But to transplant it here? Indeed, doing so was very dangerous. In the beginning, before it fully matured, its self-protection ability was very limited. Moreover, there were still the spawns, the Federation, and the tree spirits in this world. Their current situation was not safe. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Fang Heng to make a decision. Whatever. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. Who cares? Anyway, the tree spirits were definitely unreliable, so he had to rely on himself. Since the tree spirit race's sacred tree could not be used, he would make use of his own sacred tree. Fight for the sky. Alright, Clariwaya, get ready. We are going to transplant Abakuya here. Clariwaya's eyes lit up. She nodded and stood up, saying, Okay, brother Fang Heng. I will go prepare it now. Clariwaya, hold on for a moment. Let me accompany you. Gu Qingzu intercepted Clariwaya, who was about to leave, then turned to Fang Heng. She said, Fang Heng, this world is still very dangerous for us. We are still in jeopardy, so we need to prepare in advance. Where will we place the sacred tree after transplanting it? Will it attract the attention of the tree spirit race and the Federation? We need to be prepared for all of this. I understand, Fang Heng nodded in agreement, pointing to the sky. There's still the spiritual domain blockade network built by the spawns up there. Now it seems that the network has the ability to detect anomalies in energy ripples. Transplanting Abakuya might cause energy anomalies that attract the attention of the Federation. No problem. Fang Heng. Sandy snapped his fingers and said, Didn't we already find the Niam alloy? Use that thing. There are alloys, but we still need to find the construction blueprint for the isolation barrier. Building a defensive barrier is not something that can be done with just a few words. Fang Heng took a deep breath. Things were more or less sorted out, but there were still many things that needed to be resolved. The first thing that was placed in front of them was the Federation Spiritual Domain Blockade Network. He had to find a way to find the construction blueprint for the Niam alloy barrier. Fang Heng. Fang Heng. It's done. As they were talking, Mojai Aoi pushed open the door and entered. He was stunned when he saw everyone in the room. Oh, everyone's here. I have good news for everyone. I have settled it. Chapter 2163 Settled. Fang Heng looked at Mojai Aoi and asked, What? What's settled? The blueprint. The blueprint for constructing the barrier of the spiritual domain network shield. Fang Heng, didn't you get the Niam alloy yesterday, but lacked the construction blueprint? Mojai Aoi smirked at Fang Heng, wearing a smug expression. He said, You will never guess where I got the blueprint from. Fang Heng was stunned. Indeed, he did not expect Mojai to be able to obtain the blueprint. Where did you get it? Black Castle. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. That's right. There was still the Black Castle. The Black Castle had always been investigating the mission lines related to spawns. Last night, while I was sleeping, I suddenly remembered that the Black Castle was also trying to enter the high-tier spawns game world. When I woke up this morning, I managed to find their contact person and shared all the information we had about the spawns. It's quite fortunate because the Black Castle's database had just been updated with some information, a large portion of which was related to the spiritual domain blockade network. Mojai smiled triumphantly, waving the blueprint in his hand, saying, "The blueprint is in hand, and I have just checked the construction requirements for the materials we need. We can handle it all." Sandy was the first to exclaim excitedly, "Bossmo, you are awesome. Oh right, there's one more thing. The mission at the Black Castle also requires a barrier made of Niam alloy. They suggested that we lend it to them after we use it up. Also, I have checked that the Niam alloy can absorb electromagnetic force and most spiritual force induction. It's always been in demand on the market. Ahem, also, the barrier after the construction is bigger than we imagined. We can't directly pass through the teleportation passage. I discussed this with Victor before coming here. It's best if he teleports over directly to build it. So we have to think of a way to buy a factory. Now that we are wanted by the outside world, why don't we think of a way to buy an island and dig a? 10 days later, the strength of the sacred tree, Ibukiya, completed its self-dissipation, condensing the inherited strength into the final seed. Through a teleportation passage, it entered the world of forests and was stored in Fang Heng's backpack. With the complete disappearance of Ibukiya's strength, the passages between the apocalyptic world and the world of forests temporarily became inactive. An abandoned old factory along the coast. A few days ago, Mojai spent some time purchasing this place for the Mo family. Victor organized manpower here to carry out late-stage processing on the Niam alloy barrier. In fact, the alloy barrier had already been simulated in the prison and sent to the factory for reconstruction, which avoided a lot of unnecessary trouble. Fang Heng, the alloy barrier has been completed. To ensure its operation, we still need to carry out some additional tests. Victor calculated the effective range and strength of the special barrier made of Niam alloy. The function of the barrier is not just to block external magnetic field probes and isolate internal auras. Additionally, it has the ability to simulate the energy fields of the surrounding environment. This feature will gradually be completed after activation. At the initial startup, the sudden disappearance of the strength field energy within the barrier in the spiritual domain blockade network will likely attract the attention of the Federation. We need to be prepared in advance. Okay, I understand. Let's begin. Fang Heng had already made preparations in advance. The Federation might discover the traces of the barrier, and it was very likely that they would use the power of the spiritual domain network to directly jump over to investigate. Therefore, what he needed to do later was to buy time and let Gu Qingzu and the others leave with the Niam alloy barrier after successfully simulating the surrounding environment. Fang Heng patted his cheeks and prepared himself for battle. Prepare to activate the defensive barrier. Victor raised his hand to the maintenance staff and gave the command, "Start the countdown." 5.4. Buzz. When the countdown ended, a dark barrier appeared and enveloped the entire abandoned factory area. It has been successfully activated and is currently undergoing channel debugging. The Niam alloy barrier is automatically simulating the surrounding environmental energy field operation. Time passed by. 3 minutes later, a series of game prompts appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding. Due to the player's private construction of the Niam alloy barrier, part of the player's current mission line will be affected. Ding. Due to the existence of an abnormal unknown genetic sequence in the player's body, the game line has changed, and the overall difficulty of the game has fluctuated. Ding. As compensation for the increase in the game's difficulty, the player has triggered a side mission investigation from the spawns. Mission title: Investigation from the spawns. Mission description: Spawns have discovered fragments of the Ouroboros gene left behind on the battlefield while reviewing the Ouroboros incident. The spawns are investigating the virus incident. Your existence has attracted the attention of the spawns. They will conduct a fixed-point screening on you. Mission tips: Spawns possess abilities that exceed the current world's technological level. There is a high chance of locking onto the player's location through unknown means. Please be careful. Mission requirement: Escape from the pursuit of spawns. For every 8 hours of survival in the world of forests, you will receive a reward upgrade. If the player dies during the mission, the player will lose the right to enter the world of forests and the mission will be immediately settled. Huh? A mission for the spawns? Looking at the game notification that suddenly appeared, Fang Heng frowned. This was not good. Central Command Post of the Federation. Report. An operator frowned as he observed the data alarm message appearing on the screen. Sir, we have just detected abnormal data from the spiritual domain blockade network, at coordinates 198,233, 239,454. There's a fluctuation in energy within the detected area, highly suspected to be caused by the initial use of the Niam alloy barrier. Ever since the theft of the Niam alloy was confirmed, the entire Federation had been monitoring the reaction of the Niam alloy barrier closely. Immediately initiate transition exploration. Understood. The Federation's war machines were immediately activated and teleported to the spot where the anomaly was detected. I want to know the information of the relevant areas. Report. The factory in this area is owned by the Allied Company. It was bought out by an unknown company a few days ago. Its main business is kitchen supplies. As he spoke, the screen in the main control room changed to the seaside area. It looked like a very peaceful seaside. A Federation half-mechanized transformation team arrived at the battlefield via transition. Reporting to the command center. Team C has arrived at the combat zone and is currently searching the target area. Suspicious targets have not been observed yet. Chapter 2164. The pursuit. Stay alert and conduct a small-scale investigation of the nearby area. The follow-up teams will arrive one after another. Yes, sir. In the command center, a staff member suddenly noticed something. His expression changed slightly as he pointed at the central region the screen. Look. Huh? Who was that? The commander's expression changed abruptly as he shouted, Team C. Unknown lifeform signatures detected in the area to your right front. A large number of creatures are rapidly approaching you. Upon hearing this, the members of Team C's combat team tensed up, raising their beam weapons and aiming towards a nearby grove. Whoosh! 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 A faint sound came from the forest. It seemed to be the sound of something moving quickly. Everyone in the team stared in the direction of the sound. For a moment, their breathing became extremely heavy. Lickers. The next moment, a dense wave of red creatures burst out from the grove like an erupting flood. Be careful. The captain's face immediately paled. How did we encounter these disgusting things again? Switch to the injection gun. Ever since they had encountered Fang Heng's lickers a few times, the Federation's combat team had been equipped with targeted gene-destroying drugs. At the same time, the Federation's flying war machines that were hovering in midair began to rain down concentrated light beam attacks on the area where the lickers were. Boom. Boom boom. The lickers were instantly blasted away. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. In the chaos, a figure quickly rushed to the right. It's Fang Heng. A soldier noticed Fang Heng's figure and immediately shouted. Reporting to the command post. Fang Heng's trail has been found. The command center immediately became nervous. Hold him off. The spawn's reinforcements are already on their way. Understood. The party could not be bothered to continue attacking the lickers and immediately chased after Fang Heng. Fang Heng quickly broke through the federal team from the right and headed toward the area further ahead of the coast. The Federation had not relaxed their investigation on him these few days. Instead, they had become more and more strict. Following Fang Heng's premonition-based plan, he would directly divert the Federation's attention with his physical presence. On the other hand, Gu Qingzu's team would escort the Niam alloy barrier to a temporary retreat. However, what was different from the premonition was encountering the sudden appearance of dependents pursuing the related mission. Not good. Fang Heng had a faint feeling of unease. Swoosh, swoosh. In the surrounding space, specks of light spots appeared. The Federation's flying mechanical combat device. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The disc-shaped mechanical device floated in the air, releasing a string of blue light beams from its tip. Fang Heng had no choice but to dodge the dense beams of light. Suddenly, Fang Heng frowned. What was that? Suddenly, several light blue spots of light appeared in the sky ahead. Blue? Fang Heng felt that something was wrong. The blue light dots quickly condensed and completed the overall transition at an extremely fast speed. What the hell? Fang Heng's pupils constricted. Prism. A 3-meter-long light blue prism floated in the air, and standing on the crystal was an alien race. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Judging from their appearance, the alien race was similar to humans in size, but they had a longer skeleton and a face covered in a special gel. In addition, there was a cloak-like fur attached to their backs. The spawns. This term immediately appeared in Fang Heng's mind. The two spawn scouts stood firm on the prism, facing Fang Heng. Through the mental prism, they swiftly read Fang Heng's identity information and attempted to track his location. Analyzing tracking location, body analysis is being disrupted by an unknown force. Tracking has been disrupted. It will take a longer time to lock onto the approximate area, eh? The information reading was disrupted. A hint of doubt flashed through the spawn scout's mind. Human, what is your relationship with our Ouroboros? Why do you still have Ouroboros's gene fragment on you? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He ignored the spawn's questions and sped up to the right area in an attempt to escape. It seemed that Ji-hating wasn't lying to him. The spawns were here for Ouroboros. The prism beneath the spawns accelerated and quickly caught up to Fang Heng. It looked as if the two spawns were floating above the prism. Seeing that Fang Heng did not answer their questions, the two spawns put their hands in front of them at the same time and made a triangular gesture. Ka, ka. What? With the strange sound echoing in his ears, Fang Heng suddenly noticed that the space ahead was rapidly solidifying at a visible speed. It was a psychic ability. A psychic barrier. Seeing this, Fang Heng frowned. His muscles tensed, and he switched his alloy metal long rod in his right hand. He swung the rod fiercely towards the wall ahead. Bang! Before the spiritual barrier had fully solidified, Fang Heng shattered it with one strike of his rod. He charged through the broken barrier. Just as he broke through the barrier, Fang Heng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. Here it comes again. A mental attack. The intensity of this psychic assault was more than 10 times stronger than the previous attacks from the psychic modifiers. Ding! The player has received 15,000 spiritual force piercing damage. This damage cannot be exempted. Humphrey. Fang Heng turned his head and gave a cold glance at the spawns chasing him, levitating on the prism. He snorted disdainfully and raised his hand, lifting the spawns high into the air. Did they think that he was someone to be trifled with? Whoosh! The white cloth on his back was torn. The blood-red greatsword exploded instantly, condensing into blood-red arrows in the air that flew rapidly toward the two spawn scouts behind him. The spawn scouts realized the powerful power contained in the blood arrow. Their expressions changed, and they immediately condensed another circular mark in front of them with both hands. Bang! Bang bang bang! The blood arrows bombarded the red crystal barrier that appeared around the spawns and exploded. The expressions of the two spawn scouts were a little strange. There was no record of such an attack pattern in their database. Moreover, the opponent's attack was extremely powerful. Their external crystal defense structure was rapidly disintegrating. What should they do? For a moment, the spawn scouts' eyes were filled with red blood that kept exploding, and they could not see their surroundings. Boom! What the hell? The crystal barrier in front of the spawns trembled violently. Kakaka! A massive fist imprint appeared on the barrier, followed by concentric circles of fine cracks spreading outwards from the center of the imprint. Bang! With a loud explosion, the entire crystal barrier instantly shattered. A huge fist broke through the blood mist in front of them and smashed towards them. Bang! Bang! The two spawn scouts were sent flying backward by Fang Heng's two punches. As soon as the two spawn scouts felt a dizzy spell in their brains, they suddenly perceived the scenery in front of them rapidly receding. When they recovered and looked forward again, Fang Heng had already completely disappeared from their sight. Chapter 2165 A Trial. The two spawn scouts glanced at each other. In the Federal Command Center, seeing the screen turn white again, everyone fell silent once more. Unexpectedly, even the spawns themselves could not capture Fang Heng. At some point, Ji-hating had also appeared behind the command room. Looking at the battle situation on the surveillance monitors, Ji-hating nodded in his heart. With Fang Heng's strength, it was not a problem for him to avoid the first wave of spawns. However, the spawn's investigation of Ouroboros was currently at the initial risk assessment stage, and only the initial spawn reconnaissance team had arrived. They did not belong to the true combat team of the spawns. Ji-hating was very excited. He really wanted to see how far Fang Heng could go under the pursuit of the spawns. Ding! The player has successfully escaped from the spawn's pursuit. The player's current danger rating, internal rating of the spawns, has been raised to E level. Ding! The spawns are expected to lock onto the player again and pursue the player within 6 hours. Ding! The player's equipment item Divine Prank has taken effect. Tracking time has been extended to 9 hours. Emerging from the secondary space projection, Fang Heng glanced at the game hint floating on his retina, his expression somewhat unusual. Seriously? It never ends, huh? Fang Heng speculated that the danger rating in the game hint likely corresponded to the intensity of the spawn's pursuit. With each escape, the level of the dependent's pursuit would gradually increase. Tricky. Fortunately, he had the Divine Prank, a holy artifact, which could buy him some extra time. For now, he pushed aside those concerns. The Federation's pursuers had been led away, and Gu Qingzu's team should have already teleported the Niam alloy barrier. First, he needed to go back and check. With that in mind, Fang Heng transformed into his bat form and swiftly circled the coastal sky several times, making sure he wasn't being followed, before heading towards the private island where he and Mojai Aoi had agreed to meet. Private island. Mojai Aoi saw the bat in the distance and waved at Fang Heng. Fang Heng flew in front of Mojai Aoi and returned to his human form. I have bad news. I have been targeted by spawns. Huh? No way. Mojai Oi opened his mouth and said, let's go in first. More than half an hour ago, Gu Qingzu and the others had successfully transported the Niam Malloy barrier back to the base below the island. The island was originally an uninhabited island, bought by a rich man for the development of tourist attractions. Unexpectedly, the capital chain was cut off halfway through the development. The originally scheduled development project was forced to stop halfway through. After Mojai Oi purchased this place, within just 10 days, the zombie clones had already excavated an underground space in the underground area. This space was specifically prepared for the sacred tree, Ibukiya. Sandy seemed even more excited than Fang Heng. Upon seeing Fang Heng return, he immediately approached him and said, Mr. Fang, you are back. Victor has already placed the Niam Malloy barrier underground, and we have confirmed the simulation of the surrounding environment. We can try to awaken the sacred tree now. Okay, let's go. The underground area of the island. In the past few days, with the efforts of the zombie team, a large area beneath the island had been excavated. Externally, Victor had covered it entirely with a large barrier made of Niam alloy. At this time, Victor was still doing the final adjustments with a few maintenance personnel brought from the zombie apocalypse. The testing is complete. We can officially start at any time. Victor wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. The shielding device has been autonomously operating continuously for 20 minutes now, and all data is within normal range. We have successfully simulated the external energy flow. As long as we control the fluctuations of the energy field within a certain range, the Niam Malloy barrier can achieve 100% energy shielding. Well done, Victor. Fang Heng jumped down from the railing on the second floor as he spoke and nodded at Clairway. Let's begin. Yes. Clairway prepared herself in advance, focusing her attention on Fang Heng beside her. Fang Heng walked towards the muddy ground ahead and reached out his hand. In his palm, the seed that was formed by Ibukiya gradually appeared and fell into the soil in front of him. A pale green light enveloped the area. Fang Heng and Clairway worked together to slowly infuse the power of nature into the seed, guiding Ibukiya's power to grow again in the world of forests. Under the pale blue glow of power, the seed slowly sank into the soil below. After a moment, vigorous vines began to emerge from the earth. Ibukiya's infancy rapidly absorbed the surrounding strength. In just a short moment, Ibukiya grew from a seed into a tree that was about 3 meters tall. Realizing that he could no longer rely on his power of nature to help Ibukiya, Fang Heng immediately put down his hand and tried to establish a spiritual connection with Ibukiya through his spiritual perception. Ibukiya. After a period of deep sleep, Ibukiya's consciousness woke up again. At first, it was still a little confused. What followed was a sense of weakness. Relying on its biological instincts, it began to absorb the power of the earth, gradually growing branches and leaves, and looking for sunlight to generate natural power. The vines and branches quickly spread out, climbing up the rock wall and soil until they slowly penetrated the ground. On the island, small patches of vines appeared. Victor reminded him while observing the data on the data platform, Fang Heng, the energy inside the barrier is rising rapidly. It has reached 60% of its maximum capacity. Control it. If it exceeds 100%, there is a high chance that we will be discovered. Fang Heng frowned and summoned his spiritual power again. Ibukiya. After more than 10 attempts, he finally managed to send back a message with his spiritual power. The two of them completed the construction of their spiritual power with great difficulty. After some communication, Ibukiya stopped its rapid growth and maintained its power in a small area of the island. Phew. Victor looked at the data on the screen and heaved a sigh of relief. Now the energy value has reached 90% of the maximum threshold of the shield. Just maintain this state. Yes. Fang Heng nodded and once again communicated with Ibukiya through spiritual power, trying to get Ibukiya to activate the inner world teleportation magic array he had obtained earlier. Previously, Fang Heng had tried to let Ibukiya trigger the teleportation magic array during the zombie apocalypse. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. The magic array seemed to have been activated, but it was completely ineffective. This time, he hoped that it would be useful in the world of forests. Fang Heng had already set up a magic array on the ground. After receiving Fang Heng's order, Ibukiya tried again. Following that, a large number of vines extended from the root of Ibukiya and gathered toward the magic array. Kai kai kai. The vines gradually surrounded the magic array. The energy supplied by Ibukiya quickly circulated and gathered into the magic array. Chapter 2166 Consumption Buzz. There was a reaction. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the slowly rotating magic array. Whoosh! A soft sound rang out. The magic array had only been operating for a little while when the light gradually dimmed again. Or had he failed? Everyone shifted their gaze to Fang Heng. Fang Heng closed his eyes and communicated with Ibukiya through perception. How is it? Mr. Fang? Seeing Feng Hang open his eyes again, Sandy could not help but ask. Feng Hang shook his head. Judging solely from the results, it was a mixed bag. According to Abakuya's feedback through perception, our previous speculation was correct. Abakuya can trigger the magic array. Hee. As expected. I knew it. Sandy waved his fist proudly. However, Abakuya's strength has yet to recover. He told me that the natural energy of this world is greatly limited. Perhaps this is the reason why it has become very difficult for it to absorb the energy of this world. The improvement of its own ability is greatly limited. At least, it can't fully provide energy for the operation of the magic array. Feng Hang turned his head as he spoke. A few vines extended from Abakuya's body and slowly approached him. Feng Hang sensed the emotions coming from Abakuya, and his heart skipped a beat. What was that? Feng Hang calmed himself down and closed his eyes. He tried to establish a spiritual connection with Abakuya again. It seemed that Abakuya had sensed that there was something in his backpack that would help him recover strength. You want this? Soon, Feng Hang took out the leaf of life from his backpack. He had exchanged it from the tree spirits earlier. Other than being used as equipment, it could also be exchanged for a large amount of natural science experience points. Feng Hang was reluctant to use it, so he temporarily stored it in his backpack. Was Abakuya interested in it? Looking at the leaf of life that Feng Hang casually took out, a look of surprise appeared on Clariway's face. Is it the leaf of life? You know about it too? Indeed, I have seen it among the elite spirits. It's a very precious item, Clariway remarked as she gazed at the leaf of life in Feng Hang's hand. Recollecting her memories, she continued, I have heard from my people that the leaf of life can provide strength to sacred trees. I believe the sacred tree may be in need of it. Indeed. The sacred tree Abakuya conveyed to him a desire for the leaf of life. Feng Hang glanced at Abakuya and was speechless. Kid, you have a sharp nose. You can even sense me hiding in my backpack. Alright then. As Feng Hang spoke, he moved the leaf of life closer to Abakuya and said, take it and try it. The vines slowly extended and wrapped around the leaf of life. The leaf of life slowly turned into a green light in the vine and was completely absorbed by Abakuya. Ding! Soul Symbiote. The sacred tree Abakuya has absorbed the strength from the leaf of life, partially restoring its abilities. Then, the vines stuck to Feng Hang's body. More? It seemed that one wasn't enough. It was not easy for Feng Hang to extort a sum of leaf of life from the tree spirits. He had originally planned to use it when he leveled up his natural science. Forget it. Right now, the most important thing was to complete the main mission. Feng Hang sighed in his heart and took out all the leaves of life that he had cheated from the tree spirits from his backpack. Like a child whose mind had yet to open, Uchiha was once again filled with joy. It extended its vines and absorbed the leaves of life one by one. As the leaves of life turned into green light and dissipated, the trunk of Abakuya's tree grew thicker and thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 minutes later, the last leaf of life was completely absorbed. The vines stuck to Feng Hang again. More? Feng Hang shrugged and said, that's all I have. It's all yours. Uchiha's vines were still lingering around Feng Hang. There really isn't. Feng Hang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he raise a sacred tree or a good-for-nothing? Wait, are you talking about this? Feng Hang thought of something and took out a rune from his backpack. Abakuya was excited again, and even the branches were shaking slightly. The runestone. He had cheated it from Great Elder Senzo. Looking at the item description, it also contained a large amount of natural energy. Got it. He would give it all to Abakuya. Since things had come to this, Feng Hang simply took out the runestone from his backpack and threw it at Abakuya. Whoosh! The vines quickly extended and caught the runestone that was thrown in the air. Layer after layer of vines quickly enveloped him. Buzz! The runestone was activated, and the green light instantly illuminated the entire underground area. Ding! The player's soul symbiotic body, Abakuya, has absorbed the runestone and has partially recovered its abilities. After spending more than 5 minutes to suck the entire runestone dry, Abakuya fell into silence again. Without waiting for Feng Hang to give another order, Abakuya extended its vines and surrounded the tree spirit race's teleportation magic array on the ground again. Kai kai kai. The magic array started to operate slowly. Under everyone's expectant gaze, a dim light slowly condensed in the center of the magic array. Feng Hang stared at the magic array. Did he succeed? What? Whoosh! The energy supply was suddenly cut off, and the magic array that had been condensed halfway stopped once again. Failed? Feng Hang looked at Abakuya again. As it had absorbed a large amount of the leaves of life and a runestone, it was much easier to construct a spiritual force with Abakuya this time. Abakuya soon conveyed its mental strength perception as well. In simple terms, Abakuya's energy was still insufficient. It was about 1/3 away from fully activating the magic array. Feng Heng shook his head helplessly and told everyone the bad news. Everyone looked at each other and could not help but fall into deep thought. Why did it feel like they had fallen into a strange circle again? If they wanted to enter the inner world, they would have to use Abakuya's strength. Unfortunately, Abakuya's power was insufficient. Boosting Abakuya's strength was not difficult, but there were two approaches. One option was to quickly let Abakuya absorb energy massively, expanding rapidly to enhance its power. However, this posed significant challenges. On one hand, Abakuya was under suppression, so self-growth enhancement would take too long. On the other hand, if it expanded rapidly, the fluctuations in Abakuya's strength would spread rapidly as well. This would undoubtedly trigger anomalies in the spiritual domain blockade network, leading to investigations by both the Federation and the spawns. At that time, a head-on conflict would be inevitable. Or the second method. He would go to the tree spirits and ask for more things like the leaf of life to think of a way to improve Abakuya. Wasn't this a joke? Feng Heng did not want to come into contact with the tree spirits mission line, so he chose to bring Abakuya to this world. Now, he had to think of a way to get the leaf of life from the tree spirits. Given the attitude of the tree spirit clan, it's indeed troublesome to contemplate. I couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling the headache intensify. Chapter 2167 Pursuing Troops. Feng Heng made an effort to calm himself down and once again sorted out his thoughts. Leaving aside the matter with the tree spirit race for now, the issue with the spawns had to be addressed as soon as possible. From their previous encounters, he found that resisting the pursuit of F-level adversaries was relatively easy. However, if the difficulty level continued to increase, he was not confident he could hold out for much longer. Time was limited, and he couldn't afford to delay any further. Seeing that there was still more than an hour left before the spawn's next wave of pursuit, Feng Heng did not stay any longer. He was afraid that the spawns would find Abakuya, and it would only be more troublesome. The spawns are already here. I will go out and bring them around first. You guys can think of other ways. Claraway nodded gently and said, I will think of other ways to control the growth of the sacred tree and help it increase its energy quickly. He had to take things one step at a time. There was still a mission concerning the spawns, so Feng Heng had no choice but to divert his attention to deal with the pursuing spawns. 2 days later. Ding. The player has persisted under the pursuit of the spawns for 56 hours, and the quality of rewards for the player has increased. Ding. The player's current approximate coordinates have been locked. The player's current danger rating, internal rating of spawns, has been raised to sea level. In midair, Feng Heng maintained his bat form and swiftly flew through the sky. Around him, a dense array of white spatial transmission points continually appeared. One after another, disc-shaped mechanical entities emerged from the transition space, then came a barrage of intense blue light beams. The spawn pursuers stood on the high-speed flying prism and chased after Feng Heng. The number is increasing. Feng Heng sensed the spawns chasing after him, and his heart sank. From the beginning, they were spawn scouts, but now, the spawns had already sent out their official combat unit, the spawn warriors. Moreover, the number of spawns was also gradually increasing. These spawn warriors could inflict long-range psychic damage that bypassed external defenses, targeting the Sea of Consciousness directly. Each attack dealt over 20,000 points of damage. It would be fine if it was only a small number of pursuers. As the number of pursuers increased, the frequency of the spawn's attacks increased. Even with the Vampire King bloodline and the regeneration of the undying body, he was a little unable to withstand it. Whoosh! While he was thinking, Feng Heng reverted to his human form and forcefully withstood the psychic attacks of several spawns. He charged at a spawn at close range. A dark golden light flashed in his hand and the great holy sword slashed forward. Boom! The great sword, imbued with tremendous force, slammed fiercely against the red crystalline barrier surrounding the spawns, sending them hurtling backward. Buzz! The holy ripples emitted by the great holy sword rapidly expanded outward. The spawn warriors surrounding Feng Heng, who were attempting to impose mental assaults, were affected by the ripple's impact. Their movements halted abruptly as their spellcasting was interrupted. Feng Heng accelerated in midair, swiftly pursuing the spawns who had been knocked back. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to strike them down. Closing in on the spawn warriors, Feng Heng swung the great holy sword once more, aiming to deliver a powerful blow. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! The crystalline shield of the spawns was more than twice as hard as that of ordinary spawns. Feng Heng swung his great holy sword all the way and attacked fiercely, suppressing the spawns and forcing them to retreat. Boom! After 5 or 6 consecutive slashes, the crystalline shield finally reached its limit and shattered with a bang. Kai! Amidst the scattered fragments of the crystalline barrier, a blood spike condensed from blood instantly pierced through the crystal gemstone at the location of the spawn's hearts. After 2 full days of entanglement and 2 days of relentless pursuit, Fang Heng finally managed to grasp some tactics for battling the spawns. In reality, the spawns were physically frail, relying on external crystalline shields for defense. If the external shield was destroyed without immediately delivering a fatal blow to the spawns, they would immediately utilize their transition ability to escape. Furthermore, their fatal point was the special gemstone located on their chest. So, a fatal strike must be ensured. The blood spikes pierced through the spawns' bodies. Their bodies trembled rapidly, and then they emitted strange distortions, quickly turning into ashes in the air. A gray crystal remained in the air and slowly descended. Fang Heng reached out and caught it. Ding! The player has killed a spawn warrior. The player has obtained a low-level spirit gemstone. Item: Spirit gemstone. Quality: low. Description: the player lacks the relevant skill, unable to obtain this item information. There was a chance that a spirit gemstone would drop when killing spawns. Fang Heng had previously used his omniscient eyes to preliminarily appraise the spirit gemstone, identifying it as a special psychic material. For the time being, he had no immediate use for it. Hearing from Black Castle that it was quite valuable, they were willing to offer a high price for it. Currently, the passage opened by the sacred tree Abakia was temporarily inactive, so there was no way to proceed with the transaction. Therefore, Fang Heng decided to keep the gemstone for later. With that in mind, Fang Heng swiftly stored the spirit gemstone in his backpack. Fang Heng had just finished counting the spoils of war when he frowned. He sensed a dense energy beam surging toward him from the side and had no choice but to dodge to the side again. In just a short moment, the surrounding space had already begun to be densely covered with a layer of white material. The Federation's spatial barrier encirclement. Fang Heng thought to himself that it was troublesome. They had started to build a spatial barrier again. In the previous battles, the Federation had set up a similar encirclement. This kind of encirclement could restrict the use of spatial power, making it impossible for the secondary space projection to penetrate. Fang Heng almost suffered a huge loss. Boom. Boom boom boom. A continuous wave of concentrated energy beams exploded. Fang Heng quickly changed his direction, turned around, and dashed toward an abandoned factory on the right. Seeing Fang Heng enter the abandoned factory, several spawns immediately followed him and entered the factory. As for the large flying machines outside, they could not enter the factory area below and could only stand guard outside. Boom. Half a minute later, the earth shook and the entire abandoned factory exploded on the spot. The explosion's shockwave engulfed the war machine's circular fists nearby. Some flying machines further behind were even sent flying by the shockwave. Swoosh. In the midst of thick fog, Fang Heng emerged from the billowing smoke of an abandoned factory area, gasping for air. It was getting increasingly difficult. Glancing back behind him, Fang Heng didn't linger any longer. Immediately, he transformed into his bat form and flew off into the distance. The sea-level difficulty of the spawn pursuers had him feeling overwhelmed. Even with the abundance of explosives he had set up in the abandoned factory, it took him nearly an hour to shake off this batch of pursuers. It was foreseeable that the next wave of pursuers would be even stronger. This couldn't go on. It seemed. Fang Heng sighed inwardly and retrieved a magnetic card from his backpack. Perhaps there was still one more option available. Hating. Chapter 2168. The plan. In the past couple of days, various pieces of information regarding Omnitech Company have gradually been collected. It was different from what Fang Heng had initially thought. Hating, in fact, didn't have much conflict with the Federation. He inherited the family business from a young age and later joined the board of directors. Afterwards, he shifted the company's focus to high-tech research and development, gradually expanding the company. Following this, Omnitech Company faced covert infiltration by the Federation. Despite pressure from both the family and federal departments, as well as internal corporate challenges, Hating decided to accept the Federation's investment and supervision, continuing to contribute to the development of high-tier projects for the Federation. Everyone in the outside world knew that the Omnitech Company was a puppet supported by the Federation. However, after reading a lot of information, Mojai felt that the relationship between Hating and the Federation was not as good as it seemed to be. Perhaps Hating was the breakthrough point. In short, he would give it a try. As Fang Heng swiftly departed, prisms began to slowly float up from the wreckage of the exploded abandoned factory. The spawn warriors glanced at each other, and a faint blue spatial transmission light began to shimmer around them. Meanwhile, at the central command post of the Federation, Fang Heng. As they watched Fang Heng once again break through their joint pursuit with the spawns, there was a moment of silence among the Federation's high-ranking officials. First, it was the tree spirit race, and now, out of nowhere, Fang Heng appeared. Once again, they found themselves relying on the strength of the spawns. Hating stood behind the others, observing quietly. Indeed, Fang Heng's strength is quite remarkable. But how long could he last alone? As the spawn's tracking level gradually increased, the time it took Fang Heng to get rid of the pursuers became longer and longer. While he was thinking, an assistant walked over and whispered into Ji Hating's ear, "Director, your personal magnetic card is responding. The coordinates have been located." Ji Hating's heart skipped a beat. He had only given his personal magnetic card to 5 individuals. And now, the only one who could contact him was Fang Heng. Could it be that he had finally come to his senses? Prepare for transition immediately. I will go there myself. Yes, sir. In a corner of the city, Fang Heng sat alone on a chair outside a retro-style coffee shop, holding a cup of hot coffee in his hands. Just moments ago, he had used his perception to trigger the magnetic card he received from Ji Hating. The spawns were still chasing after him, shouting for blood. It was irritating. In reality, he wasn't exactly at a dead end. He could simply hand over the Niam alloy to the tree spirit race and follow their path to safety. But Fang Heng felt uneasy about it. And it didn't feel stable. Crack, crack. Hearing the sound, Fang Heng looked up at the corner of the street not far away. Several spatial transmission ripples appeared at the corner of the street. Ji Hating and his 5 psychic guards walked out of the transition. Fang Heng, long time no see. Like 2 old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, Ji Hating waved his hand and walked toward Fang Heng. Ji Hating's guards tacitly guarded the coffee shop and began to disperse unrelated people. Have you made a decision? To be honest, I am looking forward to it. Indeed, I have considered it and believe that we can cooperate, but only between you and me, privately. Great. Ji Hating's eyes sparkled with a hint of elite aura as he moved a chair aside and sat across from Fang Heng. Before you agree, let me finish speaking, Ji Hating said, gesturing for Fang Heng to wait. There's something I need to clarify up front. I have no knowledge whatsoever about this so-called Ouroboros. You don't know? Ji Hating was obviously surprised. It's a long story. Part of my previous memories have been lost, so I am not sure if Ouroboros exists in my body. In addition, the creatures I control belong to a special ability. As a clone of mine, they have also fused with part of my power. Ji Hating listened to Fang Heng and fell into deep thought. After a while, Ji Hating raised his head and said, I see. It doesn't matter. Even without Ouroboros, I am still curious about your power. We can cooperate in some future research. In exchange, I will give you all the information I have obtained from the spawns unconditionally. Fang Heng nodded as he listened. Setting aside whether Ji Hating was trying to deceive him, just hearing him speak made Fang Heng feel more at ease compared to dealing with the tree spirit race. Ji Hating paused for a moment, then continued, besides that, there's also the matter of the tree spirit race. I don't have much connection with the tree spirit race. I just happened to encounter some things before and temporarily cooperated with them. The cooperation wasn't as pleasant as it may seem. That's even better. I know you are different from those fools in the Tree Whisperers Alliance. With your abilities and my resources, whether it's Ouroboros, the tree spirit race, or the spawns. Ji Hating seemed to have already envisioned a bright future for their cooperation. He lightly clenched his fist and continued, but those are matters for later. Right now, we have an urgent trouble to deal with. The spawns? Exactly. Even if you know nothing about Ouroboros, the spawns won't stop hunting you. Fang Heng asked curiously, alright, but why are the spawns hunting me down? Is it purely because of Ouroboros? That's enough. Maybe you don't know that much about the spawns. Ji Hating gestured for his subordinate to order a cup of coffee. About 100 years ago, spawns entered our world. They claimed to be a race from a higher stage of evolution. They established an alliance organization called the Star Alliance and invited us to join the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance was established for only one purpose, to resist natural disasters. Ji Hating looked at Fang Heng and continued, the natural disaster refers to Ouroboros. Fang Heng frowned as he listened. What did he mean? From the meaning of his words, did it mean that the spawns established an alliance in units of galaxies just to deal with him? There's no need for that, right? The spawns promised that we would receive many benefits after joining the Star Alliance, such as the sharing of high-tier technological information within the spawns, the protection of the spawns, and so on. The fact that human technology has been able to undergo a qualitative change in a short 100 years is inseparable from the help of the spawns. Other than that, there is another extremely important point. Ji Hating paused for a moment and looked at Fang Heng, to deal with the tree spirits. Fang Heng's pupils contracted suddenly. From the sound of it, the tree spirit race and the spawns weren't on good terms either? Perhaps you have heard, the tree spirit race once ruled this world. In fact, that statement isn't exaggerated in the slightest. Even after the calamity that befell the tree spirit race, where the passages between the inner world and the outer world vanished and over 99% of the tree spirits vanished into the inner world, The remaining less than 1% still pose a significant threat to our human existence. Chapter 2169. The past. The tree spirit race has always been unruly and domineering in their actions, considering themselves a race ordained by destiny. They have never regarded humans highly, let alone the Federation. On multiple occasions, they have casually destroyed cities and barbarically expanded their forest domain. During that period, the Federation endured, outwardly accepting various unreasonable conditions proposed by the tree spirit race while secretly accumulating strength and seeking methods of retaliation. The arrival of the spawns gave the Human Federation hope. After cooperating with the spawns, the Federation and the spawns spent several years secretly establishing a spiritual domain blockade network, gradually sealing the strength of the tree spirits. Since then, the spiritual domain blockade network has been effective. Coupled with the transition technology provided by the spawns and the mechanical modification of creatures, there has been a gradual reversal of power between humans and the tree spirit race. The tree spirit race has gradually retreated into the primeval forest region, hiding from the world. Hating paused here, taking the coffee handed to him by his assistant and taking a small sip. The appearance of the spawns has been a great boon for us humans, he continued. But sometimes, things have both good and bad sides. Let me talk about myself. At the age of 16, under my father's guidance, I entered the company for learning. At 24, I became a director of the company, and at 29, I formally took over the company. During this time, I focused on developing cutting-edge technology. It was during this period that I realized deeply that the technological development in our human world had been stagnant for a long time. I felt that our technology was inadvertently being restrained by the spawns. The arrival of spawns has brought our technology to an unprecedented height, and it has also limited our path of exploration to higher heights. All the paths we have walked are the paths that the spawns have walked before. Regardless of success or failure, they have walked far more than us in their long lives. We cannot surpass them on this race track. If we continue, we will only live in their shadows forever. Hating took a deep breath and continued, this makes me very uneasy. I think we are controlled by spawns to some extent. They can destroy us with a single thought. So I have been seeking different sources of power, trying to follow a path different from the psychic and mechanical strength of the spawns. For example, the tree spirit race, which once controlled our world, Hating said, then looked back at Fang Heng and continued, and also you. I have always been curious about the source of your power. Now it seems that it's not just our burrows. Fang Heng shrugged as he listened. The source of his power? It was indeed quite complicated. He understood bits and pieces of it. I understand. I think we can have a very good cooperation between us. I hope so too, Hating continued. Back to the point, the spawns are tracking you using an advanced psychic network for positioning. Once the positioning is completed, they can obtain your standard location at regular intervals. But I have also noticed that you seem to have a special ability to influence the tracking and positioning of the spawns. Well, it just hinders their tracking efficiency. They can still lock onto my location, Fang Heng said, then asked, is there any way to escape this kind of positioning? Hating had thought about this before he came to see Fang Heng. Yes, we can try to infiltrate the spiritual domain main control and temporarily disrupt part of the working system of the spiritual domain network, temporarily sever the connection between the spawns and our world, and cut off the link between the spawn's use of external passages and the transition network to enter our world. It will take time for the Federation to rebuild the network, which can buy us a small amount of time. Fang Heng frowned. Just a small amount of time? It's already very difficult to achieve this, Fang Heng. After all, it's still hard for me to influence the Federation. Hating shook his head helplessly and continued, don't worry, during the internet blackout period, we can thoroughly help you shield the spawn's tracking of you. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. That sounded reasonable. But there are risks in doing so. Once you're exposed to the spawns or the Federation for some time next time, you will still be marked by the spawns, and the Federation will be doubly vigilant next time. By then, it will be even harder for us to use the same method to block the tracking. Hating put down his coffee. You know, Omnitech Company is controlled by the Federation behind the scenes, so I can't directly intervene to temporarily disable the spiritual domain blockade system. I can only provide you with various assistance behind the scenes. Alright, I understand. Being able to help behind the scenes is already enough. Ding. The player's friendship with Hating has increased. Ding. The player has triggered the mission decrypting the tracking signal. Mission title, decrypting the tracking signal. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, you have met Hating and reached a verbal cooperation agreement with him. You have learned from Hating a method to block the tracking of spawns. Mission requirement, with Hating's help, temporarily get rid of the spawns. Fang Heng looked at the difficulty of the mission and his heart skipped a beat. SSS level difficulty. The highest mission difficulty level. It seemed that it was not easy to deal with. Where is the spiritual domain blockade network main control terminal? How is the defense level there? It's on the lower level of the Federation Central Research Room. The security level is the highest. Ji Hating's face was solemn and he spoke. The spiritual domain blockade network was established by the Federation under the guidance of spawns. The entire Central Research Institute of the Federation is under the control of the Federation. I heard that the central area has always been controlled by the spawns. To be honest, even I can only stay in the outer area of the Central Research Institute. So that's how it is. That's the general situation. If we decide to make a move, I still need some time to prepare. The spawn's pursuit of you will become more and more intense as time passes. I suggest that we act as soon as possible. Ji Hating looked down at his watch and said, if nothing unexpected happens, I will need about 10 hours to prepare. I will inform you as soon as I am done. Yes, alright. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. Ji Hating's method could only be considered a temporary solution. Even if this time he could completely erase the information about himself, once he encountered the Federation or the spawns again, he would still be tracked once more. Wait a minute. Feng Heng suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and asked, Director Ji, you just said that we can disable part of the spiritual domain blockade network system. Does this mean that the tree spirits can open the teleportation passage in the inner world during the time when the network is down? Ji Hating frowned. He thought for a moment and nodded. Theoretically, yes. The spiritual domain network is divided into many layers. Except for the central layer, which is controlled by the spawns and cannot be closed automatically, the outer layers will be temporarily closed under our control. Chapter 2170 Method. At that time, the energy detection of the spiritual domain network will also be deactivated, reducing the suppression on the tree spirit race to some extent. In theory, the tree spirit race will be able to open the world teleportation passage, and their strength will also experience a slight increase. However, the entire duration of the effect will not be very long, at most 10 minutes. We will immediately reboot the internet after clearing the traces you left behind. This short period of time should not be enough for the tree spirit race to quickly open the world passage. Feng Heng couldn't help but lower his head and think. Indeed, 10 minutes was too short a time to hastily open the world teleportation passage. Unless the tree spirits were prepared. Ji Hating looked at Feng Heng, who was immersed in his thoughts, and said, Feng Heng, this is also one of the risks we have to bear. Risk? Feng Heng stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes as he pondered. He could not help but smile. The tree spirits. After all this time, he was risking his life and fighting tooth and nail against the spawns, while the tree spirit race watched from the sidelines. And they even managed to get 10 minutes of time out of it? That wouldn't do. He had to involve the tree spirit race in this as well. It was better to have everyone involved in the fun. He might as well take advantage of this situation and gain some benefits along the way. Ji Hating noticed the malicious smile on Feng Heng's face and couldn't help but ask, Feng Heng, what are you thinking? Nothing, just some good stuff. Let's follow the plan and keep in touch. Yes, alright. Ji Hating quickly discussed the details with Feng Heng and nodded to his subordinates not far away. Moments later, faint specks of spatial transmission flickered into existence beside Ji Hating and his group, and they swiftly disappeared from their original location. Feng Heng retracted his gaze from the distance and closed his eyes to sense again. The last time he met Van, the tracking mark he left on Van had mostly dissipated. However, he had always remembered the coordinates where Van had stopped. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Feng Heng paid the bill, got up, and walked to the corner of the street. He quickly transformed into a bat and flew high in the air. Above the primeval forest, Feng Heng transformed into his bat form and flew at high speed. In fact, according to the information obtained from Ji Hating, the tree spirits had also established their headquarters in the outside world. However, the tree spirits had always lacked trust in humans, so neither the Tree Whisperers Alliance nor the Federation knew the location of the headquarters of the tree spirits. But Feng Heng managed to track them using the imprinting skill through the vampire's imprint ability. During this time, Feng Heng exerted great effort to eliminate a wave of pursuers before flying into an undeveloped primeval forest area. Judging from his perception, it should be nearby. Feng Heng hovered in the air for a moment, observing, before gently landing on a large tree. This was where Van's perception disappeared. So, the headquarters of the tree spirit race was. The surrounding forest was quiet. There was no sign of the tree spirit's headquarters. Had he guessed wrong? Feng Heng closed his eyes and slowly released his perception. His perception quickly spread out along his body. He found it. Feng Heng opened his eyes and looked ahead. A faint absorption reaction appeared in a small area not far ahead, which would be extremely difficult to detect without careful examination. So, there seemed to be some sort of barrier-like thing over there. Feng Heng tried to approach carefully. He stood in front of the sensing position. Feng Heng slowly raised his hand and stretched it forward. The moment his finger touched it, a faint ripple appeared in the space in front of him. With a little force, his finger sank into the ripples. It seemed that the barrier did not have any offensive ability. Feng Heng pondered and directly stepped into the ripples. Teleportation passage. After entering the other side of the ripple barrier, Feng Heng turned around and looked behind him. The ripple behind him quickly returned to its original state. It was some kind of absorption barrier. It was a barrier illusion array that could absorb external perceptions. Who is it? Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, with a loud shout, several arrows flew towards him from the dense forest in the distance. PFFT. Puff. 2 arrows instantly pierced through Feng Heng's chest. Boom. Feng Heng was thrown backward by the tremendous impact of the arrows and pinned heavily against a huge tree behind him. Crack. 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 Vines immediately entwined around the pierced area. Ding. The player has received 3091 damage. The player is affected by the vine entanglement effect and the parasitic spore effect, the tree spirit race. Feng Heng muttered to himself as he reached out to pull out the arrows that had pierced into his body and threw them to the side. The wound caused by the arrows healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at several figures in the distant forest. No offense, I am here to look for Great Elder Senzo. In the distance, several tree spirit guards who were secretly attacking Feng Heng looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. It had been more than 100 years since anyone had entered the territory of the tree spirits. Moreover, this human was extraordinary. He actually looked very calm after being shot by the arrow. He was not weak. 2 tree spirits hid in the forest far away and gave a warning, "Human, this is not a place you should be. I have a very important matter to discuss with Great Elder Senzo. Tell him that Feng Heng is looking for him regarding the latest developments in the Federation and the Niam alloy. It's very urgent and I want to see him immediately. Stand here and don't leave." When the tree spirits heard Feng Heng mention the Niam alloy, they immediately felt that it might be a serious matter, so they asked Feng Heng to stay where he was and called their companions to return to report. A moment later, with Ven as the leader, more than 10 tree spirits gathered and walked out of the forest. Ven happened to be in charge of guarding the tribe today. When he heard that a human had entered the territory and was looking for Great Elder Senzo, he immediately felt that it was strange, so he immediately brought people over to investigate personally. "Feng Heng? Why is it you?" Seeing that it was Feng Heng, Ven frowned. "Feng Heng? How did he come here? Are you alone?" Feng Heng also recognized Van. "Elder Van, I didn't expect such a coincidence. I know that you tree spirits don't like to be disturbed by the outside world, so as you can see, I came alone to visit." Van's eyes scanned Feng Heng's face, and his tone carried a hint of questioning. "How did you find us?" Feng Heng thought to himself, "Isn't this a coincidence? Of course, I found this place because of you. I am a follower of nature, seeking the guidance of the natural world. Finding you is not a difficult task." Van and the few tree spirits behind him glanced at each other, clearly disdainful of the notion of guidance from the god of nature. Humans also seek the favor of the god of nature? Stop joking. Dream on. The tree spirits were the race chosen by the god of nature. Van thought Feng Heng was unwilling to say more, so he stopped asking but asked coldly, "What is it?" Chapter 2171 Entering I just want to talk to Elder Senzo, Feng Heng said. "Forgive me for being direct, but this is crucial. I am afraid you don't have the authority to know the full details." "What did you say?" Van was immediately angered by Feng Heng's words, glaring at him for a moment before responding, "Human, regardless of your reasons, entering the territory of the tree spirit race without permission is suicidal." Feng Heng looked coldly at Van and questioned, "Is it? Van, can you really speak for the entire tree spirit race?" Van clenched his fists. Admit it or not, he was somewhat apprehensive about directly confronting Feng Heng. He had witnessed Feng Heng single-handedly facing the entire Federation's Mechanical Operations Department before. What Van feared most was that if there were any significant disturbances here, the tree spirit race's secret habitat might be detected by the spiritual domain blockade network, which would spell disaster for them. Reminding himself not to act impulsively, Van took a deep breath and continued, "Elder Senzo is currently away on business. We will deal with you after he returns. If you resist, we will use force." "Yes." The tree spirit members immediately surrounded Feng Heng. After a quick thought, Feng Heng showed no intention of resisting. He simply looked at Van and said, "Van, I suggest you inform Great Elder Senzo as soon as possible. You don't have much time." Van disdainfully snorted, "Humphrey. You don't need to worry about that." As they spoke, 2 tree spirit members approached Feng Heng from both sides. Thin vines quickly wrapped around Feng Heng's wrists, securing them tightly behind his back. Let's go. Under the vigilant escort of the tree spirit members, Feng Heng was led into the territory of the tree spirit race. The architecture of the tree spirit race was completely different from that of humans, resembling treehouse styles. Feng Heng was led through the periphery of the tree spirit's daily living area until they reached a clearing in the back. Looking up, Feng Heng saw cages made of special vines hanging under a huge tree. These vine cages were used to imprison prisoners, and several prisoners were currently held captive inside. All of them were tree spirits. The prisoners looked at Feng Heng with puzzled eyes. A human? Being imprisoned in the tree spirit race's jail was indeed strange. Great Elder Senzo is busy outside. You will wait here for now, Van said, signaling to the two tree spirit members beside him. The vine-constructed prison descended from the sky, its gate opening. The two tree spirit members pushed Feng Heng inside before the gate closed again, and the prison was lifted back into the air. Through the vines, Feng Heng looked down at Van. You don't have much time left, only 5 hours. Humphrey, Van uttered a disdainful snort and said, rest assured, I will report to Great Elder Senzo as soon as he returns. You just wait patiently during this time. Feng Heng shook his head and said no more. He just felt that his choice was correct. Cooperating with the tree spirits was indeed asking for trouble. Van watched as Feng Heng was temporarily imprisoned in the vine prison. He nodded and whispered to the guard beside him, this human is not ordinary. You need to keep a close eye on him. Yes, Elder Van. Do we need to inform Great Elder Senzo to come back immediately? There's no need for that. Great Elder Senzo has other more important matters to deal with. I will report to him when he's done. Understood. Humphrey. Van glanced at Feng Heng coldly and left the prison. Let him wait here for a few more days. Feng Heng watched as Van and the others left, then curiously looked at the vine prison's internal structure. Interesting. The vine prison could continuously release a special natural energy, similar to parasitic spores, slowly absorbing the mental strength of the trapped. However, the absorption speed was a bit too slow, unable to match Feng Heng's mental strength recovery speed. In addition, the vines had fine thorns on them. They were so tiny that they were barely visible to the naked eye, causing no pain when piercing the skin. However, once the thorns penetrated the skin, they would release a paralyzing toxin, causing fatigue and drowsiness. A pretty decent prison, Feng Heng remarked, quite satisfied. The tree spirit's prison had given him a lot of inspiration. He pondered about creating a new, improved version of the prison for use in the zombie apocalypse prison in the future. However, at the moment, this thing could still be used against ordinary prisoners. Still want to deal with him? That might be underestimating him a bit. After observing for a while and confirming his safety, Feng Heng simply found a more comfortable position and sat down. He had already considered various situations he might encounter in the tree spirit race. He was prepared. In his premonition, being imprisoned in the dungeon was already considered a relatively good treatment. Just wait. Having had contact with the tree spirit race before, Feng Heng knew that without causing them any trouble, they wouldn't easily bow their heads and cooperate. Great Elder Senzo had indeed gone out to meet the elders of the Ru tribe today. The main purpose was to discuss their previous collaboration. From the results, it was clear that the Leaf tribe's leadership in the collaboration had undoubtedly harmed the other 3 major tribes. This time, it was more about making amends. Van also wanted to let Feng Heng stew for a while longer, so he didn't rush to contact Elder Senzo when he returned. Soon, Van threw this matter to the back of his mind. However, 5 hours later, 2 tree spirits rushed to the Council of Elders to report. Several elders, a large number of Federation spatial transmission ripples have been detected in the periphery of our base. The Federation's people are coming. What? In the Elders' Council, several tree spirit patriarchs couldn't sit still upon hearing this, immediately standing up with serious expressions. Spatial transmission ripples? What's going on? The Federation had found their headquarters? So sudden? An elder said in a deep voice, don't panic yet. It might be a Federation inspection. Quick. Activate the hidden spell, check the status of the simulated barrier, and prepare for a counterattack. The entire clan is on high alert. Understood. The tree spirit members swiftly followed the instructions and hurriedly went to arrange everything. Meanwhile, outside the simulated barrier set up by the Leaf tribe. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dotted points of transition light appeared continuously in the air. The Federation's war mechanical device appeared in the surrounding area through transition. As if realizing that there was no trace of Feng Heng in the area in front of it, the mechanical device was stunned for a few seconds. Then, it turned on the thermal imaging device and patrolled around, trying to find traces of Feng Heng in the forest area. Chapter 2172. Chasing after him 2 minutes later, 16 streaks of faint blue transition light flashed one after another. The spawn warriors arrived through the transition devices. Looking at the surrounding forest domain, the spawn warriors exchanged glances. Feng Heng? No. The location found using the spawn positioning device. It must be accurate. Feng Heng must be nearby. One of the spawns quickly sensed something and pointed a finger towards a tree spirit race's simulated barrier in the distance. Whoosh! Blue ripples spread outwards in circles from the tree spirit's fingertip. Soon, the spreading ripples collided with a tree spirit race's barrier, causing an interaction, and the barrier undulated like the surface of the water. Waves of faint blue ripples appeared on the barrier. It's a simulated barrier. Meanwhile, another spawn placed its hands in front of itself, forming a triangular gesture. Whoosh! A faint cyan beam of light shot out from the center of the triangular formation, hitting the simulated barrier ahead. Buzz! The barrier shuddered violently. The light beam tore the entire simulated barrier open, revealing the tree spirit race's habitat behind the barrier. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Before the spawns could continue their investigation, a barrage of arrows rained down from behind the simulated barrier. It's the tree spirit race. The spawn warriors furrowed their brows and immediately activated crystal shields around their bodies. Bang! Bang bang! The arrows shattered upon hitting the red crystal shields. The war machines around the area quickly locked onto the enemy's position and unleashed long-range light beam attacks toward the tree spirit race's location. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Dense light beams bombarded the tree spirit race's habitat indiscriminately. Boom! Boom boom! The light beam weapons exploded in the tree spirit race's territory, triggering explosions. The tree spirit's defense capabilities were low, so they did not withstand the attack directly. Instead, they retreated and took cover, firing arrows in return. Damn! They were discovered. In the barrier area, Van's heart sank. The Federation was coming in full force. And why had the spawn suddenly joined the battle? As the fight broke out, and the tree spirit race's habitat was found, the Federation immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Just as they suspected, Feng Heng was allied with the tree spirit race. The situation was only getting more complicated. However, the Federation was somewhat surprised. The tree spirit race had voluntarily exposed their habitat. Previously, the Federation had expended immense effort but never found the tree spirit race's headquarters. Why had they suddenly exposed it now? Without much thought, the Federation immediately dispatched numerous mechanized combat reinforcements through the transition passage to support the battlefield. More and more spatial transmission points appeared around the tree spirit race's habitat. The tree spirit race had entered an emergency state and were deploying all their resources to protect their home. The members were continuously shooting spells and arrows to fend off the external invasion. Quick, activate the emergency barrier. Buzz. A massive blue interference barrier rose in the sky above the primeval forest. Due to the interference, the Federation's spatial transition mechanical units were affected, and the reinforcement speed slowed down considerably. Since over a century ago, the tree spirit race had established layers of protection around their habitat. The Federation would find it no easy task to conquer the tree spirit race's habitat. At the moment, Feng Heng was still locked up in the prison. Hearing the explosions from the light cannons outside and the blue barrier above him, Feng Heng couldn't help but smile. The time had come. It seemed the spawns and the Federation's pursuers had arrived. The tree spirit race was now fighting against the Federation. But why hadn't Senzo come to find him yet? Inside the tree spirit race's habitat, the great elder Senzo felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. He had just returned from discussing the next steps of cooperation with the great elder of the Root tribe and had barely had a moment to catch his breath when he heard the news of the Federation's spatial transmission emergence. How did the Federation find this place? The situation was dire, and Senzo had no time to think. He immediately brought his subordinates to the outside world to assess the situation. Arriving at the outer periphery of the habitat, Senzo saw that the area had already erupted into war, causing his heart to sink. Trouble. The tree spirit race was now in direct conflict with the Federation. He was even shocked to find spawns among the Federation's transition mechanical units. Van. What's going on? Van, leading his people in a brave fight against the invasion, saw the Great Elder Senzo arrive and quickly briefed him on the situation. Great Elder, we were suddenly attacked by the Federation. In summary, Van wasn't entirely sure what had happened. The Federation had suddenly appeared, found their habitat, and launched an attack. Senzo found it increasingly puzzling. The Federation's actions suggested they already knew their general location and had come prepared. Had their habitat been leaked? Where had the information come from? Elder Zhang, we have requested reinforcements from the Wood and Root tribes, and they are on their way. Senzo hummed softly. The relationship between the various tribes wasn't as harmonious as outsiders might think, But since they were of the same race and had been under increasing pressure from the Federation, the tribes had temporarily set aside their differences to enhance cooperation. Therefore, they had established hidden teleportation points near each of their bases. The tribes had agreed that if any one tribe's habitat was attacked by the Federation, the remaining 3 would come to their aid. Before this, Senzo pondered, still feeling that something was off, and asked, was anything else unusual before the Federation appeared? Senzo's question triggered a realization in Van's mind, causing his face to change abruptly. What was it? It's Feng Heng. He must have led the Federation here. Van suddenly felt he had found the key, gritting his teeth in frustration. I knew it. Humans can't be trusted. Senzo's heart sank at Van's words, and he asked gravely, what did you say? Feng Heng? He came? Yes, he showed up a few hours ago, claiming he was looking for you. Since you weren't here, I temporarily detained him in the prison. Senzo took a deep breath, his gaze filled with weight. Feng Heng had arrived just hours before the Federation, a suspicious coincidence. He must be related to the situation. But how had Feng Heng found their habitat? You stay and lead our people in resisting the Federation. The Root and Soul tribes' reinforcements are on their way. I have instructed Osman to prepare for evacuation. Once we repel the Federation, we will immediately relocate to the second backup gathering point. I will go check on Feng Heng. Understood. With that, Senzo hurriedly took 2 tribe members to find Feng Heng. Chapter 2173 Exchange. As they entered the prison area, Senzo's brow furrowed deeply, his expression unusually serious. Could it be Feng Heng who led the Federation here? But how did Feng Heng even find their location? The Leaf tribe had never disclosed their whereabouts to the outside world. Even the Tree Whisperers Alliance didn't know where they were. Feng Heng. Entering the confinement area, Senzo looked up at Feng Heng imprisoned in the vine-covered cell, nodding to indicate to the tree spirit people nearby to release him. Feng Heng stepped out of the vine prison, stretching his muscles and bones, and then looked at Elder Senzo. He nodded and said, Elder Senzo, it's been a while. How have you been these days? Senzo's expression remained dark as he asked, did you bring the Federation here? Don't jump to conclusions. Feng Heng thought, amused by Senzo's accuracy but couldn't admit it outright. He waved his hand casually and continued, I actually received information from the Federation about their impending pursuit. I wanted to inform you in advance, but I ended up being treated like this. Can't blame me. Senzo furrowed his brows. Deep down, he didn't believe Feng Heng could be so benevolent. So how did the Federation get the information? I am not sure about that. Maybe it was leaked by the Tree Whisperers Alliance? Impossible. The Tree Whisperers Alliance doesn't even know our exact location. Then I have no idea. Anyway, I received the information from the Federation, so I came here first. Don't worry, Elder Senzo, it's just a probing attack by the Federation. With the abilities of the Tree Spirit race, you can easily repel them. Feng Heng couldn't help but feel like laughing, but he restrained himself and casually shrugged. Alright, great Elder Senzo, I didn't come here to discuss these dampening matters this time. I have an important collaboration I would like to discuss with you. Cooperation? Senzo's expression was cautious as he looked at Feng Heng, feeling increasingly uneasy. What kind of cooperation? How come? Didn't Van just tell you? Of course, the Niam alloy. Feng Heng looked at Senzo and continued, Elder Senzo, what do you think? Are you interested in this? Senzo stared at Feng Heng, becoming even more suspicious. Since the last failed operation, news about the Niam alloy had disappeared completely, as if it had never existed. Even the Tree Spirit race couldn't find the Niam alloy. How could Feng Heng find it then? Do you have information about the Niam alloy? Of course, I don't. Senzo's eyes concealed a hint of anger. Feng Heng, I don't have time to waste on you. I know you are in a hurry, but don't rush, Feng Heng said, glancing outside and then pointing upwards. Let me get straight to the point. I can't get the Niam alloy, but I found another way. It can temporarily help you break through part of the spiritual domain blockade and open a passage to the inner world. What is it? We can start from the central device of the spiritual domain blockade network. I have found the location of the central device, which is located in the Federation's Secret Research Institute. And I have obtained a virus program. Once the virus is successfully injected into the central device, we can easily shut down the external spiritual domain network for a period of time. During that time, you can directly open the passage to the inner world. Listening to Feng Heng's words, Senzo's expression became serious as he lowered his head in thought. Indeed, he had heard of the central device from the Federation. The central device of the spiritual domain network was located in the Federation's central secret research base. It was said that the central device could control the entire spiritual domain network terminal. Theoretically, what Feng Heng said was possible. But Senzo couldn't determine the truth of temporarily shutting down the spiritual domain network as Fang Heng claimed. At least the spawns spent a long time. Even the Central Secret Research Institute of the Federation didn't figure out where it was. Senzo raised his head and said, "It sounds promising. So, why did you come to me?" "Of course, to ask for compensation." Fang Heng chuckled and continued, "You know, it's the Federation's Central Research Institute, and infiltrating such a dangerous place and doing such dirty work for you will require a lot of effort on my part. As an exchange, shouldn't you also give something in return?" "What do you want?" "Nothing much, just a few leaves of life and the runes you gave me last time." Greedy human. Senzo looked at Fang Heng, feeling extremely displeased. However, his suspicion of Fang Heng decreased somewhat. Using the leaf of life as a bargaining chip. Indeed. If Fang Heng's words were true and the endeavor succeeded, giving him the leaf of life wouldn't be impossible. As for the runestone, he wouldn't agree. 500 leaves of life. How about that? 500? Senzo was furious at Fang Heng's exorbitant demand. This kid. Did he really think the leaf of life of the tree spirit race was just some common fallen leaf? Ha ha ha, don't be angry. Seeing Senzo looking furious, Fang Heng chuckled and said, "Just kidding with you. How about 100? 100, what do you say? 80? 70? Fang Heng observed Senzo's expression, probing his bottom line. 60, no less. Senzo took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He wasn't going to compete with a human boy. For the great cause of the tree spirit race. He would accept if they could open the passage to the inner world. Then he would find a way to make Fang Heng regurgitate everything he had swallowed. "I can agree to your terms. When we enter the inner world, you can get 60 leaves of life." Fang Heng frowned at the words. The game hint was triggered. Ding, the player has triggered the mission Trade with the Tree Spirit Race. Mission title, Trade with the Tree Spirit Race. Mission difficulty, SSS level. Mission description, the player reaches an agreement with Great Elder Senzo to assist the Tree Spirit Race in temporarily breaking through part of the spiritual domain network blockade and opening a passage to the inner world. After the Tree Spirit Race enters the inner world, the player can seek out Great Elder Senzo to obtain 60 leaves of life. Ding. The player's friendship with the Tree Spirit Race and Senzo decreases. Fang Heng glanced at the game hint and sneered inwardly. This old guy. Still digging a pit for himself? The mission not only required fulfilling the temporary breakthrough of the spiritual domain blockade network but also specified that the Tree Spirit Race could only receive the reward after successfully opening the passage to the inner world. In addition to the obvious pitfalls, there were hidden pitfalls. Even if he successfully completed the first two missions, he still had to personally find Senzo to submit the mission and obtain 60 leaves of life. Chapter 2174 Negotiation. Was this a joke? What if the tree spirits went back on their word, or something unexpected happened and kicked him out of the tree spirit camp? Even if things went smoothly, once Senzo and the tree spirit race hid in the inner world, where would he go to find someone to submit the mission to? The most crucial issue was time. Fang Heng had a plan. While temporarily breaking the spiritual domain blockade here, Claraway would also summon the sacred tree Abakaya to activate the magic array, thereby opening the teleportation passage to the inner world. So when Fang Heng arrived, he had already decided. This time, he needed to strive to obtain the mission reward in advance. Or at least, he needed to receive the reward while completing the mission so that Claraway could use the Leaf of Life to provide Abakaya with the power to operate the magic array and open the passage to the inner world. Killing two birds with one stone. And at the same time, he could escape the pursuit of the spawns and enter the inner world. It was a pity that he lacked the Leaf of Life. Fang Heng shook his head and continued to negotiate. No, I need the Leaves of Life urgently. I can't wait that long. I must get the Leaves of Life first, and I can only guarantee a temporary interruption of the spiritual domain blockade network. Hey! Senzo sneered, interrupting. Fang Heng, our tree spirit race has already made concessions. Don't push it too far. It's impossible to provide the Leaves of Life in advance based on your premonition. How do we know for sure that you can break the spiritual domain blockade? Fang Heng frowned. He had a contingency plan. Directly exchange the Leaf of Life for the Niam alloy. Senzo would probably agree. But then he hesitated. The Niam alloy was extremely rare, and Black Castle also needed it to deal with the spawns. It might have unexpected effects in the future. Both of them were unwilling to compromise for the time being and unwilling to give up, so they fell silent at the same time. At that moment, a low voice came from above. Senzo, why not leave it to me? I will monitor him all the way, and when I confirm that he is capable of temporarily breaking the spiritual domain network blockade, I will give him the Leaves of Life. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He looked up towards the source. Not far away, in a prison cell near the corner, an elderly member of the tree spirit race slowly spoke up. Senzo looked at the person, his brows furrowing tightly. Raven. The sinner imprisoned in the vine prison. Once, Raven was also one of the great elders of the Leaf tribe. During a mission, Raven's reckless actions led to great losses for the entire tree spirit race. Raven blamed himself for it. At that time, apart from the Leaf tribe, the other 3 major tribes were unwilling to let it go. They sought justice from the Leaf tribe. To silence the other tribes, Raven had been imprisoned since then and had never set foot outside. In the current urgent situation, Raven was indeed the most suitable person for the job. Senzo hesitated for a moment and then made a decision, turning to Feng Heng. He said, "You heard it. Great Elder Raven will accompany you throughout the infiltration of the Federation's central research room. You will temporarily halt the operation of the spiritual domain network until it is confirmed that you have the ability to disrupt it. Only then will we hand over the leaves of life. This is our final concession. Do you agree?" Ding. The player's mission changes, and the tree spirit race's Great Elder Raven will accompany you to the central research room of the Federation. Once the mission is completed, you can immediately receive the mission reward from Raven. Ding. During the mission execution, if Raven dies or the player is more than 1,000 meters away from Raven, the mission will fail by default. Feng Heng looked up at Raven and said, "The destination is far from here. I will use a special method to get there. Are you sure you can keep up?" "No problem. I have my own way to follow you," Raven said, stepping out of the prison and exchanging a quick glance with Senzo. "Before we set off, I need to explain something to the Great Elder," Raven said as he walked to the side with the Great Elder, turning his back and speaking quietly. Feng Heng watched their secretive behavior and felt they were probably plotting something again. Soon, Raven returned. "Ready? I will accompany you to the Central Research Institute of the Federation." With that, Raven quickly condensed an imprint with both hands in front of him. A faint cyan light flashed. An identical tree shadow clone appeared next to Raven. Shadow clone skill? Feng Heng was curious and took a few more glances. The difference between the clone and the main body was significant, especially in appearance, with only one facial contour. But he didn't know how effective it would be in combat. "All right." Feng Heng nodded and said, "Also, just give the leaves of life to my companion outside." "Okay." Raven agreed readily, and then his main body slowly turned into a stream of light, forming a small vine-like substance. Isn't this a bit of a joke? What if the tree spirit race backs out or something unexpected happens, and he gets kicked out of the tree spirit camp? Even if things go smoothly, once Senzo and the tree spirit race hide in the inner world, where will he go to find someone to submit the mission to? The most crucial issue is time. Feng Heng had a plan. While temporarily breaking the spiritual domain blockade here, Claraway would also summon the sacred tree Abakaya to activate the magic array, thereby opening the teleportation passage to the inner world. So when Feng Heng arrived, he had already decided. This time, he needed to strive to obtain the mission reward in advance. Or at least, he needed to receive the reward while completing the mission so that Claraway could use the leaves of the Tree of Life to provide Abakaya with the power to operate the magic array and open the passage to the inner world. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And at the same time, he could escape the pursuit of the spawns and enter the inner world. Now, lacking the leaves of life, it's a bit of a pity. Feng Heng shook his head and continued to negotiate. "No, I need the leaves of life urgently. I can't wait that long. I must get the leaves of life first, and I can only guarantee a temporary interruption of the spiritual domain blockade network." "Hey!" Senzo sneered, interrupting. "Feng Heng, our tree spirit race has already made concessions. Don't push it too far. It's impossible to provide the leaves of life in advance based on your premonition. How do we know for sure that you can break the spiritual domain blockade?" Feng Heng frowned. He had a contingency plan. Directly exchange the leaves of life for Niam alloy. Senzo would probably agree. But then he hesitated. Niam alloy was extremely rare, and Black Castle also needed it to deal with the spawns. It might have unexpected effects in the future. Both of them were unwilling to compromise for the time being and unwilling to give up, so they fell silent at the same time. At that moment, a low voice came from above. "Senzo, why not leave it to me? I will monitor him all the way, and when I confirm that he is capable of temporarily breaking the spiritual domain network blockade, I will give him the leaves of life." Hearing this sudden voice, Feng Heng couldn't help but be moved and looked up at the figure above. Not far away, in a prison near the corner, an elderly tree spirit slowly spoke. Senzo looked at the person, his brows furrowing tightly. "Raven. The sinner imprisoned in the vine prison. Once, Raven was also one of the great elders of the Leaf tribe. During a mission, Raven's reckless actions led to great losses for the entire tree spirit race. Raven blamed himself for it. At that time, apart from the Leaf tribe, The other three major tribes were unwilling to let it go. They sought justice from the Leaf tribe. To silence the other tribes, Raven had been imprisoned since then and had never set foot outside. In the current urgent situation, Raven was indeed the most suitable person for the job. Senzo hesitated for a moment and then made a decision, turning to Feng Heng. You heard that, Raven. The Great Elder will accompany you all the way to infiltrate the central research room of the Federation. We will temporarily stop the operation of the spiritual domain network until we confirm that you are capable of interrupting it. Then we will give you the leaves of life. This is our final concession. Do you agree? Ding. The player's mission changes, and the Tree Spirit Race's Patriarch, Elder Raven, will accompany you to the central research room of the Federation. Once the mission is completed, you can immediately receive the mission reward from Raven. Ding. During the mission execution, if Raven dies or the player is more than 1,000 meters away from Raven, the mission will fail by default. Feng Heng looked up at Raven. The destination is far from here. I will use a special ritual to get there. Are you sure you can keep up? No problem. I have my own way to accompany you, Raven said, stepping out of the prison and exchanging a quick glance with Senzo. Before we set off, I need to explain something to the Great Elder, Raven said as he walked to the side with the Great Elder, turning his back and speaking quietly. Feng Heng watched their secretive behavior and felt they were probably plotting something again. Soon, Raven returned. Ready? I will accompany you to the Central Research Institute of the Federation. With that, Raven quickly condensed an imprint with both hands in front of him. A faint cyan light flashed. An identical tree shadow clone appeared next to Raven. Shadow clone skill? Feng Heng was curious and took a few more glances. The difference between the clone and the main body was significant, especially in appearance, with only one facial contour. But he didn't know how effective it would be in combat. Alright. Feng Heng nodded and said, also, just give the leaves of life to my companion outside. Okay. Raven agreed readily, and then his main body slowly turned into a stream of light, forming a small vine-like substance. Click. The vine-like substance leaped forward and stuck to Feng Heng's armpit area. Feng Heng heard Raven's voice in his ear. Human, I think this should do. Feng Heng looked down and saw the vine-like substance pulsating rhythmically under his armpit like a heart. The voice came from the vine-like substance. Special mimicking ability? Looks like it's settled. Feng Heng shrugged. Alright then. One more tag along. The mission difficulty has increased. With Raven, he probably couldn't use the secondary space projection ability. But at least the Tree Spirit Race agreed to cooperate, meeting his minimum expectations for the mission. Senzo urged, let's get started as soon as possible. Feng Heng rubbed his shoulder and said, let's not rush. Since we are here, I will help you take care of the Federation and the spawns chasing after you. Since he was here and it just happened that he discovered that the headquarters of the Tree Spirit Race was under attack, as allies, shouldn't he lend a hand in the defense? And maybe earn some contribution points to exchange for more leaves of life? On the front line. After activating the high interference device of the Tree Spirit Race, the speed of appearance of spatial transmission light spots in the external space decreased significantly. Soon, the Root Tribe and the Wood Tribe also quickly arrived to support near the habitat base of the Leaf Tribe, joining forces on the front line to deal with the Federation. When Feng Heng and Elder Senzo returned to the front line, the Tree Spirit Race had already gained control of the situation. More than 10 spawns remained behind the Federation's large-scale mechanical devices, continuously releasing high-frequency psychic energy beams to resist the tree people pouring in from all sides. It seemed like they were at their wits' end. He didn't expect that the Tree Spirit Race would be so resilient. I will go. Feng Heng's eyes lit up as he found the opportunity to strike a blow. Without waiting for Elder Senzo to speak, he dashed back into the battlefield. After being chased by the spawns for so long, he was feeling a bit irritable. Moreover, now was the perfect opportunity to rack up some kills and earn rewards. Chapter 2175 Preparation. Feng Heng swiftly faded into space, directly entering secondary space projection, and dashed through the battlefield towards the rearguard of the spawns. Pa! Feng Heng keenly noticed that as he entered the secondary space projection, the vine attached to his body fell to the ground. Just as he suspected. Raven couldn't follow him into the secondary space projection. Not far away, the spawns, focused on dealing with the enemy, were about to react upon seeing the faint spatial fluctuations suddenly appearing before them. Whoosh! In the next moment, Feng Heng stepped out of the secondary space projection and raised his holy sword high, slashing forward. Bang! Cracks immediately appeared on the crystalline barrier in front of the spawns, and they were sent flying backward by the great sword. Ignoring the spawn's reinforcements coming from all sides, Feng Heng focused on his attack, continuing to chase after his targets. A classic tactic to deal with spawns: focus on killing one. Seeing a human suddenly joining the battlefield and fighting so fiercely, the spawns in the rear were somewhat surprised for a moment. Then couldn't help but feel puzzled as he turned to Senzo approaching him. "Great Elder?" Senzo looked at Fang Heng on the battlefield and said in a deep voice, "Go help him." "Understood." Then raised his hand in a signal. At the rear, a row of tree spirit clansmen lifted their longbows and aimed at the distant spawns, releasing a volley of arrows. For a moment, the dense barrage of arrows covered the spawns. With the assistance of the tree spirit race, the pressure on Fang Heng diminished suddenly. Now, it became much easier to continue chasing and killing the spawns one by one. Bang! The great holy sword shattered the outer defense of one of the spawns with a resounding boom. Blood arrow. The blood-colored longsword on his back exploded, instantly condensing into a blood spike. Kai. The blood spike fiercely pierced into the gemstone imprint in front of the spawn. Ding! The player kills the spawn. The player gains a low-tier spirit gemstone and 500 tree spirit camp contribution points, a spirit gemstone obtained. In his grasp, Fang Heng put away the gemstone and focused his gaze on the next spawn. Continue. The massacre lasted for nearly half an hour before it ended. More than a dozen of spawns were slaughtered. The surrounding spatial mechanical transition points of the Federation continued to condense intermittently. However, at this moment, various support teams of the tree spirit race were already in place. The transition points had not yet condensed when they were densely bombarded with arrows. A string of game hints flashed on Fang Heng's retinas. Ding! The player has resisted the pursuit of the spawns. The next pursuit is expected to arrive in 9 hours. The player's current danger rating, internal rating of the spawns, has been raised to B level. He crossed another threshold. Fang Heng's level had advanced to B level. With each major level up, the strength of his pursuers increased significantly. Fang Heng remained quietly vigilant. Meanwhile, the tree spirit race gathered in the rear, preparing to relocate. While the barrier remained open for a while, they would immediately begin teleporting to their new habitat. Senzo didn't want to disclose the true location of the tree spirit race's relocation to Fang Heng. To them, no human could be trusted. Senzo and the elder patriarch of the tree spirit race approached Fang Heng together. "Fang Heng, this place is no longer safe. Next, our Leaf tribe will teleport to a secret stronghold. You should move quickly too. We will try to assist you as well." Listening to Senzo's words, Fang Heng couldn't help but find it amusing. These guys? Offering help? He would be grateful if they didn't add to the challenge. And they were not even planning to tell him the location of the new habitat for the teleportation? Burning bridges, huh? Just as he had suspected, the tree spirit race hadn't planned on fulfilling their promise of a reward. So, when they had all teleported to the temporary secret stronghold, who should he turn to for his reward then? Fang Heng looked at Senzo and said, "You promised me that once the teleportation passage to the inner world is opened, you would take me there too." Senzo replied, "Once we find a suitable location, we will contact you." "Alright." Fang Heng shrugged and said, "My friends are already preparing. We are planning to make our move in 5 hours. I hope you can get ready to enter the inner world and don't waste the opportunity." "I will arrange it as soon as possible," Senzo said with a serious expression. He glanced at Fang Heng's back and reminded, "Raven will accompany you. Be careful with the spatial strength you used before, it might affect Raven." As they spoke, Raven appeared behind Fang Heng without notice. Raven didn't have anything to say, he just nodded gently. His figure slowly transformed into a glowing green light, forming a cluster of vines attached to Fang Heng. "I understand," Fang Heng responded. Fang Heng glanced at the time, waved his hand, and transformed into his bat form, flying into the sky. Senzo and the group of tree spirits raised their heads, watching Fang Heng gradually disappear from view. Then couldn't help but whisper, "Great Elder, even the spawns joined the battle. This is quite unusual. In my opinion, this must be closely related to Fang Heng. I find it suspicious that we are talking about temporarily stopping the spiritual domain network connection." Just now, Van learned about the agreement between Elder Senzo and Fang Heng. Van felt deeply unsettled. So many things had happened in such a short time, and everything seemed to be connected to Fang Heng. No matter how he thought about it, it all seemed suspicious. Senzo's eyes flickered with suspicion. He murmured, "Then what could be Fang Heng's purpose in helping us open the passage to the inner world?" The elders exchanged looks, all shaking their heads. They truly couldn't understand. Senzo closed his eyes and whispered, "Raven, can you hear me?" A small cluster of plants attached to Senzo's shoulder twitched slightly. "I can hear you," it replied, "I am following Fang Heng. His special flying ability is very fast, and we are leaving the primeval forest area." "Good, continue to observe, and contact me immediately if there are any anomalies," Senzo nodded, then closed off his mental perception with Raven. Great Elder. Van, still feeling uneasy, said, humans cannot be trusted. We must take precautions. No need to worry. I have already discussed this with Raven. Just pick a few people. Once Raven enters the Federation's secret research room, he will use his special ability to teleport you over. By then, you will know what to do. Upon hearing this, Van's face lit up with surprise. Elder Senzo had prepared early. No wonder he readily agreed to cooperate with Feng Heng. Van, I will leave Feng Heng's matters to you. Right now, we have another important task to handle, Senzo said, taking a deep breath before he continued. The Federation has already located our habitat. We need to evacuate and transfer to the second backup habitat immediately. Also, the magic array teleportation passage to the inner world must be prepared. Let's hope Feng Heng's plan to temporarily halt the spiritual domain network works out. If he fails. Understood. Chapter 2176. The fortress. Several hours later. High in the sky. Feng Heng transformed into his bat form and flew towards the Federation's secret base. A small cluster of vines was still tightly bound to Feng Heng's body at the base of the bat's wings. Hey, Raven. What's up? Did you manage to contact my friends? My clone has found them. Do you need to contact them now? Now. Anytime. Yes. Feng Heng was somewhat surprised. Originally, he had planned to confirm with Mojai Ai through the ritual before the transaction. Then, he would use the game hint as a double verification. He didn't expect Raven to have long-distance communication abilities as well. This was not bad. It saved him a lot of effort. Not necessary now, Feng Heng nodded silently, then continued, so, if I run into trouble during the operation, you will lend a hand, right? My abilities lean more towards support, I am not very strong. You better not have too high hopes for me. Figures. Feng Heng sneered and glanced down below. At this point, the two had already entered the Federation's Central Research Institute located at the heart of the desert. The central control center of the spiritual domain network was established within. From the outside, the Research Institute resembled a fortress. Vast swaths of uninhabited land surrounded the Research Institute. Various supplies were delivered daily via armored vehicles. The security level was the highest within the Federation. It was evident that there were numerous energy beam turrets hidden around the fortress. Feng Heng circled twice in the air before returning. He entered a small Federation military town on the outskirts of the no man's land and landed from a high place. After circling in the air for 2 rounds, Feng Heng returned and descended into a Federation military town located on the outskirts of the uninhabited area. Waiting at a street corner in the town for a while, soon, a federal team approached. Hello, Dr. Feng. A young man with a handsome face, dressed in a Federation soldier officer attire, recognized Feng Heng. He nodded towards him and saluted. I am Captain Liat, leader of the 6th Command Squad of the Central Federation Escort Team. I have received orders from superiors to escort you into the Central Research Institute. The security and confidentiality levels within the Research Institute are the highest. For the next 5 years, you will not have any external permissions. If you agree, please sign the treaty. Please be careful. With that, Liat handed Feng Heng a document and a miniature earpiece. Feng Heng put on the earpiece. The voice of Ji Hating came through the earpiece. Feng Heng, I am Ji Hating. The security level inside the Central Research Institute is very high, and the built-in monitoring system performs facial recognition. We have previously hacked into the network and created a new identity for you, Dr. Feng, a researcher hired by the Federation. The spiritual domain network has an automatic intrusion detection function. This new identity will be checked after some time. I can guarantee that this identity will be fine for at least 3 hours, but after that, it will depend on luck. So, we need to act quickly. Also, there's a pinhole camera on the earpiece. We will monitor your situation at all times. Oh, and Captain Liat is on my team. They will escort you into the Research Institute. Feng Heng glanced at Captain Liat and nodded lightly, alright. Ji Hating's voice continued to come through the earpiece. Feng Heng, I am currently inside the Research Institute. I will guide you through the upcoming sabotage operation. Time is of the essence. Sign the document, and let's get started. Feng Heng hastily signed his name on the treaty and handed it back. Captain Liat checked the document and nodded. Dr. Feng, if you are ready, we will leave now. Let's go. Liat gestured with his hand. The squad of soldiers boarded an off-road vehicle together with Feng Heng, heading slowly towards the fortress in the center of the desert where the Research Institute was located. Along the way, Ji Hating briefed Feng Heng through the earpiece about the security situation inside the Research Institute and things to be cautious of. There was constant chatter along the way. After driving through the rugged wilderness for a full hour, the off-road vehicle finally came to a stop. After a thorough inspection of the exterior of the research institute, the gates of the fortress finally opened. We have arrived. The vehicle stopped in the parking area inside the fortress's research institute. Liat stepped out of the car and helped Fang Hang out, saying, "Dr. Fang, let me take you into the research institute area first to see your future working environment. Then, I will escort you back to the rest area. How does that sound?" Fang Hang's throat was dry as he replied, "Okay, I will follow your lead. Please." As Liat assisted Fang Hang out of the car, he handed Fang Hang a black magnetic device. Virus decryption software. Fang Hang calmly accepted the magnetic device and stowed it away in his backpack. Ding, the player has obtained antivirus software, special, mission item, not bad at all. All the way here, Fang Hang silently praised Ji Hating's capabilities. They were much stronger than those of the tree spirit race. If it had been just him coming alone to execute the sabotage operation, it would likely have required much more effort. "Let's go." Liat waved his hand and, accompanied by over a dozen soldiers, escorted Fang Hang toward the research institute area. Throughout the journey, the internal surveillance network constantly captured all recorded facial information. However, since Fang Hang's data had been modified through legitimate channels, the system did not react in any way. They arrived at the internal research area. Liat stopped in front of a glass door and gestured, "Dr. Fang, this is your future research area. The main control computer inside can link to the higher-level psychic network of the spawns. We don't have access to the interior. We will wait here at the entrance. After you have looked around, we will take you to the rest area." "All right." Fang Hang nodded and stepped forward into the research room area beyond the glass door. Ji Hating's voice sounded through the earpiece. "Fang Hang, the area you have entered now is the external research zone, where the Federation connects to the spawn psychic network. The central control of the spiritual domain blockade is in a more remote area. Your identity is that of a spiritual domain network expert hired by the Federation. I have never been here before, so I don't know the situation. Try asking to inspect the spiritual domain network and have them take you to the central control area. Once you can access the central control, attach the magnetic block, and leave the rest to me." Fang Hang listened to Ji Hating's instructions and proceeded down the pathway into the main control hall at the rear. In the hall, there were several researchers still working. When they saw Fang Hang enter, they all stopped their work and cast their eyes on him. Research Supervisor Hali frowned as she stared at Fang Hang. "Are you Dr. Fang?" Hali felt puzzled. About 2 hours ago, they received an internal email stating that a Dr. Fang would be joining as a deputy supervisor to participate in spiritual domain network-related work. Dr. Fang? Where did he come from? Any background information related to him was classified. Chapter 2177 Inspection. Hali stepped forward and said, "I am sorry, Dr. Fang, but I haven't received any reports from the Federation regarding your employment. For the sake of work safety regulations, I need to verify your identity. My security clearance is the highest level. You have no authority to access it. For details, you can consult your superiors." Fang Hang repeated what Ji Hating had instructed through the earpiece. After a moment's thought, he added, "The spiritual domain network needs to be upgraded, and I will be responsible for some preliminary testing. By the way, where is the central control of the spiritual domain blockade? I need to go and see." "You want to check the central control?" Hali frowned even more and shook her head, saying, "I am sorry, I haven't received any reports. Accessing the central control requires the highest level of authorization from the Federation. I haven't received any reports yet, so I cannot take you there." In a control room in the research institute, Ji Hating watched the remote transmission of the scene with a furrowed brow. Accessing the central control of the spiritual domain blockade required the highest level of authorization from the Federation? This was troublesome. He had never been inside the main control room of the spiritual domain network, and he had learned about everything inside through various means. As for obtaining the highest level authorization report from the Federation, it was definitely impossible. If he had more time, he could try to fake one. However, the situation was urgent now. Suddenly asking for such a report? Where could he possibly find it? With a furrowed brow, Ji Hating contacted Fang Hang via walkie-talkie. "Fang Hang, try to bluff your way through. Just say you didn't know and that the report is on its way but might have been delayed due to some technical issue. Ask her to wait a bit and go in to take a look first." As Ji Hating was quickly contemplating how to resolve the issue, he suddenly heard a response from Fang Hang. "Yeah, the Federation's approval report, right? I know. Here's my application report, the approval report, and a series of other reports. Take a look and see if anything's missing." Fang Hang spoke as if he had been prepared, handing over a report he held in his hand. At the same time, he discreetly crushed a compound eye of Hellfarum. "The research supervisor, Hali, seemed momentarily dazed as she took the report from Feng Heng's hand. As Huli flipped through the report, her suspicions were not dispelled, instead, they grew stronger. Dr. Feng? He seemed like an outsider, yet somehow managed to pass the highest level of Federation approval? The concealed access approval form was there as well. Huli examined several details and signatures on the approval form. It could be confirmed that the approval form was not forged. After 2 minutes, Feng Heng grew impatient and asked, "Any more questions?" "No, that's all." Huli folded the documents and handed them back to Feng Heng. "Can we start now?" "So soon?" "Yes, the sooner, the better." "All right, follow me." In the remote monitoring room, Ji Hating paused for a moment upon hearing Feng Heng and Huli's conversation. What did that mean? He just bluffed his way through? How did he do it? Then, Ji Hating thought of something and smiled. Following this, Ji Hating had a thought, and a smile crept up on his lips. Indeed, Feng Heng's abilities were remarkable. Back then, Ji Hating had no idea how Feng Heng managed to infiltrate Omnitech Company multiple times, leaving him feeling powerless to stop him. Now, it seemed that the Federation was about to experience a similar sense of helplessness. Soon enough, Feng Heng and Huli passed through the verification process together, traversing a corridor lined with metal passages until they reached a research hall at the end. As they stepped into the hall, Feng Heng felt something stir within him. The spawns. In the hall, more than a dozen spawns clustered on the right side, with a faint blue crystal pillar emanating gentle ripples of light from its central point. Energy flowed through the spawns and converged on the prism-like structures on the ceiling. This was... Feng Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. As you can see, this is the central control area of the Federation's constructed spiritual domain network. Huli explained as she noticed Feng Heng's gaze lingering on the 12 spawns. All our final communications with the external spiritual domain network are transmitted through the mental signals of these spawns, ensuring the security and reliability of the information. These spawns are in a state of mental transmission and have almost no perception of external life forms. Got it. Feng Heng murmured, then shifted his gaze to the right. 2 spawns stood on either side of the large control machine in the hall, appearing as guardians. Huli pointed towards the large mechanical device on the right side of the hall and said, "Here, this is the central instrument for sending and receiving data. Everything we do is controlled through this central instrument. The central device has been running steadily, undergoing checks every 6 months, and has never encountered any accidents so far." At that moment, Ji Hating's voice came through Feng Heng's earpiece. "Feng Heng, that's it. That's the central device controlling the spiritual domain network. Just find a way to attach the magnet I gave you to it, and then leave the rest to me. I will temporarily interrupt the connection of the spiritual domain network, causing the network to stall for a while, and during this time, I will delete all your data from the database." Ji Hating's voice sounded urgent, continuing, "Feng Heng, the problem now is those spawns. A stall in the spiritual domain network will likely alert them, and you might be in danger when that happens. Be prepared in advance." Initially, Ji Hating had no idea there were so many spawns in the control hall. As Feng Heng listened to Ji Hating's words, he pondered for a moment. Facing 14 spawns alone? Could he defeat them? Perhaps. He could give it a try. In the worst-case scenario, he really couldn't escape. At most, he would fight with the spawns. The problem was that if he made too much of a commotion. As he contemplated, Feng Heng suddenly heard Raven's voice again. "Feng Heng, I have heard your conversation. Get ready to take action. I will assist you when needed." Was that so? Feng Heng glanced at the vine attached to his armpit and walked toward the central device of the spiritual domain blockade network. He whispered, "Director Ji, I am about to take action. If anything goes wrong, please stall the people outside for me." "Understood, Feng Heng. There's no need to engage in direct conflict with the spawns. Try to run if you can." In a monitoring room nearby, Ji Hating immediately turned to his subordinates and shouted, "Quick, prepare to sever the connection between the central hall and the outside world, and be ready to invade the system into safety mode." Under Huli's gaze, Feng Heng approached the central device. Gently extending his hand, he flicked his fingers. Chapter 2178 Invasion Click. A very faint sound. The magnetic suction was dislodged and attached underneath the central machine. Immediately, Ji Hating's voice came through the earpiece. "Feng Heng, connection established. We are currently infiltrating the network. We still need some time, the spawns may detect anomalies at any moment. Do your best to stall for time, the longer, the better. Be extremely cautious." Feng Heng remained calm and turned to Huli beside him, asking, "How long has the central machine been running?" "How long?" Huli thought for a moment and said, "From the beginning of its establishment, it has been over 100 years, and there have been 29 turnovers since then. Are there plans to replace it this year?" I haven't received any news. Well, there's such a plan. We are currently conducting preliminary assessments. Feng Heng glanced at the central control instrument, then looked at the spawns condensing the pillar of light beside him. He sensed a peculiar energy ripple from the spawns, reminiscent of the aura he had felt from the tree spirit race. Are they just transmitting signals? What do you mean? Huli felt puzzled and asked in return, what else could they be transmitting if not signals? Yes, that's true. Feng Heng shrugged, glanced around, and continued, supporting such a large spiritual domain network requires a significant energy supply, right? I don't seem to see the energy supply devices here. I was curious about that when I first arrived here. Later, I heard that it was due to the special ability of the spawns. They can utilize unique energy to transmit signals and directly receive energy from the outside. The entire central control network, unless it encounters high-frequency attacks that require large-scale spatial transmission to be completed in a short time, consuming a large amount of energy, in most cases, the spiritual domain blockade can autonomously provide energy. The energy supply area of the spiritual domain is directly below us. Huli nodded, her gaze shifting to the left side of the hall, explaining, that's where the spawns have established the central energy field, and it's guarded by them. Is there another domain below? Feng Heng asked, turning his gaze to the left. There was a disc-shaped mechanical device on the floor that could be opened to access the area below. It was currently closed. Buzz, buzz. As they were speaking, the central control mechanism of the spiritual domain blockade behind him emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately afterward, the pale blue pillar of light rising on the right side of the hall also showed anomalies, with the emanating energy waves becoming extremely unstable, flickering intermittently. Did something malfunction? Huli noticed something was wrong and walked over to inspect the central control instrument, her eyes showing a hint of puzzlement. Meanwhile, Ji Hating's voice came through Feng Heng's earpiece. Feng Heng, the virus has been successfully implanted. We are temporarily disrupting the network domain, and the spawns have already sensed the anomaly. It may be dangerous to stay there. Find a way to leave immediately. As Ji Hating's voice trailed off, the spawns who were controlling the communication pillars became aware of something amiss. They opened their eyes and turned their heads towards Feng Heng and Huli. Huli looked nervous, still trying to restore the status of the central control mechanism. What was happening? How did this happen so suddenly? Huli had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, the entire control mechanism went into emergency response mode, and most operations were locked and rendered ineffective. In an instant, Huli felt like she was being watched, her body going cold. It seemed like a special force was binding her in place, making her unable to move. Turning her head, Huli looked at the two spawns walking towards her, feeling a surge of fear. What? I don't know. The spawn's retinas reflected the information of Feng Heng and Huli, while rapidly displaying various analysis and comparison data. Unknown risk detected. Information anomaly confirmed, Director G. Help me shut down the entire hall. Huli suddenly heard a stern shout in her ear, followed by her heart feeling like it was being squeezed, suspended in midair. Swoosh. Feng Heng darted past her like a gust of wind, heading straight toward the two spawns ahead. Swoosh. A great holy sword materialized in Feng Heng's hand as he swung heavily towards the spawn on the right. Whoosh. The protective shield crystals surrounding the spawn instantly expanded. Bang. Under the impact of the great holy sword, several cracks appeared on the crystal shield surrounding the spawn. The spawn was forcefully knocked back. Almost simultaneously, the remaining spawns in the hall locked their attacks on Feng Heng. Hey! Feng Heng chuckled coldly, facing the approaching spawns. He extended his hand forward. Book of Oaths. In an instant, dense dark golden remnants of sacred pages surged out from the Book of Oaths, attacking the dozens of spawns ahead. Bam! 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 The sacred remnant pages struck the crystalline barriers surrounding the spawns, continuously exploding with holy power, pushing them backward. On the other side, Ji Hating, seeing Feng Heng taking the initiative, was astonished. He was going all out? This was completely different from the plan. Not good. Fortunately, Ji Hating's subordinates were well prepared and signaled to him that everything was under control. Immediately, Ji Hating contacted Feng Heng through the earpiece. Feng Heng. I have temporarily sealed off the lower area. The people outside are unaware of what's happening inside. Make sure the spawns don't leave the room. We are trying to sever the connection between the area and the main spiritual domain network, but it will take some time. Feng Heng nodded as he listened to the message. So, the next step. All he needed to do was take out all the spawns. There were a total of 14 of them. Ka, 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 ka. Feng Heng turned his gaze to the right. The vine that had been wrapped around Feng Heng's arm transformed back into the form of Raven when he initiated his actions earlier. Raven condensed a natural science imprint with his hands in front of him. Observing Feng Heng's gaze, Raven spoke in a deep voice, "Feng Heng, I still need a bit more time." "Got it, leave it to me." No longer focusing on Raven, Feng Heng directed his attention back to the group of over 10 spawns in front of him. In the hall, aside from 2 guards, the other spawns weren't combatants, slightly weaker individually compared to the spawn warriors encountered before. After being suppressed by Feng Heng's Book of Oaths, the spawns quickly regained their footing, assuming defensive stances and preparing their attack imprints. "Alright. Let's do this." Feng Heng was prepared to go all out. He had ample experience in this regard. When fighting spawns, it was all about going hard. Sacrificing defense for offense. Focus on one target and hit hard. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Feng Heng swiftly dashed towards the spawn he had just blasted away. Whoosh! 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 Once again, invisible mental strength attacks surged towards Feng Heng. Chapter 2179 Spikes. Ding. The player is attacked by a spiritual spike and receives 26,000 points of damage. This damage ignores defense. Ding. The player has received a spiritual spike. Ding. The player is subjected to mental manipulation effects. After making a check, the player becomes immune to this instance of mental manipulation. Ding. The player is subjected to a mental force collision effect. After making a check, the player becomes immune to this instance. Suddenly, a series of damage numbers as high as 20 to 30,000 appeared above Feng Heng's head. Due to his high mental strength attribute, Feng Heng was mostly immune to most mental control skills. However, occasionally they still had an effect. Once he was caught in an abnormal control state, it became extremely troublesome. Feng Heng could only pray for better luck. The spawns targeted by Feng Heng suddenly changed their expressions. They looked at Feng Heng as the latter approached them with quick steps. A previously unseen sense of fear rose within them. Whoosh! In the next moment, Feng Heng was right in front of them. The great holy sword struck down fiercely once again. Boom! The crystalline barrier shrouding the spawns suddenly shattered. The spawns were forcefully pushed back by the remaining force, crashing heavily against the wall behind them. Feng Heng was about to pursue when suddenly his body felt like it had been fiercely struck by something, and uncontrollably, he crashed into the right side wall. Bang! Ding! The player is affected by mental force collision. The player enters a spiritual bind state for 5.02 seconds. Mental strength attribute reduction has already been applied. Holly curled up in the corner of the room, holding her head with both hands, unbelievably watching the scene unfold before her. Invaders. Who are they? Have they all gone mad? Ka. Amid her astonishment, Holly suddenly heard a strange sound and instinctively turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. What was that now? In the corner of the room, a tree spirit had condensed a circular vine, taller than a person. In the center of the vine, a shimmering green ripple appeared. Huh? A teleportation passage? As Feng Heng, trapped in the bind state and continuously taking hits, perceived the mental strength ripple emanating from Raven, a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. They hadn't mentioned this move before. It seemed the tree spirits had hidden something from him. Led by Van, more than 10 tree spirits swiftly emerged from the green passage. As they took in the scene in the hall of the research institute, Van and the others immediately focused on Feng Heng, who was battling the spawns. Help him. Van and his group condensed their ranged arrow attacks. Feng Heng shouted, "Be careful, don't damage the central device." With that said, Feng Heng broke free from the spiritual bind state and swiftly continued to chase after the spawn he had been pursuing earlier. Good. With the assistance of the tree spirits, the pressure on Feng Heng significantly decreased, and he didn't need to worry about monitoring his teammates' safety. He could just charge straight ahead. Ho! The great sword was once again raised high and swung towards the spawn forced into the corner. Bang! The fragile crystalline barrier just regenerated on the spawn's body was shattered once again by the great holy sword. Due to the temporary disruption of the communication network, the spawn couldn't even use teleportation to escape. Kai! In the next moment, the long sword concealed in Feng Heng's backpack transformed into a spike, piercing through the gemstone in the spawn's heart. Ding! The player has killed a spawn warrior. The player has obtained a spirit gemstone. Done. Feng Heng put away the spirit gemstone, locking onto another spawn as his target. It took more than 10 minutes, relying on Feng Heng's personal abilities and the sharp assistance of Ven and his elite tree spirit companions, to clear out all the spawns in the hall. The strength of Ven and his tree spirit companions was also depleted by more than half, with many of them injured. They gathered around Raven, carefully examining the surroundings. Feng Heng placed the last exploded spirit gemstone into his backpack and whispered into the walkie-talkie, "Boss G, it's all taken care of. We don't need to rush anymore, we can take our time now." Ji Hating listened to Feng Heng's words and took a deep breath, feeling secretly alarmed. We are already attempting to temporarily shut down the spiritual domain network communication. Please wait a moment. The virus information has been uploaded, and I will try to maximize the interruption time of the spiritual domain network. I will clear out all the information related to you. Once it's done, I will contact you immediately. Feng Heng turned to Raven and the other tree spirit race members beside him and said, Elder Raven, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now, I can provide you with the corresponding reward. As you know, I can help you temporarily shut down the spiritual domain network, and of course, I can also reopen it at any time. Raven stepped forward and nodded to Feng Heng. The teleportation passage he summoned had a very short duration. But within just 2 minutes, it had already closed, only allowing over 20 tree spirits, including Van, to come through. You have surprised me, human. We will naturally fulfill our promise to you. I have already entrusted the leaf of life to your friend. As he spoke, Raven pointed forward. Ripples appeared in the space ahead. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. A nature mirror. In the center of the ripples gradually emerged a remote mirror. Feng Heng could see Gu Qingzu and Mojai appearing in the mirror, and even another clone form of Raven. Mojai clearly saw Feng Heng on the other end as well, nodding towards him and saying, Got it, checked the goods, all good. Clariway also nodded at Feng Heng and said,